As the music played, a unicorn dressed in a black military uniform made a dazzling entrance. "This should be my most outstanding student, but his thoughts are a bit terrifying," said the Cosmic Princess, founder of the Future Star Empire, a fervent admirer of the little pony. If he's going to declare himself emperor again, it means this world is once again on the brink of destruction. "Yuxing Huìhuì, how have you gone crazy again?" Ziyue shouted in despair. "This madman seems to have a strong hostility towards our illusion spirits," said the Cocoon Queen. "When the Star Army moves, the world trembles." It is said that when the Storm Emperor was about to be torn apart by 5 adorable little ponies, he uttered his last words in terror. "Damn it, Yuxing Huìhuì is still chasing me." The villains turned back in fear to look at Yuxing Huìhuì, who had a large black windmill spinning behind him, and said, "You all seem a bit foreign." Chapter 1. A casual remark leads to a journey. Eternal Freedom Forest. A little pony with a light blue body and somewhat messy silver gray mane sat blankly on the ground, with gem-like light golden eyes and wearing a tattered deep blue magical robe. "What the heck? Did I really cross over?" Yuxing Huìhuì said with a confused expression. The reason for his crossing over had to start from the night before. A scam call had come through more than 10 times, with the caller claiming to be an ancient deity who urgently needed money, only asking him for 500, but if successful, he would be named a general. Yuxing Huìhuì said with a black line on his face, "You're a deity?" Then Imchin Shi Huang. "If you have the ability, send me across. Don't just ask for 500, it'll give you my entire fortune." After a few seconds of silence on the other end, the voice responded, "Really?" Before the caller could say anything else, Yuxing Huìhuì hung up the phone. Can't these scammers come up with a better excuse? This excuse can fool ghosts. Just as Yuxing Huìhuì was about to drink a bottle of water, his vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he heard a voice saying, "You said it. No backing out." And so, Yuxing Huìhuì inexplicably crossed over. After sitting in silence for an unknown amount of time, Yuxing Huìhuì slowly stood up and began to test his hooves. He started to digest some memories in his mind. The original owner was called Yuxing Huìhuì, a unicorn with high magical talent and a bright future. However, at some point, his thoughts became extremely radical. For example, friendship was originally a bond, and friendship is magic. The original owner understood it as that once he made friends, they must give everything for him. To develop the surrounding area, he proposed deforestation and drove away the animals living there. He also believed that the pony race was the best race in the world, actively promoting external expansion, etc. Ultimately, after a fierce conflict with the Cosmic Princess, they fought. The outcome was clear. Yuxing Huìhuì was successfully imprisoned. Until recently, for some unknown reason, he managed to escape. After reviewing this memory, Yuxing Huìhuì fell into deep thought. He seemed to remember that this character was not in the original work, right? After thinking for a while, Yuxing Huìhuì concluded that this must be the work of that old man who sent him across. Makes too much sense. So what should he do now? He couldn't just end up as a statue or get locked up again. Thinking of this, Yuxing Huìhuì became even more anxious. He couldn't go to the Cosmic Princess and say, "I've turned over a new leaf, please believe me." What a joke. He had sneaked out, who would believe him? He probably hadn't even walked in front before being caught again. The thought of spending almost a lifetime in that prison made Yuxing Huìhuì shiver. No, he had to get stronger quickly to ensure he wouldn't be caught again. Thinking of this, a sense of determination appeared in Yuxing Huìhuì's eyes. He looked at what he had on him and noticed a gem hanging from his chest. The gem was overall emerald green, with something swirling inside it, surrounded by a layer of golden framework. It occasionally emitted a faint glow, looking very tempting. According to the original owner's memory, this gem was crafted by him a long time ago, specifically to eliminate the negative emotions of the ponies. That it seemed to have been modified somewhat. In addition to absorbing emotions, it could also absorb power, turning emotional energy into his own use. Seeing this, Yuxing Huìhuì picked up a magic hat lying nearby, revealing a sly smile as he walked into the distance. Chapter 2. The Gem That Absorbs Energy. Seeing this, Yuxing Huìhuì picked up the magic hat beside him, revealing a wicked smile as he walked into the distance. The night in the Eternal Freedom Forest is extremely dangerous. As Yuxing Huìhuì walked along the path, the towering trees around him appeared terrifying, as if they were devils staring at him, making him break out in a cold sweat. Yuxing Huìhuì didn't want to think about why he had unconsciously smiled wickedly just now. He just wanted to get out quickly. After all, this place was quite scary in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the howl of a wolf echoed in Yuxing Huìhuì's ears. Trouble. He looked around and saw the dark silhouettes of wooden wolves appearing. Howl! A wooden wolf pounced out from the grass beside him, and Yuxing Huìhuì kicked it over with a hoof and turned to run. The wooden wolf quickly got up, howled, and called its companions to chase after him. Yu Xinghui tried to shoot magic light bullets to fend them off, but as a master of horsebody outlines. Every magic light bullet accurately hit the ground or the nearby trees, not a single one hitting the target. Damn, how did I miss every shot? Just a few steps later, he was tackled and bitten on the leg by a wooden wolf from behind. Dozens of wooden wolves surrounded him, glaring at him, ready to tear him apart. I can't be the most unfortunate transmigrator, right? Just as Yu Xinghui closed his eyes, preparing to accept his fate, a spell suddenly appeared in his mind. Instinctively, he recited it, and when he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that the gem on his chest emitted dozens of streams of black mist, freezing the wooden wolves in place. The terror in their eyes seemed to indicate a desire to escape. After a moment, these wooden wolves were drained completely, turning into ashes. Phew. I need to find a place to rest, Yu Xinghui said helplessly, looking at his injured leg. The next day, Yu Xinghui woke up in a certain place. I really didn't sleep well, he said, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and began searching for an exit. After walking a few steps, his leg, bitten by the wooden wolf last night, ached subtly, and the gem on his chest flickered with light, as if urging him to do something. After reciting the memory in his mind, Yu Xinghui felt a gas seemingly rushing into his body from the gem, significantly enhancing his magical power. Finally, a beam of light shot from the gem onto his leg, and the wound visibly healed at a rapid pace. Much better. After moving his hooves a few times, Yu Xinghui set off again. After an unknown amount of time, he finally walked out of the Eternal Freedom Forest. He saw a little pony he didn't recognize passing in front of him. Yu Xinghui hurriedly stopped him and asked several questions. The little pony, noticing Yu Xinghui's tattered appearance and a faint strange odor, impatiently replied to a few questions and was about to turn and leave. A voice came from his body. Hee. Thank you so much. As a reward, I've decided to give you something. The little pony nervously turned back, seeing Yu Xinghui already chanting a spell. And just as he tried to run, the black mist froze him in place. Terrified, he looked at Yu Xinghui, who was grinning wickedly at him. After a while, the little pony collapsed on the ground, completely drained of strength. Meanwhile, the culprit, Yu Xinghui, was still savoring the fear of the little pony. I really am a kind little pony. I could have turned you to ashes, but I held back. Ha. Yu Xinghui laughed heartily. The gem on his body emitted a trace of black mist. In the end, Yu Xinghui stripped the unfortunate little pony of his clothes, wearing a barely noticeable smile as he walked off into the distance. Chapter 3, The Nightmare Moon. Legend has it that on the longest day of the first millennium, the stars will help her escape, and she will bring eternal night. Phew, I'm exhausted. I should have arrived before the nightmare moon descends, Yu Xinghui said, panting. He saw many little ponies walking towards a building, and he followed them inside. It was bustling inside. Many little ponies were looking in the same direction. Among the crowd, Yu Xinghui spotted two familiar figures, Twilight Sparkle and Pinkie Pie. Soon, Fluttershy flew into the air and began directing the birds to sing. The lights focused on the stage. The mayor of Ponyville slowly walked out and began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, as the mayor of Ponyville, I am very pleased to announce that this year's Summer Sun celebration has officially begun. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. In just a little while, everyone will witness the magical sunrise. Let us celebrate together this longest day of the year. I am now incredibly honored too. Yu Xinghui noticed that Twilight Sparkle had anxiously raised her head to look at the moon. His heart began to race. It's coming. After a little while, every day and every night, the kind, wise, and protective cosmic princess who raises the sun and moon for us, ensuring harmony in our pony lives. Zekara bit the rope and pulled back the curtain. In the next second, everyone was stunned. Where's my cosmic princess? Why is there such a big pony? A cloud of mist appeared on the stage, and Nightmare Moon made a dazzling entrance, with many little ponies looking at her in terror. After a long speech from Nightmare Moon, the mayor of Ponyville reacted and ordered, capture her. She must know where the cosmic princess is. 3 cannon fodder guards surrounded her, but they were all knocked away by Nightmare Moon's fierce glare. Seeing the situation was about right, Nightmare Moon transformed into a cloud of mist and crashed through the big door to escape. The attempting pursuer, Rainbow Dash, clearly couldn't catch up. The ponies in attendance panicked, except for a little pony named Yu Xinghui, who was overjoyed. According to the plot, at this point, the 6 would go to the Eternal Freedom Forest to find Nightmare Moon, and since the cosmic princess was also imprisoned by her, it meant that this was my opportunity to rise. Yu Xinghui thought, I need to absorb enough energy before Nightmare Moon gets hit by a rainbow cannon. At this moment in town, many little ponies were terrified at the thought of being plunged into eternal night. What should we do? Are we really going to live under the night from now on? Even the cosmic princess has disappeared. It's over. It's over. The pony's fear was spilling over. Let me, this good person, help you eliminate some of that fear. Yu Xinghui whispered and walked into a dark corner to begin activating the gem. The gem quickly emitted several streams of black mist, which, as if discovering some rare treasure, quickly returned to the gem. It brought out even more black mist, which quickly flew into the air and merged together, while the fear of the ponies on the ground unknowingly floated upwards. What is happening? Many ponies noticed black mist emanating from their bodies and rising into the air. This must be the work of Nightmare Moon. In this situation, the first thing the ponies thought of was Nightmare Moon. As a result, the fear and a touch of anger intensified. In the corner, Huìhuì was enjoying the absorption, though he felt a bit guilty for making Princess Luna take the blame for him. The black mist in the sky seemed to have absorbed enough. It split into hundreds of pieces and rushed down to the ground. The ponies on the ground were terrified and scattered in all directions. One little pony was knocked down, and when she turned to see the black mist rushing toward her, she despairingly closed her eyes, only to find that nothing happened. In the corner, the black mist dove into the gem. Huìhuì felt significantly enhanced. For example, when he faced Nightmare Moon before, if he had fought, he would have been repeatedly pressed to the ground. Simply put, he would have been dominated. Now, at least, he could hold his own. According to the timeline, Nightmare Moon should be about to get hit by a rainbow cannon and revert back to Princess Luna. It's not safe to linger here. Just as Huìhuì thought to leave, he saw a guard commanding orders staring at him in shock. Huìhuì didn't expect anyone to be there. The guard, who thought this little pony was too scared and intended to comfort him, was taken aback by the scene before him. The two ponies locked eyes. After a few seconds of silence, the guard was about to turn and run when a flare struck him, and he fell to the ground. From the darkness, Rain Star slowly walked out, her light golden eyes coldly saying, "I'm sorry, you know too much." After saying that, the gem emerged from the black mist. Chapter 4. The ticket is in my hands. The next day, the Cosmic Princess announced the return of Princess Luna, the Moon Princess. The two princesses sat side by side in a carriage, receiving a warm welcome from the pony folk, who bowed in unison to the two princesses. Two little Pegasi also disregarded the Moon Princess's previous actions and flew up to place garlands around her neck. At this moment, the Cosmic Princess noticed Twilight Sparkle looking a bit downcast and walked over to ask softly, "Why do you seem a bit unhappy, Twilight? Your mission has been successfully completed, and you can return to Canterlot to study now." Twilight Sparkle lowered her head and replied softly, "I just realized how wonderful it is to have friends. Yet I have to leave so soon." After hearing this, the Cosmic Princess understandingly said to Spike, "Spike, please take note. I, the Cosmic Princess, hereby decree that the unicorn Twilight Sparkle shall undertake a new mission for Ponyville, hoping she continues to study the magic of friendship and report her insights. And from now on, she will reside in Ponyville." After saying this, Pinkie Pie, Rarity, Rainbow Dash, Applejack, and Fluttershy surrounded Twilight Sparkle. The surrounding ponies also began to celebrate with them. However, the Cosmic Princess felt a familiar aura and thought uneasily, "My dear student, have you changed your misguided thoughts?" A few days later, "What do you want to do?" a fancy pony said in terror. "Relax, it'll be fine soon," Rain Star said with narrowed eyes. A blue beam struck the fancy pony, who then fainted. "I'm really kind. I haven't absorbed you yet, and I even helped you erase your memories," Rain Star said as several beams of light flashed by. After doing these things, Rain Star picked up 6 tickets for the Galloping Gala from the ground and put them in her bag, feeling like something was still missing. "Taking the money as a reward for erasing memories seems reasonable, right?" Rain Star said to the sleeping fancy pony. After finishing all this, Rain Star held her head high and took small steps towards Ponyville. At this moment, Twilight Sparkle was very troubled about who to give the extra ticket to. Applejack wanted to sell things to her family. Rainbow Dash wanted to perform in the Lightning Bolt team. Pinkie Pie wanted to throw a party. Rarity wanted to wear beautiful clothes to meet handsome ponies. Fluttershy wanted to see animals. It was so frustrating. "Have you made up your mind?" the waiter asked. Twilight Sparkle, in a breakdown, raised her hooves and shouted, "I don't know." Spike, looking embarrassed, said to Twilight Sparkle, "I just wanted to help you order." Coming back to her senses, Twilight Sparkle awkwardly said, "Could I have a daffodil and daisy sandwich, please?" Then Spike ordered a hay fry. When the food arrived, Twilight Sparkle was still troubled by the earlier question. Seeing that it was about time, Rain Star walked over pretending to be alone and said, Miss, I have 5 extra tickets, but I don't know who to go with. How about I give them to you?" Twilight Sparkle was delighted but shyly scratched her head and said, Well, it's okay. These tickets are useless to me anyway, so I might as well help others," Rain Star said with a nonchalant expression. After saying that, it started to rain heavily everywhere except around Twilight Sparkle, and Rain Star was drenched. Rainbow Dash poked her head out from the clouds and said, "I can't let my best friend get rained on." Twilight Sparkle looked up with a speechless expression and said, "Rainbow Dash, are you upset about the Galloping Gala?" "No way. It's because of our friendship." But Rainbow Dash's humble gaze betrayed her. "Don't worry, you all can go with the tickets." "Really?" Rainbow Dash exclaimed excitedly, flying around in the sky. Rain Star raised the gala tickets and lifted her face full of grievances. "So when will this rain stop?" Rainbow Dash awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry. I'll fix it right away." Soon, the clouds in the sky were cleared by Rainbow Dash. Finally, Rainbow Dash quickly swooped down and hugged Rain Star tightly. "Really? Really? Thank you. Let go. I'm going to suffocate." Chapter 5, Trixie, just waking up. Rain Star pushed open the door of the newly rented house and lazily let out a yawn. "Move aside. I'm coming through." Rain Star was startled and instantly woke up, quickly stepping aside. Watching two ponies run away while saying something, a unicorn with magical power far beyond other unicorns appeared. Rain Star thought for a moment, "Isn't that Trixie?" And on this day, Twilight Sparkle would learn an important lesson and grow a bit. This is no big deal. Twilight Sparkle thought learning a lesson about friendship didn't mean she was adding resistance to her future, so she had to intervene. Even the Cosmic Princess couldn't stop her. I mean it. Rain Star dashed forward. Soon, she squeezed through the crowd and got a little closer to the front. "Come on, everyone come over." Witness the greatest and most versatile Trixie's magical performance ever. As soon as she finished speaking, the carriage transformed into a small stage and exploded with black mist. Once the black mist cleared, Trixie appeared in a magical robe and hat, striking a pose she thought was beautiful and elegant, surrounded by shining stars. The ponies below stared at Trixie in awe. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Trixie spoke up, "Watch closely. The greatest and most versatile Trixie is about to perform the most spectacular stunts ever. Let the ponies feast their eyes." After saying that, she raised her hooves, and fireworks exploded from both sides of the stage. Down below, Rarity, Applejack, and Rainbow Dash were dissatisfied with this arrogance and began to speak up. Upon hearing this, Trixie also expressed her dissatisfaction. Okay. It seems someone has a different opinion. Who is so foolish as to challenge the greatest and most versatile Trixie? Does she not know she is facing Ponyville's most magical unicorn? Twilight Sparkle, worried her friends would think she was showing off, said nothing. But Rainbow Dash couldn't hold back any longer and flew up to ask her what was so great about it. Trixie disdainfully declared that only she could use her magical powers to defeat a bear. Below, Snips and Snails were boasting to Trixie. Spike was about to retort when Twilight Sparkle magically zipped his mouth shut. Spike desperately clung to Twilight Sparkle's leg, begging her to go on stage. Seeing this, Trixie pointed at the Cosmic Princess and said, "Then let you go on stage." Twilight Sparkle waved her hooves and, with a troubled expression, indicated that she was just an ordinary pony. Seeing this, Trixie became even more arrogant. Rain Star could hardly contain herself. She would not allow any pony to show off in front of her. She would not allow Twilight Sparkle to grow. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly remembered that there were 3 other ponies who had not been humiliated yet. So for the sake of a dramatic scene, she decided to wait a bit longer. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Applejack went on stage and was tied up by Trixie's controlling ropes, falling to the ground with an apple stuffed in her mouth. Applejack helplessly hopped off the stage. Rainbow Dash, just flying down from her performance, was spun up into the sky by Trixie's magic, landing with stars swirling around her head. Trixie then zapped her with a little lightning, causing her to yelp. Rarity, who had just magically transformed her hair and clothes into an elegant and beautiful appearance, was hit by Trixie's spell, turning her hair into seaweed. Upon seeing her hair, Rarity burst into tears and ran off, witnessing the miserable state of the 3 main ponies. Spike became more dissatisfied and insisted that Twilight Sparkle go on stage to compete. Trixie noticed that Twilight Sparkle was getting more confident and challenged her to a competition. Twilight Sparkle, flustered, insisted that she was just an ordinary resident of Ponyville and had no powerful magic, claiming she had to go do laundry before quickly slipping away. Seeing Twilight Sparkle's escape, Trixie became even more inflated with pride, declaring herself the most remarkable unicorn in Ponyville. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "I won't accept that." The ponies turned to see Raindrops stepping forward, determined not to let any pony show off in front of him to help Twilight Sparkle grow. The 2 blue unicorns stared each other down. "Raindrops!" Soren exclaimed in surprise. Raindrops nodded back, then looked at Trixie, who dared to act as if she was helping Twilight Sparkle grow. Trixie arrogantly approached and lowered her head, saying, "Do you think you're stronger than the great and powerful Trixie? Do you think you have more magical talent? Come on, show me what you've got." Raindrops shot back with a glare, "Humph. Let's see who's stronger." Raindrops slowly walked onto the stage and gestured for Trixie to go ahead. Trixie was the first to control a rope, waving it in front of Raindrops, who ruthlessly seized control of the rope, making it nearly twice as thick and sending it flying toward Trixie. Before Trixie could resist, she was bound and fell to the ground. Raindrops casually used magic to pluck an apple from a tree, eating it while watching Trixie. The audience erupted in cheers, especially Applejack, who cheered the loudest. "Go, Raindrops!" As Trixie struggled to free herself from the rope, her face was already turning red. Again, Trixie shouted, firing a pink beam from her horn, while Raindrops shot out a blue beam. The 2 beams collided, but the outcome was obvious. Raindrops' beam overwhelmed Trixie's. After letting out a yelp, Trixie spun into the air and landed on the ground. The audience cheered again, this time with Rainbow Dash shouting the loudest, "Oh yeah, go Raindrops! Defeat that arrogant pony." Trixie's face turned even redder as she got back up, saying, "That was just a careless mistake. You will see the power of the great and powerful Trixie in the final round." Raindrops stepped down and gestured for Trixie to go ahead again. Trixie summoned a little cloud above Raindrops, which shot out a lightning bolt, but it was negated by Raindrops' magical shield. Raindrops then summoned a cloud above Trixie. But instead of lightning, it started to rain. Realizing she was being thoroughly outmatched, Trixie panicked and ran back to the stage, transforming it back into a carriage and pulling it away, shouting back, "Raindrops, the great and powerful Trixie will come back stronger to show you my power." Rainbow Dash was about to chase after her when Raindrops said, "Let her go. We should be magnanimous." "Yeah, Raindrops, I love you," Soren exclaimed, running over to hug Raindrops. "Ugh, let go. I'm going to suffocate." Snip and Snail quickly became Raindrops' little fans, following him all day. At first, Raindrops enjoyed the attention, but after a while, it became annoying, especially when Snip and Snail followed him into the bathroom. Raindrops snapped and shouted, even throwing them out. Late at night, the two ponies were still down below making noise, keeping Raindrops from sleeping. Exhausted, Raindrops cast a simple sleep spell and fell asleep. Snip and Snail, unable to bother Raindrops, went out for a stroll. Deep in the forest, Trixie hadn't gotten far and was crying alone over what happened today, repeatedly saying Raindrops' name and occasionally throwing stones. Then she heard breathing behind her and turned to see a bear that had been awakened, glaring at her. Trixie awkwardly smiled back, and the bear drooled all over her. Trixie jumped up in fright and ran away. The bear stomped on the broken carriage in anger and chased after the pony that had disturbed its sleep. On the street, Snip and Snail were chatting when Trixie ran past them. "Hey, isn't that the boastful unicorn from today? Why is she back?" Snip pointed at Trixie's retreating figure. Maybe she realized she's not that great and want to find Raindrops to become his apprentice. Snail said, just as the two ponies laughed for a few seconds. They felt something behind them. Turning back nervously, they saw the bear looking at them with a friendly expression. The two ponies exchanged glances and then yelled, "Ah," and ran away, quickly reaching Trixie's side. The bear roared angrily and chased after them. This roar successfully woke every pony up, who turned on their lights and came outside. Seeing such a large bear, they all panicked. "What do we do?" Snail asked Snip. "Quick, go find Raindrops. He must have a way." Snip and Snail turned and ran toward Raindrops' house. "Knock, knock, knock. Raindrops, open the door. There's a bear." Raindrops, who was sleeping soundly, heard the noise and immediately guessed it was those two again. Half asleep and impatient, he muttered, "There's a bear? Go find the strong guy. Why are you bothering me?" And fell back asleep. "Who is the strong guy?" Snail asked. Before Raindrops could answer, the bear had already chased up from the street behind them. Just then, Twilight Sparkle finally arrived with Soren. The bear let out a roar and advanced step by step. In the room, Raindrops woke up when he heard the bear's roar, thought for a moment, and wondered who had brought the bear in to give Twilight Sparkle experience. Realizing this, he became more alert and quickly teleported downstairs. He saw Twilight Sparkle already casting a spell, desperately waving his hooves and shouting, "No." But it was too late. Twilight Sparkle had already cast the spell, putting the bear to sleep and making a toy to send it back. The surrounding ponies cheered. After it was over, Twilight Sparkle lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry. Please don't hate me." "Why is there this logic?" Pinkie Pie asked in surprise. Twilight Sparkle explained, "It's because of Trixie. The reason we dislike Trixie is that she likes to show off and flaunt her magic, which is really annoying, right?" Raindrops and Rainbow Dash both nodded and said, "Yeah." All the ponies were numb and nodded, saying, "Ah, right, right." In the end, both sides resolved their misunderstandings. "Wait, who brought the bear into the village?" Raindrops asked. "Snip and I saw that bear chasing Trixie while we were out for a walk," Snail said. The ponies turned to look at Trixie, who looked guilty. "So it was you who brought the bear in." Rainbow Dash was ready to charge at her. "Calm down, Rainbow," Twilight Sparkle said softly as she walked up to Trixie. "Trixie, do you know what you did wrong today?" Trixie thought for a moment and shook her head. "You shouldn't use magic as a way to show off. Magic is meant to help and support friends," Twilight Sparkle said. "But I hardly have any friends," Trixie said, looking down. "Well, now you do," Twilight Sparkle said, extending her hoof. After hesitating for a moment, Trixie also extended her hoof. "Yay, shouldn't we throw a party to celebrate?" Pinkie Pie suddenly jumped out and exclaimed. The scene quickly transformed into a party, with many ponies cheering. "Trixie, your punishment should be to clean up after the party and repair the building, along with bringing our friendship symbol," Twilight Sparkle said, pretending to be a bit serious. "What?" Trixie said with a hint of worry. After saying that, Twilight Sparkle's group of ponies presented gifts. Rainshine reluctantly offered a gift as well. "Thank you. The great and powerful Trixie will remember you," Trixie exclaimed as she hugged Twilight Sparkle. The next day, After finishing her tasks and carrying her friends' gifts, Trixie felt an ominous premonition as she walked to a certain place. Before she could react, a laser knocked her to the ground, scattering her friends' gifts everywhere. "You are Rainshine," Trixie exclaimed in surprise as she recognized the pony stepping out. "Trixie, do you know? You ruined my plans," Rainshine said as he emerged from the bushes, looking at Trixie. "What plans?" Trixie asked weakly. "You don't need to know," and with that, the gem emitted a black mist that enveloped Trixie. Trixie felt her magic being drained away, watching in terror and helplessness. After draining her, Trixie weakly closed her eyes and fainted. Rainshine tied Trixie up in a forest and cleaned up the crime scene. He couldn't stop Twilight Sparkle from growing, so he would take Trixie away, who had been prematurely cleansed. Chapter 6. The Catastrophe of the Century. Rainshine claimed he had business to attend to and would temporarily leave Ponyville. In reality, he had been torturing Trixie deep in the forest for the past few days. "Please let me go," Trixie weakly pleaded, lifting her miserable face. Every day she was bitten by bugs and faced a dark environment, completely alone. There were only 2 meals a day, leaving her in a state of hunger that wouldn't kill her, driving her close to collapse. "I'm sorry, no way," Rainshine said provocatively, looking at Trixie with challenging eyes. Hearing this, Trixie lowered her head and said nothing more. Seeing Trixie's despair, Rainshine immediately activated the gem to start harvesting Trixie's emotions again. After this absorption, the gem began to flicker, changing from its original emerald green to bright red. Black mist emanated from it, flowing into Rainshine's body. Rainshine closed his eyes to feel everything, and now he felt incredibly high. When he opened his eyes again, his power had obviously increased. It seemed he had awakened a new skill. He needed a test subject. Rainshine looked at Trixie. A blue beam mixed with some black and purple shot out and hit Trixie. After a slight twitch, when she opened her eyes again, her gaze was clearly vacant. With a slight black mist surrounding her, Rainshine untied the ropes, and Trixie knelt before him. At the same time, Rainshine felt negative emotions still faintly flowing into the gem. Looking down at the gem to sense it, he instantly understood. The pony under his control would be pulled into an illusion, where things she feared would appear, creating negative emotions to continuously provide him with energy. A plan formed in Rainshine's mind. Celestia, your era is about to end." Rainshine burned a portrait of the Cosmic Princess nearby. After settling Trixie, Rainshine set off on the way back to Ponyville. "The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains." Rainshine was in an exceptionally good mood today, even fantasizing about the Cosmic Princess begging for mercy on her knees. When he returned to Ponyville, he noticed the bustling activity around him and instantly felt a bad premonition. He stopped a pony and asked, "Bro, what is going on today? Why is it so lively?" "Rainshine, you returned just in time. The Cosmic Princess is coming here," the pony said excitedly. "The Cosmic Princess is coming here?" Rainshine's smile froze on his face. "Doesn't that make you feel very happy?" the pony said, seeing Rainshine smiling so broadly. I just remembered I left my clothes behind. See you," Rainshine said as he cast a spell and teleported away. Strange. Didn't he just come back? But the pony didn't think too much about it and continued preparing. Suddenly, some flying insects appeared in the street. "Wow, what cute bugs," some ponies said. The next second, those ponies couldn't laugh anymore. The swarm of bugs started grabbing things and swallowing them whole. The well-decorated welcome scene was left in ruins, and the ponies screamed in horror. Just as Rainshine teleported to the street, a pair of purple hooves grabbed him and shook him. "Rainshine, you came back just in time. The Cosmic Princess is almost here." Twilight Sparkle's voice reached his ears. Stop, stop, stop. Don't shake me. I'm getting dizzy." Although Twilight Sparkle stopped shaking, she anxiously paced back and forth. "Rainshine, the Cosmic Princess is about to arrive. And it's such a mess. What should I do?" she said, showing an almost frantic expression. "Where's Pinkie?" Rainshine quickly asked. "Why do you care about her?" "Rainshine, our top priority is to deal with the fly sprites," Twilight Sparkle said, her exaggerated expression close to Rainshine's face. Seeing Twilight Sparkle in this state, Rainshine had no choice but to teleport away and start looking for Pinkie. After multiple teleports, he finally found Pinkie on a street. "Hurry, Pinkie, come with me." Pinkie shook her head. "Wait, do you still need an instrument?" Rainshine asked. "How did you know?" Pinkie said with surprise. After teleporting a few times with Pinkie, she came back playing dozens of instruments. As the other 5 ponies watched in amazement, the fly sprites followed Pinkie, bouncing along. Pinkie seemed helpless as she passed by them. Seeing the Cosmic Princess arrive, the 5 ponies ran ahead and bowed. The Cosmic Princess stepped down from her carriage and softly said, "Twilight Sparkle, my good student." Twilight Sparkle looked up and replied, "Hello, Princess." The Cosmic Princess continued, "Twilight Sparkle, I'm very happy to see you and your friends again." Pinkie, playing the drums, suddenly passed by. The Cosmic Princess looked bewildered at Pinkie playing the instruments, and the fly sprites followed her, realizing what had happened. Twilight Sparkle hurriedly approached and asked, How was your trip? No traffic jams, right? If Rainshine were here, he would definitely ask if flying here would cause traffic jams, and who would dare to block the way. A fly sprite landed on the Cosmic Princess's wing and then flew away. The Cosmic Princess, having guessed what had happened, said, "Thank you and your friends for hosting this parade for me, but unfortunately, I can only come to Ponyville next time. There's an urgent matter in Ponyville. It is said that a terrible insect disaster has broken out there, so I'm very sorry. Before I leave, can you report to me about the recent friendship insights?" Twilight Sparkle sighed in relief and stepped forward. Sometimes, it's important to communicate more with friends, even if you can't understand them. Finally, the Cosmic Princess indicated that she needed to have a private conversation with Twilight Sparkle, and the other ponies should excuse themselves. Twilight Sparkle, do you know a blue unicorn named Rainshine? Yes, Princess, what's the matter? How is your relationship with him? When Twilight Sparkle heard this, her cheeks flushed. It's just a normal friendship. Is that so? Twilight Sparkle, I'd like to give you a small task. What task? Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. Help me enlighten Rainshine and make him realize what true friendship is. After saying this, she walked up to her carriage and slowly flew away. Wait for me. Twilight Sparkle reacted and pointed at herself, asking. The Cosmic Princess turned her head and nodded. Phew, that old thing finally left. Rain Starlight felt relieved as the aura disappeared. What left? Beaky, who didn't understand, suddenly appeared behind Rain Starlight. Wow, where did you come from? Rain Starlight said in shock. Beaky didn't answer Rain Starlight's question, but instead looked around, ensuring there were no horses, before quietly speaking. You seem really afraid of the Cosmic Princess. Did you provoke her before? What are you talking about? Rain Starlight swallowed hard. However, Beaky continued on her own. Is that gem you're wearing useful for something, like absorbing something? You're not planning to get close to us like a villain in a novel, waiting until we let our guard down to secretly rise and eventually rule all of Ponyville, are you? At this moment, Rain Starlight was drenched in cold sweat, ready to silence her. Ding ding. A joke. Is it funny? Hey, why are you so nervous? Beaky asked. Oh, I just remembered that the plan I went out to do was not good. Right. I need to redo it. Goodbye. Rain Starlight vanished in front of Beaky with a teleportation spell. I was going to invite you to a celebration party for driving away the sprite flies, but I'll find other ponies. Beaky hopped away. Chapter 7, Winter Cleaning. In the past few days, Rain Starlight was being squeezed dry. I don't know where the Ponyville mayor heard that Rain Starlight was involved in writing, but he came to ask Rain Starlight to write an article about welcoming the winter and celebrating the spring festival. Rain Starlight initially wanted to refuse, but the restlessness within him urged him to write. So he accepted the task. It's all Celestia's fault. She used to make me write articles every day, and I've written enough. Rain Starlight cursed the Cosmic Princess while controlling the pen. After hours of hard work, Rain Starlight finished the article and gave it to the Ponyville mayor. He returned home and collapsed into bed. The next day, Rain Starlight, get up quickly. The mayor is calling you to attend the winter celebration opening ceremony. The knocking at the door continued. Rain Starlight opened the door, dissatisfied. To see the pony in front of him, he had a rare good dream, and it was nothing much, just dreaming that he ruled all of Ponyville. You're awake? Let us go quickly. Rain Starlight, half asleep, walked to the speech area, listening to the Ponyville mayor reading the speech he wrote word for word, which made Rain Starlight fall asleep. When Rain Starlight woke up, it was Twilight Sparkle who nudged him awake. It seems like it's just us left here. And how did you manage to sleep while standing? Rain Starlight shook his head to clear it. I'm really sorry. I was writing the speech all night yesterday. Do you want to come with us? Twilight Sparkle asked awkwardly. Sure. I have nothing to do right now. Rain Starlight then walked with Twilight Sparkle. Watching the nearby ponies singing, Rain Starlight was confused about what was happening. Even Twilight Sparkle beside him started singing. Rain Starlight, you said every pony has split into teams. Where should I go? Twilight Sparkle asked Rain Starlight. Maybe you should find a team to try and join, Rain Starlight replied. You're right, Rain Starlight. I should find a team to join. After saying that, Twilight Sparkle looked up at the flying ponies bringing back the birds that wintered in the south. Wait, Twilight Sparkle. You're not planning to join the flying team, are you? But you don't seem to have wings. Rain Starlight broke Twilight Sparkle's fantasy with one sentence. All right. Twilight Sparkle then walked up to Rare and asked what she could help with. Oh dear, I think you can help me make this exquisite and beautiful bird nest. Rare said, handing the materials to Twilight Sparkle and demonstrating the making process. Twilight Sparkle learned to make a real bird nest, but seeing Rare's bird nest, she instantly felt inferior. Quietly leaving Rare's side, she came to Beaky and tried to learn ice breaking, putting on ice skates. As a result, a slip sent Beaky and Soren away, and Rain Starlight thankfully teleported. Otherwise, he would have been added to the list of sent away ponies. Seeing that this wasn't suitable for her either, Twilight Sparkle left feeling dejected. Seeing Twilight Sparkle looking so pitiful, Rain Starlight couldn't help but comfort her. Twilight Sparkle. Everyone has unique abilities and should try to find them. After hearing this, Twilight Sparkle lay on the ground and said, But what abilities do I have that can help everyone? Seeing Rarity waking up animals and rushing to help, she accidentally bumped into a wasp nest and was chased and stung by wasps. Fortunately, Rain Starlight used magic to drive away the wasps and applied potion to Twilight Sparkle's face. Twilight Sparkle, you can actually solve this with magic. After all, tradition needs innovation. Rain Starlight said. No way, Rain Starlight. I have to celebrate the winter and welcome the spring festival traditionally, Twilight Sparkle said as she walked toward her next destination. When she arrived at Applejack's, Twilight Sparkle couldn't push the snowplow with her own strength, suddenly recalling Rain Starlight's words, and used a bit of magic privately. As a result, the snowplow went out of control, piling up a huge snowball that crashed into a small hill, causing an avalanche and burying herself, Applejack, and Soren. All the hard work of the Earth ponies in the morning was wasted. Applejack popped her head up, a bit angry, and said to Twilight Sparkle, well, Twilight Sparkle, you actually used magic. And Soren added with a sharp remark, God, how could she do that? After hearing Soren's words, Applejack turned back to Twilight Sparkle and said, this is not how we do things, Twilight Sparkle, especially not on my farm. Hearing this, Twilight Sparkle drooped her ears and shed tears, saying, but I just wanted to. Before she could finish, Twilight Sparkle ran out with tears streaming down her face. Wait, Twilight Sparkle. Rain Starlight chased after her, suddenly realizing, am I not a villain? Forget it, not thinking about that for now. Anyway, I've already conceived a plan. Soon all of Ponyville will be mine. Comforting Twilight Sparkle is the priority. Meanwhile, Applejack, seeing Twilight Sparkle crying, realized she might have said something too harsh. Twilight Sparkle, come out. You've already contributed to the winter celebration, Rain Starlight said. But I didn't do anything well, Twilight Sparkle said, hiding behind a tree. Rain Starlight looked at Soren and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Fluttershy started arguing. The Ponyville mayor came over, a bit angry, and said, my goodness, what are you doing? I thought Rain Starlight's speech could inspire you. But now our winter celebration seems to be later than last year and the year before. Then he pointed out a bunch of current problems. After that, the ponies began to argue. Stop. Why can't we proceed in an orderly manner? The Ponyville mayor shouted. At this moment, Twilight Sparkle suddenly jumped out as if she remembered something, leaving Rain Starlight dumbfounded. She revived. Afterward, Twilight Sparkle directed everyone to cooperate and completed the tasks before spring arrived. Finally, Twilight Sparkle wrote a letter to the Cosmic Princess. Dear Cosmic Princess, the winter celebration is one of the most special activities our Ponyville participates in. As Rain Starlight said, everyone has unique abilities and should try to find them. This time, as usual, we overcame difficulties through friendship and unity once again. Chapter 8, the beginning of the plan. In a dim antique shop. Boss, how much is this amulet? Rain Starlight asked, his greedy eyes fixed on the amulet of the unicorn. Oh, sir, this might be a bit expensive, the boss said. A bag of gold coins was thrown onto the table, and golden coins spilled out, looking very tempting. The boss picked one up and examined it for a while, confirming it was real, and handed it over. Sir, this is your amulet. Yu Xinghui, feeling excited, grabbed it and walked out the door. After walking for a while, Yu Xinghui threw the Tianjiao Beast amulet into the sky, and the gemstone emerged from the black mist, enveloping the Tianjiao Beast amulet. A few minutes later, the Tianjiao Beast amulet disappeared from sight, and the black mist re-entered the gemstone. The gemstone emitted black gas again, entering Yu Xinghui's body. It was clear that Yu Xinghui had leveled up. A glint of red light flashed in Yu Xinghui's eyes, then disappeared. Yu Xinghui felt the changes within himself. Not only had his own magical power significantly increased, allowing him to be evenly matched or even slightly superior to Princess Luna, but he also seemed able to remotely command those little ponies under control, spreading black gas and granting them certain abilities. More importantly, previously, if the gemstone was taken away, he would instantly lose a large amount of magical power. Now, the gemstone could only be voluntarily removed, and would he be foolish enough to take it off himself? Moreover, this gemstone absorbed negative emotions or magical power and would automatically convert part of that into magical power stored within him. Faced with this ability, once he grew stronger. Celestia, you stubborn old thing. Sooner or later, I will make you realize that what I say is right. Humph. As for what would happen when he was away on business for a few months and 6 had grown, Yu Xinghui felt no panic. After all, once his plan was completed, let alone Celestia, he could directly rule both Ponyville and the Crystal Empire together. By the time that situation arose, what could 6 use to fight him? Surely, a single phrase about friendship being magic wouldn't be enough to take him down? Impossible, absolutely impossible. By then, he would almost be a complete being. Subsequently, Yu Xinghui fell into fantasies about ruling Ponyville and the Crystal Empire. I declare the national title to be Star. He didn't know how long he had been daydreaming when he suddenly woke up. A little pony, who had appeared from nowhere, looked at Yu Xinghui with a gaze full of concern for a fool. Oh no, I can't let other ponies spread this. Otherwise, my reputation will be ruined. Yu Xinghui activated his horn, shooting a black line at the road pony. The road pony's eyes glazed over, and black gas slowly emanated from his body. Cough. Go spread the black gas in those villages and towns. Yu Xinghui ordered. The road pony turned and walked into the distance. He then connected with Trixie. Trixie, go get the money I left in the woods, buy a cart and props, and under the pretense of doing magic, spread the black gas once the little ponies gather. After taking care of everything, Yu Xinghui set off on the road back to Ponyville. Suilong, do you think the prophecy in the book about an evil little pony will soon rule all of Ponyland is true? Twilight Sparkle asked curiously as she read 108 prophecies. Suilong lazily replied, how could it be true? That's just a prophecy. After saying this, Suilong fell asleep. Is it really just a legend? Twilight Sparkle looked up at the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking the moon. Chapter 9, Disorder. Finally back in Ponyville. Yu Xinghui returned with a dirty and disheveled appearance. It seemed ridiculous that he had gotten lost for several days. Even he hadn't expected that. I wish I had hot water to take a bath now, Yu Xinghui said, feeling exhausted. As if in response to his wish, a basin of cold water splashed onto Yu Xinghui. He shook off the cold water and shouted angrily, which old fool has no sense of morality. Then a bucket of hot water was poured down, startling Yu Xinghui into a teleportation to avoid being boiled alive. Who dares to mock me? Yu Xinghui thought, activating his magic to look around. But a big bag hit Yu Xinghui's face, and he couldn't see anyone. Who dares to play tricks on you? Yu Xinghui angrily asked, greeting the other party several times. Oh, don't be so irritable, little pony who wants to rule a country. A creature made of mismatched parts appeared before Yu Xinghui. Wow. Yu Xinghui shot a laser, which transformed into an ice cream sundae mid-flight. In astonishment, Yu Xinghui watched as Disorder devoured it in a few bites and licked his lips. Tastes pretty good, want one? Disorder flew in front of Yu Xinghui and asked. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Xinghui composed himself and asked, Disorder, what do you want from me? If you have something to say, just say it. You seem to be a special little pony. What do you mean? Nothing much. I hope you can live up to my expectations. Twilight Sparkle was chasing from afar, and Disorder vanished without turning his head. As Twilight Sparkle ran, she sensed something was off. Looking down, she saw the original road had turned into a soapy path, and she slipped and flew out. How does it feel now? Ponyville has become the capital of chaos. Disorder asked, holding Twilight Sparkle with both hands. Twilight Sparkle surveyed the chaotic surroundings and said helplessly, not great. Too dark. No worries. You'll see the sunlight in a few minutes. Disorder released Twilight Sparkle and vanished with a ballet leap. Twilight Sparkle ran to Yu Xinghui, looking left and right. Great. Yu Xinghui, you actually came back. Wait. Did Disorder use any strange spells on you? No. But Disorder just played a trick on me, Yu Xinghui said as he watched Twilight Sparkle spin around him. That's awesome. Yu Xinghui, please come help me. I'm about to be overwhelmed. Twilight Sparkle said excitedly. Realizing this, Yu Xinghui immediately spoke. I'm really sorry, Twilight Sparkle. I got lost for a few days, and now I'm tired and thirsty. I can't help much for now. Let me replenish my strength before I come to help you. Yu Xinghui took a few cheerful steps when a flash of white light passed over him. By the time Yu Xinghui reacted, all the dirt and fatigue had vanished. Now I'm ready, Yu Xinghui said, and Twilight Sparkle pulled him along to leave. Yu Xinghui turned back to look at Disorder, who was behind him, with a thankful expression. Disorder held up a sign that said no need to thank me. As they entered the treehouse, Six quickly found herself caught up in Disorder's spell. Stop it. Yu Xinghui angrily used magic to separate the 5 ponies. Twilight Sparkle successfully obtained the element of harmony and forced the other ponies to wear it. Seeing that Rainbow Dash was missing, she put it on Suilong and went to challenge Disorder. However, given the current situation, facing Disorder led to a disastrous defeat. Even Twilight Sparkle herself turned gray, walking down the road devoid of fighting spirit. It seemed like Six had lost just like that. But Yu Xinghui disagreed. Disorder. That old fool actually dared to mock him. He decided to help Twilight Sparkle one last time. Yu Xinghui found Twilight Sparkle on the uneven road. Twilight Sparkle, feeling dejected, said to Yu Xinghui, don't bother with me anymore. I've decided to leave Ponyville. Yu Xinghui magically pulled Twilight Sparkle in front of him. Listen, Twilight Sparkle. I once knew a princess who was very much like you. She was also pushed to the brink many times, yet she managed to turn the situation around each time. Do you know why? Why? A hint of curiosity appeared on Twilight Sparkle's face. Because she had a group of friends who stood by her unwaveringly during her most difficult times. And say the most famous line, friendship is magic. Do you know? Twilight Sparkle? Friendship is your greatest support. When you find yourself in a desperate situation, you should think of your friends. Twilight Sparkle. Now you and your friends are caught in chaos spells, and you need to reunite them again. The chaos is dividing you because it knows how powerful friendship is. Radiant Rain feared that her silver ear soup wouldn't be enough, so she teleported with Twilight Sparkle into the treehouse. Sui Long was burping continuously because of the letters sent by the Cosmic Princess, spitting out one letter after another. Twilight Sparkle picked up one of them and started to read, finishing one after another. Combined with Radiant Rain's words, it seemed even more something than the original plot. Twilight Sparkle shared a bunch of insights with Radiant Rain, and Sui Long. Radiant Rain felt secretly proud that her silver ear soup was so useful, rivaling the secretary. But what Radiant Rain didn't understand was that her silver ear soup had become the key to defeating her in the future. Let's go? Radiant Rain, Twilight Sparkle said. Okay, let's settle the score with Chaos. After that, the other 6 were saved one by one. Finally, Chaos was blasted by the rainbow cannon, shouting as it turned into a statue. 5-star student Radiant Rain commented, "The moment I saw Chaos turn into a statue, it was just one word. Awesome." In the palace, the 6 stepped forward amidst cheers. The Cosmic Princess celebrated on stage, saying, "Today, we gather here to commemorate the heroic acts of these 6 heroic friends." Let me interrupt, Princess. To be precise, there were 7. Without Radiant Rain waking me up at that time, we probably wouldn't have defeated Chaos, Twilight Sparkle said. Hearing this, the Cosmic Princess smiled happily and changed her speech, thinking to herself that it seemed Radiant Rain should have reformed. Just a little more to go. At this moment, Radiant Rain, who was absorbing negative emotions, sneezed. Why am I sneezing? It must be that old Celestia. Yes, it must be her. Chapter 10, Nightmare Night. From now on, wear this outfit to ascend to the throne. Radiant Rain, dressed in a black dragon robe, stared at herself in the mirror, falling into a fantasy again. The old Celestia was overthrown by her brave, uprising army. Radiant Rain, amidst the cheers of many subjects, refused to be emperor. Just then, several horses rushed in from the sides, grabbing Radiant Rain and putting the dragon robe on her. Oh no, you guys are really making me suffer. In the end, Radiant Rain became the official ruler of Pony Maria, making great contributions to this country, sweeping through surrounding nations, unifying the continent, and making ponies the most superior race in the world. Even thousands of years after her death, ponies were still singing her glorious deeds. Radiant Rain? Radiant Rain? A voice broke the fantasy time of Radiant Rain. Stop dreaming about your rule. Quick, give me candy. Pinkie Pie pecked the ground a few times. What are you doing in my house? Radiant Rain threw a few candies into Pinkie Pie's candy bag. It's a secret. After saying this mysteriously, Pinkie Pie bounced out the door. Radiant Rain put on her backpack, packed some candies, and left her house. After wandering around nearby for a few circles, Radiant Rain, you're here too. Hearing that familiar voice, Radiant Rain turned to look at Twilight Sparkle, who was wearing. Radiant Rain blinked for a long time, uncertainly asking, Twilight Sparkle, are you dressed as Whitebeard Star Swirl? Oh my gosh, Radiant Rain, you are actually the first pony to recognize me. Twilight Sparkle exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Twilight Sparkle, it couldn't be said to be very similar, just a little bit, but not much. No wonder no pony recognized her. It's unknown how many ponies failed to recognize Twilight Sparkle's outfit, and she excitedly showed an exaggerated expression. Radiant Rain, what are you dressed as? Let me guess. An unknown ancient emperor? A suppressed evil wizard? Or, just as Twilight Sparkle was about to continue, Radiant Rain quickly interrupted her. Just the clothes worn by ancient emperors. Oh, I see. Then I got it right. Yay, yay, yay. Twilight Sparkle bounced in place. The surrounding ponies looked at Twilight Sparkle with strange eyes, and she felt the change in their gazes. Showing an awkward smile, she grabbed Radiant Rain and Sui Long and ran away. On a stage, Ponyville's mayor invited Cola to tell the legend of Nightmare Moon. Cola led the ponies to a clearing in the forest, where a terrifying statue of Nightmare Moon stood. Every year we wear these costumes just to avoid her pursuit. Because Nightmare Moon has only one goal, which is to swallow ponies whole. Hungry, she flies in the sky, and if she can't see any ponies, she will fly away. If she comes and can't see any ponies, Pony Maria will be safe for a year. After Cola finished speaking, Pip stepped forward and asked curiously, Miss Cola, I have a question. If we wear costumes to evade Nightmare Moon's pursuit, why do we still have to give her candy? Cola laughed and said, haha, good question. Little one, because you can't offend Nightmare Moon. If you give her something delicious to fill her stomach, she won't come back and eat you. After finishing, many ponies were scared and poured their candies in front of the Nightmare Moon statue. At that moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, and in the night sky, a carriage flew over the ponies in the moonlight. Nightmare Moon is coming. Run. Many ponies ran after Pinkie Pie. The herd of ponies ran into the town. While other ponies were confused, what happened? In the sky, the carriage followed the herd of ponies and hovered above them. In the terrified eyes of the ponies, the Moon Princess flew down from the sky, wearing a cloak. She landed, threw off her cloak, and looked around. The ponies who were seen panicked and knelt down. The Moon Princess spread her wings and walked up to a pony, who screamed in terror and covered her head. The other ponies became even more afraid. At this moment, the kneeling Radiant Rain quietly covered her ears with her hooves. Radiant Rain, what are you doing? Twilight Sparkle asked. Twilight Sparkle, listen to my advice. Quickly cover your ears. Radiant Rain replied. Before Twilight Sparkle could understand, the Moon Princess had already opened her mouth with her standard royal voice. Citizens of Ponyville, I have personally come to visit you so that you can witness the true Night Princess. I am no longer the evil Nightmare Moon. I have reformed and look forward to your love and admiration. Due to the Moon Princess's royal voice, it felt like a villain's declaration of justice, scaring many ponies to sneak away during her speech. When the Moon Princess finished and came back to her senses, only a few ponies remained, having been so frightened that they couldn't move. What happened to you? The Moon Princess pointed her hoof at one pony after another. Even the mayor of Ponyville asked. But the ponies who had been scared out of their wits didn't dare to reply. Seeing this, the Moon Princess angrily left. Radiant Rain, Sui Long. I need to go talk to her, Twilight Sparkle said, just as Sui Long grabbed the hem of her dress. Twilight Sparkle, don't go. She's Nightmare Moon. Radiant Rain quickly echoed. Yes, yes, yes. The Moon Princess is angry now. It's better to let her calm down. Twilight Sparkle looked at them and said, the Moon Princess has already been purified by harmony, but it seems she has been away for 1,000 years, and now that she's back, it's still a bit hard for her to adjust. Twilight Sparkle dragged the willing Radiant Rain along. Radiant Rain, didn't you say you weren't afraid of the Moon Princess? Twilight Sparkle turned to ask. Huìhuì has a lot of unspoken troubles. He is not afraid of Princess Luna. If it comes to a fight, with his current strength, it would be a 60 to 40 chance. But he worries that Princess Luna might notice something is off, and if he gets discovered, he might have to rush to the human world to see his senior sister overnight. Seeing Huìhuì not responding, Twilight Sparkle also didn't say anything else. They dragged Huìhuì to the statue of Nightmare Moon. Princess Luna was sulking at the bottom, poking at candies. Twilight Sparkle encouraged herself and stepped forward, saying, hello. Princess Luna, my name is. Before she could finish, Princess Luna interjected, white-bearded Star Swirl, this outfit is very good. Even the beard is identical. Thank you. Finally someone understands my outfit. Twilight Sparkle said, a bit surprised. Princess Luna calmly watched Twilight Sparkle speak, and Twilight Sparkle realized her purpose for coming. I want to welcome you to our festival, my name is. Princess Luna flew up and shouted with her standard royal voice, your name is Twilight Sparkle. You are the one who unleashed the power of harmony upon me, taking away my dark power. A powerful gust of wind pushed Twilight Sparkle back several steps. Huìhuì lowered his head, secretly thinking, you can't see me, you can't see me. I recognize you, little pony. You seem to be my sisters. Before Princess Luna could finish, Huìhuì lunged forward. Don't say it. Princess Luna cast a spell, lifting Huìhuì into the air. Huìhuì looked at Princess Luna with pleading eyes. This left Princess Luna dumbfounded, and after realizing it, she stopped talking. After gently putting Huìhuì down, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, he didn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, Twilight Sparkle would have wanted to learn about him, and luckily Princess Luna didn't notice the surprise. Twilight Sparkle watched Huìhuì think about something. Princess Luna, actually, that kind of voice of yours seems to be shouting at us, Twilight Sparkle said to Princess Luna. Princess Luna raised her hoof and replied, but this is the traditional Canterlot royal tone, whether speaking elegantly or loudly to my subjects. It is our royal tradition. Twilight Sparkle, shocked and confused, adjusted her crooked magic hat and white beard back into place. This might explain why your appearance would lead to such results. Huìhuì slowly stepped forward and said, actually, Princess Luna, your tone does have something different now, but perhaps if you change it a bit, the ponies would find it easier to accept you. To change Princess Luna's demeanor, Twilight Sparkle brought the hapless Huìhuì to Rarity's house. Rarity opened the door and said, oh, it's Twilight Sparkle and Huìhuì and Nightmare Moon. Just as Rarity was about to close the door in a panic, Huìhuì used magic to stop her and pulled Rarity in front of Princess Luna. Nice to meet you. I heard your voice is the softest and gentlest. So now I want you to teach me, Princess Luna said in her royal voice. Princess Luna then said a few sentences, asking, how is that? Rarity nodded like a chick pecking at rice and ran towards the front door. Then Huìhuì kindly closed the door, causing Rarity to bump into it and fall to the ground. In the end, it was still Twilight Sparkle teaching little by little, and only then did Princess Luna's tone improve. Princess Luna excitedly hugged Rarity, expressing her gratitude. At that moment, Pinkie Pie and the other ponies walked over and, seeing this scene, mistakenly thought Princess Luna was going to eat Rarity, causing them to scatter in fear. Looks like we need to use another method, Twilight Sparkle said. Actually, I have a better idea, Huìhuì replied. What? Twilight Sparkle and Princess Luna turned their heads in unison to ask. Perhaps we've been wrong all along. Why is Nightmare Night called that? It's already a tradition. Huìhuì began to mutter to himself. The two ponies began to feel puzzled. On the street, the sky suddenly lit up with lightning. Nightmare Moon descended from the sky. Dear little ponies, I am very satisfied with your offerings. So I have decided not to eat you from now on. Nightmare Moon made a face. The surrounding ponies panicked. Ha ha ha, you fell for my scare, didn't you? Princess Luna transformed back to her original form, took a bite of an apple, and laughed. The scattered ponies paused for a moment, then also laughed. Pip ran to Princess Luna and asked, Princess Luna, this is the best nightmare night I've ever had. Although it's scary, it's fun. Can you do this in the future? Nightmare Moon appeared before Pip and said, Of course, my dear little pony. Pip was startled, then laughed again. Nightmare Moon is eating ponies. Pinky shouted. The next one to be eaten is you, my dear little pony. Nightmare Moon appeared behind Pinky. Pinky lay on the ground, twitching a few times, then laughed again. This is the best way to scare I've ever seen. It ended with the laughter of the ponies. Huìhuì, I'm really curious how you knew. Twilight Sparkle asked. It's simple. Think about it. Isn't Nightmare Night originally about scaring and having fun? With Princess involved, it must bring some joy. After all, the princess came to play together. Huìhuì took a sip of hot tea and said, In the sky, Rainbow Dash quietly approached the two ponies from above, planning to use dark clouds to scare them. A louder thunderclap rang out, startling Rainbow Dash, who flew away at high speed. Huìhuì and Twilight Sparkle looked up at the sky. Princess Luna was lying on a cloud, winking at them. Chapter 11, Birthday Gifts. This and this. After arranging the gemstones, Huìhuì placed them in a gift box and headed to Twilight Sparkle's house for a birthday celebration. Inside the treehouse, Huìhuì placed the gift box in Spike's hands. Before long, Spike began to unwrap the gift box one by one. Applejack, thank you for giving me this blanket. Huìhuì, I love you. Spike exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the 6 different colored gemstones inside the box. After the party starts, we will also go to Mrs. Cake to get you a surprise, Pinkie Pie said. The next second, Spike rushed out the door. The 7 ponies exchanged helpless glances. On the street, after receiving the sapphire cake, Spike stared at it in awe. First, my friends gave me many gifts, and now I have this delicious sapphire cake. This is amazing. Spike, distracted, bumped into Cherry. He quickly caught the sapphire cake, sighed in relief, and then saw that the items Cherry dropped were scattered all over the ground. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Cherry. Spike ate a bite of the sapphire cake and helped Cherry pick up her things. It's okay, what has you so happy today? Cherry asked. It's my birthday. My friends gave me a bunch of gifts, and I just got the sapphire cake from Mrs. Cake. Spike said as he placed the items into a bag. Cherry scratched her head and said, I wish I had something to give you. After rummaging through her bag for a while, she pulled out a hat and placed it on Spike's head. Spike happily hugged Cherry. Cherry turned back and said, Have a happy birthday, Spike. Spike walked along the road, talking to himself. Today is my birthday. First, my friends gave me gifts, then Mrs. Cake gave me gifts. And now Cherry gave me gifts. Rictor was playing with a ball, catching Spike's attention. Spike suddenly had a greedy smile. Hey, Rictor, that ball is so cool. I wish I had such a cool ball for my birthday. A little while later, Spike was walking down the road, bouncing the ball Rictor gave him. When Sui Long saw Qin Bao, he said, Today is my birthday, and wanted to reach for Qin Bao's flowers. Twilight Sparkle appeared just in time to stop him. The next day, when Twilight Sparkle woke up, she found that Sui Long had grown quite a bit and wanted to take everything he saw. She took him to see a doctor. As a result, Sui Long breathed fire on the doctor's face, and the doctor speechlessly said to Twilight Sparkle, I think you should go see a veterinarian. After failing at the veterinarian, they went to Keela. One thing I can be very sure of is that the growth in size means his greed has erupted. If this continues, he will keep collecting things and eventually grow into a monstrous beast. Keela conjured an illusion and said, What should I do? Twilight Sparkle asked worriedly. You must stop him, Keela said. By the time the two horses finished talking, the surroundings had already been cleared out by Sui Long. Keela shot Twilight Sparkle a glance. Twilight Sparkle responded with an awkward smile and hurried back to find Sui Long. After that, Sui Long ran off to grab things, and his size gradually increased. 6 gathered to try to stop him, but failed. Moreover, Sui Long's size was still increasing. Damn it! Which idiot dares to take my stuff? Huìhuì exclaimed as she went out to vent her negative emotions and returned to find a large hole in the house, with all the stolen treasures gone. Huìhuì, I need your help, Twilight Sparkle said. What happened? Huìhuì asked. Sui Long. He has become incredibly greedy. He takes everything he sees, and his size keeps growing. Twilight Sparkle hurriedly explained. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted, and everyone looked over to see that Sui Long had even grabbed Jinqi. You bad guy, put Jinqi down. Yun Bao shouted in front of Sui Long. Could you please put Jinqi down? Roro also gently said as she flew in front. Both horses were then swatted away into the river. A beam of light hit Sui Long's leg, but nothing happened. Sui Long, you rebellious little guy. Quickly return my things. Huìhuì yelled. Then Yu Xinghui was also swatted away, but unlike Yun Bao and Ro Ro, she fell directly to the ground, seeing stars. Yu Xinghui, are you okay? Twilight Sparkle ran over to help her up. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, Yu Xinghui replied, adding that if she hadn't let up, she wouldn't have ended up in this state. Look, the lightning team, Yun Bao exclaimed excitedly. The 3 members of the lightning team launched an attack on Sui Long, who, unable to catch them, climbed up the mountain. After placing the items in a hole, he picked up a tin can and aimed it at the incoming lightning team. The tin can protruded with 3 objects that looked painful. Sui Long pressed the tin can against the mountain, and the lightning team was wiped out. Sui Long displayed a confident smile. That's enough, you rascal. Jin Qi's angry voice came. Sui Long looked over but didn't see Jin Qi. Instead, he stared intently at the ruby on Jin Qi. Jin Qi said unhappily, no? You bad guy, don't think about that gem. It's a gift from my dear friend Sui Long. He is the kindest, most considerate, and most generous dragon in the world, and I won't give that gem to you. You greedy monster. Sui Long's eyes suddenly filled with tears as he fell into memories. Then he quickly transformed back into little Sui Long. What? Sui Long? So you are the greedy monster? Jin Qi exclaimed in surprise. Then a horse and a dragon let out a cry and quickly fell down. Fortunately, Yun Bao and Ro Ro caught them. At the same time, the tin can pressed against the mountain fell down. The 3 members of the lightning team, huddled together and shivering, looked around in confusion before standing at attention and quickly flying away, while Sui Long sat on the ground, feeling guilty about his greed. Jin Qi came over and gave him a kiss. Sui Long, I'm so proud of you for stopping your greed and preventing this disaster. In the end, Sui Long wrote a letter to the Cosmic Princess to report his feelings. All the horses were happy, except for a certain unlucky Huìhuì who was fixing the house. Chapter 12, The Merchant Brothers. Ah, it worked. It worked. I stopped their growth. Yu Xinghui laughed heartily. Before the competition, while training on the farm, Yu Xinghui noticed that Applejack bumped her leg against an obstacle during training. This made Yu Xinghui suspect that this was the reason she didn't get first place. So he forcibly treated Applejack. As Yu Xinghui expected, Applejack came in first and returned with a prize. Therefore, Applejack didn't realize that not getting first place was okay. What mattered was that she tried her best. Yu Xinghui, stop laughing and don't always think about your dreams of domination. You promised to help me grab some apple juice today. Beaky, who had made a pinky promise, said with wide eyes, pressing her face against Yu Xinghui's. Wait a minute. Let me get the money first. After Yu Xinghui finished getting the money, Beaky pushed open the door and ran out. Beaky, don't run so fast, Yu Xinghui called out. However, in Yu Xinghui's suspicious gaze, Beaky, carrying a tent, vanished into the night. I wanted to say I could teleport you there. But Yu Xinghui had no choice but to take the tent and also disappear into the night. The next day, Applejack raised a megaphone and shouted, the apple juice season has officially started. However, Yu Xinghui looked suspiciously at Beaky in front of her, not understanding how Beaky got there faster than teleportation. Hey, little pony in front, are you buying or not? A pony behind urged. At this point, Beaky had already left with a dozen cups of apple juice. I'll take 8 cups of apple juice, please. Yu Xinghui placed a small bag of money on the table. Fresh and delicious apple juice flowed into wooden cups. Yu Xinghui used magic to lift a cup and walk toward the roadside, conjuring tables and chairs to prepare to watch the little ponies who couldn't get apple juice suffering. As time passed, barrel after barrel of apple juice was sold out. When it was Yun Bao's turn, she looked like a dog with her tongue out, eagerly watching the spout. But all that responded to Yun Bao was a single drop of apple juice, making her so angry that she almost cried. I'm sorry, every pony. That's all the apple juice we have for today. Applejack came out and said, strange, really strange. Why are you always sold out? Yun Bao confronted Applejack. Other little ponies joined in the uproar. Yeah, you're always sold out. Right. Why is there always so little? Seeing that the situation seemed a bit off, Applejack quickly jumped on the table and shouted, wait, every pony. We have already tried our best to increase production this year. One little pony said, but you always say that. Applejack replied, every time is true. Our apple family's apple juice is made with love, honesty, and the best apples from all of Equestria. Sorry. It takes time to gather these ingredients. After that, the crowd of ponies became dissatisfied again. After the crowd dispersed, Beaky jumped beside Yun Bao, telling her that today's apple juice was as good as what she had last year. Just as Yun Bao was about to explode, a cup of apple juice floated in front of her. Want some apple juice? Yun Bao looked over, and Yu Xinghui was lying in a lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and looking at her. Oh yeah, Yu Xinghui, you're so reliable. Yun Bao gulped down the apple juice in a few sips, even tossing back the last few drops with a satisfied expression as she lay on the ground. Yu Xinghui looked at Beaky, Ro Ro, Twilight Sparkle, Jin Qi, and Sui Long and asked, want some apple juice? After a while, everyone had some apple juice. Ha darling, I didn't expect you to be a savior, Jin Qi said as she wiped her mouth with a tissue. Suddenly, the ground shook, and many little ponies looked over as a freight train slowly approached. The tables and chairs in Rainy Star's space disappeared, and he himself returned to his original form. Then, under the brainstorming thoughts of Rainy Star, the Flim Flam brothers started singing. And the nearby ponies joined in as well. Rainy Star suddenly felt isolated from the world, as he was the only one not singing. While the brothers sang and demonstrated their machine, Granny Smith stepped forward and sang, "Young men, you might be exaggerating a bit, don't you think? Your product can't compare to ours. Because the most important ingredient cannot be easily added or completed. That is quality, the quality and care of Sweet Apple Acres." The brothers, unconvinced, followed up with their own rap, and the surrounding ponies once again joined in. Watching the ponies rap, Rainy Star couldn't help but think maybe he should also adapt to the local customs someday. After that, the brothers proposed a partnership, offering 3/4 of the profit to themselves and providing the magic-powered machine for free, with Sweet Apple Acres responsible for selling apples. Sweet Apple Acres declined, and the brothers left with harsh words, saying, "Since we can't cooperate, let's be competitors." The next day, as usual, the apple juice was sold out successfully, and the ponies protested in dissatisfaction. At that moment, the brothers arrived with their machine, and an argument broke out with Applejack, ultimately leading to a challenge to see who could make the most apple juice the following day. After speaking, they sped away. On the third day, both sides began the competition, and it was clear that the Apple family was significantly behind. Twilight Sparkle asked the mayor if she could help, and the mayor inquired of the brothers if they could assist. "Of course, but don't even think it will help." Ha. Suddenly, Rainy Star teleported into the competition area. "Add me to the mix. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You won't understand unless I show you a little bit of color. Rarity, you go help Applejack kick the apple trees. Pinky, you help catch the apples. Apple Bloom, you go to the quality inspection station to help Granny Smith pick apples. Rainbow Dash, you assist Macintosh in juicing. Rainy Star, you use your magic to assist them," Twilight Sparkle assigned. Rarity kicked an apple tree. Pinky caught the falling apples with a bucket. Then Apple Bloom began sorting the apples, and Rainbow Dash and Macintosh ran together, with Applejack cheering them on. Twilight Sparkle adjusted the barrels and calculated that they produced 8 barrels while the brothers produced 3. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is mine. As for Rainy Star, he was like a whole production line, seamlessly going from picking fruit to juicing. Behind him were already over 10 barrels of juice. Seeing this, the Flim Flam brothers increased the power of their machine, not caring about rotten apples or any branches and leaves inside. "Good job, brother. This speeds things up a lot," Flim said. Noticing this situation, Twilight Sparkle and her group worked even harder. "This is really pathetic, brother." Flam pointed and mocked Rainy Star's production line. Hearing this, Rainy Star's face darkened instantly, and his efficiency increased from producing 1 barrel at a time to 5, visibly speeding up. "Brother, we need to increase our efficiency too," Flim said. The machine's efficiency rose, but soon it began to smoke. With a loud bang, it exploded. The outcome of the competition was clear. The Flim Flam brothers left in disgrace. After their victory, Sweet Apple Acres began giving out free juice, and the ponies who hadn't tea had any got to drink. Those who drank the juice processed by the brothers showed a variety of rich expressions. On the road, the Flim Flam brothers were resting under a tree when a black mist enveloped Flam. He instantly became weak and, in despair, said to Flim, "Brother, save me." Just after Flam spoke, he turned to Ash. "Who? Show yourself. What have you done to my brother?" Flim said, his eyes red as he scanned the surroundings. The only response was a black mist, and Flim, unable to dodge, was consumed by feelings of unwillingness and fear. Chapter 13, Rainy Star's Nightmare. At home, Rainy Star anxiously looked at the gem. For some reason, these days he felt like something was missing from the gem. A gust of cold wind blew open the window, and Rainy Star looked outside, trying to alleviate his uneasy feelings. The night was silent, with only a few dim lights fighting against the darkness. The moon was already covered by black mist. As Rainy Star looked around, he felt something watching him. After scanning the area, he noticed a shadow in a cloak standing under a street lamp. The shadow raised its crimson eyes to look at Rainy Star, and those eyes gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The shadow and Rainy Star locked eyes for about 2.5 seconds before turning to leave. "Hey, stop right there." Rainy Star had a premonition that he must chase after this shadow. He tried to teleport down using his horn, but only emitted a few flashes of blue light. "Damn it, I can't use it." Rainy Star rushed down the stairs, opened the door, and ran after the shadow. The shadow turned back and let out a terrifying laugh. Although it was short, it made Rainy Star's skin crawl. Under the dim light of the street, the 2 ponies began to sprint. Rainy Star was astonished to find that no matter how fast he ran, he was always a distance behind the shadow, which was running at a normal speed. Gradually, Rainy Star began to tire, his running slowing down until he could no longer move and stood there panting. The shadow finally stopped, turned around, and once again issued that horrifying laugh, its eyes full of provocation, as if questioning why Rainy Star had stopped chasing. In the next second, the laughter ceased, and the shadow tilted its head, looking at Rainy Star. Then it spread its wings and flew up, its mouth splitting open to reveal rows of fangs. Rainy Star noticed that what should have been normal hooves were actually a mass of creatures forming a foot. The sight instantly triggered a fear of crowds in Rainy Star, who had previously not had such a phobia. The shadow flew swiftly toward Rainy Star, fangs bared. Rainy Star instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a dark forest. The surroundings were eerily silent, and the trees appeared terrifying. "Hello? Is there any pony here?" Rainy Star called out, his voice echoing in the forest. Seeing no response, he fearfully looked down and walked along the path covered in dry leaves. Among the dead leaves, the faces of the Flim Flam brothers appeared, but they looked extremely twisted. "Rainy Star, why did you kill us?" The Flim Flam brothers shouted. "I didn't." Rainy Star stepped back in terror, not remembering having harmed the brothers. Suddenly, he bumped into something cold and steely as he stepped back, trembling all over. Rainy Star turned to look. The Cosmic Princess, with her decaying body now sprouting disgusting white worms, leaned down and said in a raspy voice, "Rainy Star, my good student, why have you betrayed me? I will throw you into prison. Let you stay there forever." After speaking, her horn emitted a black light. Rainy Star dashed into the woods. A beam of black light struck Rainy Star. He felt himself falling rapidly, finally landing on a cold stone. "Rainy Star?" A familiar voice called. Rainy Star looked up to see Twilight Sparkle walking toward him. Before Rainy Star could say anything, a black light pierced through Twilight Sparkle's body. She fell in front of him, and before disappearing, she said, "Rainy Star, I hate you." The next second, a dark shadow appeared again in front of Yuxing Huìhuì, letting out a terrifying laugh. "Enough. Who are you? What do you want?" After going through a series of events, Yuxing Huìhuì was already on the brink of collapse. "Me?" At the moment the shadow removed its cloak, Yuxing Huìhuì froze in place. The shadow turned out to be herself, but this Yuxing Huìhuì was clearly a celestial beast, with an invisible black aura surrounding her, increasing the sense of oppression. She wore all black clothing and had a crown on her head. "Aren't I just you? Come on. Let's fuse together and overthrow Celestia's rule." Yuxing Huìhuì embraced her other self, and Yuxing Huìhuì looked on in panic and helplessness as they fused together. Phew, phew, phew. Luckily it was just a nightmare. Yuxing Huìhuì's sweat soaked the sheets. Chapter 14, The Mystery of the Dragon. Ugh, Twilight Sparkle, what's so great about the Great Dragon Migration? Yuxing Huìhuì had a night full of nightmares and now faced Twilight Sparkle with dark circles under her eyes. "You don't understand. The Great Dragon Migration is a rare spectacle. Look, they're coming." Twilight Sparkle raised her binoculars to the sky. Yuxing Huìhuì immediately lowered her head and fell asleep. Yuxing Huìhuì, do you know what you missed?" Yuxing Huìhuì opened her eyes, silently watching Twilight Sparkle talk to herself. By the time Twilight Sparkle finished, Yuxing Huìhuì could finally go back to sleep. The next day, Yuxing Huìhuì, hurry and open the door. A series of knocks and shouts successfully woke Yuxing Huìhuì. As soon as she opened the door, Rainbow Dash flew in, rolling on the ground with Yuxing Huìhuì several times. Stop, stop. What happened?" Yuxing Huìhuì pushed Rainbow Dash away and asked. "Yuxing Huìhuì, Suilong wants to follow the dragon herd by himself. Come and help." Rainbow Dash said anxiously. "Wait, dragon herd? I almost forgot about those guys." Yuxing Huìhuì immediately showed a determined expression. "Don't worry, Suilong is my friend." When Suilong found the dragon herd and slid down, Yuxing Huìhuì happened to arrive with 3 horses dressed as dragons. "Yuxing Huìhuì, are you sure your invisibility spell won't be discovered?" Twilight Sparkle asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, if these flying lizards can spot me, then I'm damned," Yuxing Huìhuì replied confidently. At this moment, the dragons were wrestling. Suilong walked over with his luggage and said hello. "Hello, my name is Suilong. Are you sure your name is Suilong? Not Shrimp?" A mushroom-haired dragon came over, laughing along with the surrounding dragons. Suilong said in a panic, "No, my name is Suilong. I'm very sure about that." A fat dragon came over and poked Suilong's belly, saying, "To me, you're just a little runt." The surrounding dragons laughed again. "All right, everyone, be serious. Don't bully him, he can fly away, provided he has wings." The red dragon grabbed Suilong's foot, lifted him, and then threw him on the ground, laughing. The fat dragon said, "When you migrate, you must be lying on your mom's back." The mushroom-haired dragon said, No, can't you see he just hatched? I bet he was still sucking his claws last night." "That's not true. I haven't sucked my claws in a long time," Suilong said. The red dragon lowered its head and asked, "If you're not just born, why haven't we seen you before?" "You know I live in Ponyville," Suilong replied. "Me? Ponyville? Now I understand. I thought you looked a bit like a pony. If I didn't know better, I'd think you have weak little pony blood." Not far away, Yuxing Huìhuì's face darkened. "Weak? A bunch of ignorant jungle elites. Forget it. A noble and superior race won't bother with this." Amidst the cheers of many dragons, Suilong participated in the competition. After many dragons breathed fire, Suilong, however, spat out a letter. The red dragon picked it up and read, from Princess Cosmic, Dear Suilong, please tell Hey, did you know? Our Suilong is actually a pretentious little pony princess's pen pal. Ha ha ha. After saying this, he crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it into the magma. Curse the old thing, curse the old thing. The surrounding ponies yelled at him. So, I can't take it anymore. You little cutie. Yu Xinghui angrily revealed her true form and shouted. Yu Xinghui, Suilong exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Yu Xinghui reveal her true form, the three ponies also tossed aside their dragon outfits. Twilight Sparkle, Rarity, Rainbow Dash. Seeing her friends appear, Suilong felt a wave of joy. It looks like you know these little pony friends. Then let me show you and your little pony friends a thing or two. The red dragon and several other dragons stepped forward. None of you touch a hair on Suilong. Rainbow Dash shouted from the air. That's right. Twilight Sparkle agreed, waving her hooves. Rarity brushed her hair and said, Actually, I'm not good at fighting. I prefer fashion, but if you dare touch a hair on Suilong, I'll rip your scales off your head and tear you to pieces. Ha ha, so scary. Suilong, these pretentious guys are actually your friends. The red dragon laughed. Yes, they are my friends. Compared to you, they are better friends. Enough. If you don't back down, you'll see what we ponies do when faced with a group of ignorant dragons. Suilong stepped forward. Oh really? The many dragons surrounded them. A flash of light, and Yu Xinghui slipped away with her companions. On a patch of grass, Twilight Sparkle, Rarity, Rainbow Dash, and Suilong appeared. Strange. Where did Yu Xinghui go? Rainbow Dash looked around and asked. Damn it. They got away. A black dragon said. Who got away? Yu Xinghui's voice came. The dragons looked over. And Yu Xinghui stood on a rock. Hee, you're the only one left. The black dragon, along with some dragons, stepped forward. Yu Xinghui extended a hoof and said, Wait. Let me say something. What do you want to say? I'll beat you black and blue in a bit. The black dragon said. Yu Xinghui held back her anger and spoke. Dragons, I was planning to launch a great plan, and I have my eyes on your abilities. As long as you lend a hand, there will definitely be benefits for you in the future. Ha ha ha, just you? The black dragon grabbed Yu Xinghui and breathed fire at her. Just as he was laughing, a hand-shaped black mist appeared, grabbing the black dragon's head and pressing it to the ground. A cold voice came. Had enough laughter? Then the black dragon's head was gently twisted, and it became lifeless. The black dragon's corpse turned into a mass of black mist and was sucked into a gem. Dare to kill our kin. Many dragons rushed forward. I was originally planning to have a talk with you proud dragons, but it seems unnecessary now. Yu Xinghui's gem released a large amount of black mist, rushing towards the dragon herd. What is this thing? Can't get rid of it. I feel like I'm losing consciousness. Many dragons turned into part of the black mist. Entering the gem, a giant dragon appeared behind Yu Xinghui, attempting a sneak attack. Yu Xinghui turned around, and a brutal laser shot out from her horn. The giant dragon was immediately split in two, also turning into black mist and entering the gem. In just a moment, the once lively Dragon Valley became lifeless. Yu Xinghui smiled and walked in front of the red dragon, saying, Child, do you know your mistake? The red dragon watched as another batch of dragons attempted to sneak attack Yu Xinghui, but were quickly taken down by her. Already scared silly, it said in terror. The pony race is the best race in the world. I was blind not to recognize the true mountain. Spare me. Well said, child. Be careful next time. A mass of black mist surged out of the gem. Yu Xinghui, where did you go? Twilight Sparkle looked at Yu Xinghui's dirty appearance and asked. It was my first time using long-range teleportation, and I brought so many people, I accidentally made a mistake. It took me a long time to teleport back. I'm really sorry. Yu Xinghui replied. Chapter 15, The Royal Wedding. On a grassy field, 7 horses were having a picnic when Suilong rushed over, panting. Twilight Sparkle, Twilight Sparkle. Wait for me. After catching his breath, Suilong spat out a letter from his mouth. Twilight Sparkle used magic to open the letter and read, Dear Twilight Sparkle, you must be looking forward to the upcoming wedding in Canterlot, just like I am. I will personally officiate the ceremony. However, I sincerely hope that you and your friends can help me organize the event. But I'm a bit confused. Who is getting married? Twilight Sparkle asked. Suilong realized and pulled out another letter from behind him. I'm really sorry. I should have shown you this letter first. Princess Miyamore Cadenza sincerely invites you to the wedding of my brother. Twilight Sparkle stood there, stunned. The other 6 horses gathered around. Your brother is getting married. Congratulations, Twilight Sparkle. This is fantastic news. Applejack was the first to offer her congratulations. Twilight Sparkle turned away, dissatisfied, saying, Yeah, what fantastic news. I only found out from the wedding invitation. Not from my brother telling me in person. How thoughtful, Shining Armor. I mean, really, couldn't you tell me in person? Twilight Sparkle then mimicked Shining Armor's tone. Twilight Sparkle, I was going to tell you about a decision that would change my life. But never mind. You'll know when you get the invitation. Seeing Twilight Sparkle like this, the 6 horses and 1 dragon exchanged helpless glances. Then the 6 horses quickly started to sing, leaving rain shine in the wind, wondering if he should join in. The 7 horses and 1 dragon boarded the train. With 5 horses chatting and laughing, 1 horse by the window lost in thought, while Twilight Sparkle remained silent. The train passed through the protective barrier. Wow, why are there so many guards? Rainbow Dash asked, looking out at the many guards. I think these are necessary precautions. Weddings might attract some strange things, Rarity replied. I think you should go congratulate your brother, Applejack said. Yeah, I need to give him a piece of my mind. Twilight Sparkle angrily pushed through the guards. The 2 guards, hearing what Twilight Sparkle just said, widened their eyes in surprise and looked at each other. In a baking room, Rain Shine swallowed a small piece of apple cake and licked his lips, still wanting more. At that moment, Twilight Sparkle walked in looking upset and sat on the floor. What's wrong, Twilight Sparkle? Still mad at your brother? Rain Shine asked knowingly. Just as Twilight Sparkle was about to say something, Princess Cadance walked in. Hello, Princess. Applejack took off her hat in respect. Please, just call me Princess Mi Amore Cadenza, Cadance replied. Twilight Sparkle rolled her eyes at the side. After Applejack changed her address and greeted her, she gave Princess Cadance a small bag of snacks and went off to do her own thing. Cadance casually tossed the snacks into the trash can as she walked by, shocking Twilight Sparkle. Did you see that, Rain Shine? Twilight Sparkle turned to ask. I saw it. I'm not blind, Rain Shine replied. After that, Twilight Sparkle and Rain Shine secretly followed Princess Cadance. That night, I know what you all are thinking. Princess Cadance is the worst bride-to-be in the world, Twilight Sparkle said sarcastically. Then, Twilight Sparkle started arguing with her friends and finally slammed the table and left angrily. When she arrived at Shining Armor's house, she saw Princess Cadance casting a spell on Shining Armor. Twilight Sparkle hurried back to tell the other ponies. But they didn't care about her words or feelings at all. One by one, they left. It seems no one believes me, Twilight Sparkle said dejectedly as she walked out the door. Wait, Twilight Sparkle, was what you said true? Rain Shine asked at the door. Do you believe me? Twilight Sparkle turned back and said, after saying this to Rain Shine, who already knew everything, Rain Shine pretended to ponder. From your description, Princess Cadance seems suspicious. Twilight Sparkle, can you arrange a meeting with her for me? I need to have a chat with her. With that, he teleported away. In the room. What do you want from me? Princess Cadance asked. Rain Shine looked around before slowly walking over. Aren't you going to talk with me, Queen Chrysalis? What Queen Chrysalis? Princess Cadance replied. Aren't you going to cooperate with me? Perhaps I can help you break the protective barrier or deal with Princess Celestia, Rain Shine said, narrowing his eyes at Queen Chrysalis. After thinking for a moment, Queen Chrysalis said, Go ahead. How do you want to cooperate? It's simple. Just buy me some time while I gather a few things outside, Rain Shine replied. Rain Shine, how's it going? Twilight Sparkle ran over to ask. Rain Shine, with a nonchalant expression, said, No problem at all. Maybe you just haven't interacted with Princess Cadance for too long and are feeling a bit out of touch. You should communicate more in the future. Seeing that even Rain Shine didn't believe her, Twilight Sparkle left in tears. Twilight Sparkle burst into the palace and argued with the other ponies, while Queen Chrysalis, acting very well, cried and fled. Seeing this scene, Shining Armor scolded Twilight Sparkle before chasing after Queen Chrysalis, while the other ponies coldly left Twilight Sparkle's side. Even Princess Celestia made Twilight Sparkle reflect. With tears of grievance streaming down her face, Twilight Sparkle stood there, at a loss for what to do when Queen Chrysalis appeared behind her and sent her to the dungeon. Chapter 16, Marching to Canterlot. When Twilight Sparkle encountered the real Princess Cadance in the dungeon, Rain Shine had already arrived at an unknown place. At this distance, nothing should disturb me from casting my spell, right? Rain Shine checked several times. After confirming there was nothing around, Rain Shine began to channel all of his magic into the gem. After the gem absorbed the magic, it burst into a bright light, and as the light gradually faded, countless black mists surged from the gem, flying away into the distance. Rain Shine, feeling extremely weak at this moment, still showed a wicked smile. Here you go, my little treasures. Help me gather more energy. In an unknown small town, look, what is that? The ponies in the town stopped their work and looked at the approaching black mist. It wasn't until the black mist descended quickly that the ponies panicked and fled. A mass of black mist entered one pony's body, and after twitching on the ground a few times, the pony stood up with a vacant stare, emitting black mist. Are you okay? A fleeing pony asked kindly as they passed by. The enslaved pony pounced on the kind pony, and the black mist on its body infected the kind pony, who was soon enslaved as well. This situation was unfolding in many places across Ponyville. The originally weak Rain Shine was quickly recovering. The Cosmic Princess, officiating the wedding, sensed an evil aura seemingly emanating from afar, but still said, Princess Cadance and Shining Armor, I am very honored to announce here. Just then, Twilight Sparkle burst in. Many ponies began to make noise, and the 6 other members looked as if they were doomed. Why does she always have to monopolize her brother? Queen Chrysalis stomped her hoof angrily. Just after saying that, the Cosmic Princess realized something was wrong and looked at Queen Chrysalis. Realizing she had misspoken, Queen Chrysalis quickly improvised. Why is she so bent on ruining my good days? Woe is me. You are mistaken. This is not your good day at all. It's mine. The real Princess Cadance said as she appeared. The ponies on site were taken aback, seeing that she could no longer maintain her act. Queen Chrysalis tore off her disguise right there. Congratulations, you got it right, my princess. As the queen of the shapeshifter tribe, my duty is to find food for my subjects. Pony Maria is more loving than anywhere I've been. My subjects can feast here. No, you can't. The cosmic princess stepped forward and said. Then, a horse and a bug began to confront Bo. And the cosmic princess was clearly knocked down to the ground by the bug cocoon queen. At that moment, Rain Star Glory had already teleported his army over. An army that was initially formed by Trixie spreading dark energy. Among the thousands of ponies, they were equipped with secretly made flintlock guns and hundreds of cannons. Holding the flag of the Star Dynasty. The flag of the Star Dynasty was entirely black, with red as a secondary color. Featuring 2 dragons on either side and a silver star in the center. Rain Star Glory took the sword given to him by Trixie, knowing that these were mindless puppets. But still couldn't help but raise the sword and shout. Soldiers, today is the first battle of our great Star Dynasty, and it is also the most important battle. The first battle is the decisive battle, one battle to determine the fate of the world. March out. The army of thousands of ponies, led by Rain Star Glory, began their advance towards Canterlot. In the city, the Bug Cocoon Queen and the Shapeshifter army were blasted away by the Soundwave Princess and the Shining Armored Love Wave. The surroundings were filled with joy. Boom. The sound of cannon fire once again shattered the tranquility. The ponies panicked. The Cosmic Princess flew out and immediately saw Rain Star Glory commanding the army to bombard Canterlot. Rain Star Glory, do you know what you are doing? The Cosmic Princess said with a serious tone. Rain Star Glory looked up at the Cosmic Princess and said disdainfully, What? It's time for Pony Maria to change dynasties. Old thing, you should quickly step aside. I will show you how ponies conquer the world step by step. Rain Star Glory. It seems your stubborn wrong thoughts haven't changed, said the Cosmic Princess. So what? Are you going to stop me? Then come on. Can you withstand the fear of Pony Maria? After saying that, a large amount of dark energy surged out of the gem, wrapping Rain Star Glory and flying into the sky. The Cosmic Princess emitted a wave of light in an attempt to stop Rain Star Glory, but it was futile. In the end, she could only watch as the black mist burst open. After the black mist dissipated, a pony wearing a silver-gray helmet and black armor with deep blue lines printed on it spread its wings. At this moment, Rain Star Glory should be called Starless Shadow. Opening his blood-red eyes that had changed from pale gold, looking at the Cosmic Princess. Old thing, how are you going to deal with me this time? Hee hee. Several bolts of lightning appeared behind Starless Shadow. Chapter 17, Claiming the Throne. The sky over Canterlot had been shrouded in black mist. Seeing this scene, the Cosmic Princess frowned and said, Listen, Rain Star Glory, this time I will seal you with all my strength. Is that so? Then come and try it. My dear, show that old thing a bit of color. The portion of black mist behind Starless Shadow transformed into a celestial beast. The black mist then split into hundreds of celestial beasts, looking at the Cosmic Princess. The Cosmic Princess harnessed all her magical power to unleash a wave of light from her center, causing hundreds of black mist celestial beasts to scream and vanish in the wave of light. Even Starless Shadow was stunned for a moment at this scene. Old thing, it seems I truly underestimated you. Is that so, Rain Star Glory? The Cosmic Princess replied. 2 celestial beasts then engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. My goodness, am I dreaming? First, the Soundwave Princess was a fake, and now Rain Star Glory is rebelling? Applejack below rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The ponies began to discuss among themselves, while only Twilight Sparkle looked at everything happening with a complicated feeling. In the sky, Starless Shadow released a violent laser from his horn, with spears appearing beside him, charging directly at the Cosmic Princess. Old thing, have you ever heard of a melee mage? The Cosmic Princess saw she couldn't dodge this attack and released her laser with all her might. Then, in the Cosmic Princess's incredulous gaze, the laser charged toward her in an overwhelming manner. In Canterlot City, 2 figures fell rapidly from the sky. A cloud of smoke spread out, and as the smoke cleared, many ponies gasped. What did they see? In their eyes, the undefeated and holy Cosmic Princess was once again defeated today, and this time, the defeat was so miserable, with wounds all over her body, and her crown shattered on the ground. The instigator, Starless Shadow, was soaring in the air with a proud expression, looking at them. How weak can you be? Starless Shadow had just finished speaking. The surrounding ponies were terrified and scattered, while hundreds of loyal guards brandished various weapons and charged at Starless Shadow. Starless Shadow glanced disdainfully at the guards, and the attacking guards felt their bodies lift off the ground before being violently thrown away. Watching the ponies flee in all directions, Starless Shadow shouted loudly. Ponies who don't want to die better stand still and don't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what my army will do. Some ponies heard a few gunshots and finally realized that the rebels had entered the city. The situation was gradually being brought under control by force. The ponies were gathered below the high platform, looking anxiously at this rebel leader. They didn't understand what this rebel leader would do. Seeing that enough ponies had gathered, Starless Shadow took the microphone and began to speak. Dear ponies, I apologize. There was a little accident just now. You don't need to panic. I will soon be your new ruler, and I will lead you to become the finest race in the world. Before Starless Shadow could finish speaking, Rainbow Dash flew in front of him, pointing a hoof at Starless Shadow, and said, Enough. Rain Star Glory, you usurper. I really misjudged you before. If it weren't for the Cosmic Princess just being injured by the Bug Cocoon Queen, she would definitely defeat you. Oh my dear friend. It seems you have misunderstood me. Starless Shadow replied. Misunderstood what? I saw you leading the army to conquer Canterlot with my own eyes. Rainbow Dash retorted. Sigh, you don't understand, my dear friend. You will understand soon, Starless Shadow said. Several ropes appeared, binding Rainbow Dash and throwing her to the ground. Twilight Sparkle and the 5 other ponies rushed over to help Rainbow Dash, asking with concern if she was okay. Cough, cough. Now I officially announce the evil deeds of the Cosmic Princess. First, as a princess, she merely defended symbolically after many poor ponies were persecuted by other races, never thinking that the poor ponies being persecuted would take revenge. Secondly, why do we ponies always suffer invasions? It's because we ponies have not shown other races our power. Listening to Rain Star Glory's absurd reasoning, Twilight Sparkle looked around anxiously, and then she was surprised to find that some ponies had already begun to be captivated by Rain Star Glory's speech. So I will start preparing for battle. Unify the world, and make the pony race the finest race. As Rain Star Glory finished speaking, many ponies applauded. Rain Star Glory, don't be stubborn. I don't want to use the elements of harmony against you. Twilight Sparkle stepped forward and said, Elements of harmony? You mean this? The elements of harmony appeared behind Starless Shadow. Twilight Sparkle exclaimed in shock. How could the elements of harmony be in your hands? You guess Rain Star Glory transformed back to his original form and said, Twilight Sparkle, don't listen to Rain Star Glory's words. If the elements of harmony in his hands are fake, the ropes that Rainbow Dash untied said. Rain Star Glory narrowed his eyes and began to speak. My dear 7 friends, now I give you an opportunity. If you choose to help me now, Applejack, your apple orchard will be a key industry I will support in the future. Rainbow Dash, you will become part of the Lightning Pegasus squad. Rarity, your fashion designs will spread across all of Pony Maria. Fluttershy, I will build you a zoo. Pinkie Pie, you will always party. Spike, once I conquer the dragon tribe, I will crown you the king of dragons. Twilight Sparkle, you will be appointed as my chancellor above all ponies. Hearing the olive branch thrown by Rain Star Glory, the 6 ponies and Spike decisively said no. Rain Star Glory's face immediately darkened. Go, capture them. Dozens of horses lifted their flintlock guns and charged towards 6. Twilight Sparkle, hurry and run. Shining Armor shouted. But what about you, brother? Twilight Sparkle said worriedly. Twilight, don't worry about us, just go. Find a way to defeat Rainshine. Princess Cadance conjured a shield to block the incoming ammunition. Twilight Sparkle made a decision. Girls, let us go. Soon, Shining Armor and Princess Cadance were taken down, and Rainshine began to absorb their magic. All right, throw these 2 traitors into prison. As Rainshine flew back to the high platform, several horses rushed out and grabbed Rainshine, starting to put the dragon robe on him. Oh no, you're really making me suffer. But despite saying that, Rainshine's smile betrayed him. Long live the Emperor. Great Star, eternal prosperity. Several horses shouted. Since the people demand I become Emperor, I shall comply. I hereby declare the establishment of the Great Star. The year shall be called Xinghe. Rainshine declared. Chapter 18, Past Events. Dear citizens, at the beginning of my reign, I decided to recruit talented horses. Rainshine took out a new article to speak. As Rainshine began to interview candidates for officials, 6 was hiding from the pursuers. Bang! Ammunition fired one after another. Absurdly, the aim of the pursuers resembled that of a certain bald old acquaintance, unable to hit the target at all. Twilight Sparkle did her best to teleport all the horses away. In a forest, 6 and Spike appeared, but they were hanging in different positions. Once they sorted themselves out, Twilight Sparkle said, All right, girls, just ahead is Ponyville. As long as we get the elements of harmony, we can overthrow Rainshine's rule. As the horses prepared to move forward, they saw Pinkie Pie standing still reading a book. Pinkie, aren't you leaving? Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. Shh, don't make noise. I'm reading about how after Rainshine was sealed, there hasn't been any pony to balance that thing. Pinkie made a shushing gesture. What time is it? And you're still reading a novel. Twilight Sparkle confiscated the book. The horses then set off towards Ponyville. No, no. Twilight Sparkle dodged the controlled ponies and returned home, but couldn't find the elements of harmony anywhere. Twilight Sparkle, I have a bad feeling. You don't think that thing in Rainshine's hands is real, do you? Spike said. Found it. Applejack found a box containing the elements of harmony from a corner. All right, girls. It's time to overthrow Rainshine's rule. Twilight Sparkle eagerly opened the box. However, the elements of harmony were not inside. There was only a note. Twilight Sparkle picked it up and read, "Dear friend, when you see this note, it means I have anticipated your actions. It's best to turn yourself in, otherwise. The bullets 1T be merciful." ManeSix exclaimed in surprise. Twilight Sparkle walked back and forth anxiously. To save Princess Celestia, we need the elements of harmony. But they are in Rainshine's hands. Dear, take it easy. Things can't get worse, right? Applejack comforted. Capture the traitors. A voice came from downstairs. Six looked uneasily and saw hundreds of star guards coming with those familiar flintlock guns. Dear, can you use teleportation magic one more time? Rarity asked. I'm really sorry. Rarity. Using long-distance teleportation last time drained a lot of my magic. Twilight Sparkle shook her head helplessly. So what do we do now? We can't just wait to get caught, right? Rainbow Dash said anxiously in the air. Just then, the door was kicked open. Found the criminals. A star guard shouted. The next second, he was kicked out by Rainbow Dash, and Twilight Sparkle and the others seized the opportunity to escape. The kicked-out star guard shook his head to regain consciousness and shouted loudly into a horn, calling for reinforcements. The criminals have attacked me. Hundreds of star guards chased after them from all directions. Six then ran towards the Eternal Freedom Forest with amazing stamina. In the forest, gunshots rang out from time to time. Ah, Rarity, your hind leg was hit by a bullet. Twilight Sparkle exclaimed as Rarity fell to the ground. Rarity. Twilight Sparkle and the others stopped. Dear, don't worry about me. Rarity gritted her teeth. What nonsense, Rarity. We want to leave a companion behind. Twilight Sparkle said. Twilight Sparkle and the others stood in front of Rarity, ready to fight to the death against hundreds of star guards. In the darkness, under the moonlight, a small pony slowly descended. Princess Luna. The horses exclaimed in delight. Rainshine, who was meeting with the small pony, was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty. Did I say something wrong? The small pony said, a bit panicked. Rainshine smiled at the small pony. No, I just sensed a pony who will be caught by me sooner or later. Let us continue our discussion. What you just said about Blitzkrieg is excellent. Hundreds of star guards did not care about Princess Luna, pulling out their flintlock guns to shoot. As the ammunition was about to fly in front of Princess Luna, it fell to the ground. The star guards were momentarily stunned, then suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them and fell asleep. Princess Luna walked up to Rarity and a cloud of mist floated from her horn to Rarity's injured leg. My leg is healed, Rarity said in surprise. Twilight Sparkle rushed to Princess Luna and said anxiously, Princess Luna, you came just in time. You don't know about Rainshine. You mean to say that Rainshine has almost taken over all of Equestria, right? Princess Luna said. Oh, so you already know? Twilight Sparkle exclaimed in surprise. Listen, Twilight Sparkle, I will train you and your friends quickly. Rainshine seems to be more extreme than before, Princess Luna said with a serious expression. Princess Luna, who exactly is Rainshine? Twilight Sparkle asked, voicing the doubts she had hidden in her heart. Princess Luna conjured colorful mist and began to recount the past. Strictly speaking, Rainshine is your senior brother. What? Not only Twilight Sparkle, but also the other ponies were stunned. The story begins with Rainshine's childhood. He seemed to have been abandoned since he was little, growing up by working for himself. But even then, Rainshine already had a high level of magical talent. Therefore, he was noticed by my sister, Princess Celestia, and brought back. At first, his thoughts weren't as extreme as they are now. Rainshine did not disappoint my sister's expectations and even helped Princess Celestia write articles and reports. Everything was so harmonious until Rainshine. Maybe you should try making some friends. Rainshine made friends, but soon after, the changelings invaded en masse, and his friends were captured to protect him, disappearing without a trace. After locking himself in his room for a few days, when he came out, he wrote an article, and this article contained his first extreme idea. He questioned why foreign tribes could invade Equestria at will. The reason being that the ponies themselves were not strong enough and had not shown other races the strength of ponies. Thus, he began to actively promote outward expansion and prepare for war. Princess Celestia realized something was wrong with Rainshine and advised him to make a new batch of friends. However, when Rainshine made new friends, his sister didn't notice that jealousy could lead ponies to darkness. On an outing opportunity, jealous of Rainshine, his friends led him into a cave for a courage challenge. Out of trust for his friends, Rainshine walked in without hesitation, only to encounter a giant bear that broke his horn with a single swipe. The horn was almost a unicorn's life. No matter how high Rainshine's magical talent was, it was useless. The scheming ponies laughed at Rainshine and spread the word. The shattering of his self-esteem and the betrayal of friendship made Rainshine feel unprecedented helplessness. He sought help and comfort from Princess Celestia. But soon after the incident, Princess Celestia answered Rainshine somewhat absent-mindedly. The effect was obviously not ideal, everywhere Rainshine went. He would be gossiped about and mocked. In this situation, his twisted heart began to magnify. Rain Huìhuì picked up a knife and attempted to kill a friend, but was stopped, which made him even more famous. In the end, Rain Huìhuì left a letter for Princess Celestia, saying he was going to search for a way to restore his horn and departed from Ponyville. No one knew what he had gone through, only that when he returned, his horn had been fixed. Although Princess Celestia didn't understand how Rain Huìhuì had restored his horn, she was still happy for him. She thought he would be able to complete the studies he had left unfinished. But soon she discovered the desire for power and ambition for expansion in his eyes that shouldn't have been there. At first, Princess Celestia deceived herself into believing that Rain Huìhuì would eliminate these desires. However, Rain Huìhuì then published a large number of articles, encouraging many ponies to expand outward. Many ponies were brainwashed in a short time. Sensing that something was wrong, Princess Celestia privately approached Rain Huìhuì to talk. To her surprise, Rain Huìhuì actually wanted to usurp the throne, and the two ponies quickly began to fight. In the end, Rain Huìhuì was defeated. And just before being exiled and locked up, he had already packed his belongings and sat quietly in the prisoner transport, casting a resentful glance at Princess Celestia before leaving. The subsequent events became known. He was hiding among you. When the time was right, he began to rise again. After hearing Rain Huìhuì's story, the six fell into silence. All right, ponies, time waits for no one. Hurry up and train. We must stop Rain Huìhuì's expansion plans, said Princess Luna. Chapter 19, Industrial Construction. In the past few days, Rain Huìhuì focused all his energy on industrial construction. At the morning assembly, a minister said, "Your Majesty, I propose to liberate the thoughts of the ponies." Before he could finish, Rain Huìhuì's sharp gaze turned to him. The minister thought his words had displeased the emperor, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, please spare me. I won't dare to speak again. Why are you so flustered? I think your words have merit. I would never allow my subjects to become thoughtless puppets. Go and distribute these articles." Rain Huìhuì said as soon as he finished speaking. A dozen star soldiers pushed out a large number of newspaper drafts, and the minister quickly went to distribute the newspapers. "Ladies and gentlemen, our secret weapon of the Great Star Empire is about to be born. I specifically allow you to bring your relatives to witness this moment. Oh, and remember to bring that old thing, Celestia." After Rain Huìhuì finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. The officials followed the map to a factory where star soldiers patrolled with bolt-action rifles. The officials each presented their permits, and the star soldiers opened the factory doors, unable to contain their curiosity any longer. The factory lights suddenly turned on, revealing the scene inside. The star soldiers began to voice over. A steel plate was cut open, revealing Rain Huìhuì's fervent eyes. "I have the screws in hand. I will transform the backward Great Star. No one is helping. Then I will build the machines myself. The great super-heavy industry. This is the invincible Iron Giant. I will conquer the world with it. To complete my great task, the path to conquering the world. I want to conquer the world. I'm almost going crazy. All resources converted into construction materials, just to make ponies the best race. I need it. I want it. To conquer the world." Rain Huìhuì raised his hoofs, sparks flying from both sides. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Great Star's Iron Giant. You can call it a tank. Wow, what a powerful armored beast," said a bespectacled minister, touching the tank. The officials began to discuss among themselves. To demonstrate the power of the tank, Rain Huìhuì let several star soldiers operate it, and the cannon aimed at a rock and fired, instantly blowing it apart. "Your Majesty, with this tank, our Great Star is invincible," said one minister. Low profile, low profile. "In addition to tanks, I am also manufacturing bolt-action rifles, machine guns, and other advanced firearms, so that ordinary ponies can participate in this war." Rain Huìhuì said proudly. "Report. Your Majesty, the King of the North has taken the Crystal Empire. The situation is urgent, and the King of the North is building something called the Magic Defense Line. It claims it can withstand our Great Star's attacks for over 30 years. A messenger rushed in. "Your Majesty, it's time to show those wasteland shadow demons the might of our Great Star," one minister suggested. "Yes, Your Majesty. We must rescue the ponies oppressed by the King of the North. Your Majesty, let's order a northern expedition," the ministers said in unison. Rain Huìhuì looked at the Prime Minister. "How many troops can we mobilize now?" "The army equipped with complete weapons is about 30,000 ponies," the Prime Minister said. "Good. Send the order down. We will set out with a name, declaring we will strike the King of the North to reclaim our territory. You all go organize the troops." "I need to deal with a problem first," Rain Huìhuì said. The magic-drained Princess Celestia looked on anxiously at all this. "Eternal Freedom Forest. Twilight Sparkle," said Princess Luna. "Twilight Sparkle, remember to never forget your friendship, no matter what." "Wait, Princess Luna, what do you mean by that?" Twilight Sparkle asked. Hee, did you miss me?" The shadowy figure of Yuxing Wuguang appeared in the sky. After Princess Luna teleported Twilight Sparkle away, She turned calmly to face Yuxing. The two ponies engaged in a fierce battle, and the result was clear. Nearly fully transformed Rain Star Huìhuì easily defeated Princess Luna and absorbed her magic. Chapter 20. Blitz on the Crystal Empire. In the Northern Crystal Empire, after the King of the North learned about the regime change in Ponyville, he controlled over 500,000 ponies to build an impregnable defense line called the Magic Defense Line. I heard the Star Army has only about 30,000 ponies? The King of the North asked. Yes, but I've heard they are equipped with many new weapons, said a controlled pony. What does that matter? Even if we were making dumplings, we could crush the Star Army. No matter how you look at it, this battle will be 500,000 against 30,000, and the advantage is mine, the King of the North said confidently. Inside the borders of the Star Empire, after dealing with Princess Luna, Rain Star Huìhuì approached the front lines to release the controlled army. After a while, whether it was the black mist inside them affecting their subconscious or Rain Star Huìhuì's speech being too brainwashing, the 30,000 troops set out with great enthusiasm. After several days of travel, the army successfully arrived at the front lines and set up camp. In the distance, the King of the North scanned the Star Army, noting that each pony in the camp held a strange pole and armored turtles, just a bunch of weird things that seemed to lack combat power. In contrast, his own 500,000 troops were equipped with bows, knives, spears, siege hammers, catapults, and other advanced weapons. If it weren't for Rain Star Huìhuì being in command in the camp, he would have wanted to charge directly. The King of the North ordered 50,000 soldiers to charge, testing the strength of the Star Army. Report to the Emperor. The King of the North has ordered the vanguard to attack. The messenger said, this little matter is bothering me. You should know what to do next, right? Just as Rain Star Huìhuì was about to write a book, he was interrupted. At the front, the Star Army had already set up their guns, anxiously watching the troops charging with old-fashioned swords and spears. Fire! With the commander's order, tens of thousands of guns roared at the charging enemy ponies. And many of the charging enemy ponies were shot down before they even reached the Star Army. Tanks go. Over 30 tanks fired shells that landed on the ground, blowing the enemy army into pieces, with some debris even taking away a few unlucky ones. Clang. A lucky yet unlucky enemy pony struck the tank's shell with a big knife, but the tank ignored the enemy and simply rolled over. The battlefield ended with a crushing advantage. Of the 50,000 soldiers, only a few hundred returned. Seeing how difficult the Star Army was to fight, the King of the North had no choice but to order a solid defense of the line. At this time, in the Star Army's camp, the two generals said, now is the time for a blitz. As long as you resolve it quickly, this exercise will be over. I mainly want to see how the army of Daxing is doing, said Yuxing Huìhuì. Yes, 2 horses, 1 black and 1 gray, said the messenger. Yuxing Huìhuì was very satisfied with these 2 ponies named Hain and Lian, as they were the first to suggest developing mechanized troops in Blitzkrieg. Your Majesty, the Air Force has arrived, said the Star Soldier. Good. Use this exercise to tell me whether Daxing's Air Force has the capability to fight against the Phantom Spirit in the future. Yuxing Huìhuì walked out of the tent. The so-called Air Force only had 2 real aircraft, while the others relied on flying horses for transport. In recent days, the Star Army had been in a stalemate with the army of the Black Crystal King. In a place called the Affin Forest, snow and ice were everywhere. Hurry up. Move faster, Lian said. In these days, this troop of fewer than 2,000 had captured quite a few places. General, ahead is the main force of the Black Crystal King, said the Star Soldier. Charge at full speed. Let's crush the enemy in one go, Hain said. After sensing the ambush troops, Yuxing Huìhuì flew into the sky and took a nap, releasing light waves from his horn. In the distance, the troops of the Black Crystal King, illuminated by the light waves, surprisingly broke free from his control. Before these ponies could react, the Star Army had already begun to encircle them from 2 sides. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of wailing. Lay down your weapons. We will not kill those who surrender. In just 20 minutes, hundreds of thousands of troops were captured. The Black Crystal King, sensing the situation was bad, tried to flee but found his body unable to move. Filled with fear, he turned back to see Yuxing Huìhuì mockingly say, this wasteland shadow demon, you seem to have something interesting on you. Looking at this emperor, the Black Crystal King suddenly thought of the Cosmic Princess. The moment he saw this imperial emperor, he felt an aura of tyranny that seemed even more terrifying than his own. After a few moments, the magic power and dark essence from the Black Crystal King were completely drained, leaving him unrecognizable from his former imposing self. Black Crystal King, hope for radiance. Yuxing Huìhuì recalled a lucky one. What do you want? The Black Crystal King felt uneasy upon hearing this name. Hope for radiance was immersed in this beautiful world when several groups of black mist floated in, and the wasteland shadow demon turned into a part of the black mist without even letting out a scream. A familiar figure was thrown over. Sembla, how did you get here? Hope for radiance asked in surprise. Run quickly. The Black Crystal King said in terror. Run from what? Don't you want to have a little chat with me? Yuxing Huìhuì casually crushed a wasteland shadow demon and asked. Wait, who are you? Hope for Radiance asked. The next moment, the magic power from his body was completely drained. Hope for Radiance, are you okay? The Black Crystal King asked. Who is he? Hope for Radiance said. A terrifyingly powerful demon. The Black Crystal King turned to look at Yuxing Huìhuì. If you two want to talk, go to the dungeon. After I destroy the Phantom Spirit Empire, we can deal with those who resist me, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Cherish your last moments. In just a few days, a large number of wasteland shadow demons were captured to become laborers. Meanwhile, Yuxing Huìhuì had already begun to formulate a plan to eliminate the Phantom Spirit Empire, codenamed Babashas. Chapter 21. Iron Floating Tower and the Curved Horse. All ministers, drink up. Let us celebrate our great victory against the Black Crystal King. Yuxing Huìhuì took the lead and downed his drink. The palace was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Your Majesty, that Black Crystal King is truly overestimating himself. He actually thought he could go to war with our celestial kingdom. One minister said. Exactly. You should know that our Daxing royal army is the strongest in the world. A young general said. Yuxing Huìhuì lowered his head and asked, So, what do you all think of the combat power of the Daxing army? The best in the world. Don't even mention the Phantom Spirit. Any country that dares to obstruct our Daxing's advance will be crushed under our iron hooves. While the ministers were praising the army with talk of divine weapons descending from the heavens, Yuxing Huìhuì noticed a silent pony in the corner. Yuxing Huìhuì extended his hoof to point at the pony and asked, Excuse me, do you have any opinions about the army? Your Majesty, may I ask a few questions? Although the Star Army is well equipped with weapons and has unparalleled long-range strikes, how should we deal with the enemy when they get too close? Our army will equip daggers and other close combat weapons for emergencies. After that, the two ponies talked for several hours. And Yuxing Huìhuì became interested in the close combat troops composed of land ponies that this pony, named Yenshu, proposed. This pony, I specially assigned 600 land ponies to you for training. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yuxing Huìhuì said. Yes, I guarantee I won't disappoint your Majesty. Yenshu replied. After Yenshu left, Hain and Lien exchanged glances and stepped forward. Your Majesty, the funds allocated for industry have decreased significantly recently. Yuxing Huìhuì obviously froze for a moment. Then his gaze swept over the ministers. It seems some ponies dare to embezzle this money. Those who step forward now may receive lighter punishment. After a moment, no ponies stepped forward. Yuxing Huìhuì directly ordered the Star soldiers to come in and take away dozens of ponies. Your Majesty, spare me. I won't dare again. Dozens of ponies begged as they were dragged away. You come here, capture all the ponies on the list. Yuxing Huìhuì commanded. A few days later, in a square. What are they doing? Why are they all tied up together? A pony who came from outside to do business asked curiously. You don't understand. They are in big trouble. They dared to embezzle tens of millions allocated for industry. The pony replied while eating a snack. A pony dressed in a judgment robe stepped onto the stage and said, As you can see, these ministers do not share the burdens of the country and dare to embezzle large sums. This is indeed a serious crime. And I now announce that immediate execution by firing squad will take place. After the gunshots, reporters released this incident to various places as a warning against official corruption. In the factory, a wasteland shadow demon named Heart was diligently making machine parts. Around him, the sounds of other wasteland shadow demons being whipped by the Star soldiers could be heard. Heart looked at his beaten kindred and shook his head helplessly. Soon, he turned back to his work, knowing that if he were discovered by the Star soldiers for being distracted even for a moment, he would end up like that wasteland shadow demon. Heart felt a surge of emotions. In his memory, ponies seemed to have always been the targets of invasion. But recently, after a new ruler ascended the throne, the war potential within the ponies seemed to have been awakened. It was now hard for any opponent to pose a threat to the ponies, and they seemed to be actively preparing for war, ready to expand outward. Unexpectedly, those who were once the victims of invasion had transformed into the invaders. Just as Heart was reflecting, a voice called out, The wasteland shadow demons inside, come out. A centurion entered and shouted. Heart and 100 wasteland shadow demons were quickly gathered in an open space. Listen, the Emperor has recently trained a new type of troop and is preparing to test its combat power. And the experimental subjects are you. After all, you have strong vitality and won't die easily. It's best to behave. If you perform well, you might get a little extra food. The centurion said. Heart and his companions were escorted to the field, where the Star soldiers distributed some cold weapons like spears and big knives to them. Soon, heavily armored land ponies armed with long spears and iron clubs charged forward. When Heart saw a land pony charging at him, he raised his sword to counterattack, but felt dizzy and fell to the ground. When he regained some consciousness, he faintly heard some voices. Bestowed the name Iron Floating Tower Curved Horse. Chapter 22. The Phantom Spirit Incident. Months passed, and the power of the Star Dynasty was on the rise. with the army expanding to more than 100,000 ponies. In addition, due to the slow expansion of the army, they had to recruit over 200,000 police and publicly declare stability in the political situation. In the factory, various vehicles and weapons were continuously being produced. Surrounding countries seemed to sense the ill intentions of this emerging nation and began to fortify defenses and expand their military preparations. The world situation became tense. At the top of the Star Dynasty Palace, the national flag was fluttering in the wind. I'm not saying, why are the surrounding countries making such a big fuss? It's just that we recruited over 200,000 armed police. I didn't swallow them now, but only later. Yu Xinghui looked at the intelligence returned by the scouts with a headache and said, "There's no way, Your Majesty. The commotion we've caused is too great." A minister pointed at the report that mentioned the creation of 10,000 bolt-action rifles. "Your Majesty, recently in Shaoyang Town, there have been 7 suspicious figures suspected to be in league with you, so I request 100 star soldiers to investigate," said a minister named Feiwen. "You have worked hard, my minister. I will mobilize 200 star soldiers and send you to investigate Shaoyang Town." Yu Xinghui replied. "I accept the order," Feiwen said. In Shaoyang Town, Twilight Sparkle looked at the newspaper with a worried expression as the citizens were responding to Yu Xinghui by starting to train militia. "Dear, don't be so tense. Come over and have a meal to relax," said Applejack as she walked over. Twilight nodded and put the newspaper away. In the depths of the forest, Keela was encouraging the uninfected ponies to resist the rule of the Star Dynasty. When the black mist broke out, Keela didn't know how to escape this calamity. Afterward, she hid here to gather the uninfected ponies. A small pony walked over and whispered something to Keela. Keela, with a serious expression, said to the ponies, "Ponies, a group of star soldiers is coming here to investigate. They must have discovered our whereabouts. Be very careful when going out." At that moment, Feiwen entered the town with 200 star soldiers. The town mayor warmly welcomed Feiwen, but Feiwen was not focused on this. He felt that some of the ponies here were looking at him with strange eyes. This gaze felt familiar to Feiwen, but he couldn't recall why. "You've all worked hard. Let's have something to eat," the mayor said, signaling the cook to bring food. Feiwen and the star soldiers started to eat, but soon Feiwen felt dizzy. Thud. As he looked at the star soldier who collapsed on the ground, the shapeshifter revealed its true form. "What a foolish guy. I didn't expect him to fall for this," the shapeshifter said disdainfully, but didn't notice that in the restroom, one of Feiwen's guards was watching everything in terror. "I must report this to the Emperor," the guard thought, tearing up the teleportation talisman given to Feiwen and disappearing. "Your Majesty, a star soldier says he has something very important to report," a minister said. "Let him in," Yu Xinghui replied. "Your Majesty, big trouble." A guard rushed in, panicking as he recounted the encounter. Yu Xinghui's eyes turned, and he thought of a bad idea, saying, "Tell the reporters to print a news article with the headline, 'A certain pony actually colluded with a shapeshifter to destroy the Great Star.' Also, Yin Shu, you lead the Iron Buddha and the Stick Horse with about 1,200 police officers to take down the shapeshifter's stronghold." In Shaoyang Town, a gunshot rang out. A shapeshifter fell to the ground. "Kill them," the ponies shouted. The shapeshifters were already at a disadvantage. Some tried to fly away, but were shot down. "You go over there and find that group of traitors," Yin Shu said, smashing a hammer down on a shapeshifter's head. Feiwen and the star soldiers also found them. In the forest, Six and Sui Long were unfortunately captured and transported to Canterlot along with the shapeshifters. Chapter 23, The Eve of War. On the streets, a convoy was escorting. Many ponies cast disdainful glances at Six. "I heard they colluded with the shapeshifters. It's really despicable." Listening to the ponies scolding, Twilight Sparkle and the others couldn't explain themselves. Twilight felt helpless, her ears drooping as she quietly lay in the cart, no longer speaking. At that moment, 3 familiar figures walked over. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, Applejack, Rarity, and Rainbow Dash called out. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo walked to the side. "Sister? Sorry. We don't have a sister like you who sells out the country for her own interests." Looking at the 3 fillies' fervent eyes for the Star Dynasty, Twilight thought, "Listen, dear. Don't believe Yu Xinghui's nonsense." Applejack said, "Right. That guy Yu Xinghui is a bad pony." Rainbow Dash echoed. The 3 fillies retorted, "You're sowing discord, sis." Six was quickly escorted to the palace. Twilight looked at this place she had visited countless times, now feeling strange. "Everyone, please come in," Yin Shu said. Six and Sui Long walked in anxiously. Inside the palace, Yu Xinghui was looking down with a high and mighty demeanor alongside ministers on both sides. "My dear friends, long time no see. It's time for you to join your familiar companions in the dungeon, he, and for the shapeshifters. Are you ready to become slaves of a fallen nation?" Yu Xinghui laughed. A shapeshifter retorted, "Listen, Emperor of the Star Dynasty, we shapeshifters are countless. If war breaks out, our queen will definitely lead us to victory." As soon as the shapeshifter finished speaking, Yin Shu smashed its head with a hammer, killing it instantly. Annoying bug. Yin Shu said. The other shapeshifters were momentarily stunned, then looked at Yu Xinghui with unfriendly gazes. Yu Xinghui slowly walked down and spoke, Your Majesty. Hurry up and make a decision. A minister said. Your Majesty, I suggest peace. Another minister interjected. Outside, the star soldiers and ponies were crowding, waiting for Yu Xinghui's final decision. Yu Xinghui took the microphone and said, You ask what our current policy is? It is to use all our strength to fight to the end, in the ground and in the sky. But Your Majesty, isn't that too much? Why not negotiate and pay tribute to the ponies every year instead? As soon as the minister finished speaking, a corner of the table was chopped off. Watch closely. If anyone dares to suggest peace again, the next fate will be like this table corner. When will you all be smarter? Remember, a greedy monster is biting at you. You can't reason with it. Listen, noble ponies can never submit to a monster. This is why I can sit in this position as emperor. We will never negotiate. The ponies present shouted in agreement. Chapter 37. The Anger of the Ponies. The protective shield above the city was opened. Hundreds of black warplanes quickly flew out, surrounding them. Black mist creatures mimicking Pegasi, dragons, and shapeshifters immediately bared their fangs and chased after them. Calling, request to open fire, said the pilot on the plane. Fire allowed. The transmitter replied. Aim, brothers. After saying that, the pilot made a sharp turn and smashed a shapeshifter to pieces. Then, gunfire erupted. Bullets piercing through the bodies of the black mist creatures one after another. As the black mist creatures turned back into black mist, they struggled in the air a few times before disappearing. Below, Yin Shu led the Iron Buddha and the Stick Horse, charging ahead. A few hammers sent the black mist creatures to meet their mother. Zhang Liao also led 800 elite Pegasi into battle, forming a formation to confront the enemy. Hain and Lien commanded the armored troops and infantry. Boom. The cannon spat fierce shells that landed in a gathering of black mist creatures, blowing them apart in the air. The star soldiers raised their bolt-action rifles and fired at the black mist creatures ahead. In the frenzied counterattack of the star army, a gap was opened in the black mist. Activate the plan. Yu Xinghui put on her black sunglasses and blindfold and said. Beside her, Ziyue, carrying a bag, asked in confusion, Yu Xinghui, are you sure this plan will succeed? I don't know. If it succeeds, there will be no problem. If we lose, we'll think about how to win the resurrection match, Yu Xinghui replied, turning her head. Before Ziyue could react, she was grabbed by Yu Xinghui and taken into the sky with a scream. Some star soldiers saw Yu Xinghui flying away and also began to head in her direction. Along the way, many black mist creatures attempting to approach Yu Xinghui were quickly slain, until two big treasures appeared. Princess of the Universe, Princess of the Moon. Ziyue exclaimed. They should be called the Destruction Sun and the Nightmare Moon, but more accurately, they should be called replicas, Yu Xinghui corrected. As the Destructive Sun and the Nightmarish Moon approached slowly, two beams of laser shot towards them. Ziyue, you guys go first, Princess Inyun said. Just as Princess Inyun held back the Nightmarish Moon, the Destructive Sun chased after them. Just when the Destructive Sun was about to catch up with Yu Xinghui and Ziyue, a fighter jet flew in quickly and crashed into the body of the Destructive Sun. A little pony inside shouted loudly, Your Majesty, remember my name. I'm Zhuobayang. Great Star, Eternal. With Zhuobayang's shout, the Destructive Sun fell towards the ground. Without the obstruction of the Destructive Sun, Yu Xinghui began to wreak havoc among the numerous dark mist creatures. Get ready, Ziyue, Yu Xinghui said. Get ready for what? Yu Xinghui originally wanted to tease Ziyue a bit for lacking emotional intelligence, but then suddenly realized that something was off about the voice. Turning around, he saw Yoxing Wugong crossing her arms, watching the two of them. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Yu Xinghui quickly stepped back, shooting a light bullet at Yoxing Wugong from the corner. Yoxing Wugong opened her mouth and absorbed the light bullet, chewing a few times before swallowing it slowly. Has she evolved? Yu Xinghui marveled, while Ziyue took out a notebook to record this scene. Don't write it down, Ziyue, Yu Xinghui shouted. Sorry. After Ziyue put away her notebook, she took out 3 balls from her bag. After observing them carefully, she handed 1 ball to Yu Xinghui. After Yu Xinghui swallowed it, a significant amount of magical power surged within him, and 6 cannon tubes emerged beside him. Just a few shells, is that it? Although he said this, Yoxing Wugong still summoned a dark mist to shield herself. Is it really just shells? After Ziyue was teleported to the ground by Yu Xinghui, the cannon tubes simultaneously unleashed sound waves and lasers. Yoxing Wugong's shield shattered after only a few seconds, and she fell from the sky to the ground. After more than 10 seconds of cannon fire, Yoxing Wugong slowly crawled out of the pit. She's not dead, Ziyue quickly said. Give me the other 2 balls. In a panic, Yu Xinghui urged. After Ziyue threw the other 2 balls, Yoxing Wugong exclaimed gleefully, Hee, such good supplements, I'll gladly accept. She intercepted the 2 balls and swallowed them whole. When Yoxing Wugong looked smugly at the 2 ponies, she saw Yuxing Huìhuì's trademark mischievous grin. Suddenly, Yuxing Wugong felt a wave of weakness wash over her, and she finally knelt down on the ground. The plan succeeded, Yuxing Huìhuì declared. Golden light then emanated from the corner, illuminating the surroundings. Yuxing Wugong tried to struggle to get up, but then collapsed helplessly again. A few minutes later, Yuxing Wugong transformed into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Finally, a plan succeeded, Yuxing Huìhuì said. It's finally over. Ziyue sighed deeply. The next second, a voice came. Hee Yuxing Huìhuì, did you forget? My true form is a gem. On the battlefield, even the civilians inside came out to fight. Hold on. As long as the Emperor takes down that thing, everything will be all right. Hain shouted. Suddenly, something was thrown into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Hain and Lian had a bad feeling rise in their hearts. The Emperor has been defeated. Many civilians began to panic. Seeing this scene, Hain and Lian were ready to make a decision. Yuxing Wugong appeared above, looking disdainfully at Yuxing Huìhuì and Ziyue on the ground. Hee, any more plans? Hain and Lian shouted. A fighter jet exploded first on Yuxing Wugong, followed by another jet crashing into her. A group of fighter jets flew over from a distance, carrying a large amount of enchanted explosives. Boom. After a flash of light appeared in the air, it slowly dissipated. Yuxing Wugong remained unscathed, hovering in place, while more dark mist was absorbed into her body. Is that all? She said smugly. My dear Emperor, if that's all, then I'm going to exterminate the ponies, Yuxing Wugong said with a proud expression. You know, at first, I made friends with you just to use you. Later, during our time together, I found some familiar shadows in you. Hee, I am indeed a brainless, ambitious person, abandoning you as friends. And now I want to exterminate the pony race. If possible, please forgive me, Ziyue. Yuxing Huìhuì said. Ziyue showed a helpless, bitter smile. I hope you won't do this kind of thing in your next life. Is that it? After saying that, it's time to go, Yuxing Wugong said. In just a few seconds, the army of Xingqiao gathered together. Hee, if you're leaving, I'll go down first. Hain, Lian, and other generals stood at the forefront of the army. The Great Star Eternal soldiers all raised their hooves and shouted. Afterwards, ordinary ponies seemed to be affected by this emotion, standing behind the troops. Good, that saves me from looking for each one of you. Yuxing Wugong looked at the pony crowd below. The massive dark mist quickly engulfed the pony crowd. At first, Yuxing Wugong was excited to absorb so much energy in one breath. After a while, she felt something was wrong. Why hadn't she absorbed any energy? From within the dark mist, a small beam of light slowly shot out, and then more and more, until it burst through the entire dark mist cloud. After the dark mist cloud dispersed, the pony crowd enveloped in golden light appeared before her. What? The harmony element ponies were all captured by me. How could there still be more? Impossible. Absolutely not. Yuxing Wugong screamed, waving her hooves. Among the ponies, Yuxing Huìhuì rose with a unique glow, revealing the seventh element unity behind him. I used to be like you, but have you ever thought about it? As long as there is the spirit of the harmony element, that's enough, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Beside him, Ziyue, who had transformed into a sparkling figure, added. So there is a seventh element? Regardless, absorbing the entire ponyland makes me nearly invincible. The advantage is mine. Yuxing Wugong transformed into a giant celestial beast and shot lasers at the pony crowd. As the laser approached the pony crowd, it was dissipated by an invisible barrier. Under Yuxing Huìhuì's leadership, the pony crowd began to slowly move forward. At this moment, in Yuxing Wugong's eyes, the pony crowd had turned into a torrent of steel rushing towards her. Remember, the unity of the three pony races can withstand all external enemies. The cannon tubes of the tanks began to charge up and fired forward. Finally, they gathered together into a larger laser shot towards Yuxing Wugong. Yuxing Wugong exerted all her strength, but could not withstand this divine laser, watching it come towards her. Yuxing Wugong, like a standard villain, extended one of her hooves. After a burst of light, the gem cracked open. Rays of light began to pour out from the crack, and when the light points landed on the ground, they transformed into the creatures that had been absorbed before. The Cosmic Princess, waking up, saw the scene not far away and immediately understood what had happened, smiling with relief. Yuxing Huìhuì slowly descended to the ground, and the golden light dissipated. Oh, we won. The ponies excitedly hugged each other. I'm going to get you, you bastard. Hain shouted. Damn, you stole my first kiss. Lian yelled. Just as they were celebrating, a voice came. Yuxing Huìhuì, I think we can collaborate again. Yuxing Huìhuì walked over under the watchful eyes of the ponies, and upon seeing what it was, he exclaimed, Are you the cockroach? You're still alive. The gem on the ground was already in terrible shape, but it still spoke. As long as you wear me, you can once again rule Ponyland. Yuxing Huìhuì's expression suddenly turned strange, seeing the atmosphere begin to change. The Star Soldiers had already begun to aim their guns at what they perceived to be the enemy camp. Several groups of oblivious Star Soldiers surrounded the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess. The next second, a barrage of skills rained down. You almost ruined me with your appearance. Yuxing Huìhuì greeted the gem warmly, sending it flying until not even dust remained. Ziyue, what happened? Applejack quietly asked as she watched Rain Star twinkle. After dealing with the gem, Rain Star Twinkle flew into the air and ordered the star soldiers to release the horses and other creatures. He then landed on the ground and noticed the cosmic princess walking towards him. With a face full of despair, Rain Star Twinkle turned to Ziyue and said, Ziyue, after I'm exiled to the moon, remember to write to me often. After saying that, Rain Star Twinkle lowered his head, feeling guilty, and knelt before the cosmic princess, saying, Teacher. The surrounding star soldiers looked at him with expressions of farewell to the emperor, especially those star generals who waved handkerchiefs to bid farewell. Just as Rain Star Twinkle was prepared to be exiled to the moon, the cosmic princess opened her wings and gently embraced Rain Star Twinkle, saying, Well done. My dear student. Yay, shouldn't we throw a party to celebrate now? Beaky shouted. A few hours later, at a table. So that's how it is, Ziyue said. This is really too magical, said the dear Jinchi, taking a sip of tea. What about Rain Star Twinkle's horse? Yunbao asked. Ziyue pointed a hoof in the distance, where Rain Star Twinkle was receiving something from the cosmic princess. He then walked over, beaming with a smile. What's going on? Rain Star Twinkle asked, puzzled. Rain Star Twinkle opened a map and said, Do you see the eastern coastal area? I have been appointed as the Star King. From now on, I will reside in Ponyville as the Star King. The six of them stared in disbelief at all of this. Chapter 38, Beaky Everywhere. All right, everyone get ready. The Star King is coming. The Ponyville mayor turned back to confirm the welcome celebration. Ziyue, what's with that expression? Applejack asked, placing some apple cake on the table. I don't understand why I have a feeling that this celebration is going to go wrong, Ziyue said anxiously. In the sky, a plane slowly descended. Several star soldiers came down and set up some speakers. Then, a unicorn wearing a military coat, black sunglasses, earmuffs, and an officer's cap stepped off the plane. Hello, every pony. I am honored to be here in Ponyville. To show my sincerity, I have decided to help Ponyville accelerate its development. After finishing, the nearby ponies began to cheer. Yay! Ziyue, did you hear that? Yunbao said excitedly. Ziyue looked around in confusion and asked, Strange, where is Beaky? Deep in the forest, a pink pony was walking. It seems like it has been a long time since any ponies have come here, Beaky said, looking around. My grandmother's story seems to say this. In the densest part of the thorns, you will find a pond surrounded by vines. As Beaky walked through the thorns, she suddenly fell into a hole in the ground. She then discovered a mirrored pond. Meanwhile, at the welcome celebration, Ziyue saw a group of officials surrounding Rain Star Twinkle and wanted to greet him. Hello, Rain Star Twinkle, Ziyue said happily. However, Rain Star Twinkle was overwhelmed by the urging voices of the officials and didn't hear Ziyue's greeting at all. Your Majesty, the military funds are a bit tight again. The treasury is running low. Your Majesty, we have discovered disguised phantoms infiltrating the territory. Your Majesty, there are issues with the equipment upgrade technology. Are you all just loafing around? Why is there always something going wrong? Rain Star Twinkle said, feeling immense pressure. Miss, could you please step aside? Said a star soldier. Ziyue, feeling a bit down, stepped aside, and for a moment, she felt some distance from Rain Star Twinkle. Rain Star Twinkle walked into the Ponyville mayor's house and said, Mayor, you should understand that my Star Kingdom is a bit short on funds right now. And with towns needing development, it might take a bit longer to build Ponyville. I hope you can understand. It's all right. Why don't you go have some fun first? Star King? The Ponyville mayor said. Why do I feel like I just overlooked something? Rain Star Twinkle said. Your Majesty, there's another official coming forward, said a minister quietly. The next second, the minister was thrown out, looking around in confusion. Go away, you annoying creature. Don't disturb my interest in having fun. After saying that, Rain Star Twinkle magically teleported the minister to a corner of Ponyville. After dealing with the annoying minister, Rain Star Twinkle felt the repressed emotions he had been holding for a long time being released. Woohoo! Rain Star Twinkle excitedly flew into the amusement area. While Rain Star Twinkle was having fun, a copy of Beaky's army was causing chaos everywhere. Soon, a crowd of ponies gathered at Ziyue's doorstep, making a racket. Ziyue stepped forward and said, All right, everyone, please calm down. This is ridiculous. Jinchi said, Calm down. Those Beakies almost wrecked my shop. Ruru said unhappily. And they ruined the animals' picnic. The crowd started to argue again. Please wait a moment. Ziyue said. Hurry up, Ziyue. Don't forget the Star King is still here. The Ponyville mayor said anxiously. Ziyue hurried back with Suilong to search for information in the books, and soon found the information about the mirrored pond. Oh wait. If I'm not careful, I might take the real Beaky away, Ziyue exclaimed. Unknowingly, Ziyue began to imagine a bunch of Beakies attacking Rain Star Twinkle. And in a fit of anger, Rain Star Twinkle clears out the group of Beakies along with the real Beaky. No, Suilong, hurry up and go find the real Beaky, Ziyue said. In the amusement area, Rain Star Twinkle was preparing to hit a ball with a cue. Play, play, play. A Beaky jumped over. After being startled a few times, Rain Star Twinkle suddenly found himself robbed by a group of beakies along with the star soldiers. What is this? A beaky pointed a gun at a star soldier. The star soldier, pale-faced, said, "Oh my goodness. Don't pull the trigger." A flash of blue light passed, and all the beakies disappeared. Is there a spell? Why do ZU's celebrations always end up with problems? Rain Star Twinkle said. You all go bring back those ponies from just now. Especially find one that looks troubled. Rain Star Twinkle ordered. The star soldiers reattached their rifles and marched in unison to block the group of beakies. We're done for. Sway along. Rain Star Twinkle is going to clean up the beakies. ZUS said, her face pale. Rain Star Twinkle took off his sunglasses and scanned the surroundings, while ZUA looked at Rain Star Twinkle's serious face. She stepped forward and said, Rain Star Twinkle, I know you're not in a good mood right now, but I. Rain Star Twinkle raised a hoof to interrupt ZUA and asked in surprise. Huh, am I that scary? Your Majesty has been found. An official led a beaky forward. Another flash of blue light passed, and the group of beakies disappeared. Why did you leave me alone? Don't you think I'm real? Beaky asked dejectedly. Among all the beakies, you are the most special. This fits my impression of beakies. Rain Star Twinkle said. At that moment, the Ponyville mayor stepped forward and said, My dear Star King, I am truly sorry. What are you apologizing for? Today was so much fun. With so much government work usually, I finally relaxed. Rain Star Twinkle said. In the following days, the Star King's palace was built in no time, and Rain Star Twinkle officially settled in Ponyville. Chapter 39, Disorderly Return. Rain Star Twinkle, aren't you usually quite busy? Why have you become more and more free lately? ZUA asked suspiciously. I set up 8 auxiliary agencies to help me, aside from major events. I've delegated most of the work to them, Rain Star Twinkle said, taking off his sunglasses while lounging in a chair. And the book you wrote, How to Overthrow a Country Without War and Try Hard Again, ZUA said, her eyelids twitching. At this moment, Yun Bao, who was flying in the air, said, This guest has such a big air. It took the Cosmic Princess so long to arrive. Stop arguing, that old nag came late, ZUA said, staring at Rain Star Twinkle with a face full of exasperation, while Rain Star Twinkle turned to pretend not to see. After the ponies turned around, they were astonished. Besides the Cosmic Princess arriving in a carriage, she also brought a special guest, Chaos. Huìhuì got up from the lounge chair and flew over to the chaotic statue, knocking on it. The hooves feel pretty good. The chaotic statue should sell for quite a bit. ZUA walked up with an incredulous expression and said, Excuse my boldness. Your Highness the Cosmic Princess. Then ZUA shouted with a standard royal voice, How did you bring the chaos here? The Cosmic Princess lowered her head and quietly said, ZUA, I am well aware that the last time chaos came to Ponyville, it caused quite a bit of trouble. Not just trouble. It turned Ponyville into the capital of chaos. Rainbow Dash commented while flying in the air, and it made us feel very strange. Shinchi echoed, hearing the ponies' discussions. The Cosmic Princess replied, Yes, I understand. But if he can turn over a new leaf, his magic can still be useful, so I brought him here. Suilong exclaimed in despair, Impossible. This is a disaster. How do we control him? We are done for. ZUA immediately said, If he doesn't behave, we can deal with him using the elements of harmony. Then, Huìhuì used magic to teleport Applejack and Rarity over. The Cosmic Princess saw that it was almost time and left with a flick of her mane. I'm done with this old dude. Just like back in the day. Write everything for me. Huìhuì just rolled her eyes when she suddenly felt a chill down her back. The Cosmic Princess gave Huìhuì a meaningful look from the carriage. Oh no. Based on my understanding of this old geezer, she is going to set me up. Huìhuì said with a pale face. While Huìhuì was talking to herself, the chaos had already broken its seal and come out. As soon as it came out, it started messing around and, after a while, noticed Huìhuì. The chaos instantly teleported in front of Huìhuì and said, Hey, isn't this the Great Star Emperor? Is the rainbow cannon tasty? Huìhuì rolled her eyes and replied, It's definitely better than yours. The chaos conjured up an ice cream sundae. Eating and talking at the same time. Good luck. I hope that when you want to conquer the world again, your senior sister will blast you once. You really know how to give blessings. What nonsense. How could I, a peace-loving, loyal, caring for ponies, and representing justice ordinary pony, possibly get blasted? Huìhuì said while flying right in front of the chaos. Alright, chaos, you should behave now. ZUA said from the side. The chaos turned its head and said, Okay. If you want me to behave, where am I going to stay during this time? Then it hugged the already chosen target, Rarity, tightly. Then I'll stay with you. Ha. The chaos laughed loudly. Rarity, in its arms, panicked and said, Oh my gosh. After that, the chaos started causing trouble at the dining table, and the other members began to blame it. Rarity spoke on behalf of the chaos, stating that it was her friend, and the chaos expressed surprise at what Rarity said. The dinner ended on a sour note. In the room, while Huìhuì was writing an article, the chaos appeared. Before Huìhuì could react, The chaos grabbed the article she had just finished writing and shook it a few times. The words on the paper fell into the chaos's mouth, which swallowed them in a few bites. Yuxing Huìhuì, how could you let your hard-written article be eaten? Yuxing Huìhuì angrily greeted the chaos several times. Stop cursing. Here, I'll give you something. After snapping its fingers, a book appeared on the table. By the time Yuxing Huìhuì reacted, the chaos had already disappeared. Yuxing Huìhuì opened the book and saw, Gem 20, remove the idiocy of ponycraft and added a method to travel through time and space with the power of faith. Later, the chaos was successfully persuaded to turn over a new leaf. Chapter 40, Otherworldly Time and Space. Yuxing Huìhuì, why did you call me here? Ziyue asked in confusion. The chaos gave me a book, and there's a spell in it that took me several days to decipher, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Ziyue's expression showed confusion. I heard there's another world. I don't understand why there's always a pull for me to go there, Yuxing Huìhuì said while completing the magic array. However, Ziyue hesitated a bit and said, don't worry, if something goes wrong, you won't be responsible, and there are also plenty of rewards. I've never asked anyone for anything. Yuxing Huìhuì begged, hugging Ziyue's hooves. Seeing Yuxing Huìhuì like this, Ziyue had no choice but to agree. After getting ready, Yuxing Huìhuì stood in the center of the magic array. Ziyue, remember the magic array situation. If the array reacts, it means I'm coming back. So remember to pull me back. After saying that, Yuxing Huìhuì felt a void beneath her feet and fell down. Ah crap. After a dizzying spin, Yuxing Huìhuì climbed up from an open area. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she looked around. What happened? Why is this place in ruins? Yuxing Huìhuì said while looking at the abandoned scenery. Suddenly, a figure crashed into her. Once Yuxing Huìhuì saw the figure clearly, she exclaimed, Ziyue? The Ziyue in front of her looked starved, dirty, and her big eyes looked at Yuxing Huìhuì with surprise first, then panic. Phantom spirit. Ziyue scrambled backward in a panic. What phantom spirit? Just as Yuxing Huìhuì was puzzled, dozens of phantom spirits flew out from the woods. Today's luck is good. Catch him. The leading phantom spirit said excitedly. Dozens of phantom spirits rushed towards Yuxing Huìhuì without knowing what they were getting into. After 10 seconds, dozens of phantom spirits lay on the ground, each with a different expression in death. Yuxing Huìhuì stared with her golden yellow pupils and leaned close to the leading phantom spirit, saying, tell me what happened in this world, or else. The leading phantom spirit felt as if its head would be crushed and hurriedly said, this world. For some reason, doesn't he have the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, leading the ponies to be almost always defeated in wars. This world as ponies did have a glorious period. Due to lacking high-level combat power, with some pony leaders, they made significant technological breakthroughs. But afterward, Ponyland was attacked and divided by foreign races. Although there are still some resistance forces fighting back, it's to no avail. Seeing Yuxing Huìhuì stop using magic, the leading phantom spirit finally let out a sigh of relief. But then its head was violently ripped off and thrown aside. At this moment, Yuxing Huìhuì felt devastated. Noble ponies were being trampled under the hooves of foreign races. I'm so mad. Yuxing Huìhuì shouted angrily. Ziyue's weak call brought Yuxing Huìhuì back to her senses. When Ziyue woke up, she found the previous phantom spirit looking at her. Yuxing Huìhuì handed over the apple cake and apple juice she carried with her. Ziyue hesitated for a moment. But seeing that the phantom spirit in front of her had no malice, she accepted the food and gobbled it down. She hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. My Ziyue, how white and purple was she in the original world? How did this world become like this? After finishing her meal, Ziyue happily patted her belly. Thank you, unknown phantom spirit. What is your name? Where are you from? Ziyue curiously looked at Yuxing Huìhuì. My name is Yuxing Huìhuì, and I come from another world, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Really? No wonder I've never heard of you. Can you tell me about the other world? Ziyue asked with a curious look. Then our story starts with an old geezer named Celestia and her sister. Under the night sky, by the campfire, Ziyue listened to tales of another beautiful world and fell into a deep sleep, while Yuxing Huìhuì wrote out a plan. Chapter 41, Otherworldly Time and Space. The next morning. By the way, Ziyue, how did you end up here? Yuxing Huìhuì asked several questions in a row. She learned that Ziyue had escaped from a nearby quarry. Yuxing Huìhuì's eyes turned, and after looking at the plan for a while, she revealed a classic mischievous smile and rubbed her hooves together. Quarry, you humble little ponies, hurry up and get to work. The phantom spirit picked up the whip and lashed at the little ponies, cursing them. After being whipped a few times, the ponies worked like zombies. This long-term oppressive life had made them numb, feeling only a dark future with no glimmer of hope. Just as they continued to toil as usual, a loud explosion erupted. Dozens of phantom spirits' bodies were blown to the ground. The little ponies thought it was another fight between the phantom spirits and some other race. But the figure flying in the sky stirred excitement in their hearts. It was their own Pegasus. Thousands of phantom spirits surrounded Rain Star, their malice more evident than ever. Get rid of him. Thousands of phantom spirits surged toward Rain Star like a tide of darkness. 6 laser cannons appeared around Rain Star. And before the phantom spirits could comprehend what kind of advanced technology the pony resistance was using, the cannons fired powerful lasers, accompanied by sonic blasts. The phantom spirits surrounding Rain Star either vanished into light or were shattered by the sound waves. When the remaining phantom spirits saw the laser cannons had stopped, they tried to take the opportunity to eliminate Rain Star. However, a blinding blue light emanated from Rain Star's horn, igniting the phantom spirits caught in its glow, causing sharp explosions as they fell from the sky. The ponies on the ground saw the phantom spirits still struggling and exchanged glances. Then they raised their pickaxes and struck down fiercely. Those without pickaxes picked up stones to join the righteous brawl. Run, run. Many of the remaining phantom spirits tried to flee into the distance, only to suddenly find themselves unable to move. In the next moment, they transformed into a blood mist, leaving this world behind. The ponies couldn't help but cheer and eagerly looked at Rain Star as he descended from the sky, saying, "Hello, little ponies. I have rescued you from the clutches of the evil and brutal phantom spirits. I officially declare you free." Oh, the ponies erupted into cheers. Wait, since this Pegasus is going to liberate the pony race, why don't we recognize him as our leader? With the proposal, it was quickly agreed upon. Before long, Rain Star began to survey the terrain around them, concluding that this place could serve as a resource area, but it was easy to attack and hard to defend. A large troop needed to be relocated. However, looking at the group of ponies, Rain Star felt a headache coming on. "What's wrong, Rain Star?" Huìhuì asked. Rain Star sighed and looked up. "Huìhuì, do you know? I miss my star soldiers. If only they were here, but unfortunately, that's impossible." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp explosion sound came from afar. Rain Star looked over and immediately spotted a familiar figure. "Lian, what the hoof? Didn't you tell me this latest tank was fine? Why is it out of control?" Hein shouted. "What do you know? It just can't break. It's not a big deal. It can still drive." Lian replied. Just then, the internal machinery malfunctioned, spewing smoke and fire. "You better explain this to me." Hein shouted. "It's not a big deal. The internal machine is broken, but it can still drive." Lian responded. Just as he finished, the armor shell fell off, almost crushing the star soldiers trying to intercept from behind. "How are you going to explain this to me?" Hein cursed. "It's not a big deal. It can still drive without the armor shell." Lian continued to drive steadily. Seeing that everything seemed fine, Hein let out a sigh of relief, only for the tank's wheels to suddenly drop off, and the machinery exploded. This time, Hein confidently said, "It can still drive without those, right?" Lian replied, pale-faced, "Without those, we're done for." "Oh, done for. I told you it was a huge problem." "Lian, you genius." Hein scolded, his face pale. "It's fine. As long as we don't die, it's not a big deal." Lian replied, "You cold-hearted pony. Are you happy now? I'll tell you, if I die here, I will never forgive you, never." Hein shouted at the stones ahead. "Then remember to forgive me in your next life." Lian replied. Then the two ponies, pale-faced, embraced each other and screamed. Just as they were about to meet their maker, the tank was forcibly stopped by telekinesis. "See, I told you it was not a big deal," Lian said triumphantly to Hein. He was then slapped to the ground by Hein, who, not satisfied, jumped on Lian and beat him up. A few minutes later, Rain Star forcibly separated Hein and Lian. When Lian got up, he was in a terrible state. "What are you two doing here?" Rain Star asked, puzzled. Hein explained, "Your Majesty, Lian, this genius, built a new type of tank and asked me to go up and test it with him. In front of thousands of star soldiers, it went out of control, and when we sped into an open field, we found a teleportation portal and ended up here." Rain Star then informed them of the situation in this world and asked how many troops they had brought. "Just 2,000 border star soldiers," Hein said. "Great. Now I have the advantage," Rain Star said, focusing his gaze into the distance. Chapter 42, Otherworldly Time and Space. Boom. With the last gunshot, the Star Army successfully captured a city and liberated the ponies inside. "Your Majesty, I found an abandoned military factory. If we renovate it, we could resume production," Hein said. Rain Star entered the factory, curiously looking around. To his surprise, the production technology here was even more advanced than that of the Star Empire. Rain Star picked up several blueprints and examined them. The weapons were good, but most required magical energy to operate, slightly inferior to the firearms of the Star Empire. "Report. Your Majesty, the magic formation is ready," a star soldier said. "Watch me go back and shake the ponies," Rain Star said as he infused magical energy into the formation. Not long after, the formation responded, and a whirlwind of energy enveloped him. Rain Star had just returned when Huìhuì asked, "How come you're back in less than an hour?" "An hour? Never mind, I'll go ahead. Stay here and don't move." Within the Star Empire, a large number of star soldiers gathered, with boxes of food and ammunition behind them. "Fellow soldiers, our pony compatriots in another world are suffering unprecedented disasters. Will you agree to enslave them?" Rain Star stood on the platform and spoke. "No," the star soldiers shouted in unison. Raise your hooves and vow to liberate the ponies. Rain Star summoned the magical energy within him, and the massive magic formation shone brightly. Damn, this is getting serious. Rain Star's face turned whiter as he managed to activate the formation before his magical energy was completely exhausted. Another group of oblivious ponies rebelled against the Phantom Spirit General, leading their army. What are you panicking about? What is so dangerous about these ponies? Another Phantom Spirit General said. Suddenly, a flying pony led an army of 800 ponies charging in. Zhang Liao pierced a Phantom Spirit in the head with his spear, while another Phantom Spirit lunged at Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao threw the Phantom Spirit off his spear, dodged the attack, and grabbed one of the Phantom Spirit's wings, tearing it off with great force. The Phantom Spirit let out a scream before being pierced through by a spear, ending its life. Many Phantom Spirits tried to close in on Zhang Liao, even transforming into star soldiers, but the outcome was the same, within a few exchanges. They were all struck down by Zhang Liao. Before the sky had stabilized, chaos erupted on the ground. Ponies as sturdy as iron towers could easily take their companions' lives with a swing of their weapons. After a while, seeing that the time was right, two bloodied armies broke through the encirclement, leaving the Phantom Spirits dumbfounded. When did the ponies have such a strong army? Damn, how could we be so badly defeated by these lowly ponies? They must be done for. Hurry, pursue. The Phantom Spirit General commanded, as the Phantom Spirit army chased after them. Indeed, the illusory spirit of this world is a barbaric and foolish thing. When Hein saw the illusory spirit easily fall into the ambush, he mocked it. In the sky, black warplanes flew in from both sides, unleashing a barrage of fire on the illusory spirit. The sound of gunfire echoed from the ground, almost turning into a one-sided massacre. Once the noise ceased, the area was nearly filled with the corpses of illusory spirits. The onlooking ponies from another world were astonished at this spectacle. Could their ponies be this powerful too? Seeing that the ponies' reactions had settled down, Yuxing Huìhuì took over the speech and began to speak. Chapter 43, The Advancing Star Empire. Yuxing Huìhuì cautiously placed the ancient dragon scale into the pot. The pot boiled violently and eventually exploded. Wow. Before Yuxing Huìhuì could figure out where the production of Gemstone 20 had gone wrong in its 20 steps, he was engulfed by flames. When the flames subsided, Lu Xun's turquoise shield appeared, and Lu Xun sarcastically remarked, "Your Majesty, you play with fire even better than I do. It was just a small accident. Look. The gemstone is almost refined, right?" Yuxing Huìhuì picked up the gemstone 20 from the ground. Compared to the original horse worker idiot 10, the most noticeable change in gemstone 20 is that it is entirely golden in color, enhanced with divine power, usable only by the original owner, and void of the horse worker idiot's effects. After donning the gemstone, it quickly recognized Yuxing Huìhuì as its master. The gemstone then rapidly emitted a dazzling golden light. And luckily, both Yuxing Huìhuì and Lu Xun were wearing black sunglasses. "Your Majesty, what's happening? Don't tell me another horse worker idiot is about to be born," Lu Xun said, somewhat panicked. "What horse worker idiot? It's helping me absorb faith." Yuxing Huìhuì rolled his eyes at Lu Xun. The gemstone then released a massive amount of golden light, encircling Yuxing Huìhuì. He felt his magical power surging at an incredible speed. It wasn't until he felt overwhelmed that he forcibly stopped. After absorbing the faith, for some reason, Yuxing Huìhuì had the illusion that with this gemstone, he could once again overthrow the rule of the old tyrant. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. He had to discard this notion. But in the next second, that thought re-emerged in his mind. Just as Yuxing Huìhuì was pondering, "Your Majesty, a pony claiming to be the leader of the resistance wishes to meet. I think his name is Long Ire," an official said. Outside. After Long Ire received consent from the Star Soldier, he followed the Star Soldier to a certain location. Long Ire, one of the leaders of the pony resistance, had well-equipped subordinates and had repeatedly turned the tide against enemy forces in desperate situations, earning the title of the Desperate Situation Pony. Am I right? Yuxing Huìhuì turned in his chair and said, "So, what do you want, this celestial beast?" Long Ire asked, "I know you might have some suspicion about me, but this pony, what if I said I want to liberate ponies and appoint you as a general?" Yuxing Huìhuì said, narrowing his eyes. With the addition of Long Ire and his high-tech soldiers, the already disoriented illusory spirit empire, struck by Hein and Lioness Blitz, was further overwhelmed. The outcome of the war was evident. The Star Army reclaimed the regions of Pony Maria that had been occupied by the illusory spirit. One noteworthy event was when Zhang Liao led 7,000 ponies to defend the city against an attack from 100,000 illusory spirits, who boasted that they would breach the city before the main forces arrived. As a result, Zhang Liao went berserk, leading 800 ponies to chase and slash through the 100,000 strong army, creating rivers of blood along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the territory of the Star Dynasty we have worked hard for, now encompassing the southwestern region. But this is still not enough. The illusory spirit empire is finding it difficult to launch further attacks against our Great Star Army due to continuous strikes. Therefore, our next target is to occupy Tyrek and Canterlot. To deal with Tyrek, I have specially trained a special force called the White Horse Brigade. Yuxing Huìhuì and the generals looked out the window at the star soldiers clad in white armor. At that moment, the White Horse Brigade was getting accustomed to their high-tech weapons like laser cannons and mechanical claws. Chapter 44, Overthrowing Slavery. In an unknown village. Mom and Dad. A young pony cried out in despair. What are you shouting for? Hurry up and move the supplies. Otherwise, you'll end up like these two. A horseman shouted, waving a whip. Just as the young pony was about to get angry, he suddenly saw his sister, who looked lost beside him, and forcibly held back his rage. Just as the young pony was preparing to move the supplies, something unexpected happened. You big bad guy, give me back my mom and dad. The young pony shouted as he bit the horseman's hoof. Ah, let go of me. Let go of me. Come here, pony. The horseman shouted as he struggled to shake off the young pony. Two centaur soldiers approached with large swords in hand. Knowing something bad was about to happen, the young pony quickly stood in front of the centaur soldiers and pleaded, "Two soldiers, spare my sister. She's still young and doesn't understand. If it comes to it, you can vent your anger on me." A flash of the blade swept through, and the young pony fell weakly into a pool of blood. Still pleading with the centaur soldiers. "Brother," the young pony shouted in panic. Taking this opportunity, the horseman knocked the young pony down with a hoof. "You little bastard." The horseman cursed. The centaur soldiers walked over and raised their blades, and the young pony looked on in despair at everything happening. At that moment, he hated these centaurs for being so cruel. He also hated himself for being so powerless. As the young pony closed his eyes, unable to bear to witness any longer, he suddenly heard the screams of the two centaur soldiers. Curious, he opened his eyes to see a pony clad in silver-white armor stabbing through the heads of the two centaur soldiers with a bayonet that extended from its back. The horseman, paralyzed with fear, tried to say something but was instead pierced by a blade and fell to the ground. The silver-white pony then retracted the bayonet and carefully picked up the young pony. The young pony had not yet registered what was happening before he fainted from the shock. When the young pony woke up again, he found himself lying on a pristine white bed. "You're awake?" a pony in white asked. The young pony got off the bed and asked, "Excuse me, who are you? Where am I? And where is my sister?" "Let me introduce myself. I am the military doctor of the Great Star. You are in a temporary hospital." After the doctor finished speaking, he turned around, and a young pony rushed excitedly and leaped onto the young pony. "By the way, take this. The land in this notebook will be yours from now on. If you have any questions, go to the temporary office." The doctor placed the notebook aside and left the room. Soon after, the young pony walked out of the temporary hospital and began to wander around. The young pony looked at the announcement on the wall and started reading. "Now liberated by the Great Star, please recognize the star flag. Because from now on, you will be a pony of the Great Star. Under the protection of the Great Star." A voice caught the young pony's attention, and he curiously walked over. He saw a captain giving a teammate a heavy slap. "You scoundrel, do you know what you did wrong?" The teammate quickly began to apologize profusely. "Hey, you took the people's things without giving money. I should really be punished." "Good. Knowing your mistake is enough. Pay attention next time," the captain said, waving a hoof, while two other White Horse Brigade members aimed small laser cannons at the teammate. "Huh?" The teammate looked at the captain in shock. "What, huh? Have you memorized the manual? You can't take the people's needles and threads," the captain stated. Just as they were about to take the teammate away, "Wait, pony." A young pony rushed over, panting. "Captain, I saw this young man help us a lot, and even made some things for him. No need to collect money." The surrounding ponies began to plead for the teammate as well. "Okay, seeing so many ponies pleading, hurry up and give him the money and apologize. You're not allowed to make such a big mistake next time," the captain said. "Sorry, I shouldn't have taken things without giving money." The teammate bowed deeply and raised the money bag. "This will do," the young pony said. "No, I'm a great soldier," the teammate said, giving himself another slap. In the end, the young pony had no choice but to accept the money bag. Chapter 45, The Death of Tyrek. Canterlot. A centaur rushed into the palace, shouting, "Your Majesty, it's bad. In many places, riots have broken out, and the Star Army is coming." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the centaur collapsed to the ground, motionless. Two small ponies in silver-white armor flew in. "Are you Tyrek? You look like a red one. Come and fight me." After mocking Tyrek, the white pony threw a bag over. Tyrek instinctively gathered energy and fired a laser. The bag exploded, splattering some unknown liquid onto Tyrek. "What is this?" Tyrek asked in confusion. Upon closer inspection, his hands were covered in clean and sanitary golden juice. "Hey, you guys stop." Realizing what a good thing this was, Tyrek shot lasers wildly from his horn. The result was that the palace became a wreck, while the white ponies laughed at Tyrek from the air. Seeing that the situation was about right, the two white ponies activated their jetpacks and turned to flee. "Tyrek, having ruled over the small ponies for so long, was furious at being insulted like this, shouting, "You damned little ponies. I will make sure you never return." Tylek's massive body crashed through numerous buildings until he exited Canterlot. The white pony looked back at Tylek, who was firing lasers, and shouted, "Did you get it? Damn it, Tylek is still chasing me. You two lead Tylek to the northwest. As long as he gets there, hee." A voice came from the headset. "Don't think you can escape." Another laser shot from Tylek. Boom. The jetpacks exploded on the spot, and the two white ponies fell from the sky. Tylek grabbed the two white ponies and said, "Humph. Ha ha ha, how should I deal with you?" The two white ponies looked at each other and raised their hooves, shouting, "Long live the great star." Boom. The two white ponies activated their self-destruct devices. Cough, cough, cough. Tylek coughed as he looked at the gas produced by the explosion. It's toxic, but fortunately, he had some immunity to it. Zing. Dozens of golden lasers pierced through the toxic mist and hit Tylek. Just as Tylek was about to counterattack, a figure jumped out from behind the toxic mist. A white pony wearing a gas mask extended two chainsaws to chop at one of Tylek's horns. Sparks flew as the chainsaws clashed with the horn. Waves of light erupted from the horns, and the gas-masked white pony fell weakly to the ground. Just as Tylek opened his mouth to absorb some magic, a strange object flew out from the mist. Tylek grabbed it, puzzled by the sparks coming from behind it. Boom. Great Star's self-developed missile, you deserve it. The white pony leader said proudly. I will destroy your entire family. An enraged Tylek unleashed all his magic to attack in all directions, but the shield of the white ponies broke in just a second or two. Launch now. The white pony leader shouted. A massive barrage of missiles surged toward Tylek, who glanced at them dismissively. A laser from his horn swept around, and numerous missiles exploded in midair. Subsequently, Tylek easily broke through the white pony's defenses and went on a rampage. Tylek's enormous body approached the white pony leader and asked, "What other trump cards do you have?" The white pony leader looked around and shouted, "Your Majesty." 6 thick golden lasers blasted directly into Tylek. The previously fallen white pony was revived by the golden particles that floated by and stood up. It seems that relying solely on the white ponies to deal with you is a bit difficult, so the plan is activated. Huìhuì said. The white ponies started reciting a spell, and a giant magic circle appeared around them. Before Tylek could react, a mass of willow branches surged from below and tightly bound him. Tylek tried to struggle, but found that the more he struggled, the faster the branches absorbed his magic. The branches that absorbed the magic then transmitted it to Huìhuì. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Huìhuì infused magic into the clouds, and lightning crackled at the center, finally transforming into a lightning dragon that smashed down. Not to mention Tylek slowly disappearing in the light. When the light faded, a nearly cooked Tylek lay on the ground. Huìhuì landed in front, checking to see if this humanoid star was dead. Tylek suddenly opened his eyes, one large hand reaching toward Huìhuì. "Ah!" Tylek screamed. "Did you learn it?" "The correct use of the portal," Huìhuì said, looking at the hand that fell to the side. The gem released black mist surrounding Tylek, and soon Tylek transformed back into a slim dog shape. "Okay, now hurry and divide it up, or it will be gone later." After saying that, Huìhuì turned and flew away to return the magic to the small ponies. "What do you want to do?" Tylek looked around at the white ponies in horror. The white ponies approached with chainsaws and other weapons. When the white ponies dispersed, only a pool of blood was left behind. Chapter 46. The Black Crystal King acts separately. For several months, the advance of the Star Empire had caused various factions to pause their wars. They began to negotiate and subsequently formed an anti-Star alliance, deciding to once again jointly carve up Ponyland. Black Crystal Empire. The Black Crystal King received news that over 100,000 troops from the Star Army were heading towards him. The Black Crystal King scoffed, thinking that actively attacking at this time was tantamount to seeking death. It was known that the Star Empire was currently facing attacks from the Illusion Spirit, Storm King, Dragon Tribe, Griffin Tribe, and other armies. More importantly, with the addition of the Wasteland Shadow Demon, the Black Crystal King couldn't help but speak up. No matter how you look at it, this battle will be 800,000 against 100,000, and the advantage is mine. After saying that, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this statement. Your Majesty, this evil Black Crystal King is actually using small ponies as cannon fodder on the front lines. It's truly despicable. A young general said indignantly. Exactly. Otherwise, we would have long sent missiles to send those Wasteland Shadow Demons to the west. Another young general said. No problem. Have you heard of the Mind Control Tower? Hee. Huìhuì revealed his signature wicked smile. At a tower, a red light was flashing at the highest point. Huìhuì flew to the top of the tower, injecting the power of belief from the gem into it. The red transformed into a yellow and began to emit faint waves of light. On the front lines, the Star soldiers reluctantly shot down wave after wave of approaching comrades. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of small ponies suddenly stopped. After a while, their eyes gradually brightened. You worthless little ponies, why have you stopped? The wasteland shadow demon scolded, unaware of the seriousness of the situation. I'll call you worthless. One small pony cut off the wasteland shadow demon's chin with a knife. Hundreds of thousands of small ponies quickly began a righteous group beating against the wasteland shadow demon. The cries of the wasteland shadow demon echoed across the icy plains. After resolving the wasteland shadow demon, hundreds of thousands of small ponies underwent reorganization by the Great Star in just a few days and continued advancing toward the Black Crystal King's lair. Your Majesty, why don't we retreat to our homeland and think this through? The wasteland shadow demon suggested. Think what through? Aren't you going to talk to us? The white pony leader said as he smashed through the black crystal, flying in. This time, the white pony's equipment had clearly upgraded significantly. Are you ready to deal with monsters? The Black Crystal King looked coldly at the white pony leader. A bunch of random weapons extended from behind the white ponies, and a ghostly green light emanated from the Black Crystal King's horn. A laser struck one of the white ponies, who quickly stood up again. A hint of confusion flickered in the Black Crystal King's eyes, but when he saw the faint white light flickering on the white armor, he understood something. The white pony's laser cannons fired 2 lasers at the Black Crystal King, who hurriedly dodged. The wasteland shadow demon, unable to dodge in time, vanished in a flash of light. What are you dodging for? Another white horse of righteousness extended a device, and sound waves hit the walls, causing them to crack. Aim well at him. Various attacks were directed at the Black Crystal King. As the Black Crystal King dodged, he turned to shoot lasers. Unexpectedly, the leader of the white horse of righteousness picked up a gem to absorb this attack. Soon after, the Black Crystal King felt his magical power rapidly draining. As he tried to break free, several white horses of righteousness emitted blinding white light. The Black Crystal King felt not only unable to move, but also as if he were being burned. Moments later, the Black Crystal King fell to the ground helplessly. The leader of the white horses of righteousness presented the gem to the king. Huìhuì put on the gem again and walked in front of the Black Crystal King to ask, "Do you know a pony named Hope Radiance?" "What is that?" "Which slave?" The Black Crystal King replied. After confirming that the Black Crystal King was not lying, Huìhuì ordered, "Prepare for execution." After taking the Black Crystal King to the enchanted guillotine, with the blade's fall, the tyrant Black Crystal King perished. Chapter 47. The journey ends. In the following months, the Storm Emperor of the South was ambushed and killed by Longel, ending up in Canterlot, where he was torn apart by 5 adorable ponies. The Dragon Tribe, Griffins, and others suffered defeat under the cleansing of the Great Star Missile, continuously falling and becoming colonies of the Star Empire. The Illusion Spirit Empire, separated by a time and space, recalled the fear of being struck. Thus, the entire continent was almost filled with the flags of the Star Dynasty. Canterlot. Long live the king. Long live the Great Star. The pony race endures forever. The Star Army is invincible. The ponies cheered continuously. Huìhuì took the stage, took the microphone, and said, "Thank you all for your blessings. Also, thank you for your support of the Great Star. I declare that the pony race has completely turned the tables. Long live the Great Star. Long live the Great Star." The ponies shouted in unison. A large amount of faith poured out and was absorbed, but Huìhuì did not notice that this faith contained a hint of madness. While the ponies celebrated throughout the day, Huìhuì, "Are you really going back?" Ziyue said in disbelief. "Yes, but don't worry, I will come back when I have time. And I will leave some ponies here," Huìhuì said. "Then I'm worried I won't be able to govern this country," Ziyue said, lowering her head. Huìhuì gently placed one wing on Ziyue's back and said, "I believe in you, Ziyue. If there are really problems, ask Lu Sun and Zhang Liao. Also, I have arranged a minister to assist you. I think his name is Sierra. Trust me, Sierra will protect everyone." A black pony said. After saying this, Huìhuì left. However, before he left, he took with him only half-written "try again" and grand ceremony. "Oh right, almost forgot something." Huìhuì teleported to a dungeon. "Your Majesty, good." 2 white horses of righteousness pushed open the door. Huìhuì walked deep into the dungeon. "What are you doing here, you despicable pony?" the Cocoon Queen asked with a fierce look. Huìhuì ignored the Cocoon Queen's words and said to himself, "This Illusion Spirit Queen, do you know? I have always been curious about your ability to transform. My Great Star has tried many times to replicate it with technology, but the results are either a short transformation time or just a shadow. So what?" The Cocoon Queen suddenly had a bad premonition. Huìhuì's gaze, which seemed to devour insects, slowly turned. In the dim light, a huge black shadow appeared on the wall, and in an instant, it swallowed the Cocoon Queen. Huìhuì contentedly stroked the gem and left the empty cell. "Your Majesty, you finally came," Yinshu said. "Hurry back." "Your Majesty, I have an idea to create a new type of tank based on a tiger," Lian said. Huìhuì immediately activated the magic array. and a large number of star soldiers left one after another. However, when it was Huìhuì's turn, an accident occurred, and he was caught in a time and space turbulence. What the heck? Where's this? Why does it feel a bit familiar? Before Huìhui could think further, his body began to flicker, and then his backpack disappeared, dropping 2 books on the ground, with their titles also disappearing. Huìhui quickly realized that he was about to be erased by the time and space turbulence. He urged the magical power within him to try to leave, but found it useless. Oh no, am I going to perish? Huìhui's mind raced. Ziyue. Huìhui called out to Ziyue, urging a large amount of magical power. Just as he was about to be erased, Ziyue finally pulled him back to the original world. Huìhui, why are you covered in cold sweat? Ziyue asked, lifting one of her hooves in confusion. Phew, Ziyue, you probably don't understand. I almost got. Wait. You have wings now? Did I miss something? Huìhui said. Some small things did happen while you were gone, but I have good news for you. I'm going to be crowned as a princess, Ziyue said excitedly, shaking Huìhui. At this moment, a familiar figure slowly emerged in Huìhui's mind. A pony resembling a tomato scrambled egg. In another time and space, a blue figure walked out of the bushes. It was our Huìhui. However, this Huìhui not only had no wings, but also had a broken horn. Strange. I just heard some noise here. What is this? Huìhui picked up the 2 books on the ground and began to read. Chapter 48, The Afterglow Shines. Nighttime, in the castle. A white light flashed in a room, and a figure quickly slipped out. The figure stealthily entered Ziyue's room and unknowingly replaced the crown. Just as everything was going smoothly, while preparing to leave, it tripped over Suelong's tail. After making a noise, it successfully woke Ziyue. Ziyue opened her eyes in a daze and saw a pony stealing her crown, immediately exclaiming, "My crown! She stole my crown!" The figure, realizing it had been discovered, quickly fled to the corridor. "Stop! There's a thief!" Ziyue's shout attracted the attention of other ponies. Ziyue teleported in front of her senior sister, but her senior sister unexpectedly teleported behind Ziyue and gave her a smug glance. Then, 6 ponies joined in to chase down the senior sister. "Can someone help me?" Ziyue shouted. Bang! The wall beside them cracked open, and a sound wave hit the senior sister. After a scream, she crashed into a nearby wall. 2 white horses of righteousness flew in, coldly watching the senior sister, their backs extending laser cannons aimed at her, ready to fire. "Stop! Let her go!" A voice from the earphones came, belonging to Huìhui. The white horses of righteousness intentionally delayed the firing time, allowing the senior sister to decisively teleport away. "Why did you 2 fire instead of just catching her?" Yinbao flew over to complain. On the other side, the senior sister, limping from the sound wave attack, was hugged by Ziyue, and they rolled on the ground together. The crown, after an absurd physical impact, successfully fell into the mirror. "Where did you take my crown?" Ziyue questioned. "I was forced to, princess." After that, Huìhui transmitted to the mirror and, after bowing to Ziyue, turned and entered the mirror. 6 then found the cosmic princess and explained everything. Just as the cosmic princess was about to speak, a burst of music played. The cosmic princess, moon princess, rhythm princess. And 6 stared blankly at the source of the sound. Huìhui, wearing black sunglasses and earmuffs, dressed in a black military coat, walked in with star soldiers carrying speakers. "That guy's back?" Huìhui asked. "Who is back?" Ziyue asked in confusion. A laser shot from Huìhui's horn, then exploded into a smoky small theater. Huìhui, the old teacher's former student. "That's right, it's this guy in front of me who looks like a tomato scrambled egg and owes me hundreds of thousands." As she said this, Huìhui rolled her eyes and continued. Her studies were not much earlier than mine. However, the senior Huìhuì, this arrogant old senior, looked down on befriending useless individuals. Our old teacher, wanting to change her erroneous mindset, brought Huìhuì to a mirror, originally intending for her to recognize herself correctly. When the teacher, with an expectant expression, asked her what she saw, Huìhuì replied, "A powerful little pony with an unlimited future." Then, when the teacher asked her to look at the mirror with a humble heart, an unexpected incident occurred, and the mirror showed things that shouldn't be seen. The teacher hurriedly ended the class, unaware that the image from the mirror was imprinted in Huìhui's heart. Afterward, this deceitful Huìhuì, who lacked morals, scammed me out of hundreds of thousands and attacked the guards to enter the mirror. As the smoke cleared, 6 was lamenting, while the cosmic princess was puzzled about how Huìhui knew these things. What Huìhui said next almost made them crack up. "By the way, if Huìhui hadn't scammed my money back then, I wouldn't have been locked up for years without preparation. I would have used that money to increase publicity, buy weapons and equipment, and when the plan matured, I would directly overthrow the old wall lamp's rule and become the only emperor." Hee. Huìhui raised her 2 hooves and laughed, but suddenly realized the atmosphere around her was off. The cosmic princess stared with wide eyes, looking at Huìhui in shock. The other ponies reacted similarly. Realizing she had let something slip, Huìhuì forced a smile and said, "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." After the atmosphere settled, the Cosmic Princess led everyone to the mirror. The Moon Princess introduced, "This is not an ordinary mirror, but a portal to another world, which opens every 30 months. The three princesses then discussed the importance of this mission. When Six and the other members suggested going together, they were informed by the Cosmic Princess that it would disrupt the order of parallel worlds. Ziwa mustered her courage and just entered, followed closely by Suilong. "Wait, Huìhuì, are you going too?" Applejack asked. Huìhuì turned back and said, "I'm going to have a good talk with the senior sister." After saying that, she also stepped into the mirror. As Huìhuì left, the Cosmic Princess noticed that Huìhuì's backpack was stuffed with many things. Not understanding why, she had a bad premonition. Huìhuì going there should be fine, right? Chapter 49, Ponyville Girls, Activate. From the statue, a boy in a black military uniform and black cap, with faint silver-gray hair and light golden eyes, walked out. The newcomer was our amiable Huìhuì, and the gem on her chest had dimmed a bit. "Phew, I almost turned into another form," Huìhuì said. Just then, Ziwa let out a sharp scream. Huìhuì turned to see Ziwa, studying her own hands and feet. Then, under the bewildered and surprised gazes of passers-by, she started to walk using all fours. Seeing this, Huìhuì hurriedly went over to help Ziwa up and flashed a standard royal smile at the onlookers. After the passers-by left, Huìhuì turned to Ziwa and said, "Ziwa, you should learn to walk on your own 2 feet." Ziwa quickly hobbled up the stairs, looking confused and asking, "Huìhuì, how can you walk so naturally?" Huìhuì replied, "If you can't walk, just practice more. The more you walk, the more accustomed you'll be. As for me, what is wrong with having high comprehension?" Ziwa wanted to say something else, but bumped into the glass door. Then she tried to use magic to open the big door, but found she couldn't use any magic. "My magic is malfunctioning," Ziwa exclaimed in surprise. "That makes sense. After all, you don't even have horns," Suilong said, looking up. Huìhuì then used magic to open the door amidst Ziwa's brainstorming. "What are you looking at? Go in," Huìhuì said. "My gosh, why can you use magic?" Suilong exclaimed in surprise. Huìhuì ignored Suilong's outcry and walked right in. Not long after entering, class ended, and a crowd of students poured out. As the 2 ponies and a dog navigated through the sea of people and reached a corner, they heard a voice. "I'm really sorry, I just found something and thought I should hand it in. I didn't know it was yours." Huìhuì stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Xiaodai. "It was mine first. You got there before me and ruined my good deed. It's not your thing, you don't get to pick it up." Xiaodai replied timidly. "But that is not yours either," Huìhuì shouted, slamming Xiaodai against the wall. "Say that again." Xiaodai was so scared she slumped to the ground. "Look at your unfortunate demeanor. No wonder only those homeless animals are willing to associate with you," Huìhuì mocked. "Senior sister, you're still the same as before, such a character." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Huìhuì turned around. "Huìhuì, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to take you back to face the music." "My dear senior sister," Huìhuì replied. "Get lost. I don't want to go back." Huìhuì grabbed a nearby backpack and threw it. Huìhuì dodged the backpack, and Huìhuì immediately grabbed everything she could throw at her. A shield appeared in front of Huìhuì to block the attacks, while Xiaodai watched in astonishment, even questioning if she was hallucinating. "Shoo, don't tell anyone," Huìhuì said to Xiaodai, who nodded dumbly. Seeing that she couldn't stop Huìhuì's advance, Huìhuì limped backward. "Why are you running?" "Senior sister, when are you going to pay me back?" Huìhuì said, leisurely chasing behind. Huìhuì saw reinforcements coming from a distance and ordered, "Jian, Wawa, stop her." Jian and Wawa rolled up their sleeves and approached Huìhuì, then both threw punches at her face. "In the principal's office, no, I just defended myself. Does it have to be like this?" Huìhuì complained. Celestia raised her eyebrows, first looking at Jian and Wawa, who were bandaged and using crutches. Then at the unscathed Huìhuì. "Student, this is called excessive self-defense," Celestia said. Huìhuì turned to Wulong Fengchu and asked, "What do you think? Did I do this to myself?" "Ah, yes. Wulong Fengchu nodded quickly. In the end, Huìhuì was still asked to clean the corridor. This old wall lamp is so annoying everywhere. If it weren't for the fact that Huìhuì suddenly remembered she could use magic, she would have decisively put down the broom and walked into the principal's office. Celestia hadn't reacted yet when her memory was modified. In the place where the crown was kept, Huìhuì appeared, just about to switch it when she suddenly remembered that her senior sister hadn't paid her back. "Hee. Senior sister, I even prepared a surprise for you." A dark mist surged from the gem on Huìhuì's chest and entered the crown. Huìhuì then vanished from the spot. Chapter 50, a slightly interesting song. In a room, Huìhuì was reciting a spell. The magic circle on the ground responded, and then figures began to crawl out one by one. Soon, the star soldiers that crawled out started to walk using all fours. Seeing this familiar scene, Huìhuì slapped her face in helplessness. Why do I always feel like I forgot someone? Huìhuì wondered. The next day, Ziyue woke up in the library, determined to have everyone vote for her. But as soon as she stepped out of the library, the surrounding students started to laugh at her because Huìhuì edited a video of Ziyue's dark history. As Ziyue was looking bewildered, Ruei appeared and pulled Ziyue into a room. Ruei explained the situation, and then Ziyue went to the soccer field to gather the last member, Rainbow Daisy. With all 6 members gathered, they sat in a cake shop discussing how to increase Ziyue's votes. Listen up, the dance party is tomorrow, but we still don't know how to campaign for Ziyue. Right now, everyone is misled by Huìhuì's video. We need to make people see Ziyue in a new light, Applejack said as he paced back and forth. In the cafeteria, it was bustling with people. And just as the 6 were about to start singing, the cafeteria doors were pushed open. Everyone looked towards a group of people dressed in black military uniforms. And Huìhuì quickly cast a simple spell on his throat, took the microphone, and began to speak. Looking around, the crowd was dancing and screaming as if enchanted. Rainbow Daisy complained, "Why do I feel like this guy is even more of a villain than Huìhuì?" Huìhuì was standing on a table, feeling a new faith swell within him, some of which felt a bit crazy. Outside, Huìhuì turned around and saw Jianjian and Wowo trying hard to wave their hands. "You 2 idiots, stop that. I have a task for you," Huìhuì said with a wicked smile. Then, Huìhuì showed a picture, framing Ziyue for ruining the dance party, but Flashguard appeared just in time to rescue Ziyue. The good Huìhuì provided a more authentic video of Huìhuì ruining the dance party to Vice Principal Luna. However, as the dance party setup was destroyed, Ziyue helplessly revealed that she came from another world. "If I can't get the crown back, I can't return." "Who said that?" Huìhuì walked in and said. After rallying everyone, they restored the dance party scene and successfully held it. In the end, Ziyue successfully obtained the crown. However, Suilong was kidnapped. Huìhuì looked at the crown in Ziyue's hands and grinned. "Master Sister, good luck with what's next." Chapter 51. The situation gets out of control. Huìhuì, stop right there, Ziyue shouted as she chased after Huìhuì. Huìhuì completely ignored Ziyue's shouts, grabbing Suilong and running to the statue. Jianjian and Wowo, now in a weakened state, struggled to lift their sticks. "Let Suilong go," Ziyue said. "Haha, here you go." Huìhuì tossed Suilong to Ziyue. Then, Huìhuì picked up a hammer and pointed it at the statue. "Now make a decision. Hand over the crown to me, or you won't be going back to Ponyville tonight." Ziyue hesitated for a few seconds before decisively telling Huìhuì no. Frustrated, Huìhuì raised the hammer, ready to strike down, but after a moment of thought, she stopped. "Ziyue, you're really awesome," Rainbow Daisy said with admiration. Applejack quickly followed up with, "You would actually sacrifice yourself for us." As everyone praised Ziyue, a panicked Huìhuì lunged forward to snatch the crown. After a struggle, Huìhuì successfully grabbed the crown. With excitement, Huìhuì said to Ziyue and the others, "I'm finally going to obtain unimaginable power." At that moment, Huìhuì upstairs had a wicked smile as he watched Master Sister. As Huìhuì slowly put on the crown, a black-blue beam of light sent Huìhuì into the sky. At this point, Huìhuì was not only suffering from the backlash of the original energy, but the black mist injected by Huìhuì also spread out and merged in. If Huìhuì in the original story only shed tears from the pain of energy backlash, now with the addition of Huìhuì's black mist, she screamed in agony. Huìhuì then transformed in pain. Huìhuì upstairs watched in shock. "Oh no. Why isn't the script going the way I planned?" Huìhuì said. After that, he hurriedly grabbed his bag and ran downstairs. As the light circle cracked open, an even uglier version of Huìhuì appeared before everyone. I feel great now," Huìhuì said. Then, she gathered light waves in both hands and shot them at Jianjian and Wowo, turning the 2 into demons as well. Huìhuì turned to look at the panicked classmates, who had never seen a real-life demon, and ran into the classroom, locking the door behind them. Huìhuì declared, "Now I am your princess, and I demand your submission." Using telekinesis, she tore off the door and the wall, flying in and emitting light waves that controlled the students. The 6 stepped forward to assess the situation. Huìhuì turned around and said, "Let me give you a spoiler. I will use this youth army behind me to overthrow the old and senile rule of Celestia." "No, you can't," Ziyue shouted. "Oh, don't be ridiculous. What are you going to use?" Huìhuì was struck by a beam of white light. The 6 all looked over, and Huìhuì appeared, dressed in black military attire and holding a cross. Huìhuì quickly flew back and said, "Huìhuì, you'd better not ruin my plans. Otherwise, I'll smash you into the ground like before." Yuxing Huìhuì rolled her eyes and asked, Master Sister, let me ask you, what will you do when you go back like this? What will I do? First, I'll kill that old hag, and then I'll kill anyone who opposes me. Becoming the only princess. Yue Shuo said proudly. You are definitely not the Master Sister. Just a dark side. Yuxing Huìhuì pointed at Yue Shuo. Ziyue recalled the black mist that appeared when Yue Shuo transformed, as well as the conversation of these two good people. Yuxing Huìhuì, did you do something bad? Ziyue said. Staring at Yuxing Huìhuì. Yuxing Huìhuì, feeling a bit guilty, avoided Ziyue's gaze and whispered, Actually, I injected a little something into the crown at the beginning. The original plan was for Yue Shuo to be pulled into an illusion to repent after putting on the crown. Then Yue Shuo would make quite a fool of herself. And I planned to film it for some black history. When the time was right, I would let her out. It seems like a little accident happened. And after absorbing my black mist, a bigger dark side emerged. Chapter 52. The fight concludes. You two stop chatting. Yue Shuo gathered a laser and shot it at Yuxing Huìhuì. Seeing this, Yuxing Huìhuì quickly summoned a protective shield in front of her. Seriously, didn't the prison wall lamp teach you not to interrupt when others are talking? No wonder the prison wall lamp didn't choose you. Yuxing Huìhuì shouted. At this moment, Yue Shuo paused for a few seconds, as if remembering something, and shouted at Yuxing Huìhuì, Why? Why didn't you give me the princess position? Instead, it went to that little purple pony over there. I am your student. I am your most outstanding student. I am the heir to the princess. Why? Yue Shuo's shout left Yuxing Huìhuì stunned. Slowly putting down her phone, Yuxing Huìhuì awkwardly said, I'm not the prison wall lamp. This statement finally brought Yue Shuo back to her senses. However, Yue Shuo still had an indescribable anger stuck in her chest and punched Yuxing Huìhuì, who was still in shock. Yuxing Huìhuì flew for a few seconds before falling to the ground, and Ziyue and the others hurriedly helped her up. Yuxing Huìhuì, do you know? You look just as powerless now as if I had sabotaged all your art exams, causing you to fail. Yue Shuo laughed heartily. Then Yuxing Huìhuì quickly got up and said to Ziyue, hold my phone for me. I'm going to drive away a demon and be right back. Holding the cross, Yuxing Huìhuì walked up to Yue Shuo. Yuxing Huìhuì, you don't really think this little cross can hurt me, do you? Yue Shuo mocked. Yuxing Huìhuì thought Yue Shuo had a point, so she threw away the cross and took out a special black cross from her backpack. Hi Yuxing Huìhuì raised the enhanced cross. The black cross emitted a glow. I have to say this thing is much more useful than a regular cross. Yue Shuo was directly scorched by the light, emitting a sharp explosive sound. After being illuminated, the students regained consciousness. What happened? I feel dizzy. Look, a demon. The students panicked again. Calm down, everyone. A voice rang out, and the students looked over. Dozens of people in black military uniforms with guns appeared. Do not panic. Follow our orders and leave in an orderly manner. For some reason, the students inexplicably trusted the Star Soldiers and obediently followed them away. Crash. The half-finished black cross broke apart. Haha, you should be out of tricks now, right? Yue Shuo asked. Yuxing Huìhuì silently took out a strange gun from her backpack and aimed it at Yue Shuo. Yue Shuo swallowed hard. What is this thing? Has everything changed so much in the years I haven't been back to Xiaomali? Go for it, you two fools. Yue Shuo commanded. Jian and Wowo rushed down from the sky, eager to fight. The laser guns simultaneously shot out golden lasers and sound waves. Oh. The two dragon and phoenix chicks couldn't withstand this strike and were directly blasted back to their original forms. Seeing Jian and Wowo's fate, Yue Shuo decisively retreated strategically. Stop right there. Yuxing Huìhuì shouted. After Yuxing Huìhuì's attack skewed the school, it was almost reduced to ruins. Yuxing Huìhuì raised her laser gun, ready to continue the attack. Yuxing Huìhuì, aim at a point. The school is going to be destroyed. Ziyue couldn't help but say as she looked at the school's tragic state. Just as Yuxing Huìhuì was momentarily distracted, Yue Shuo seized the opportunity to snatch the laser gun. Just as Yue Shuo was feeling triumphant, Yuxing Huìhuì snapped her fingers. Boom. The laser gun exploded on the spot, sending Yue Shuo flying. Yue Shuo got up and, seeing she couldn't win against Yuxing Huìhuì head-on, flew towards the group of students. The Star Soldiers, seeing this, pulled out their bolt-action rifles and aimed at Yue Shuo to shoot. A bunch of annoying bugs. Yue Shuo opened her mouth and quickly drained the souls of the Star Soldiers. Then she grabbed the students and continuously absorbed their souls to increase her power. Seeing this scene, Yuxing Huìhuì couldn't help but say, now the situation is urgent. Let's kill the senior sister. Six looked bewildered. Then, seeing Yuxing Huìhuì take out a staff from her backpack and fly over, Ziyue had a feeling that Yuxing Huìhuì could quickly resolve this matter. But she felt that Yuxing Huìhuì was using the excuse of exorcism to take the opportunity to take revenge on Yue Shuo, right? On the other side, after absorbing the souls of an entire school, Yue Shuo felt invigorated. She immediately gathered all her strength to condense a ball of light and smashed it towards Yuxing Huìhuì. Who would have thought that Yuxing Huìhuì would casually disperse the light ball with a swing of her staff, flying straight over and shouting, "Demon, you dare to show off in front of me. Watch me destroy you and rescue the poor senior sister you have tormented." Falling night rain star. A large number of stars shot out from above Yuxing Huìhuì. Yuhui Shuashuo was hit so hard that she vomited out the soul she had just consumed. Before one wave had subsided, another arose. Yuxing Huìhuì transformed into a meteor and fell from the sky. Boom. A deep pit was blasted into the ground. And the senior sister was successfully purified in the light. Yuxing Huìhuì jumped out of the deep pit. 6 and the students gathered around. Yuxing Huìhuì, you didn't turn Yuhui Shuashuo to ashes, did you? Ziyue asked anxiously. How could I do such a thing? Yuxing Huìhuì pointed to the deep pit, then became dazed. Yuhui Shuashuo was only a bit dirty and had no wounds at all. After thinking for a moment, Yuxing Huìhuì understood. All the attacks were absorbed by the dark side, and the main body had been repenting in the illusion, so this could be considered a success, right? It was a bit of a pity. Ziyue stepped forward and said, Yuhui Shuashuo, your tyranny here has already collapsed. Tonight, you have shown everyone your dark true face. The students began to whisper among themselves. The furious Yuhui Shuashuo raised her tear-streaked face and said, I'm so sorry, I truly apologize. I don't understand why I did such evil things. Then, under Yuxing Huìhuì's skeptical gaze, she crawled out of the deep pit in no time. After a conversation with Ziyue, she completed the final step of her redemption. All right, senior sister, I should take you back to report now, Yuxing Huìhuì said as she walked over. Wait, I'm going to see her now. Seeing the senior sister looking for excuses, Yuxing Huìhuì cut off her retreat with one sentence. Don't worry about not being able to come back. Actually, I already have another route. Yuxing Huìhuì pointed to the star soldiers jumping into the new magic array in the distance, and casually picked up Yuhui Shuashuo. Wait, I can walk by myself, Yuhui Shuashuo said, her face a bit flushed. Just as the group was preparing to return, Princess Celestia walked over and said, Wait, due to your and Yuhui Shuashuo's actions, the school has become a ruin, and you should compensate for some of the losses. But we have no money right now. Can we postpone it? Before Ziyue could finish speaking, Yuxing Huìhuì dumped a mountain of gold and jewels from her backpack, making Rui's eyes widen. This stuff is not only enough for you to rebuild the school, but you can even expand it. Yuxing Huìhuì said. Yuxing Huìhuì, how do you have money if you're not the treasury? Ziyue asked. Yuxing Huìhuì silently recalled the dragon clan that was plundered in another world. In the mirror, Ziyue still retained the human walking habit, swaying as she walked out. Members of 6 took turns to hug Ziyue. The cosmic princess looked down with a worried expression and asked, Is Yuhui Shuashuo okay? Following that, the rebellious team of Chushi came out of the mirror, and Yuxing Huìhuì and Yuhui Shuashuo swayed out together. In the bewildered gaze of the crowd of ponies, they both put their hands on their hips. Then the 2 little ponies reacted and returned to a normal walking posture. At this moment, the cosmic princess's expression became serious as she spread her wings and looked at Yuhui Shuashuo. The crowd of ponies became tense, except for a certain blue unicorn who began munching on a watermelon freshly cut by the white pony. Seeing the atmosphere so tense, Ziyue spoke up in an attempt to ease it. A cosmic princess, haha, you should know who has returned, right? Finally, she made a funny face to wrap it up. Yuhui Shuashuo took a few deep breaths and gathered her courage to speak. Cosmic princess, the last time we met, I was still your disgraced student who rebelled. If I were, I definitely wouldn't say this, Ziyue said quietly, a bit worried. I have reformed and come to seek your forgiveness, guidance, and teaching. The cosmic princess slowly walked up to Yuhui Shuashuo, her shadow enveloping her. Yuhui Shuashuo took a few steps back in fear and said, Or I could leave. You would never have to see me again. The cosmic princess opened her wings and embraced Yuhui Shuashuo. I missed you so much. Me too, Yuhui Shuashuo replied. Yay. Isn't it time to have a party? Pinkie Pie shouted. Then Yuxing Huìhuì swapped back for Beaky. In that case, senior sister, why don't you stay here a bit longer before going back? Yuxing Huìhuì said. The ponies looked at Yuhui Shuashuo, waiting for her decision. I think staying here for a while isn't bad. I can also take a look at the changes in Ponyville, Yuhui Shuashuo said. Chapter 53, Current Situation of the Empire. On the train, Ziyue was reflecting on what the cosmic princess had said to her. Ziyue, you are now a princess and should learn how to manage a country well. Just right. Yuxing Huìhuì should have a lot of experience in this. The broadcast inside the train announced the arrival at the capital of the Star Empire, Xing'an. As soon as 6 and Suilong got off the train, they saw a familiar tomato scrambled egg waiting for them. Ziyue, Yuhui. The 2 little ponies hugged each other. Sorry to interrupt, but we need to conduct a routine check, a police pony said. After a few police ponies waved their detectors around, they let the group of ponies go. Yuhui, how do you feel here? Ziyue asked. Except for a bit of an adjustment to walking on hooves, Everything else is fine, Huìhuì replied. As the two ponies chatted, a tiger-cat vehicle drove by and stopped nearby. Two familiar little ponies jumped out and, for some unknown reason, started arguing. Liruan, stop arguing. Hain shouted. Haikuan, why are you barking like a dog? Lien scolded back. The two ponies couldn't outdo each other in insults and ended up slapping each other with their hooves like children. Huìhuì watched in surprise as the two famous generals fought. The two ponies jumped down to duel, and suddenly a heavy rain began to pour from the sky. The fight between the two ponies intensified. Seeing the situation was not good, Huìhuì and Huìhuì rushed forward to mediate. No fighting. No fighting. Gentle ponies use words, not hooves. We're not gentle ponies. The two ponies turned around and said simultaneously. Hain leaped and tackled Lien, giving him a flurry of punches. Lien quickly countered with an uppercut that sent Hain flying, standing up in a boxing stance. As the two ponies charged at each other, a celestial beast appeared between them. The two ponies hastily hit the brakes and flew out. You two, Yuxing Huìhuì has summoned you to face each other. The outcome was clear. The two ponies were successfully restrained. After dispersing the dark clouds, several ponies finally managed to chat. I've read the letter from the prison lamp. Keep these books safe. They contain information on how to manage a country, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Yuxing Huìhuì, I have a question. You mention the prison lamp every day. Aren't you afraid of the teacher? Have you surpassed the teacher's strength? Huìhuì asked. Upon hearing this question, Huìhuì immediately opened her notebook to record Yuxing Huìhuì's specific information. My strength should be average, barely enough to contend with the prison lamp. Yuxing Huìhuì replied nonchalantly. Huh, that's all the information? And you're not sure? So, which tier is Yuxing Huìhuì in? In an instant, Huìhuì's little brain was overwhelmed with countless questions, leading to a mental overload. Her expression turned silly like a papaya, looking quite comical. Seeing her like this, Yuxing Huìhuì and Huìhuì exchanged glances, silently communicating. Does the prison lamp also teach face changing? Is it exclusive content? After spending nearly a day in Xing'an, they arrived at the cinema. At this moment, the first movie of the Star Empire, The Hoof Demon King, was playing. During the screening, Huìhuì noticed a pony walking out. For some reason, she felt compelled to follow him. After a brief chase, the pony entered an alley and jumped into a magic circle. Huìhuì hesitated for a moment, but then jumped in as well. After a swirl, Huìhuì found herself in an unfamiliar place. There was a newspaper on the ground, and Huìhuì picked it up to read. The Great King's 1-year anniversary of liberating little ponies. After learning what Yuxing Huìhuì had done in this place, Huìhuì gradually calmed down. As long as there are no rebellions, it's fine. Just then, a little pony ran over and grabbed Huìhuì. Master Huìhuì, it's time to go to the church. Before Huìhuì could react, she was taken to the church. Inside, many little ponies were looking at Huìhuì, and before she could figure out what was happening, one of the little ponies spoke up, followed by the others joining in. After singing, the little pony excitedly said, remember, we must always be ready to give our lives for the empire. Long live the great star. Long live the great star. The little ponies cheered. After the ceremony, a little pony curiously asked, Master, why didn't you say anything today? Huìhuì instantly broke out in a cold sweat. And just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice came from outside. Not good. The illusion spirit has rebelled. The little ponies quickly ran outside. And Huìhuì seized the opportunity to slip into a room to find the spell to return. By the time Huìhuì returned to the cinema, the movie was nearing its end. In the movie, the cosmic hero Boros thumped his chest and shouted, no one expects me. I understand better than anyone. The god-level heroes are useless. And no one knows better than I do that I can't win against you. But I have to do this. It's not about winning or losing. But I must stand in front of you. If I run away, who will protect the universe behind me? The little ponies in attendance erupted with excitement, especially Yubao, who shouted the loudest. Go for it. Hero in the spaceship. The other little ponies chimed in. Come on, defeat the evil bald demon king. Don't lose, big brother. The little ponies watched excitedly as Boros charged at the evil bald demon king, Saitama. Then, to their disbelief, Boros exhausted all his energy and merely tore through the bald demon king's cape. In his last moments, he asked, did I lose? With the movie ending, the little ponies were in an uproar. Boros, if you fall, who will protect the universe? Get up, Boros. Just as the little ponies were about to explode with emotion, a trailer slowly appeared on the screen. We barely have time to mourn Boros's passing. The next to arrive on the battlefield is King Snake. Stay tuned for the next installment, Monster Hero, the strongest King Snake versus the Hoof Demon King Saitama. After leaving the cinema, Yubao flew in the air, exclaiming, when will the next episode come out? I can't wait to see King Snake defeat the bald demon king and avenge Boros. Meanwhile, Huìhuì ignored her companion's discussions about the plot and was lost in thoughts of another world. Chapter 54, The Haunted Castle. Yuxing Huìhuì. Isn't it bad for us to go to the teacher's old residence like this? Huìhuì looked around and said, what's the rush, master sister? I'm starting to miss your former unruly self, Yuxing Huìhuì replied. The two ponies had just entered the castle when Ziyue and Suilong followed closely behind. The rebel group entered a room, and Yuxing Huìhuì immediately began rummaging through a bookshelf. Hey, Yuxing Huìhuì, what are you looking for? Yue approached and asked. Yuxing Huìhuì didn't answer Yue's question and instead pulled out a book, staring at Yue with a strange expression. Gulp. Yuxing Huìhuì, are you okay? Yue nervously asked after swallowing. Of course I'm fine after all. Our illusion spirit is about to rule the world. Hee hee. Yuxing Huìhuì transformed into an illusion spirit and turned to look at Yue. Yue felt a twinge of fear, but quickly firmed her gaze and said, I won't let your scheme succeed. Yue shot a laser at the illusion spirit in front of her and then turned to escape. The door slammed shut, locking Yue inside. Yue found herself bound by a rope, instantly losing all her magical power and collapsing to the ground. The illusion spirit approached Yue and said, this cute little pony. Don't worry, I'll slowly eat you. After saying that, the illusion spirit opened its bloody mouth and lunged at her. Help! Yue closed her eyes in terror. Just when Yue thought she was going to die, haha master sister, was this joke fun? Yue opened her eyes to find Yuxing Huìhuì laughing at a camera, which had captured her scared expression. After untying the rope, Yue said somewhat dissatisfied, Yuxing Huìhuì, that wasn't funny. At that moment, a book titled Complete History of Black Records appeared in front of Yuxing Huìhuì. The afterglow glimmered as she leaned in to take a look, almost causing her to lose her composure. The book contained numerous photos, all of them Black history. For example, a collection of Ziyu's facial expressions, and the times when the other members had been embarrassed. The Moon Princess's transformation into Nightmare Moon, and the Cosmic Princess turning into the Sun of Destruction? How could even the teacher have fallen during the time I was away? As Yuhui Shua was engrossed in the front, her smile gradually faded in the back. Not for any other reason, but because of the various beautiful photos taken when she lost her reason and her recent desperate look. Yuhui Shua swore that if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat Yuxing Huìhuì, she would probably have shown him who really was the boss, just like before. Just as Yuhui Shua was lost in thought, Yuxing Huìhuì took out several more books to flip through. After a while, Yuhui Shua felt a bit bored and almost fell asleep while reading. I've got it. Yuxing Huìhuì suddenly shouted, startling Yuhui Shua and causing her to tumble off her chair. What did you figure out? Yuhui Shua asked, poking her head out from under a book. Nothing much, just how to use magic to enhance something and the technology to create mechanical ponies, etc. Also, watch me conjure a big treasure. Yuxing Huìhuì's horn emitted a faint blue light that shone on the ground, gradually transforming into a familiar figure. Nightmare Moon. Yuhui Shua exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, it's just a replica. Yuxing Huìhuì conjured a shield to block in front of the two ponies. Didn't you say it was a replica? Yuhui Shua asked. I might have accidentally mispronounced the spell and summoned the Nightmare Moon from another world. Yuxing Huìhuì said sheepishly. What? Yuhui Shua shouted. At this moment, Nightmare Moon spoke up. So it was you two who summoned me? Chapter 55, Castle Horror. Yuxing Huìhuì, shouldn't you send her back? Yuhui Shua said, looking at the terrifying aura of Nightmare Moon. It seems this world is not yet under my hoof. Nightmare Moon exploded in rage, shattering the walls and flying out. Inside the castle, Jinshi and Ro were fleeing after being startled by Yunbao and Applejack. Darling, luckily that strange thing didn't chase us. Jinshi gasped. However, Ro's face was pale, her hooves trembling uncontrollably as she pointed behind them. Jinshi, behind you. Jinshi turned around and saw Nightmare Moon's terrifying face observing her up close. Jinshi screamed at the top of her lungs. Nightmare Moon conjured a piece of tape and stuck it over Jinshi's mouth to silence her. Then, black-purple liquid surged around, slowly wrapping Jinshi inside. Before the liquid completely engulfed her, Jinshi desperately reached out one hoof towards Ro, her eyes clearly pleading for help. But Ro was already paralyzed with fear, standing there in a daze. The black-purple liquid slowly dissolved, and Jinshi reappeared, but now she was wearing a black-purple outfit, her body surrounded by a faint purple aura. Jinshi, are you okay? Ro asked in a terrified whisper. Of course I'm fine, darling, I feel wonderful now. Why not become a slave beside the master like me? As Jinshi, clearly not in a good state, approached her, Ro quickly took off to find help. Suddenly, Ro felt her body unable to move. Turning around, she saw Jinshi using unprecedented magical power to control her. As Jinshi advanced to use her horn on Ro, a rainbow streaked through the dimness, hitting Jinshi hard and sending her flying. Applejack helped Ro up and asked, My Cosmic Princess, how did the Moon Princess become Nightmare Moon again? It seems the sister from this world is still alive. Nightmare Moon said coldly, Another world? Don't tell me you're from another world. Yunbao exclaimed. Yunbao, I don't think this is the time to discuss that. Applejack said. Panicking as she looked around at the space-time rifts opening up, revealing corrupted creatures. The three ponies hurriedly ran back, being chased by a large number of corrupted creatures. Along the way, they happened to encounter Ziyu, who had come out to investigate the commotion, and she joined the fleeing team. Just as the 4 ponies and 1 dragon escaped the castle, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But they soon found Nightmare Moon waiting for them. Nightmare Moon spoke. You know, you from another world also fled in such a pathetic manner. Really? I hope you don't drive Yuxing Huìhuì a bit insane. Otherwise, after a round of wheel warfare, Yuxing Huìhuì will go mad trying to reclaim the throne. Bai Qi appeared and said, Bai Qi, what strange things are you talking about? Ziyu asked in confusion. Everyone be quiet. Nightmare Moon shot a laser that sent all the ponies flying. Then, with telekinesis, she grabbed Ro. Help! Help! Ro cried in terror. Just as Nightmare Moon was about to corrupt Ro, don't be afraid, I'm coming. Wuxi rode in on a flying pig, smashing Nightmare Moon away with a hammer, and then used chaotic power to remove the corruption from Ro. What are you? Nightmare Moon asked. Why can't I see through you? Just as she finished speaking, 2 shadows emerged from the moon in the sky. It was the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess. Chapter 56, Castle Horror. Time rewinds to not long ago. The Cosmic Princess was preparing to sleep when she suddenly felt an ominous presence appear in this world. Just as the Cosmic Princess was pondering what was happening, the Moon Princess flew in through the window. Sister, I don't understand why I feel a familiar power. We need to take a look, the Moon Princess said. Then, the scene of the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess appearing here unfolded. The Cosmic Princess was a bit confused. How could Nightmare Moon appear here? And who was that next to her? The Moon Princess was also puzzled. If this was her residual power, how could she be stronger than me, the original? However, the next moment, Nightmare Moon's words resolved their doubts. Sister of this world, I like you too, ha ha ha. Nightmare Moon transitioned from mad laughter to intoxication. Do you know? I love seeing my sister drained of magic by me, beaten to the point of being almost disabled and crawling around, despairing and waiting to die. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, the Cosmic Princess looked at the Moon Princess with a slightly surprised and somewhat odd expression. The Moon Princess hurriedly said, Sister, that's not me. It's the other world me. I really want to eat you piece by piece and become a part of me. Nightmare Moon's eyes showed a greedy look as she stared at the Moon Princess. No, you can't. The Cosmic Princess shot a laser at Nightmare Moon. In the next second, to the Cosmic Princess's astonishment, Nightmare Moon swallowed the laser in one bite. Sure enough, it still has that familiar taste. Nightmare Moon increasingly wanted to cook the Cosmic Princess and drink her down. Nightmare Moon then tore open a space-time rift, from which black-purple mist continuously flowed into Nightmare Moon's body. Watching Nightmare Moon absorb the black-purple mist, her power began to increase at a visible rate. The Cosmic Princess condensed a huge light sphere and smashed it towards Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon, unable to contain her excitement, shot lasers from her horn that directly pierced through the light sphere. The Moon Princess also released lasers to counter, but facing another ruler of the world. It was clear that the Moon Princess's power was insufficient. Just as the laser was about to strike the Moon Princess, the Cosmic Princess also fired a laser to assist. The two sides became temporarily stalemated. In the night, the dark clouds slowly dispersed, and the moonlight fell. A massive shadow coalesced around Nightmare Moon, and the laser knocked the two princesses away. Ziyu wobbled over and asked, Cosmic Princess, Moon Princess, are you okay? We are fine, and Ziyu. You quickly go find Yuxing Huìhuì. The Cosmic Princess said seriously. But, Ziyu said with some worry. Ziyu, trust us, we will be fine, the Moon Princess said. After hearing this, Ziyu turned and flew away. Don't even think about leaving. Nightmare Moon commanded the corrupted creatures to attack Ziyu. Wushu, can you help Ziyu? Ro looked at Ziyu with concern and said. At this moment, Nightmare Moon noticed this side and ordered, You too, go corrupt these two. Huh, us. Jinchi said in surprise. Are you defying my orders? Nightmare Moon looked over coldly. Jinchi broke into a cold sweat and replied, Yes, my lord. Thousands of corrupted creatures charged towards Wushu and Ro. Some of the corrupted creatures even looked like corpses, appearing extremely terrifying. A corrupted bear roared and stretched out its huge claw to swipe at Ro. Wushu shot beams of light from both hands at the surrounding corrupted creatures. The bear slowly returned to normal. Then, to Ro's astonished gaze, it put on sunglasses that seemed to come from nowhere and jumped up, saying, Brother is Jiang in style. Jiang in style. A woman who is warm and full of humanity during the day. A woman who knows how to take a break with a cup of coffee. Ro looked around in bewilderment under Wushu's triumphant gaze. She saw several little ponies that had returned to normal striking poses and starting to dance. Step by step, toward the next one. Step by step, a long line extending from countless stations. The next destination. Outlining my destination drawing. The next destination. Treasure Island. That is Treasure Island. In the sky, Ziyu felt that nothing was chasing her anymore. so she curiously turned back to look. She was shocked for a whole year. Below was full of music and dancing, and the small team that had just chased her was also dancing. As the moon rose. At the moment the moonlight rose. Lanterns lit. The red lanterns were ignited. Festival music signal. The festival music is a code. Butterflies lured. Enticing night butterflies fluttered out. Peeking. As if to observe and covet. Getting lost. Once deeply involved, it's hard to escape. Fun. Since you want to seek pleasure. Paradise. Welcome to paradise. Among the many creatures. Zus saw a little pony with a middle parting wearing suspenders. What have you done? Nightmare Moon, who had just defeated the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, shouted. Chapter 57, Castle Horror. What have you done, bastard? Nightmare Moon shouted at Wuxiu. Wuxiu, who was mixing records, raised his head and said, I haven't done anything. Just starting a party. Don't make a fuss. It drives me crazy. Nightmare Moon summoned black-purple mist from the space-time rift into the creatures. Those creatures struggled on the ground for a moment before turning back into corrupted beings. Ziyue was stunned for a moment and finally reacted that she needed to escape. Ziyue hurriedly ran in one direction, but Nightmare Moon appeared ahead and grabbed Ziyue. With a greedy look, she said, Ziyue, you must taste as good as before, right? As Nightmare Moon opened her bloody mouth to absorb Ziyue, a laser shot came and knocked Nightmare Moon away. The ponies looked over, and Yuxing Huìhuì appeared with significantly upgraded equipment. Yu Shuo flew out from the portal, but due to being unaccustomed to the jetpack, he fell to the ground. When the Cosmic Princess saw Yuxing Huìhuì, she breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it was just about letting Ziyue and the others comprehend something new. And then sending Nightmare Moon home with a rainbow cannon. Could there still be an accident? Nightmare Moon swallowed the laser and said disdainfully, Now there's only you left to fight me. Why not surrender to me? If you dare to resist, you will face the fear of another world and my pressure. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is with me. As more corrupted creatures surged behind Nightmare Moon, she said, Nightmare? Humph. I will make sure you come and go without return. The portal opened, and many star soldiers in silver-white armor flew out, the elite troops of the Star Empire. The White Horse Brigade. It turned out that when Yuxing Huìhuì realized she had caused a big mess, she hurriedly returned to get equipment and mobilize troops. The black and white forces stared each other down. As Nightmare Moon attacked Yuxing Huìhuì, the almost fearless White Horse Brigade charged towards the corrupted creatures. Nightmare Moon exhaled a breath from her mouth that had been held for who knows how long, and wherever the breath passed, it soon became corrupted. Damn it, didn't star rotation teach you to be polite? Yuxing Huìhuì adjusted the mode of the laser cannon, and the huge sound wave dispersed the breath. That old thing. When I eat you, you can slowly chat with him in my stomach. Nightmare Moon transformed into a huge black-purple shadow and opened her mouth to attack Yuxing Huìhuì. Yuxing Huìhuì, too shocked to react to Nightmare Moon's words, quickly urged the laser cannon to fire. 12 lasers struck Nightmare Moon's head simultaneously, knocking the massive Nightmare Moon back several meters. Nightmare Moon tore open more space-time to provide herself with a continuous supply of energy. Just as Yuxing Huìhuì was preparing to summon a magic circle to strike down this guy, as Nightmare Moon tore open space-time, space around Yuxing Huìhuì split open, and numerous tentacles appeared, binding Yuxing Huìhuì and the laser cannon before she could react. Boom. Feeling these tentacles not only absorbing magic power from her body, but also restricting her use of certain things, Yuxing Huìhuì hurriedly detonated the laser cannon. Trying to break free from these things, she only welcomed more tentacles. In the end, Yuxing Huìhuì's golden pupils widened as she slowly disappeared among the tentacles. Seeing Yuxing Huìhuì disappear in the mass of tentacles, Yu Shuo and Ziyue were just about to step forward to help. A few black dots fell on them, and after a few seconds of holding on, Yu Shuo and Ziyue fell down and fell asleep. Nightmare Moon looked at the surrounding White Horse Brigade, Yunbao, Applejack, and other ponies who had fallen asleep and began to laugh triumphantly. Seeing the situation was not good, Wuxiu warned Ro that things would get violent. For Ro's physical and mental health, Wuxiu, ignoring Ro's objections, took her away, seeing the Cosmic Princess releasing her anger to purify the surrounding thorns. The Moon Princess was not so lucky, as she was dragged away by tentacles to who knows where. What are you going to do to me, sister of this world? Nightmare Moon took out a replica of the Nightmare Bell and began to absorb a large amount of magic power. The Cosmic Princess tried to break through the shield created by Nightmare Moon, but it was of no use. After absorbing enough, Nightmare Moon seemed to think of something fun and said to the Cosmic Princess, Sister, let me show you something fun. With an ominous premonition, the group of tentacles opened, and Yuxing Huìhuì also had an ominous premonition and said, You. Nightmare Moon simply revealed a wicked smile similar to Yuxing Huìhuì's and then shot a laser across the corner. It split Yuxing Huìhuì, who hadn't reacted yet, in half, her upper and lower body falling to the ground. Nightmare Moon landed a hoof on Yuxing Huìhuì's gem, cracking it with several fissures. She stomped down, causing Yusheng Huìhuì to spit out a mouthful of blood. Nightmare Moon turned back with an amused look. Sister, do you like this show? The teacher of the firm wall escapes to the Star Empire, where there is a passage. Before Yusheng Huìhuì could finish her sentence, Nightmare Moon stomped down several more times on Yusheng Huìhuì. The poor Yusheng Huìhuì fell silent just like that, and Nightmare Moon looked triumphantly at the Cosmic Princess. The Cosmic Princess stood dazed in place. A student who could have accompanied Ziyue through a long time had just died before her eyes. Ahahaha, sister, do you like it? The Cosmic Princess glared angrily at the culprit as the sky gradually brightened, breaking through the night. The sun was rising. It formed a stark contrast against the darkness of the moon. All the little ponies fighting against corruption in various places were excitedly watching everything unfold, their hopes surging in their hearts. Seeing the Cosmic Princess radiating white light and filled with rage, Nightmare Moon was not afraid. Instead, she excitedly shouted, "Yes. This furious look. How delicious it will be to consume. Then come and try?" The Cosmic Princess unleashed an incredibly powerful laser. The massive beam broke through the numerous defenses set up by Nightmare Moon. When Nightmare Moon saw the incoming light, she was not afraid. Instead, she eagerly opened her hooves to welcome it. This is the taste. Nightmare Moon disappeared in the white light. When the smoke cleared, she stood there with only minor injuries, healing rapidly. The Cosmic Princess was taken aback to see Nightmare Moon easily withstand the attack. Sister, the game should end now after all. A princess cannot defeat a god, Nightmare Moon said. Dozens of nightmare bells appeared around, absorbing the Cosmic Princess's magic. The Cosmic Princess's last thought before falling asleep was, "I'm sorry, my dear subjects. It is my inability to stop the foreign invasion." Seeing another powerful being fall under her hooves, Nightmare Moon couldn't help but feel proud. Just as Nightmare Moon was lost in her song, she failed to notice the gem she had previously cracked was oozing black mist, enveloping the corpse of Rain Star Shine. Before Rain Star Shine was engulfed by the black mist, she opened her blood-red eyes. Chapter 58, Castle of Terror. After finishing her song, Nightmare Moon turned the sky completely dark. She gazed into the night, gradually becoming intoxicated by it. What should this world become? A voice came, suggesting she had become somewhat foreign. Nightmare Moon turned to see a familiar blue pony staring at her with blood-red eyes. Nightmare Moon's eyes sparkled with excitement again. "You're alive. What will the taste be like? Crunchy bones or tender skin?" After saying that, Nightmare Moon transformed into a giant shadow and lunged at Rain Star Shine, who was flying in the air. Rain Star Shine glanced once, and two black crystal spikes shot up from the ground, piercing Nightmare Moon's neck. The earlier destroyed lasers reappeared, all aimed at Nightmare Moon's head. 12 lasers fired again, and Nightmare Moon's head disappeared on the spot. The shadow vanished, and Nightmare Moon began to seriously assess Rain Star Shine. "I wonder if you, as an ingredient, can withstand the fear from another world?" Nightmare Moon summoned a swarm of fear from the space-time rift, unleashing it like locusts toward Rain Star Shine. However, Rain Star Shine's blood-red pupils were unable to contain their excitement, and she opened her mouth and flew forward. Even though Nightmare Moon sensed something was wrong and quickly changed direction, the moment the fear energy touched Rain Star Shine's mouth, it surged uncontrollably into her. Nightmare Moon hurriedly summoned over a dozen nightmare bells and numerous tentacles toward Rain Star Shine. Rain Star Shine ignored them and summoned a black mist that nearly covered the sky from the gem. The tentacles were swallowed by the black mist within seconds of contact. The dozens of nightmare bells were faring better, working hard to absorb the continuous flow of black mist. However, it seemed to be too late. As a familiar scene appeared, a black sphere surged into the sky. The fear from the space-time rift continued to pour toward Rain Star Shine. At this moment, Nightmare Moon looked at the scene, her emotions agitated, and shouted, "No, you should belong to me. Mine." The black sphere slowly grew larger and spewed out numerous black mist tentacles that grabbed the nightmare bells. Boom! The black sphere exploded, and a familiar figure reappeared. The starless shadow opened her blood-red eyes and looked at Nightmare Moon, laughing maniacally. "Hee hee, I suddenly want to see you tortured by me until you bleed to death. What a perfect masterpiece that would be." Ahaha. Nightmare Moon looked at the frenzied starless shadow, just as she was about to sneak attack. Starless Shadow appeared before Nightmare Moon, grabbed her head with both hooves, and bit off one of Nightmare Moon's horns, crunching it loudly as she swallowed it. Nightmare Moon quickly grew a new horn and shot a laser at Starless Shadow's chest. However, Starless Shadow's armor absorbed the attack in no time. At that moment, Nightmare Moon noticed Starless Shadow's frenzied gaze shifting elsewhere. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she spread her wings to escape. But Starless Shadow pinned her down with a hoof. Nightmare Moon urgently called for fear energy, only to discover that the fear energy from another world had changed hands. Starless Shadow violently tore off Nightmare Moon's wings, crazily saying, "Come, eat, eat." Nightmare Moon's wings were forcibly shoved into her own mouth. As she expelled her wings, she felt a sharp pain from behind. Looking back, she saw Starless Shadow gnawing on one of her hooves. Why aren't you eating? Don't you like to eat? Starless Shadow asked. Seeing Starless Shadow's madness, Nightmare Moon was completely terrified. She crawled backward in fear, but in front of her was an endless darkness. As if she could never reach the end. The terrifying footsteps and laughter of Starless Shadow echoed. Hurry up! Starless Shadow lunged at her. In this darkness, it felt so horrifying. Sister! Luna cried out, unable to bear the terrifying scene. At that moment, she was no longer the dreadful Nightmare Moon but a frightened little pony. Luna. Just as Luna broke down and cried, a white hoof touched her head. Sister, I'm sorry. I was deceived by Nightmare Moon. And that's why I did such a heinous thing. I'm sorry. Luna hugged the Cosmic Princess tightly, crying. Then why did you treat me like that? The Cosmic Princess, who had just been perfectly normal, transformed into the form of someone tormented half to death by her. No, I'm Nightmare Moon. Luna cried and ran away in despair. Along the way, she encountered all the ponies she had tormented, including Huìhuì, who had been eaten alive for the sake of others, and her teacher, who had been turned into mush. Finally, all the beings surrounded Luna, questioning and roaring at her. As Luna broke down, in the real world, Starless Shadow was absorbing the fear of Luna, who had returned to her original state. The earlier scene of Starless Shadow eating a pony was basically an illusion. At that moment, the gem cracked open a small slit. The armor on Starless Shadow gradually disappeared, her eyes returned to normal pale gold, and she collapsed to the ground, fainting. When Rain Star Shine woke up, she looked confused, wondering if she had won the revival match. Where's Nightmare Moon? Two wings embraced Rain Star Shine. It was the wall light. Thank you for rescuing the only surviving princess from our other world, Princess Yin said. Teacher, where's Nightmare Moon? Rain Star Shine asked. I heard she suddenly repented and transformed back into Princess Luna, she replied. It's a breakdown of self-repentance, but there seems to be something strange at the scene. Perhaps Princess Luna broke free from Nightmare Moon, the Cosmic Princess responded. The Moon Princess observed Luna's state of collapse, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. While Rain Star Shine was in a daze, the Cosmic Princess secretly checked on her and concluded that there were no problems. Disorder was eating popcorn with Pinkie Pie in the distance, saying, the body is fine, but the spirit will probably have some minor issues soon. Chapter 59, Super Powerful Pony. On the road, Rain Star Shine's expression was filled with pain. After the equipment on Huìhuì was completely scrapped by Nightmare Moon, he ran back to the Star Empire to develop new gear, while conveniently sending Master Sister back to the human world. Because of this, Huìhuì missed the chance to go find the undaunted Pegasus with the six. Huìhuì, let me tell you again. My mouth was stuffed with an apple at that time. Can you stop talking? You've already told me more than 30 times. Huìhuì shouted. Yunbao pulled out the apple and made a gesture with her hoof as if to zip her mouth shut. Then the two ponies entered the castle to help Huìhuì with renovations. During the renovation process, Suilong accidentally triggered a spell from the book One Hoof Demon King while reading superpowered ponies and screamed as he was sucked into the book. Then the 6 little ponies sent their grandpa in one by one. Ha, this delicious cola. When Huìhuì went to fetch a bottle of cola, he found that the 6 ponies and the dragon had disappeared. Just as he was confused, he saw the book on the ground and understood everything. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped in as well. On the ground, Suilong, dressed in a hero costume, climbed up and exclaimed, "This is Mel City." Hearing some noise behind him, Suilong turned around and introduced Masked Unicorn Huìhuì, Swift Hero Beaky, Lightning Hero Yunbao, Radiant Hero Jinchi, Flying Cable Hero Applejack, and Berserk Hero Ro. You guys are... Oh no, a figure fell down. Huìhuì shook his head to clear his thoughts and noticed that his outfit looked a bit strange, just as he was puzzled. A line of text appeared in front of him. Name, Failed Speech Art Hero. Seeing this line, Huìhuì's face darkened, his eyes showing a "Do you want to die?" expression. Ha ha ha, Failed Speech Art Hero. Yunbao and Suilong laughed together, completely unaware that a giant black windmill had begun to spin behind Huìhuì. The smiles of the pony and the dragon froze on their faces as they were about to be hit. A loud noise came from below. The villain in the book, Meanie Ike, with his flowing green hair, laughed heartily. Aha, superpowered ponies, prepare to die. Hearing the laugh reminiscent of Nightmare Moon, Yunbao said, Hurry up and find a pony to take us back. At that moment, Suilong suddenly said in terror, The book says we have to defeat One Hoof Demon King Chiyu before we can go back. Besides Huìhuì, who was confused, the other ponies looked like they were doomed. Especially Huìhuì, who suddenly wanted to strangle his past self and ask, What kind of big ice did you write One Hoof Demon King for? Aha, take this. Superpowered ponies. Meanie Ike threw cars and other objects at them using his mane. Huìhuì controlled the paintbrush and quickly drew a shield to block the safe. Beaky almost got hit and ran out at lightning speed. Huìhuì quickly frees his mane. You're the masked unicorn and can shoot powerful lasers. Suilong said. Huìhuì tried to fire an ice laser but failed. Then Suilong instructed the six to use their skills against the villain, but ended up defeating himself. Ahahaha, superpowered ponies. You have fallen beneath my hooves. Now I am the world ruler. ManeSix declared. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge spaceship appeared above. You are the ruler here? A hairless pony filled with killing intent appeared behind ManeSix. Before ManeSix could react, Chiyu gently struck him on the head with a hoof. ManeSix's head burst open like a watermelon. Then the six were captured by one-hoof demon King Chiyu. Chapter 60, Superpowered Ponies. After seeing the six and Suilong being captured, in a corner, Huìhuì summoned his paintbrush and began to draw. On the other side, my cosmic princess. Applejack exclaimed as she looked at the various heroes turned into specimens inside the spaceship. Oh my, this is the strongest mech hero, Iron Trash. And the first deep-sea emperor of the deep sea. The undefeated myth, Master Centipede. And, calm down Yimbao. If we don't find a way to escape, we're done for. ZUM managed to fire an ice ray, freezing the iron cage, and then another ordinary laser broke it open. Beep beep. Outsider escaping. Hearing the alarm, ZUS said, girls, let us go. The group of ponies hurriedly escaped while the spaceship was understaffed. In a factory, a squirrel demon soldier, curious about the noise inside, climbed up to the window and looked in. Inside the factory, a large number of printers had appeared, producing items like the luxurious upgraded version of the White Horse Brigade. At that moment, a song rang out as Huìhuì, controlling the paintbrush, made his entrance. The sacred paintbrush is in my hoof. Advanced technology, I will produce. If no pony helps, then I'll create it myself. The great super war machine. This is the invincible Iron Giant. I rely on it to strengthen the Star Empire once again. To complete my great mission. Oh no, I need to hurry and tell my superiors. The squirrel soldier had just finished speaking when he turned around and saw the friendly faces of Destruction Sun and Nightmare Moon. After a few screams, he disappeared. On the spaceship, a huge creature that was hard to describe appeared in front of the six. Wow, it's a three-eyed mud demon horse, possessing powerful self-healing abilities. But its weakness is the gem on the back of its head. Yimbao excitedly said. Now is not the time for that. Ziyue said anxiously. The three-eyed mud demon slammed down with its hooves, and the six hurriedly dodged. Yunbao, you're in charge of summoning dark clouds to rain on the three-eyed mud demon. Jinchi, you and Applejack restrain it. Biki, look for an opportunity to take out the gem from the three-eyed mud demon. Ro you. Before Ziyue could finish, Ro, terrified, hugged her head and said no, I can't do it. Seeing Ro in such a panic, Ziyue had no choice but to drop it. Alright, let's all go, girls. Ziyue charged forward first, firing an ice ray. The three-eyed mud demon swatted the ice ray away with its hoof. Biki appeared behind Ziyue, grabbed her, and shook her tail while unleashing full firepower. Biki took Ziyue on a wild ride around the battlefield. Yunbao summoned dark clouds to start raining on the three-eyed mud demon and occasionally struck it with lightning. Enraged, the three-eyed mud demon stepped forward, about to tear Ro apart when a rope flew in and tied around its head. The three-eyed mud demon instinctively took a step back. Jinchi took the opportunity to create a gem under its feet, causing the three-eyed mud demon to fall to the ground. Suilong jogged forward to grab the gem, but as soon as it came out, it turned to ashes. No, you destroyed my self-healing ability. The three-eyed mud demon shouted as it grabbed Suilong. Suilong struggled to breathe, and Jinchi stepped forward, saying, you bad guy, let my Suilong go. The three-eyed mud demon kicked Jinchi away and slammed Suilong to the ground. Just as it was about to stomp Suilong to death, it felt a huge resistance under its hoof. You bad guy, how can you treat my friend like this? Ro shouted angrily. Then she quickly grew larger, and in the astonished eyes of the six and Suilong, the three-eyed mud demon was beaten into a puddle of mud, barely alive on the ground. After Ro returned to normal, she realized that her actions were a bit rough and awkwardly smiled at the six and Suilong. Chapter 61. Is it my turn to fight one-hoof demon king? The six seized a fighter jet, and as it landed in a way that was hard to look at, they saw an extremely outrageous scene. Boros had exhausted his energy and could not stop one-hoof demon King Chiyu, and Wang Dash had been turned into mush. The announcer Jinri said with a face full of sorrow, now is not the time for sadness. Next up is the strongest magician, Wu Tiaowu. The surrounding ponies began to cheer. Wu Tiaowu confidently turned back and said, don't worry, I won't die like the first two. Then he was split in half by a kick from the Demon King. There's no time to grieve. The next contender is the strongest warrior, Lauda. Jinri said. A black horse dressed in white and wearing sunglasses rushed forward, quickly exchanging blows with the Demon King, dodging kick after kick with fancy moves. Just as Lauda was feeling proud, he was sent flying by a serious kick from the Demon King, crashing into a helicopter and dying on the spot. There's no time to grieve. The next contender is. Yunbao looked at the scene and sarcastically remarked, why can't they just go up together? The next contender is the strongest illusionist painter, the failed lecturer, art hero Huìhuì. The six exclaimed, their eyes wide open. It's over. Yuxing Huìhuì is going to be killed by a kick, Sui Long said in a panic. Not only the six and Sui Long, but even the bystander Yuxing Huìhuì looked surprised and said, huh? Is it my turn to fight the Demon King? Then Yuxing Huìhuì was teleported near the Demon King. The surrounding ponies focused their attention on Yuxing Huìhuì and began cheering him on. Another one coming to die? The Demon King approached slowly with a massive sense of pressure. Suddenly, a song with a catchy tune rang out, and the Demon King looked over. A large group of white horses charged in from 4 directions, their bodies filled with self-explosive devices, singing with fervor. Boom. The explosion lasted nearly 10 minutes, flattening the surrounding buildings and filling the area with white smoke. The Demon King walked out unscathed, looking unimpressed. The Demon King quickly flashed to Yuxing Huìhuì's front, just as he was about to send Yuxing Huìhuì to meet Lao Da. A figure flew in, colliding with the Demon King. Ziyu, seeing that figure, exclaimed in surprise, Destruction Son? Yuxing Huìhuì, sipping juice, said with interest, go for it. Lao Bai Deng and Xiao Bai Deng. Behind Yuxing Huìhuì appeared an army of identical Destruction Suns and Nightmare Moons. The Demon King's pupils narrowed as he used a serious kick. The army vanished in place, and Yuxing Huìhuì teleported to a safe spot. Breathing a sigh of relief, the Demon King quickly charged forward, and Yuxing Huìhuì, pale-faced, quickly drew an invincible object and shouted, don't come any closer. Just as the Demon King was about to send Yuxing Huìhuì to meet Lao Da, another kick came in and struck the Demon King in the face, sending him flying. The Demon King, excited, touched his finally injured face and looked towards the distant invincible figure. A pony in black, with 2 invincible mosquito clones appearing beside him, stood under the moonlight. This pony was none other than the chief ultimate hero, Wenzi, of the Demon King. The Demon King and Wenzi began to slowly approach each other, launching simultaneous kicks. Aura, 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 aura. Muda, 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 mu. The 2 ponies fought evenly, and after 2.5 hours, Wenzi emerged victorious, before being forcibly pulled back to the real world. Yuxing Huìhuì attempted to take the paintbrush, but found he couldn't. He quickly drew a new piece of equipment, and, using all his magical power, returned to the real world. Chapter 62. Transforming bats into butterflies. Attention! Sweet Apple Orchard is now on red alert. Applejack shouted. Yuxing Huìhuì and the 6 quickly arrived, and after understanding Applejack's troubles, Ruru suggested she might be able to talk to the blood-sucking fruit bats. Ruru walked under an apple tree and said, excuse me, Mr. Blood-sucking fruit bat, we would like to discuss something with you. Could you not bite that big apple over there? The blood-sucking fruit bat spat out a pile of apple seeds, driving Ruru back. How did it go? Applejack asked, looking forward expectantly. It should be okay, but it might not be. This is my first time encountering blood-sucking fruit bats, and I need some time to communicate with them. Ruru replied softly. What? By the time you finish talking, that nasty demon and its companions will not only eat my champion apple, but Sweet Apple Orchard will also suffer. Applejack said somewhat dissatisfied. Demon, don't you think you're being a bit extreme? Ruru replied. Just as the 2 ponies were about to argue, Yuxing Huìhuì stepped in to stop them. Stop arguing, let me give it a try. After all, I'm friendly to ponies. Yuxing Huìhuì then stepped forward to communicate with the blood-sucking fruit bats. The ponies watched as Yuxing Huìhuì appeared to be having a normal conversation, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, without knowing what was said, the blood-sucking fruit bat threw a rotten fruit puree at Yuxing Huìhuì's face. Just a second ago, Yuxing Huìhuì was all smiles, but his face visibly darkened. Space opened up beside Yuxing Huìhuì, slowly revealing upgraded laser cannons and other equipment brought from the comics. At the same time, a faint blue light began to emit from Yuxing Huìhuì's horn, preparing to fire. A familiar black windmill appeared behind him, starting to spin, pulling in several leaves that instantly turned to dust. You seem a bit foreign, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Seeing Yuxing Huìhuì, filled with killing intent, the ponies hurriedly stepped in to block him. Yuxing Huìhuì, can you please not harm them? They're still little lives, Ruru said. Just as Yuxing Huìhuì used telekinesis to send Ruru away, Ziyu hugged Yuxing Huìhuì tightly. Yuxing Huìhuì, put away that weapon, Ziyu said. She was also sent away by Yuxing Huìhuì, and then Applejack hugged Yuxing Huìhuì, saying, my cosmic princess. Yuxing Huìhuì, this explosion will cause immeasurable losses to our sweet apple orchard. Who will take responsibility for that? Hearing this, Yuxing Huìhuì began to think. Blowing up Sweet Apple Orchard would make the Star Empire pay, increasing the economic burden on the empire, and I would have to attend court every day. Yuxing Huìhuì decisively put the weapon away, causing Applejack to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ziyu, seeing that Yuxing Huìhuì backed down just because of Applejack's words, felt a bit sour inside, not understanding why. To prevent the blood-sucking fruit bats from causing further damage to Sweet Apple Orchard, Applejack decided to prepare to drive them away. Ruru, feeling compassionate, said, can we not drive them away? We can share part of the orchard with them. Are you crazy speaking for these demons? Applejack said excitedly. We can give these hungry little guys some orchard so they won't go hungry, Ruru replied. Applejack then recounted a story about how they had almost no apples to eat after being attacked by the blood-sucking fruit bats. Hearing that there was no apple juice to drink, Yun Bao exclaimed that the blood-sucking fruit bats must be driven away to defend the apple juice. Ziyu also helplessly told Ruru that they had to drive away the blood-sucking fruit bats. Chapter 63, Transforming Bats into Butterflies. Ziyu opposed, and Ruru opposed back. Suddenly thinking there might be magic that could allow Applejack and Ruru to achieve a win-win situation. In the treehouse, I have good news. There is a way to make the blood-sucking fruit bats stop sucking the juice from the apples. However, to make this magic work, I need to keep the blood-sucking fruit bats highly focused. Ruru, I need you to use the stare technique on the blood-sucking fruit bats, Ziyu said. Just as Ruru hesitated to use the stare technique, the door was suddenly pushed open. Two ministers dressed in star officer uniforms trembled as they walked in. Yuxing Huìhuì rolled his eyes, knowing these annoying ministers must have some urgent matter to report. What now? Yuxing Huìhuì asked. It's just that the king's largest military factory exploded, one minister said with an awkward smile. Exploded? Yuxing Huìhuì asked, leaning closer to the minister. There was a bit of a mishap, the other minister said. Damn it. The two ministers were thrown out the door. And Yuxing Huìhuì flew out with a terrifying expression. As the Rain Star Sparkle flew in with its mouth wide open, two trembling ministers huddled together and shouted, Your Majesty, please don't eat me. I have the elderly above and young ones below. Please don't eat me. I haven't bathed in over 10 days. Rain Star Sparkle's face turned strange as it asked, Am I eating horses? Who said that? The ministers, terrified, replied. Generals Hein and Zhang Liao said you often eat disobedient ministers and officials, and then find horses to replace those little horses that were eaten. Rain Star Sparkle's face darkened even more. Slander. These traitorous guys are slandering me. You two go and accept your punishment. I'm going to have a talk with them. It said, and a portal appeared behind it, into which it stepped. In a room, Generals Hein, Zhang Liao, and Yin Shu were gathered. Stop talking. That guy eats horses. They keep finding excuses to cut our salaries. I'm almost out of achievements. They keep deducting my pay every day. I'm becoming the head of security. Yin Shu complained. His face flushed from drinking. You have nothing. As for me, the king is too petty. Can't I just laugh a bit about his failure? Now I can't even become a marshal and am constantly mocked by Hein for not being handsome, Lian said. Stop it. The king's drawings of the cosmic princess are too abstract. Every time I see them, I laugh. Hein chuckled, but then noticed Zhang Liao pointing at him in horror. Hein turned around, and the smile on his face gradually froze. Not long after, the room was filled with the sounds of pig-like screams. What's wrong with you two generals? Ziyu asked. Just a little tumble, Hein replied. Did you come here to see the sweet fruit garden? Ziyu hadn't finished speaking. No problem. Just coming to serve the people and exchange feelings, Lian pointed at a photographer, and Ziyu felt confused, sensing that both Hein and Lian had sneaky glances at each other. All right, you two go do some work for me. I'm out of here, Rain Star Sparkle said. Hein and Lian, carrying their bags, left, both thinking about how to trick the other. Rain Star Sparkle, are you sure those two are reliable? Applejar asked uncertainly. Chapter 64, Transforming Bat into Butterfly. That night, in a part of the sweet apple orchard. Hein, do you know? It is said that a long, long time ago, there was a terrifying vampire horse in Ponyville. When the moon appeared, it would attack the unfortunate ponies and suck them dry. Lian suddenly turned on his hoof flashlight and made a ghost face. Is that all? Hein yawned, squinting his eyes in boredom. When Hein opened his eyes again, he found that Lian had vanished. Only the photographer beside him had an expression that couldn't say a word. Sounds came from the dark woods around them. And Hein disdainfully walked over with his flashlight. Suddenly, a figure pounced at him. Hein rolled his eyes and then slapped it away with a big hoof. The prop fell to the ground. Lian, do you really think this can scare me? Hein said proudly. How boring. Lian walked out from the shadows. The great sea fearless fears nothing, Hein boasted, then reached out his hoof to grab an apple from a nearby barrel. Just then, a shadow struck, sending the unsuspecting Hein flying. So lame. Lian pointed at the knocked-away Hein and taunted him. Then, the protective Ruru threw Lian away 10 meters high, taking the apple barrel with her. The arriving photographer captured these two iconic photos of the Empire and combined them. In a split black and white photo, Lian was happily pointing at Hein, while Hein proudly lifted his head. Below appeared two black and white photos of the two famed generals of the Empire being single-handedly defeated by Ruru, making it look like precious memorial photos from before their demise. They joked that once they captured each other's dark history, they could go back and publish it. The photographer skipped happily into the darkness as his workday ended. After an unknown amount of time, Ziyu and the others arrived at the scene, pulling out the stuck Hein and Lian. What in the cosmic princess happened here? Applejar exclaimed, looking at the empty apple trees. The guards, Hein and Lian, exchanged guilty glances. Ziyue looked around and noticed a serious problem. Ruru and Rain Star Sparkle had vanished. In a part of the sweet apple orchard. Unordered, you're done for. The battle forces are 800,000 against 600,000. The advantage is ours. Rain Star Sparkle said proudly. Unordered stroked his goat beard and waved his hand. Ultimate move. Winter is here. On the chessboard, a heavy snow fell on Unordered's base, causing problems for the 800,000 star troops. The mechanical units froze, making it difficult to activate them again. Worse still, the 800,000 star troops, lacking cold weather gear, were frozen to death one after another. Seeing that things were going awry, Rain Star Sparkle quickly played its trump card. Victory comes from perseverance. The Desperate Master ability summons General Longire and the White Horse volunteers when the war is unfavorable. General Longire. When Longire is present, the allied troops have an 80 resistance to the environment, and their morale increases. Every time a certain number of troops are lost, soldier combat power increases. As long as we hold on, everything will be alright. The allied troops defended against the death countdown, and they would receive 1,000,000 reinforcements and supplies. During this process, enemy morale would increase by 200, and troop strength would increase by 20 every 30 seconds. On the chessboard, the star soldiers began to hold their ground. When only a few thousand troops remained, the 1,000,000 reinforcements arrived, breaking through Unordered's capital in one go. Hooray! Rain Star Sparkle cheered, raising its hoof in delight. Boring. Unordered snapped his fingers and vanished from the chessboard. Watching Rain Star Sparkle's crazed appearance, Unordered thought, is it just because of 5 consecutive kneels? With that crazy look. You'll get bitten one day. What nonsense are you talking about? What can bite me? Dragons? Phantom spirits? Griffins? They probably won't even get here before I take them down. Rain Star Sparkle declared. We'll battle. Your friend is here to find you. Goodbye, my dear chess friend. Unordered vanished, carrying a candy tree. Rain Star Sparkle, what are you doing with Unordered? Ziyue asked. Caught fishing. Rain Star Sparkle panicked and fell from the tree. Afterwards, Rain Star Sparkle easily caught Ruru and transformed her back. Applejar's big apple was also successfully preserved. Chapter 65, Social Celebrity. Cantrelot. A large door was pushed open, and the Cosmic Princess entered the room with Jinchi. Can I stay here? Jinchi asked excitedly as she looked at the luxurious room. Ziyue said you were planning to come to Cantrelot and asked if I could host you. The Cosmic Princess replied. Thank you so much, Cosmic Princess, Jinchi said, walking around the room. No need to be so polite, the Cosmic Princess responded. No, really thank you. You've been so good to me. Jinchi hugged the Cosmic Princess's hoof and kissed it. The Cosmic Princess felt a bit awkward with Jinchi's overly enthusiastic affection and quickly slipped away. Later, Jinchi met 2 little ponies, GSI and Apucula, on the street. Just as the couple was praising Jinchi's hat, a nearby cleaner recognized her. Upon learning that Jinchi was a country bumpkin from Ponyville, the couple mocked her a bit before proudly lifting their heads and leaving. Jinchi shed a few tears in grievance and returned to her room, determined to create the most elegant outfit. On the streets of the Star Empire, Rain Star Sparkle. Weren't you just helping Ziyue prepare for her birthday? Why are you dressed like this? Applejar asked, looking puzzled at Rain Star Sparkle's black cloak. She'll lower your voice. You probably don't understand the admiration the little ponies within the Empire have for me, Star Huìhuì whispered. At this moment, Heinrich was walking down the street, where it was still noisy. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar ominous aura, and his gaze locked onto a little pony wearing a black cloak. Hein, I'm hungry, Lien said. Just in time, I'm also hungry. Let's go? Heinrich replied. The 2 little ponies quickly turned and dashed away at an astonishing speed. Star Huìhuì rolled his eyes and said, Fine, except for these high-ranking generals. After buying the materials, Jinchi hurriedly walked down the street. In a moment of distraction, she bumped into Fanfiction, causing the materials to scatter everywhere. Fanfiction, Jinchi exclaimed in surprise. Is there such a need for self-introduction? Fanfiction said, while the nearby Iris helped him clean his clothes. Oh my, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. I bought so many things and wanted to hurry back to the castle suite, Jinchi explained. You live in the castle? Fanfiction asked, somewhat surprised. The princess invited me to live in the castle, Jinchi replied while picking up her things. Do you know Princess? Fanfiction said uncertainly. I'm really sorry for bumping into you. Just as Jinchi was about to take her materials and leave, Fanfiction asked, I'm honored to have bumped into you. This little pony. Would you like to join me and a few friends for the Lightning Pegasus team event this afternoon? I don't know yet, Jinchi replied. I look forward to your arrival, Fanfiction said. In her room, Jinchi was pacing back and forth, talking to herself. The downside was that going to the match would take up my time to make a dress for Ziyue. The upside was that Fanfiction is one of the most important celebrities in Canterlot, and being recognized by him is important to me. The downside is that Ziyue's birthday party may not have any celebrities. My friends from Ponyville care about me more than anyone else. So I decided to go to the Lightning Pegasus team event. Wearing a top hat, Jinchi went down the stairs and passed by the GSI and a Pucklaff couple, who clearly looked at her with disdain. But when they saw Fanshipon personally attending to Jinchi, the GSI couple couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise. Chapter 66, Social Celebrities. In the VIP seats of the Lightning Pegasus team match, the nobles were discussing which member would win. Jinchi couldn't help but say, "I think Dash will win." As expected, the match started, and Dash won. The nobles looked at Jinchi in surprise, and Fanshipon couldn't help but ask, "How did you know Dash would win?" "My friend, Yuna, often tells me about Dash, saying that even though Dash is small, she is fast," Jinchi explained. "May I ask which Yuna you are referring to?" a noble asked. Seeing the noble's eyes, Jinchi felt a wave of panic and swallowed hard, saying, She's the coach of the Lightning Pegasus team." Fanshipon praised her, saying, "You live in Canterlot Castle and know the coach of the Lightning Pegasus team." "That's right. She is a very important celebrity." After that, a group of nobles invited Jinchi to their club. When they went to the gallery, the nobles asked Jinchi about her famous friends, and in her panic, she made up several names. While she was fabricating stories, she suddenly remembered Yuxing Huìhuì. Just as she was about to say something with Yuxing, the nobles began discussing. "Do you know Star King? That painter who has failed 4 times? This guy doesn't leave a good impression on me. He's someone who almost only knows how to solve problems with force and has no artistic talent at all. If I had to be with him, I'd be in a bad mood." By the way, Jinchi, what were you going to say? The nobles looked at Jinchi. Hearing their comments about Yuxing Huìhuì, Jinchi found an excuse to go to the restroom to leave. However, she didn't hear the latter part when Fanshipon interrupted the nobles' discussion, saying, "Don't you understand? The reason Star King failed before was that someone moved their hooves. Not long ago, he ranked first." Before Fanshipon could finish, the nobles started talking again. "That's what I'm saying. Star King is well-rounded. It might be hard for you to even meet him." Seeing the nobles agreeing, Fanshipon quietly turned his gaze to the most prominent painting on the wall, the smile of Princess Luna, which had a tiny author name, Yuxing Huìhuì, in the lower right corner. After a day of invitations, the next day, as Jinchi was preparing to return for Ziyue's birthday party, she received an invitation from the GSI couple. Seeing that it was for the Canterlot garden party, Jinchi hesitated. "But if I go, I'll miss Ziyue's birthday party. But if I don't go, my status as a celebrity in Canterlot might be gone forever." Jinchi quickly wrote a letter to Ziyue, saying her cat was sick and she needed to stay to take care of it. After finishing everything, when Jinchi opened the door in her gorgeous dress, she was surprised to see Ziyue, Ruru, Yuna, Applejack, and Pinkie Pie. "What are you all doing here?" Jinchi asked in a panic. "I heard your cat was sick, so I asked Pinkie if we could move the birthday party here," Ziyue said. "What about Yuxing Huìhuì? He must be in danger. We should hurry and find him." Jinchi blurted out this ridiculous statement in a rush. "Jinchi, what are you thinking? Yuxing Huìhuì told me that last year on my birthday, he made me suffer so much. So this year he has to give me a super big surprise. He'll be here soon. What about the dress you made for me?" Ziyue said with a happy face. Jinchi nervously took Ziyue to get her dress, but to her surprise, Ziyue instantly fell in love with the simple dress. Later, Ziyue took Jinchi to the ballroom of Canterlot Castle. "Are there celebrities?" Pinkie Pie asked. "What? Where?" Jinchi said, frightened, hiding behind Yuna. "Celebrities? Speaking of which, there are indeed some celebrities hosting a banquet in the garden. Originally, my birthday party was planned to be held there." Ziyue pointed out the window. "Report, Princess Ziyue. Your Ponyville friends are already on their way." A star soldier walked in and said, "Yay, let's go welcome them." Ziyue led everyone outside. Below, the little ponies from Ponyville were bustling in, and Jinchi inadvertently noticed the GSI couple looking at them with disdain. "Jinchi, are these your friends?" GSI came over to ask. Just ordinary neighbors," Jinchi said. What Jinchi didn't know was that a special train was approaching from afar. The passengers on the train included Star General Heinrich, Zhang Luyan, Grand General Vexen, Princess Inyun, Shining Armor, and Yuxing Huìhuì and Yuhui Shuashua, who were discussing how to shock everyone at the birthday party with a song. When the residents of Ponyville entered, the scene inside was a bit chaotic. A group of ill-mannered little ponies. "Luckily, I don't live nearby," a Pucklaff commented. Jinchi's expression became a bit grim. A Pucklaff, "As gentlemen, we should learn to respect the customs of others," Fanshipon said, taking advantage of the nobles playing games. Jinchi slipped away again. The little ponies inside were already having a blast, and the scene was a bit chaotic. After staying for a while, Jinchi slipped back again. Just as she did, the back door opened, and Yuxing Huìhuì led the group onto the stage. Princess Inyun and Shining Armor embraced Ziyue and sent her blessings. On stage, Yuxing Huìhuì and Yuhui Shuashua adjusted their equipment and began their performance. In the castle, Princess Cosmos was preparing to rest when suddenly she was guided to a place. Princess Cosmos pushed open the big door and found the scene extremely lively, with several attractions catching her attention. Drunken Yuxing Huìhuì and tipsy Yuhui Shuashua swayed in front of Princess Cosmos. "Why do I feel like I see prison lights?" Yuxing Huìhuì said. "Me too." It feels like the prison lights in front of me are real, Yuhui Shuashua said. How about we imprison the prison lights and rule Ponyville? Yuxing Huihui proposed. Just as the Cosmic Princess was shocked, Yuhui Shuashua also spoke up. What are we waiting for? Let's just throw the prison wall lamp to the moon. The senior sister was right. Let's go find the prison wall lamp. Yuxing Huihui said. The group of rebellious students swayed away, leaving the wide-eyed Cosmic Princess standing still. For a moment, the Cosmic Princess wanted to send the two students to the sky to stand shoulder to shoulder with the moon. However, fortunately, the generous Cosmic Princess dismissed this thought. After all, both of them had turned over a new leaf. Ziyue stepped forward to invite the Cosmic Princess to play. Just as the Moon Princess was preparing for her shift, she suddenly noticed this place and curiously entered. She then became engrossed in the electronic products brought by Yuhui Shuashua and never came out again. At that moment, on stage, Hailian was performing. Perhaps the soundproofing was a bit too good, as a few lyrics could be faintly heard outside. There was a Li Bai opposite. Silly Li Bai? I really can't stand that group of rude and uncivilized little ponies inside. Why are they so noisy just when we are having a party? So uncultured. Yes, I said. Jinchi silently glanced at her friends and shouted in dissatisfaction. I won't allow you to speak about my friends like that. Although they haven't seen much of the world and might have some flaws, you're not the kind of person who can judge them. It turns out those country bumpkins are really your friends. Ha ha, Pukula mocked. The surrounding nobles also began to laugh. Enough. You can't mock her like that. She is the most elegant little pony I have ever seen. Fanshipon said discontentedly. For a moment, some nobles hesitated. Fanshipon. Then let me show you what those country bumpkins look like. Jesai opened the door and quickly turned around. See, a gathering made up of a bunch of country bumpkins. Just as Jesai was feeling pleased, he suddenly noticed that the faces of the nobles below had turned sour. Jesai turned around and almost had a heart attack on the spot. The Cosmic Princess, the Moon Princess, the future Air Princess. The Star King who controls a large military force in Ponyland. The Melody Princess of the Crystal Empire and the Shining Armor. As well as the generals and scholars of the Star Empire, were all looking at him in confusion. Not to mention the nobles. Even Jinchi was curious. Wasn't there only ordinary little ponies a moment ago? How come there are so many now? Sorry, I accidentally opened the wrong door. I won't disturb you. I'm leaving. Jesai said in a panic as he was about to close the door. You can't leave. Yuxing Huihui flew over and said. Jinchi stood by, feeling a bit guilty and looking down. In the scene, the nobles were almost panicking, surrounded by a bunch of superiors. Speak up. What is going on, Jinchi? Ziyue said. After Jinchi explained the situation. Come on, Ziyue, punish me however you want. I'm really sorry for causing this at your birthday party. Ziyue then spread her wings and hugged Jinchi, saying. So it's just because of this. It's fine, Jinchi, you're already great for daring to confront them. Then how will they be dealt with? Yen Shu, who had a violent temper, asked. Yuxing Huihui flew in front of Jesai and his wife, saying fiercely. Do you know? According to the Star Law, any pony who insults the monarch should be executed. We'll send you to the Star Empire later. The Jesai couple was scared by Yuxing Huihui and retreated into the pool, becoming drenched. However, there is a way to save your lives, Yuxing Huihui said. After Yuxing Huihui finished speaking, the faces of the nobles, except for Fan Shipon, looked exceptionally grim. After returning to the birthday party, everyone praised Jinchi. Meanwhile, Yuxing Huihui slowly put on headphones and said, Let's start the music and dance. In the lively atmosphere, they spent the night. Chapter 67, Monster Twilight. This day was destined to be extraordinary. While working, the Cosmic Princess received a distress letter from another world. At the meeting, the Cosmic Princess looked seriously at the little ponies present. Today, I received a distress call from another world, the Cosmic Princess said. What happened in that world? Sister Moon Princess asked. I don't know for now. I only know that a great crisis has arisen in that world, the Cosmic Princess replied. Do we need to go there? Ziyue asked. Ziyue, this time you probably can't go. The letter says not to bring the 6 of you, the Cosmic Princess said. Then should I go? I'm best at liberating the pony race, Yuxing Huihui asked. The Cosmic Princess looked around. Ziyue, definitely couldn't he go. The Moon Princess had to stay to manage the country. The Melody Princess still had to engage with the Crystal Empire. Looking at it this way, the only one from the Sky-Horned Beast who met the criteria was Yuxing Huihui. The Cosmic Princess reluctantly let Yuxing Huihui prepare to save another world. Not long after, thousands of white pony volunteers from the Star Empire were teleported over. Yuxing Huihui tidied up her outfit and was about to leave when Biki rushed over in a panic. Yuxing Huihui, you'd better not go. Why? Yuxing Huihui asked, puzzled. You'll be exhausted to death. After you deal with the Skyhorn, you'll be forcibly teleported to another world and infected with a few things. Biki, what are you talking about? Yuxing Huihui will be fine. Ziyue walked over and said. Will you win? Yunbao asked. Yuxing Huihui said confidently. I will win. After that, everyone except Biki offered their sincere blessings. As Yuxing Huihui left, she didn't understand why she felt like her back was filled with some strange things. After the Cosmic Princess reminded her of some things, she and Yuxing Huìhuì stood together on the teleportation array. During the teleportation, for some unknown reason, the Cosmic Princess was rejected outside. In the end, before Yuxing Huìhuì was teleported away, she confidently stated that she would be fine. The Cosmic Princess worriedly said goodbye to Yuxing Huìhuì and gave her a book for communication, so that she could seek help if she encountered difficulties. In a ruin, Yuxing Huìhuì and the white pony volunteers appeared. Yuxing Huìhuì looked around and shouted, "Foreigners, hurry up and come out to die." At this moment, a filthy figure walked out from the ruins. It was Twilight. "Boo-hoo, you are the reinforcements my teacher asked for, right?" Twilight said with tears streaming down her face. Yuxing Huìhuì stepped forward and asked, "What happened here?" "Boo, after the Moon Princess turned into Nightmare Moon, she ravaged Ponyland. Now she is allied with the shape-shifting spirit, preparing to destroy the ponies, and I don't know what to do," Twilight cried. Yuxing Huìhuì said, "Please take me to Canterlot." Upon arriving at Canterlot, Yuxing Huìhuì was stunned by the scene before her. The vast Canterlot was filled with signs of battle, and even the castle where the prison wall lamp resided was in ruins. Yuxing Huìhuì flew into a gap in the castle, and the sight inside shocked her. The Cosmic Princess's head was exploded, and her body was covered in countless wounds, indicating that the prison wall lamp had died after a fierce battle. The Melody Princess's front hooves were like broken branches, and the blood at the corner of her mouth had already congealed. The expression on the Melody Princess's face before death was clearly very determined. On the ground lay a familiar blue pony, Yunbao, whose appearance looked as if she had high-speed burst out of a rainbow sonic boom, only to be gently slapped and killed. Ruru and Applejack were hugging each other. Ruru's expression before death was filled with terror and despair, while Applejack's look seemed to comfort her, but Applejack's eyes also contained feelings similar to Ruru's. Jinshi seemed to be trying to stab the creature in front of her with a sword, but it was obvious that the elegant and beautiful Jinshi had failed, with the corpse lying hideously on the ground. Beaky still maintained a smile, as if mocking the creature before her. In the middle of the wall was a hole, seemingly filled with the magic of the moon, but it made the ponies feel like they were fleeing in panic. At this moment, Yuxing Huìhuì felt a surge of anger rising in her heart, but she held it back and pretended to be relaxed as she said, "It's okay, just a small injury. It can still be revived." "Ah, what?" Twilight's eyes were filled with disbelief. After Yuxing Huìhuì wrapped the corpses in black mist, she said she would go find Nightmare Moon to settle the score. However, as she passed by Twilight, an imperceptible killing intent flashed in her eyes. Chapter 68, Monster Twilight. Ponyville. It was still the same as usual, but a group of outsiders had broken the tranquility here. "Hey, kid, do you understand what happened on the day of the incident?" The voice of the White Stallion commander was a bit loud. Apple Lily was somewhat terrified and hid behind Granny Smith. After all, the Royal Guard was almost wiped out, and the other members were dead too. The sudden appearance of a strange army and an unfamiliar unicorn made the ponies very frightened. "Can you keep it down? Don't scare the Apple family," Rain Starshine said. Then Rain Starshine lowered his head and asked, "Ponies, we came from another world to help you. We heard that something bad happened here. Can you tell us what happened that day?" Having just lost her beloved sister, Apple Lily couldn't speak at all. Granny Smith sighed and spoke for Apple Lily. "On the day Applejack had her incident, I only remember Princess Luna came with Twilight, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, and Fluttershy, looking panicked as they found Applejack. I don't know what Princess Luna said to Applejack, but Applejack looked incredulous at the time and hurriedly left with Princess Luna. And after that, she never came back." As Granny Smith said this, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. "It turned out that that damn Nightmare Moon tricked my friends away like this, and killed them. Ugh, you must avenge my friends." "Ugh," Twilight cried. Rain Starshine spread his wings and gently patted Twilight on the back, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge your friends. It's just not the right time yet." "Really? Thank you so much, you strange world pony. I really don't know what to do without you," Twilight said. "No need to thank me. After all, it's my job to eliminate threats to pony existence," Rain Starshine replied. As night gradually fell, as the only ruler of Ponyland, Twilight prepared accommodations for the guests from another world and their army. Originally, Twilight planned to give Rain Starshine a separate accommodation, but Rain Starshine refused, saying he wanted to eat and wear the same as his army. In a relatively simple room, Rain Starshine was writing in a notebook. "Dear teacher, as you can see, I have arrived in this world, but I have encountered a problem." As he was writing, Rain Starshine suddenly realized something unfortunate. He couldn't transmit text. This meant that this world was forcibly cut off from contact with other worlds by some kind of spell. Rain Starshine immediately had a premonition that he might not be able to return. After drawing a teleportation circle, he tried to activate his magical power to open a connection. However, each time he opened it, an unknown force forcibly shut it down. After drinking a few sips of ice cola, Rain Starshine forced himself to calm down, sweat streaming down his body. If this world's connection was severed, then the letter sent to his world would be. It couldn't be that from the beginning. It was a conspiracy waiting for the ponies on the other side to jump in foolishly, could it? Did he miscalculate and get played instead? Rain Starshine continued to think, caught up in the conspiracy theory about the distress signal. He didn't understand why the conspiracy theory felt strange somewhere. Near the army's tent, the sound of an owl hooting broke the silence, like a prelude to the near-total destruction of the White Stallion army. Chapter 69, Monster Twilight. Castle. Princess Celestia was anxiously pacing back and forth. It had been several days, and Rain Starshine hadn't responded to her at all. What if something happened? Seeing the worried expression on Princess Celestia's face, Twilight couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, don't be too anxious. Maybe Rain Starshine is also thinking of a way to break the spell. How about we eat something first, like pudding? Rain Starshine, with dark circles under his eyes, walked out of the army tent. He had spent all night without coming up with a solution. As a few white stallions walked by to eat, Rain Starshine looked at the armor on the white stallion and remembered something. What about shining armor? What? My brother? Ugh, thankfully my brother was in the Crystal Empire when my friends met with misfortune. Stop, stop, stop. Get to the point. Rain Starshine raised his hoof and said, do you want to see my brother? He's in the Crystal Empire, but he's in a bad mood right now. So it's better not to disturb him for the time being, Twilight said. Don't you want to take revenge for your friends? After all, controlling information is very important. Rain Starshine asked with a strange look. That's fine, but there's a time limit. I'm afraid of disturbing my brother, Twilight said, seeing Rain Starshine's expression. Crystal Empire. Shining armor, with a complex expression, met Twilight. For my brother's safety, I'll stand outside the room and listen to you speak, okay? Twilight said. Yes, that's fine. Your Highness, Shining armor said humbly, lowering his head. Rain Starshine pushed the door open and walked into the room, immediately smelling a strong odor of alcohol. The floor was littered with broken bottles, and no one knew how much Shining armor had drunk. After closing the door, Shining armor turned around with a dejected expression and asked, what can I do for you, sir? Shining armor opened another bottle of alcohol and took a drink. What do you think of Twilight now? Rain Starshine said casually. Her? She's a very good princess. Shining armor stared blankly at a photo. Then do you want to quiet things down and chat with me alone? Rain Starshine asked. It's up to you, Shining armor replied indifferently. Rain Starshine's horn glowed, enveloping the whole room. All right, now only our voices can be heard here, Rain Starshine said. Shining armor still ignored Rain Starshine's voice, continuing to stare blankly at the photo. Unexpectedly, Rain Starshine used telekinesis to snatch the photo away and looked at it. There was nothing special about the photo, just a family picture of Shining armor. Give it back to me, Shining armor yelled as he lunged forward. He was then frozen in place by Rain Starshine, who said, don't you plan to tell me about Twilight? What are you talking about? Shining armor replied. Are you still lying? Do you want me to show you something that will surprise you? Rain Starshine's gem on his chest emitted a cloud of black mist, which slowly transformed into the corpse of Princess Cadance. Shining armor's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Aren't you going to tell me? Your beloved mare died so tragically, Rain Starshine said. No, Shining armor said with tears streaming down his face. The corpse of Princess Cadance transformed back into black mist and returned. You know, ever since I came to this world, I found that Twilight has a kind of strangeness that even I can't describe. Now your wife, and many other ponies, still won't tell me? Rain Starshine said. I'll tell you, I don't know when it started, but Twilight began to act like a different pony. After she requested a small piece of territory from Princess Celestia, her gaze became as merciless as a goddess. Her style of doing things became increasingly overbearing. In this situation, other unicorns only had two ways to stop her, persuasion or force. The three princesses tried persuasion, but I don't know how that turned out. All I know is that Twilight's talent for magic kept increasing, and eventually, no pony could surpass her. On the day of the incident, Cadance received a letter from Princess Celestia, and her expression became unusually serious, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Even when I asked her what happened, she wouldn't tell me. After that, she had her incident, and a few hours later, Twilight came to me and told me that Cadance was harmed by Nightmare Moon. After that, Twilight gradually took away my power, and I felt that this matter was not that simple. Twilight seemed more like a monstrous goddess. Do you know? I long for the sounds and rhythms of the past, rather than this monstrous goddess outside the door. I don't understand what use she has for me. Shining armor finished saying everything he knew with a crash. Rainstar helplessly shook his head, still without any important clues. Don't worry, I will definitely get rid of her. Rainstar said. By the way, you must be careful of her. Never show too much of your unique magic in front of her. With her learning speed, she will learn it in no time. Shining armor reminded. After the shield was removed, Twilight walked in with an unhappy face and asked, why are we doing this? What if? Enough. Twilight, can you please let me have some peace? Shining armor shouted. Twilight looked at the two with dissatisfaction and then turned to leave. Chapter 70, The Monster Twilight. A few days later. Can I ask, when are you going to find Nightmare Moon? Twilight asked somewhat displeased. Oh, don't be impatient. Nightmare Moon has taken down so many ponies. She must be formidable. We need to prepare thoroughly before fighting her, Rain Star said while flipping through a book. It better be so, Twilight said as she turned to leave. After Twilight left for a while, a white stallion from the Royal Guard walked in. Your Majesty, we have contacted Princess Luna. The leader of the Royal Guard handed over a letter. Rain Star took it and began to read. Dear reinforcements, you must have learned most of what has happened by now, right? If not, let me explain. There was a unicorn who was my sister's most prized student. She is Twilight. Over the years, she studied, trained, and continuously improved her magical abilities, defeating opponents such as Discord and Tyrek. She became our pride, transforming from a unicorn into an alicorn. From being a creator to becoming a creator, this is where the elements of harmony began to unravel. A goddess who controls friendship. Every pony adores her, praising her in different corners. Later, she requested a small piece of land. At that time, she was our pride. So we naturally agreed to such a small request. But it was then that we finally noticed something was wrong with her. Her style of doing things became increasingly domineering, mixed with great cruelty and cunning. My sister and I finally summoned her to the castle, attempting to persuade her. And then, she finally opened her eyes, tinged with red, tearing off her true face. She is a monster, she is not Twilight. She quickly tore into us. Her learning speed was astonishing. After just a short battle, she learned the magic we took a long time to master. I was forced to send a distress signal to Princess Luna, who arrived at the scene at a rapid pace. Even with Princess Luna, we found it difficult to stop this growing monster. Gradually, we became overwhelmed. My sister seemed to know the impending outcome, and before Twilight sealed the space, she used all her strength to send me away. After I escaped, I went one by one to find the other bearers of the elements of harmony. When I returned to the castle with the bearers, I only saw the bodies of my sister and Princess Luna. I had no time to grieve and hurriedly urged them to use the elements of harmony. At that moment, I made an extremely serious mistake. As the elements represented by harmony rose as usual, Twilight not only did not stop it, but looked on with excitement. I had no time to think. Just as I was about to defeat Twilight, the elements of harmony unexpectedly shattered, and the energy of friendship was completely absorbed by Twilight. Her power grew stronger, and I tried to stop her. This ridiculous thought was easily shattered by her. I watched helplessly as the ponies I brought were brutally killed by Twilight. Her cold gaze swept over me, and I knew I could not fall here. I used my last bit of strength to escape. Forgive me, I am a coward. I had no time to rest, and ran westward, seeking the Changeling Queen who had been convinced by my sister years ago. Later, the Changeling Queen agreed to help me and heal my wounds. I knew that with this little power, I could not shake that monster. Before Twilight sealed the space, I sent the letter to a random world. I hope you can help me. Princess Luna. After reading, Rain Star's first thought was, did he just engage in a battle of wits with the air for several days? Your Majesty? The leader of the Royal Guard interrupted Rain Star's thoughts. Listen, you tell the Royal Guard to prepare. As long as Princess Luna and the Changeling Queen launch an attack, the advantage will be mine. For some reason, after saying this, Rain Star felt two strange things sticking into his back. Chapter 71, The Monster Twilight. Twilight was extremely annoyed now. Not only were the reinforcements not coming, but Princess Luna and the Changeling Queen had also dispatched troops. Stay here, I will send a distress signal before going to support, Twilight said, then turned to leave. After Twilight left, Rain Star exchanged a glance with the leader of the Royal Guard. Somewhere, Princess Luna looked worried. She was unsure if they could defeat that monster. Moon, don't worry about this matter. I will do my best to help you, the Changeling Queen said. Thank you, Princess Luna replied. At that moment, a sinister aura was rapidly approaching nearby. The stallion and the changeling immediately became alert as several changeling soldiers with gruesome appearances were thrown over. All right, listen up. We are dealing with an extremely difficult creature to kill. You better be well prepared, Rain Star said while flying in the air, scanning the Royal Guard. On the other side, the battlefield was brutal. At least half of the changeling soldiers brought out were dead. Princess Luna and the Changeling Queen were in dire straits when Twilight watched them from above. A piece of music suddenly played, not only leaving Princess Luna and the Changeling Queen stunned, but also causing Twilight to turn her head in confusion. Just as Twilight was distracted, a portal suddenly appeared in the sky, and a claw came down, grabbing Twilight fiercely. Another portal shot out a dagger, piercing Twilight's body directly. Just when the Royal Guard thought they had quickly dealt with Twilight, she opened her eyes, which made Princess Luna feel terrified. In just a moment, the claw and dagger were broken and thrown away by Twilight. You really are playing me. Twilight glared at Rain Star with dark eyes. Did you just realize that? Silly Rain Star said. Silly? Twilight said in a fierce tone. Ha ha, the Royal Guard laughed collectively. Twilight immediately shot a laser surrounded by black lines from her horn. A claw appeared and began to spin rapidly. When the laser came, it was completely absorbed. After absorbing, the laser cannon immediately shot a laser at Twilight, who quickly summoned a shield to block it. Twilight gathered several fireballs around her horn and shot them at Rain Star, who created a portal in front of him to take the fireballs away. Another portal appeared beside Twilight, shooting her fireballs back at her. After a cloud of smoke, Twilight was unharmed, floating in place. Seeing this, Rain Star decisively summoned a bunch of portals nearby, before Princess Luna and the Changeling Queen on the ground could react. They fell into one. No one knew where they went. Twilight was now staring at Rain Star's recent spellcasting action. With the opening of the portals, Rain Star looked back at Twilight with pride before stepping inside. Guess where I'm attacking from? The portals echoed with sound, and Twilight began to look around. Dozens of lasers shot out toward Twilight, who withstood the blow with her physical body. Twilight observed the portals and quickly discovered a silhouette within one of them. She immediately fired a laser straight at it, but the portal rushed at her as well. Before Twilight could react, she felt herself spinning uncontrollably. When Twilight regained her sense of direction, she found herself in the center of a magic circle. Not only that, the royal guard around her was chanting spells, and thorns extended from below, grabbing her tightly. All right, how would your excellency deal with this move? Rain Star Shine said, appearing directly in front. What if I unleash all my firepower? Twilight replied. Twilight's magical power suddenly surged, and then, under Rain Star Shine's shocked gaze, he used his spatial magic. Several white horse knights hadn't reacted yet when the portal took their heads away. Rain Star Shine had thought that this thing learned quickly, but never expected it to be this fast. Twilight's body began to burn, and the thorns obviously absorbed Twilight's magic. Then the overload was absorbed and turned to ash, dissipating into the air. Quick, kill her. Rain Star Shine no longer cared whether the magic formation was complete. Lightning fell from the sky, striking Twilight and stirring up a cloud of smoke. Hee, what will you do now? Midnight Sparkle said. Rain Star Shine's focus was not on Midnight Sparkle's words, but on something that had just flashed through Twilight's body. Chapter 72, Monster Twilight. Your Majesty, what do we do now? The leader of the White Horse Knights asked. Rain Star Shine rolled his eyes and said, what else can we do? Beat her up. You know, if there's an owl nearby before a battle, it's an ominous sign, Midnight Sparkle said. Feudal superstition, Rain Star Shine said with disdain. Then, a large number of weapons appeared around him. The White Horse Knights also drew their weapons, surrounding Midnight Sparkle. Midnight Sparkle simply addressed a few of the White Horse Knights. 1, 2, 3. Before the White Horse Knights could figure out what she was doing, the ones called out suddenly widened their eyes. Then their heads exploded like watermelons. Juice and pulp splattering onto the other White Horse Knights. Hit her. After calling out, Rain Star Shine fired a laser from both his laser cannon and horn at Twilight, who was just about to open a portal to escape. The portal just opened before it was forcibly shut, and Twilight had to turn back and fire a laser to counter it. Some White Horse Knights, seeing this, took out sonic cannons and laser cannons to attack. The attacks were blocked by a shield, and Twilight then roared, pushing the lasers back. Rain Star Shine was forced to summon pincers to absorb the lasers, and Twilight took the opportunity to fly straight toward Rain Star Shine, casually killing a few White Horse Knights who tried to intercept. Seeing this, Rain Star Shine hurriedly conjured a shield in front of him, but Twilight's horn easily broke through it. Then, two figures rapidly fell from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. Twilight raised a long sword that she didn't know where it came from and began to stab down at Rain Star Shine, who desperately tried to block it with his magic. However, the sword still fell, and Rain Star Shine turned to dodge the first strike. The distant White Horse Knights repeatedly tried to rescue Rain Star Shine, but each time they failed. In the end, they could only watch as Twilight hoofed the sword down several times, and Rain Star Shine fell silent. Twilight then stood up and fired a laser, instantly killing any White Horse Knights who had managed to escape. Just as Twilight was about to press her advantage, familiar pincers once again clamped onto her head, and a laser cannon appeared beside her, firing at her. You didn't die? Twilight said after breaking free from the pincers. Rain Star Shine stood up, covered in sword wounds, and pulled out the long sword embedded in his right eye. Did you think I would die without a life-saving hoof segment? Come on, stab me. New black mist surged from the gem and entered the wound, healing it in no time. Seeing this, Twilight roughly understood Rain Star Shine's power. She decided to stop holding back. Although she had sustained quite a bit of damage in the battle, it was enough to deal with this guy. Twilight flew into the sky, with magic power flowing toward her. 5 shadows appeared around Twilight, which ordinary ponies might not recognize. But Rain Star Shine immediately recognized that these were the 6 other members, even though their figures were blurry. However, at this moment, the elements they represented were betrayal, pessimism, selfishness, deception, and malice. Watching the friendship cannon charging up, Rain Star Shine's face suddenly turned pale. Your Majesty, what do we do? The White Horse Knights asked. Realizing there was no escaping this attack, Rain Star Shine immediately ordered, White Horse Formation, prepare. The White Horse Knights quickly gathered behind Rain Star Shine, beginning to chant a spell, and the gems on Rain Star Shine began to glow. 6 ominous lasers shot out in sequence from around Twilight, converging at one point. Meanwhile, a massive amount of magic power was transferred to Rain Star Shine, and a laser shot out from his horn that equaled the darkened version of the friendship cannon. The two lasers collided in midair, generating tremendous power. Nearby trees were blown away by the force. Die! Twilight shouted. Thousands of white horse knights shouted in unison, accelerating the magic transfer to Rain Star Shine. Both sides were now nearly exhausted, and the 5 figures around Twilight were disappearing quickly. The gem on Rain Star Shine's chest was continuously cracking. Both sides unleashed their final burst of power in a last clash. Boom. The area where the two opposing lasers met erupted in a cloud of smoke. The resulting light engulfed both sides. Coughing, Rain Star Shine opened his eyes and looked around. The previously powerful white horse knights were almost all dead. Rain Star Shine didn't have time to grieve and hurried forward. Twilight was also in bad shape, covered in wounds. How about we negotiate? Twilight suggested. Rain Star Shine immediately shouted, thief, traitor, rebel, villain. Then he pounced on Twilight, raising a dagger aimed at her chest. He stabbed down directly. At the moment of the stab, Twilight's expression twisted. An evil book appeared at the spot where he stabbed, exuding a sinister aura. No, you can't separate me from the host I've worked so hard to find. The evil book shouted. You are too outside. Before Rain Star Shine could finish speaking, the evil book exerted all its strength to open a massive portal behind Rain Star Shine. After struggling a few times, Rain Star Shine was sucked in. Your Majesty, a few surviving white horse knights shouted. All right, it's time to continue with my plan. The evil book was about to enter Twilight's body again when Twilight, tears streaming down her face, shouted with all her strength, you will not control me to harm my friends again. Still want to struggle? The evil book slowly floated over. At this moment, it's time to end your wicked game. Princess Luna appeared from behind. After a few sounds, the evil book didn't know where to go. The white horse knights hurriedly stepped forward to explain the situation. Just as Princess Luna was about to say she would do her best to help. What? The Star Emperor has returned. Chaos said with a look of interest. Seeing Chaos appear, the ponies were all confused. You didn't come back? Chaos said regretfully while eating seeds, then snapped his fingers, sending the white horse knights in front of the cosmic princess. What are you doing here? Where's Rain Star Shine? Purple Melody asked. Something big happened to several princesses. The white horse knights cried out, almost breaking down. Chapter 73, Extra, My Little Worm. In a certain place in time and space. A pincer crushed the head of the corrupted pony, turning it into crystal that scattered on the ground. A figure appeared here. It was Rain Star Shine. At this moment, Rain Star Shine was surrounded by laser cannons, pincers, sonic cannons, and other weapons. The gem on his chest was still spewing black mist, flying toward the black crystal growing on Rain Star Shine, forcibly suppressing its spread. More are coming. Rain Star Shine's eyes, one gold and one purple, turned toward the cosmic princess. In this completely corrupted world, Rain Star Shine had lost track of how long he had been killing. He only knew that the cosmic princess would switch to Princess Luna after a while to exhaust him, and then to Purple Melody, Melody Princess, Queen of the Cocoon, and so on. The cosmic princess slightly tilted her head and then fired dark purple lasers at Rain Star Shine. The pincers rose again to absorb the dark purple lasers, while Rain Star Shine's horn shot out a light blue laser in response to the cosmic princess. Seeing this, the cosmic princess dodged to the side, and the corrupted creature that couldn't dodge in time was blown to pieces, scattering crystals everywhere. 8 laser cannons aimed at the cosmic princess and fired, forcing her to endure the lasers without knowing where to fly. Huìhuì took the opportunity to release magic, forming a large magical shield around them. A large number of demonic beasts rushed forward, slamming against the magical shield. A time-space rift appeared again, but soon a black crystal-devouring portal emerged. It seemed that this world was preventing Huìhuì, the outsider, from leaving. However, when Huìhuì violently dismantled the black crystal, the cosmic princess broke through the magical shield at incredible speed. She grabbed Huìhuì with her hooves, trying to pull him out. Huìhuì, surprisingly strong, managed to pull the cosmic princess inside instead. In one world, 2 figures fell from the sky. I'm finally back. Huìhuì excitedly shouted, raising his hooves. Just as the cosmic princess was preparing to ambush him, she found herself unable to summon any magic. Huìhuì turned to look at her, ready to summon pincers to crush her head, but he too could not use any magic. Both sides stared silently at each other. After a moment, Huìhuì picked up a hammer that he didn't know where it came from and struck the cosmic princess, knocking her to the ground. As expected, the prison lights in any world are annoying for horses. Huìhuì exclaimed breathlessly after shattering the cosmic princess's black crystal head. Before he could sit for a moment, there was rustling in the bushes. A disgusting-looking little horse lunged out. Then bang! A bullet pierced its head, and the little horse fell to the ground, still struggling. After Yuxing Huìhuì aimed his handgun at it and fired a few more shots, the little horse finally stopped moving. Yuxing Huìhuì was momentarily stunned. Where the heck is this? He raised his hooves and placed them on the headset. Calling, I am the Star King. Please respond. I haven't seen you, but you seem quite delicious. A hoarse voice reached Yuxing Huìhuì's ears. He immediately had a bad feeling and turned to face a familiar pink little horse. Pinkie Pie bit into Yuxing Huìhuì's neck. As Pinkie Pie tore a piece of flesh from him, Yuxing Huìhuì kicked her away. Just as he spread his wings to fly away, another little horse jumped out. Yuxing Huìhuì quickly dodged to the side, but Pinkie Pie took the opportunity to gnaw at one of his wings. In a panic, Yuxing Huìhuì grabbed a dagger and plunged it into Pinkie Pie's body, then kicked the other little horse away. After forcing both horses back, Yuxing Huìhuì quickly flew into the sky and left the area. Chapter 74 Extra, My Little Worm. The great and omnipotent Trixie has successfully escaped from that group of monsters. Trixie said, looking a bit tired. As she stepped forward to adjust the camera, she noticed a figure behind the trees. Trixie immediately became nervous and turned to look at the figure. The figure in the woods slowly walked out, and Trixie was stunned. It was a unicorn she had never seen before. However, this unicorn looked a bit off. One eye was purple and the other slightly purple. And there was a faint black mist surrounding it. Gulp. Trixie swallowed nervously and instinctively turned to run. After just a few steps, the unicorn pounced and knocked her to the ground. Trixie, do I look that scary? Yuxing Huìhuì's purple eyes were almost pressed against Trixie's face. Do I know you? Trixie asked cautiously. Yuxing Huìhuì did not respond and stared blankly at Trixie. Are you okay? Trixie asked softly. Sorry. I've been doing too much recently, and I'm a bit tired, Yuxing Huìhuì said as he released Trixie. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Yuxing Huìhuì said, Look what I found. A wild Yuxing Huìhuì appeared, stretching lazily. Chaos. Both little horses exclaimed simultaneously. Do you want me to check you? Chaos, who inexplicably changed into a doctor's outfit, said while holding a medical kit. Soon, Yuxing Huìhuì was lying on a hospital bed while Chaos fiddled with a bunch of instruments. Not knowing what he was doing, Chaos held a checkup sheet and stroked his goatee, saying, It looks like your problem isn't too serious. Upon hearing this, Yuxing Huìhuì let out a sigh of relief. Then Chaos continued, Of course, that is as long as your black mist can be suppressed before it dissipates in this world. Once this world consumes you, your symptoms might get a bit severe. What? Yuxing Huìhuì rolled off the bed in fright. Don't be so nervous. It's not a big deal, Chaos said while eating a sundae. Phew, Chaos, you should have a treatment method, right? Yuxing Huìhuì asked hopefully. Yeah, you can solve this damn plague. Trixie chimed in. I'm sorry, you two. If I stop this plague, it might completely exceed what I can control, Chaos said. Yuxing Huìhuì's face showed a look of despair. However, I can give you some help. Chaos snapped his fingers, and some weapons appeared on the ground. In the Star Empire's armory, the Star soldiers looked bewildered as some weapons suddenly disappeared. I hope you don't get left behind before your troops find you. Chaos pointed in a direction and then disappeared. Yuxing Huìhuì suddenly realized something. Chaos, why didn't you just take me with you? Before Yuxing Huìhuì could finish complaining, some infected individuals appeared in the direction Chaos had pointed. They looked as silly as coconuts, and among them, 2 horses had their heads fused together. Quick, grab what you can, Yuxing Huìhuì shouted. After the 2 horses hurriedly grabbed some things, Trixie was still stunned when Yuxing Huìhuì grabbed her and flew into the sky. Trixie screamed in fright. Stop screaming. If you keep screaming, I'll throw you down, Yuxing Huìhuì said as he looked back. Trixie immediately complied and made a gesture to zip her mouth shut. While flying, Trixie looked at the scene below and thought having a little horse that could fly beside her was really awesome. Chapter 75 Extra, My Little Worm. The great and omnipotent Trixie has successfully landed, Trixie said. Yuxing Huìhuì, hovering in the air and repeatedly checking to ensure there were no infected individuals nearby, slowly descended. Now we're temporarily safe. Can you tell me what this virus is? Yuxing Huìhuì asked. Trixie rummaged through her backpack and opened a book. Let the great and omnipotent Trixie explain. She began. This virus is a contagious disease that affects ponies, turning them into aggressive, cannibalistic beings. This virus causes infected individuals to carry larvae, worms, and parasites, which reside in their brains and bodies. Symptoms include high fever and chills, loss of appetite and weight, changes in fur and skin color and texture, bleeding from the eyes, nose, and mouth, loss of consciousness and speech ability. They will attack and violently consume other ponies and animals, with an increased resistance to pain and wounds, leading to tissue decomposition and decay. As Trixie spoke, her expression turned grim. Besides these, I've also seen some mutated infected individuals, which are truly terrifying. Mutated infected individuals have increased size and strength, grow claws, sharp teeth, and horns, emit low growls and terrifying sounds, form hive-like groups, and produce spores and toxins. They infect the air and water and develop resistance to antibiotics and antiviral drugs. The virus can be transmitted through mutated ponies and can combine 2 or more ponies into a single body, thus enhancing their strength and endurance. That's all I know for now, and I don't know if there's anything worse than mutation. Yuxinghui couldn't help but stomp his hooves in praise after listening. Good. Truly worthy of the great and versatile Trixie. Hearing the praise from the celestial unicorn, Trixie raised her head proudly. Wait, where are you going? Trixie asked. I'm going to find Ziyue of this world. You stay here and don't wander around. Unless there's an emergency, Yuxinghui said. Are you sure? It's really dangerous outside. What if you get hurt again? Trixie advised. Yuxinghui looked at the nearly dissipated black mist on his body and said, I must find Ziyue while the black mist can still suppress what's inside me. Once I find Ziyue, I can end everything with friendship. Trust me, everything will be fine. With that, Yuxinghui spread his wings and flew into the sky. Not long after Yuxinghui flew away, Trixie felt that the surrounding forest was a bit terrifying. Along the way, Yuxinghui couldn't bear the scenes below. Moreover, Yuxinghui discovered a strange phenomenon in this world. The surrounding environment was dim and deep no matter where he went. When Yuxinghui flew back near Ponyville, the black mist on his body had completely dissipated. Let me see, where's the silly papaya? Yuxinghui's gaze landed on the familiar treehouse and slipped inside. Who? A hoarse voice came. Hearing this voice, Yuxinghui immediately had a bad premonition. Could it be that even Ziyue was infected? To be safe, Yuxinghui stood in place, holding a gun aimed at the door. As the door opened, even Yuxinghui couldn't help but vomit at the sight. Ziyue was not only disheveled, but her horn was broken for some unknown reason. Most importantly, one side of Ziyue's face was rotten beyond recognition, with worms crawling inside. The once purple eyes had lost their luster. Chapter 76, Extra My Little Worm. In the world where Twilight was defeated, a space-time rift suddenly opened. Dozens of black fighter jets flew out first, followed by a large number of armored troops who raised the star flag. But that wasn't all. Behind the densely packed star army were 5 giant meteor cannons. Soon, the only ruler of this world, Princess Luna, hurriedly appeared here. The star soldiers only knew one urgent situation. Their king was missing. Unsure whether this Princess Luna was friend or foe, a large number of guns were aimed at her in the sky. Put down your weapons, my subjects. The voice of the cosmic princess echoed. Most of the star soldiers hesitated for a moment before finally lowering their weapons. A small number of star soldiers only put down their weapons after being fiercely glared at by commanders like Heinrich. Seeing the cosmic princess again, Princess Luna clearly froze. Are you Trixie or Rainbow Dash? Ziyue asked with a face full of expressions, almost approaching Yuxinghui. However, Yuxinghui had no time to appreciate Ziyue's expressions. He swore that if Ziyue weren't a bit different from normal infected beings, he would have wanted to shoot her. Suilong, come say hello, Ziyue said, looking somewhat crazy. After a while, seeing no response, Ziyue shouted fiercely at the door, Suilong, you little brat, hurry up and come out. I know you're fine. Ziyue, don't be like this, I'm scared. Yuxinghui said weakly as he watched Ziyue show various expressions while greeting. Like this? I'm almost going crazy. Do you know? Celestia and her dog Luna ran away. Left us here to fend for ourselves. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Help me please. Ziyue said with a breakdown, almost pressing her face against Yuxinghui's. Calm down. How can I help you? Yuxinghui took a few steps back and said. Ziyue's gaze turned to some tools on the table. After a while, Yuxinghui said, Ziyue, please don't suddenly attack me, okay? I'll try to hold back. Just start quickly. I'm about to want to peel my skin off. Ziyue replied with a face full of expressions. May the wall lamp bless me. This is my first time doing this. The atmosphere is so terrible. Ziyue laughed crazily. After Yuxinghui finished speaking, he simply poisoned the knife and then raised it as he walked towards Ziyue. After an unknown amount of time, Ziyue's appearance finally looked much more normal. Thank you so much, Ziyue, the celestial unicorn from another world, said with rare calmness. You stay here, don't move, Ziyue. I'll go check some things first, Yuxinghui said. What are you looking for? Do you need me to take you? Ziyue asked. Thanks. But I think it's better if I look for it myself, Yuxinghui said. After walking around the treehouse for a while, Yuxinghui found Suilong's pitiful corpse in a corner. My poor friend, forgive me for not being able to bury your body now. After all, I'm barely able to save myself. Yuxinghui looked at the wing that had been bitten by Biki and was already showing spots. When Yuxinghui returned to the room, Ziyue asked with a somewhat dazed expression, Excuse me, where should we go next? We should go meet Trixie. I hope my wings can hold out until then, Yuxinghui said. After taking some things, just as Yuxinghui was about to fly out of the window with Ziyue. Dear, where do you plan to take your new friend? Both Yuxinghui and Ziyue immediately had a bad premonition and looked down. Right below the window, a confused Biki and Jinshi were looking at them. If that wasn't life-threatening, then at this moment, being only a few meters away from Yuxinghui was a big problem. In another world, The Cosmic Princess had a headache. She and Luna from this world figured out how to go to other worlds. But the problem was, where was Yuxinghui? Seeing the Cosmic Princess like this, Six couldn't help but step forward to comfort her. Cosmic Princess, don't worry too much about Yuxinghui. After all, what threat could he pose with his combat power? Unless he runs out of magic. Ziyue said. Yeah, is there anything strange that could bite him? Jinchi added. Six said one after another. And the Cosmic Princess finally relaxed a bit. If only there was someone who knew where Yuxinghui was. Rainbow Dash said helplessly. Wait, maybe someone really knows. Ziyue said. Not long after, Six found Wuxiu. At first, Wuxiu was reluctant to say anything until Ro came to plead. All right, for Ro's sake, I'll reluctantly help you. After saying that, Wuxiu looked around in a lot of worlds and found the location. Then Wuxiu quickly disappeared from there. After obtaining the location, the Cosmic Princess quickly opened the portal. Charge. First to serve the king. Win great rewards. Zhang Liao, Yanshu rushed into the portal first. And then there was no more. The portal closed directly, leaving 800 elite soldiers and iron floating tower, as well as the gangly horse, at a loss. Chapter 77. Extra, my little worm. Dear, hurry down and accompany me. Biki and Jinchi jumped up, just as Yuxinghui was about to be pulled down to his demise. A spear flew over quickly. It pierced through Biki and Jinchi, and the one who came was Zhang Liao. What a disgusting thing. Zhang Liao pulled out a new spear. At this moment, Yuxinghui almost hugged him. He suddenly found these annoying horse leaders much more pleasing to the eye. Just as Zhang Liao was about to rush down to fight Biki and Jinchi, Zhang Liao, hurry over and help me carry Ziyue. Yuxinghui was extremely exhausted just trying to fly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liao decisively flew over to take Ziyue. Biki and Jinchi, unable to fly, could only watch the three ponies above with envy. Oh my king, are you alright? Zhang Liao looked at Yuxing Huihui's wing, where fresh red flesh was already exposed near the neck, and it seemed that there were some small white worms inside. Do you know how to get back? Yuxing Huihui asked. Oh no, this is bad. It's another world. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, Ziyue, tried several times but couldn't open the portal again. That's strange, what is going on? The Cosmic Princess asked. It's a normal phenomenon. It can only be opened once every period of time. And each time, only 2 little ponies can enter. And the princess's tail is indeed different. Wuxiu said, playfully grabbing the Cosmic Princess's tail. Along the way, Yuxing Huihui was flying very unsteadily, almost crashing to the ground several times. To ease the awkwardness, Yuxing Huihui began explaining the dangers of this world to Zhang Liao. When the 3 ponies flew back to the camp, they found it in chaos. Trixie was also missing. The 3 ponies suddenly had a bad feeling, and at that moment, a burst of smoke suddenly erupted. Great and all-powerful Trixie. Trixie looked pale at the spear that was just a few centimeters away from piercing her head. Trixie, where have you been? Yuxing Huihui asked hoarsely. The great and all-powerful Trixie not only escaped the attack of the infected, but also successfully counterattacked. Trixie proudly lifted her head to show off her achievements. Wait. Yuxing Huihui, you look worse than before, Trixie said. Ziyue slowly took out a small knife from her backpack. Seeing this, Zhang Liao hurriedly stood in front of Yuxing Huihui and raised his spear, saying, Hey, what are you two planning to do? His infection is quite serious now. We need to perform some hoof surgery. Ziyue said, Let them do it. Zhang Liao, you take care of the surroundings, Yuxing Huihui said. After hearing this, Zhang Liao picked up his spear and flew into the sky to patrol. Remember to cut open my right face. It feels extremely painful and itchy right now. I want to tear it open. Yuxing Huihui's right eye had lost its previous golden color. Therefore, Ziyue and Trixie raised their knives and clamps to approach Yuxing Huihui, and after a few cries, when Zhang Liao returned, Yuxing Huihui's wing had disappeared, and there were sutures in its original place. The entire area of the right face was wrapped in a bandage. That night, by the campfire, Yuxing Huihui couldn't sleep at all. A voice kept tormenting him in his mind. Join us. Just as the voice in his mind was getting louder, another voice came. You seem to be too alienated. After this voice, the mind finally quieted down. Chapter 78. Extra, my little worm. Hoo-hoo. Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Apple Bloom were desperately trying to escape. Just as an infected was about to pounce on Applejack, a large object suddenly fell from the sky. Splat. An infected was instantly flattened, and the 3 little ponies couldn't help but stop and look back. Whoa, what the heck? That's disgusting. Yanshu disdainfully slapped the blood and flesh off her armor, while several infected took the opportunity to pounce on Yanshu. However, this was of no use to Yanshu, who was wearing heavy armor. Instead, it only made Yanshu even angrier. Yanshu first gave one of the infected a powerful kick, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. Another backward kick, and 2 infected were instantly eliminated. As she drew her big knife, Yanshu was the first to slice open a watermelon. Then with a fierce chop, she separated the watermelon from its vine. Get lost. After knocking over an infected with her knife, Yanshu put down her weapon. Then, She raised both hooves and slammed them down on the heads of the infected, causing their heads to burst. Roar! 2 infected with fused heads charged at her. Yin Shu slowly took down the hammer from her back, revealing a kind expression. Splat! The 2 infected were successfully separated by the great Yin Shu, who then raised her hammer and struck down hard on them. Fresh ingredients are always made with simple methods. Master Yin from the north was carefully preparing dumpling filling for the new year. 80, 80, 80. With each shout, watermelon juice sprayed out. Due to the brutality of the process, Applejack quickly covered her sister's eyes. After turning the 2 infected into meat paste, Yin Shu swatted another infected away with her hoof. She walked over, putting away her big knife and hammer. The 3 little ponies were suddenly a bit nervous, and Yin Shu spoke up. What are your names again? Oh, right. Applejack, Apple Bloom, Rainbow Dash, right? May I ask, Uncle, how do you know our names? Have we met? Apple Bloom asked cautiously. I met you in another world. Have you seen this unicorn in the picture? Yin Shu took out a picture and asked. This unicorn looks a bit. Applejack said awkwardly as she looked at the picture. Yin Shu suddenly realized something was off and quickly turned it around. The unicorn in the picture was none other than Yuxing Huìhuì, who was laughing maniacally, drinking dragon blood, and eating the flesh of the wasteland shadow demon. The throne was made of numerous phantasmic corpses, with a pile of various alien bodies below, excluding ponies. Yin Shu suddenly remembered that this picture had been widely circulated among aliens a few days ago. It seemed that a cow was selling this picture, and he happened to see it and found it interesting, so he bought it and inquired about its gossip. Sorry, I took the wrong one. This picture is slander. Yin Shu quickly replaced it with another picture. Now that's more like it. Quite beautiful. Rainbow Dash couldn't help but praise. Beautiful? Yin Shu turned back around, realizing that he had been ignoring one thing. However, due to Yuxing Huìhuì's temper, he hadn't noticed that Yuxing Huìhuì's figure resembled that of a mare. Stop. What am I thinking? Yin Shu quickly shook his head to discard a terrifying thought and turned to the 3 little ponies, saying, actually, he is male. What? The 3 little ponies exclaimed in unison. A little later, the 4 ponies set off together. When they arrived at a campsite, Yin Shu noticed a wing on the ground that looked very familiar. Picking it up, Yin Shu almost wanted to run around shouting with the hammer raised. Don't be afraid. Your Majesty, I'm here to rescue you. What happened, Yin Shu? Applejack asked as she walked over. Oh no, didn't you say that being bitten by these things? Before Yin Shu could finish speaking, Rainbow Dash said, at least from the scene, it seems that some ponies have already performed hoof surgery on him. We should hurry up and catch up. Chapter 79, Extra My Little Worm. On the road, a group of ponies was engaged in fierce battle. Splat. As Zhang Liao stabbed an infected with his spear, several disgusting fused creatures lunged at him. Zhang Liao quickly thrust his spear, ripping apart one of their mouths, and then retreated quickly to assess the situation. Suddenly, an axe flew over and struck one of the heads, causing the infected to turn and look. Xing Guangyi found that this severely infected creature only suffered minor damage and immediately showed a forced smile in response. Fortunately, Zhang Liao caught the rope that Trixie threw and swung it around the infected. Roar! The infected didn't react in time and was directly taken up into the sky by Zhang Liao, not knowing where it would end up. By the time Zhang Liao returned, the battle here was almost over. After Yuxing Huìhuì shot down an infected with a gun, a severed head flew over. Don't panic, Your Majesty. I'm here to rescue you. Yin Shu shouted as she ran over, having just sliced off several infected heads. Behind her, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Apple Bloom followed with somewhat pale faces. Ziyu. Applejack and Rainbow Dash exclaimed in surprise. Ziyu replied calmly. Since the ponies are mostly gathered, would you like to come with me to a place? Xing Guangyi raised one of her hooves and asked. As the team moved forward again, the brightness of Yuxing Huìhuì's remaining eye dimmed further, and at the same time, the bandage on the right side of his face wriggled a few times. In an unknown house, Ro was hiding under the sofa with a terrified expression. Upon closer inspection, one could see gunshot wounds on her body. After a sound of a gun being loaded, Yuhui walked in with a gun in hand. My dear Ro, are you really that selfish? Don't you have antibodies in you? Come out now. Yuhui slowly walked in front of the sofa and said. Ro, in fear, crawled out, only to be knocked down to the ground by Yuhui's gun butt, and she didn't understand where Yuhui was taking her. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocking sounds echoed. Yuhui, are you there? Xing Guangyi asked. As the door opened, Yuhui appeared and said, Xing Guangyi? It seems you've brought back quite a few horses. Wait, Ziyu. Yuhui's somewhat gloomy face finally revealed a smile. After the horses walked in, Xing Guangyi seemed to notice that one was missing and hurriedly asked around. Yuhui, where's Ro? Yuhui turned her head to the side and said, I don't know. She should have come back by now when we split up to look for the horses. What? Several little horses exclaimed together. Suddenly, Xing Guangyi remembered something and pointed at Yuhui, saying, Wait, did you do something to Ro? What are you thinking? I already promised to only study the dissection of Ro's wings. before Yu Hui could finish her sentence. What? Yu Hui, you dissected Ro? Ha ha ha. Ziyu first laughed loudly, then slowly held her head in pain. Wait, Ziyu, it's not what you think. I haven't. Stay away from me. You evil horse. Ziyu pushed Yu Hui away and shouted. Right, Ziyu, trust Yu Hui. Tomorrow we'll go look for Ro. Xingguang Yi quickly said upon seeing Ziyu's painful expression. Hearing this, Ziyu slowly calmed down, and Yu Hui hurriedly pulled her to rest. While the horses were resting, Yu Xinghui took a few steps in the house before pulling open the basement door and walking in. As Yu Hui was studying Ro's blood, she looked up in surprise and said, Otherworldly pony, how did you find this place? Hee, Master Sister. I've almost figured out your personality in another world. Of course, I know where you would put things. So, aren't you going to put down the gun in your hoof and chat with me? Yu Xinghui said with a mischievous smile. Yu Hui put down her gun and asked, Speak. What do you want? Nothing much. I just hope to find something to treat before I completely go insane. As Yu Xinghui tore off the bandage from her right face, Yu Hui almost vomited. Yu Hui realized that it was already a miracle for Yu Xinghui to be alive. The two hooves then clasped together, and the rebellion team was successfully formed. In another world, while Ziyu was eating pudding, she suddenly saw Bai Qi combining two puddings to eat. Ziyu immediately had a bold idea. Why couldn't she compress two horses that could only be combined through two horses into one? All right, brothers. It's time to rescue the king. A troop of dozens of horses appeared in a place, and their equipment was somewhat different, such as semi-automatic rifles on their bodies. Chapter 80, Side Story, My Little Worm. At this time, the two most outstanding students of the Cosmic Princess were discussing how to dissect Ro. Master Sister. I think we should start the dissection from here, and then gradually dismember, Yu Xinghui said. What you said makes quite a bit of sense, Yu Hui replied. After a brief conversation, for some reason, Yu Hui always felt a sense of regret for not having met Yu Xinghui sooner. Then, the rebellion team simultaneously turned their bad smiles toward the terrified Ro on stage. Don't worry, Ro, we will be very gentle, Yu Hui said as she took the surgical knife that Yu Xinghui handed over. Please don't hurt me. Ro pleaded as she saw the knife getting closer. Just as the knife was about to fall on Ro, Yu Xinghui's previously dim eyes lit up again. Wait, Master Sister, isn't this a bit cruel? Yu Xinghui spoke up. Huh? Yu Hui turned her head and looked at Yu Xinghui with a displeased expression. What I mean is, are we just going to turn Ro into dried meat like this? Yu Xinghui suddenly felt astonished by her own cruel idea. Or should we dissect you instead? Yu Hui asked in disbelief. After a round of discussions and arguments, the two horses ultimately only performed some hoof surgery on Ro for research. Looking at the research results report, Yu Hui said in shock, how is this possible? It turns out that another type of parasite in her body has eaten the worm. Then what should we do with her? Yu Xinghui pointed at Ro with a hoof and asked. Yu Hui momentarily didn't know how to handle Ro. After an unknown amount of time in silence, Yu Hui finally spoke. Let's leave her here for a while. I will go prepare some medicine for Ziyu. I hope it can alleviate her symptoms. After Yu Hui left, Yu Xinghui went to face the mirror and removed the bandage from her right face. The large chunks of flesh and eyes that had been cut off by Ziyu and Trixie had regrown. However, this flesh was extremely disgusting, dark red and black, filled with cavities, and from time to time, little white worms would crawl out. At this moment, a dozen star soldiers were crazily shooting at these moving live targets with interesting submachine guns. While the star soldiers were clearing nearby infected individuals, Haiyin faced a special pony named Kula. Madam, do you mean that this infectious disease will turn ponies into bloodthirsty monsters? And it might even mutate? Haiyin asked. Yes, Kula said, taking a sip of tea. After hearing about the tragic situation in this world, Haiyin sighed in relief, thinking that the king should not have contracted this thing. Could it be that when they rescued him, he would still get to see a mutation? How is that possible? This joke is too funny. Ha. Just as Haiyin was thinking this, Yu Xinghui suddenly felt something poking into her back again. Without time to think, Yu Xinghui once again lifted her hoof and fell the knife to deal with the disgusting rotten flesh. Just as Yu Xinghui was cutting away the flesh on her face, something was growing from the wound where her wings had previously been cut off. My friend, don't you think you are becoming too foreign now? It's truly pathetic. A voice appeared and said. Yu Xinghui felt that this voice was very familiar and swept her gaze around, but couldn't find the source of the voice. Thus, Yu Xinghui thought of a possibility. The worm had already gnawed into her head. That's why she was hearing things. Yu Xinghui couldn't help but speed up. Chapter 81, Side Story, My Little Worm. In the human world, Master Sister Yu Hui was somewhat anxious. Recently, 3 new students had arrived at the school. At first, Yu Hui didn't pay much attention, until she felt a bit hungry and had an opportunity to eat outside. She happened to see the 3 students using their singing to incite people to fight, and in the process, absorb energy into gems. Suddenly, Yu Hui had a bad premonition and hurriedly wrote a letter to Yu Xinghui, hoping he could come help her. But until now, Yu Xinghui hadn't replied. We will split into several small groups to search for Ro, and we must return before the peak activity period of the infected. Also, be very careful of the infected during the search. I don't want to lose another friend. Ziyu, who had taken the alleviating medicine made by Yu Hui, looked much better. Yu Xinghui and Yu Hui, the two little ponies who were the culprits of imprisoning Ro, successfully teamed up with Xingguang Yi to form a three-pony squad. On the road, Yu Xinghui and Yu Hui, the two main culprits who had imprisoned Ro, pretended to seriously discuss where they could find Ro. Xingguang Yi, meanwhile, was in deep thought beside them. Soldiers, it's time to test your loyalty, Hein said to the 10-star soldiers filled with explosives. General, remember to take care of our home horses after we sacrifice. One-star soldier turned back and said. Hein heavily patted the star soldier on the back and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I will take good care of your wife. However, the star soldier didn't have time to think about why this sentence felt a bit strange and hurriedly flew into the air with his teammates, directly crashing into the infected army ahead. Boom. After a flash of fire, the originally vast infected army was blown apart, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The corpses on the ground slowly caught fire. Hein let out a sigh of relief only after seeing the disappearance of the infected army. There was no way around it. From the beginning to here, Hein had made a small but serious mistake, firing his gun. This led to the rescue team being engaged in a battle with the approaching infected, and during the fight, they not only encountered attacks from some mutated infected, but also began to suffer casualties. Now it could be said that they were almost out of bullets and were forced to use self-destructing soldiers to deal with the infected. General, where should we go now? A star soldier came over to ask. Sigh, if the troops can't hold on, we can only go back first. Move faster, soldiers. We must not encounter those damned things again. Hein looked at the map under his hoof and said. After taking a sip of water, Keela suddenly spoke up. General, let's not go there for now. I have a feeling that Ziyue and the others will be there. After thinking for a moment about the terrain on the map, Hein gave the order, soldiers, move in this direction. Chapter 82, Side Story, My Little Worm. Somewhere, the rebellious group of the Charge Division was discussing amicably. How does the medicine feel? Yue Shuashu asked. As expected of the senior sister, the symptoms have indeed alleviated a lot. Yu Xinghui finally revealed a wicked smile as he said. It must be effective. After all, this was made using a special potion to catalyze the parasites inside Ro. Now that Ro no longer had the little worms, it was a good thing. It's just that she grew a few parasites in her body, but for her friends, I think she would be willing to do it, right? Yue Shuashu couldn't help but smile wickedly. Just as the rebellious group was enjoying their chat, the sound of branches snapping suddenly came through. At that moment, Xingguang Yi, who was hiding in the bushes and eavesdropping, couldn't help but feel annoyed for accidentally stepping on a branch. Is that you, Xingguang Yi? A very gentle voice came over. Xingguang Yi covered her mouth with both hooves in terror. It was indeed Yue Shuashu. The footsteps gradually approached and finally stopped in front of her. My dear Xingguang Yi, hurry up and come out. Yue Shuashu shouted angrily. After that, an axe fell heavily beside the bushes where Xingguang Yi was hiding. Xingguang Yi immediately jumped out of the bushes and ran away. Catch her. We must not let the other horses know our secret. Yue Shuashu shouted while pulling out the axe. A knife flew straight toward Xingguang Yi, who didn't have time to dodge and let out a cry of pain. Where are you going, dear Xingguang Yi? Yu Xinghui's expression turned a bit manic. Xingguang Yi, I originally didn't plan to hurt you, but you. Yue Shuashu stepped on the poor Xingguang Yi. Senior sister, how should we deal with this cute little purple pony in front of us? Yu Xinghui asked. Just as Yue Shuashu was about to speak, a figure pounced out. Swoosh. Even though Yu Xinghui stabbed hard, it had no effect on the second mutated Biji Jinshi. Gulp. The three little ponies swallowed at the same time, seemingly unable to anticipate such an interruption. What the hell? Yu Xinghui and Yue Shuashu exclaimed. Then, Biji Jinshi bit down on Yu Xinghui, but fortunately, Yu Xinghui turned her head in time, only getting half her face bitten off. Just as Biji Jinshi was about to take another bite at Yu Xinghui's remaining eye suddenly turned crimson and stared at Biji Jinshi for a few seconds. Biji Jinshi instinctively let go of Yu Xinghui. Although Yu Xinghui didn't understand why it released her, she took the chance to escape. Yu Xinghui, hurry and run. Yue Shuashu urged. Gulp, senior sister, remember to burn more paper money for me. Yu Xinghui threw another knife that hit Biji Jinshi in the head. Biji Jinshi let out a hoarse scream and chased after Yu Xinghui, while Yue Shuashu quickly carried Xingguang Yi and hurried away. Yue Shuashu, you big evil horse. Why did you save me? Xingguang Yi couldn't help but ask. Shut up. Can you let me be quiet for a moment? Do you know that I was tricked here by that undead Celestia horse? If it weren't for Ziyue, I would have found a way to go back long ago. Ever since I came here, I haven't slept a single peaceful night. All I think about is how to cure this damned virus. I'm going crazy. Do you know? Huff huff, I'm begging you. Xingguang Yi, Don't tell any other ponies about this, okay? Looking at Yu Huishuashu's almost breaking point, Xingguang Yi silently nodded. At this moment, Yu Huìhuì was using all her strength to run, while the pursuing Biji Jinchi was chasing her at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, Biji Jinchi made a huge leap and pounced on Yu Huìhuì, adding insult to injury to the already wounded Yu Huìhuì, who lost consciousness as her head hit the ground first. Da-da-da! A series of gunshots rang out, and Hein in a black military uniform appeared. However, Hein's condition was not good either. Of the dozens of star soldiers who came with him, only 3 remained by his side. Moreover, Hein's military uniform was tattered, revealing bloody wounds. Looking at the mutant, the 2 star soldiers hugged the explosives and flew straight towards Biji Jinchi, holding on tightly as they flew far away. Finally, Hein, who hadn't finished speaking, spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Besides the blood and flesh, there were also some small white things wriggling in the blood. General, the star soldiers rushed forward to help. Once Hein caught his breath, he spoke. Miss Keela, would you like to come with us to a safe world? Keela shook her head and said, thank you for your suggestion, General, but I'm afraid I need to stay in this world. If possible, I hope you can leave me some things. After hearing this, Hein took off his submachine gun, dagger, and explosives and gave them to Keela. Then he took out a scroll made by the 2 princesses and burned it with fire. Amidst Hein's tense expression, the teleportation portal was successfully opened. After bidding farewell to Keela, he and the star soldiers lifted Yu Huìhuì and walked in. Wow, you finally returned. Are you all okay? Applejack looked at Hein's decaying face and the half-dead Yu Huìhuì with a worried expression. Something's wrong. Hurry and cure the damn bugs on me, Hein said in a hoarse voice. Just as the cosmic princess was preparing to treat the 2 ponies, a gem surged out, enveloping them in black mist. When it dispersed, Yu Huìhuì's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Yu Huìhuì, you haven't waited for Ziyue to finish speaking. You all go back first. Senior sister seems to be in some trouble. Chapter 83, The 3 Witch Sisters. In a room somewhere in Cantlot High School, a spatial rift opened. Senior sister, I've missed you so much after just a few hours. Yu Huìhuì forced a smile and said, why just a few hours? You seem a bit. Yu Huìhuì, your face looks a little pale. Are you okay? Yu Huishuashu asked with concern. I'm fine. I've already checked on your situation. Senior sister, can you describe what those 3 students looked like? Yu Huìhuì asked. Yu Huishuashu tried hard to recall the proud expressions of the 3 students standing in the moonlight and said, the one in charge seems to be called Adaki, with orange-yellow curly hair and deep purple eyes. With blue and dark blue striped mane and slightly silly pink-purple eyes, he is called Sonata. With a purple-blue striped double ponytail and purple eyes, she is called Iris. Let me check the book first. The sea monsters expelled by the prison lord star Xian in ancient times. These creatures are good at using beautiful singing voices to confuse people and gain power. Yu Huìhuì read aloud from the book. As Master Sister listened seriously, she suddenly felt something was off. Wait, did you just call your teacher's teacher the prison lord? Yu Huishuashu said in surprise, widening her eyes. Yu Huìhuì rolled her eyes in response. Yeah, if the teacher of the prison wall light is not called the prison lord, what should it be called? In a certain space? The white-bearded star Xian sneezed several times and said strangely, strange, am I sick? The cosmic princess, who was at a banquet with the moon princess, suddenly felt a bit of itch in her nose and couldn't help but let out a royal sneeze. When the cosmic princess looked at the moon princess again, she found that the moon princess's face was covered in cake, looking at her with a speechless expression. After finishing their conversation about the rebellious combination, the 2 walked out. At this moment, a male classmate, in a hurry, accidentally bumped into Yu Huishuashu. He then fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yu Huishuashu reached out a hand to help him up. However, the male classmate, upon seeing her, frantically searched his body and pulled out a large stack of cash, handing it to Yu Huishuashu. I'm sorry, Yu Huishuashu. I didn't mean to bump into you. Please don't take revenge on me. After saying that, the male classmate escaped at an astonishing speed. That is not what I meant, Yu Huishuashu said quietly, lowering her head. Master Sister, you can only slowly change your identity as the school bully. I believe many people will like you in the future, Yu Huìhuì comforted. Sigh, I hope so, Yu Huishuashu said. The 2 then walked into the stage room, where it was bustling with activity, with everyone painting flags for their music bands. A paintbrush rolled to Yu Huìhuì's feet, and she picked it up and handed it to the little Pinghua who had come looking for a pen. Little Pinghua took it, and upon seeing Yu Huishuashu beside Yu Huìhuì, she whispered a thank you and quickly walked back in fear. As the 2 walked over, everyone's disdainful gazes fell on them. Yu Huìhuì, why don't you keep your distance from me? Yu Huishuashu suggested. What a few glares. Don't make a fuss, Yu Huìhuì said. Just as the 2 found themselves at a dead end, Pinchie Pie waved from a distance, calling out, Yu Huishuashu, come over here quickly. Upon seeing this, Yu Huishuashu smiled slightly and grabbed Yu Huìhuì. who was still thinking about how to quickly defeat the sea monster triplets. Hey, I recognize you, princess. You destroyed our school the last time you came, Pinkie Pie said. Huffed. Hearing Pinkie Pie say this made Yu Huìhuì spit out the water she had just drunk. To be honest, Yu Huìhuì, have you developed some kind of habit? Yu Huìhuì had noticed something was off about Yu Huìhuì's appearance from the beginning. After taking Huìhuì's mirror, Yu Huìhuì realized that her originally silver-gray short hair had somehow grown longer, her skin had become even whiter, her figure was slimmer than before, and more importantly, certain areas had unexpectedly become more prominent. Yu Huìhuì, having this kind of habit is okay, I can understand. I have some clothes in my wardrobe that you can borrow, Yu Huìhuì kindly offered. Yu Huìhuì seemed to realize she couldn't clear her name, so she wrapped herself in a cloud of black mist and turned back to her original form. Chapter 84, The Tired Master Sister. Yu Huìhuì was desperately trying to explain that she really didn't have this kind of habit. While the 6 people led by Yu Huìhuì had expressions that said they understood, in the end, Yu Huìhuì gave up struggling with a tired expression. Just then, Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna walked in with their long legs and said, "Students, good afternoon. I have a huge piece of good news to share with everyone. Listen up, students. The first Canterlot High School Campus Music Festival is about to grandly open." Great. Many students cheered. Principal Celestia continued, "This is a great opportunity for all our extracurricular projects to raise funds. So make sure to prepare the promotional slogans and posters well. I believe this will be another major event for Canterlot School after the Autumn Assembly." Speaking of the Autumn Assembly, the students recalled the incident where the evil Yu Huìhuì had turned them into mindless zombies, and all turned to look at Yu Huìhuì with disdain. Seeing this, Yu Huìhuì's face turned red with embarrassment. She hugged her head and squatted down, trying to hide from the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Seeing Master Sister in this state, Yu Huìhuì had no choice but to stand in front of Yu Huìhuì to block most of the attention. In a private little room, "I really can't stay here any longer," Yu Huìhuì said, sitting at the table with her hands on her face. "Master Sister, after solving the sea monster problem, would you like to return to Ponyland with me to adjust your mindset?" Yu Huìhuì asked. Yu Huìhuì just nodded silently. "Wait, what sea monster?" Rainbow Daisy asked, stopping her instrument. Yu Huìhuì took out the book again and explained, "In our world, during ancient times, there were 3 sea monsters that confused ponies with their songs, causing conflicts among them and absorbing magic to strengthen themselves. The great magician White-Bearded Star Xian sang with the 3 sea monster sisters for 3 days and nights to stop their schemes. And then there was no more. Because the prison lord Star Xian could not outsing them, and out of anger, she banished them to a world without magic, which is where you are now. Then why not find Star Xian to solve it?" Applejack asked, somewhat confused. "Oh, the prison lord Star Xian has disappeared for some reason," Yu Huìhuì said. "Then why don't you directly deal with the sea monster sisters? Just like how you dealt with Yu Huìhuì," Rainbow Daisy said. Yu Huìhuì shot a disapproving look at Rainbow Daisy. "I'm sorry, right now I'm just an ordinary person. I have almost no powerful magic left. I have fought several times before coming here, which has resulted in me recovering only a little. Besides, this gem has problems from time to time. And after solving the sea monster issue, I still have to return to a certain world to deal with that issue," Yu Huìhuì said. "I see, dear. I don't understand why these 3 sea monsters don't go to a school with bullies," Huìhuì said while applying nail polish. Noticing Yu Huìhuì's pitiful expression. "Sorry, dear. Trust me, I didn't mean to offend. It's okay, I'm getting used to it," Yu Huìhuì said, supporting her forehead. "By the way, why not find Principal Celestia to drive them away?" Applejack suddenly said. "I had already approached Principal Celestia before Yu Huìhuì came. But what, Master Sister? But Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna have already been enchanted by the sea monsters. They don't believe what I say at all. And even say I'm preparing to return to my old profession, following the sea monsters to prepare for the band," Yu Huìhuì said softly. "It's okay. I believe my band can definitely defeat the sea monster sisters," Rainbow Daisy said confidently. "Wait, what do you mean your band?" Huìhuì said unhappily. "Right. It should be called the Apple Band," Applejack said. "It shouldn't it should be called." Before Pinkie Pie could finish, Yu Huìhuì shouted, "Stop arguing." When everyone stopped, the door was pushed open. "Am I late?" Ziyue asked. Chapter 85, The Dark History of the Rebellious Combination. "Ziyue," everyone exclaimed in surprise. Only Yu Huìhuì looked puzzled and asked, "Ziyue, why are you here?" "Rain Huìhuì, the Cosmic Princess, is a bit worried about you. Ziyue said to come here again to help you." "All right, ladies. Can you tell me what's going on right now?" Ziyue confidently walked over and said. At this moment, Flashguard suddenly appeared behind Ziyue and called out, "Ziyue." Ziyue turned around and immediately blushed upon seeing Flashguard's face, starting to show off their affection. "Senior sister, have you eaten enough?" Rain Huìhuì asked. "What do you think?" Yue replied. At this time, Both Rain Huìhuì and Yuhui's faces turned green. After the two finished their display of affection, Ziyue came over to understand the situation with the sea monster and learned that due to the previous crown and the battle with Rain Huìhuì, there was still a lot of magic power left. This made Ziyue excited as she said, "Great. With this magic power, we can easily use friendship magic to defeat Rain Huìhuì, just like before." Suddenly, everyone looked at Rain Huìhuì with complex expressions, especially senior sister Yuhui. "What did you just say, Ziyue? Did I hear you wrong?" Yuhui said, somewhat in disbelief. "Of course you didn't hear wrong, Yuhui. After you left, it was Rain Huìhuì who betrayed us. He spread confusing speeches and articles to the little ponies, gaining quite a few supporters, and attempted to secretly betray and overthrow the Cosmic Princess's rule. He was then discovered by the Cosmic Princess in time, leading to a fierce battle, and he was successfully imprisoned. Later, Rain Huìhuì somehow escaped. This time it was really intense. He evolved into a skyhorn beast and used his hard strength to defeat the third princess. The army under his hooves swept half the world. Then, he was turned into a statue by Ziyue and the others' friendship magic, Pingqi said excitedly. Listening to Pingqi talk about Rain Huìhuì's situation, Ziyue couldn't help but wonder. "Bai Qi, is that you?" Ziyue asked. "No," Pingqi replied. Ziyue became even more puzzled and asked, "Then how do you know all this?" "Because I have this." Pingqi pulled out a book and said. Everyone walked over to see the book titled A New History of Ponyland. They then opened the book and read it carefully. After a while, they finished reading and gradually became shocked about Rain Huìhuì, especially Yuhui, who originally thought Rain Huìhuì became a skyhorn beast due to significant contributions. Who would have known? Also, Yuhui thought that her betrayal of the Cosmic Princess was impressive, but Rain Huìhuì directly surpassed her as the senior sister. Just when Yuhui was shocked by Rain Huìhuì, everyone's gaze turned to Yuhui. They saw an innocent and cute little pony. Everyone read what Yuhui said when she saw the scene in the mirror. Suddenly, everyone understood why Rain Huìhuì and Yuhui had such a good relationship. "Oh my dear, how did the Cosmic Princess end up with only one good student out of 4? One ran off to date King Black Crystal. One is arrogant and unintentionally offensive, dear. One is a traitor who could be executed." Rarity exclaimed in shock. Rainbow Dash took Ziyue's hand and quietly asked, "Oh my, why didn't we just execute him directly back then?" Ziyue simply replied in a daze, "Huh? I hit Rain Huìhuì?" Listening to everyone's discussions, the traitor duo simultaneously blushed. Suddenly, Little Butterfly cautiously asked, "Can you smile naturally, Rain Huìhuì? Just smile naturally." Rain Huìhuì rolled his eyes and was forced to put on a forced smile. This is too unnatural, too forced," Pingqi said seriously while stroking his beard. Under the repeated urging of Little Butterfly and Pingqi, Rain Huìhuì was forced to smile naturally. Looking at Rain Huìhuì's evil grin, it immediately made others feel uncomfortable. "Wow, is something bad about to happen with that smile of yours?" Pingqi asked curiously with wide eyes. Rain Huìhuì did not respond to this remark, merely walking silently beside Yuhui. Then he squatted next to Yuhui and fell into silence, feeling too ashamed to face others. Chapter 86, The Divided Band. "Well, I'm a bit hungry. How about we go eat first?" Ziyue hurriedly said, looking at the miserable state of the two on the ground. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria and started ordering food, Yuhui noticed that Rain Huìhuì and Ziyue were not eating the food in their hands and asked curiously, "Rain Huìhuì, Ziyue, why aren't you eating?" Rain Huìhuì pointed at Yuhui in horror and said, "Senior sister, what are you eating? A pseudo-real beef sandwich?" Yuhui replied, somewhat confused. "Are you sure, Yuhui?" Ziyue also asked in horror. When Yuhui walked back to the serving counter to check, she discovered that the label on the original pseudo-real beef sandwich had suddenly changed to horse meat sandwich. A chef walked over and said, "Sorry, classmate. I accidentally wrote the wrong label just now." When Yuhui realized why the two were looking at her with panic in their eyes, she immediately covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. When she returned, her face was pale. "Believe me, I didn't know that was horse meat," Yuhui gasped. After a little incident, everyone continued to eat. Outside the door, "Partners, the moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived," Adaki said excitedly. "Lunch." Sanada immediately thought about what to eat. Adaki helplessly slapped her face and said, "The chance to get back our Pony Maria magic." "Oh, right. Then let's eat a corn tortilla later." Sanada was still fantasizing about the taste of the corn tortilla. Iris, hearing this, turned around in silence, trying to ignore Sanada. At this moment, Adaki did not hear Sanada's latter half of the sentence and muttered to herself, "Our voices are enough to summon them to fight for their own needs." Iris spread her hands and said without exaggeration, "So do we follow the old rules? First create trouble and then gain negative energy from it." Adaki, "What exactly do we do now?" This time it was somewhat different. There was Pony Maria magic here. As long as we use their negative energy, we can conquer the entire world here, Adaki said. Just as Adaki fantasized about world domination, Sanada's words pulled her back to reality. "Let's eat lunch first. Today we're having Mexican corn tortillas." Sanada said, drooling over the picture of corn tortillas on the wall. Listen to my command. Adaki pointed at Sanada and said, you can listen to mine too. Iris said. Then Adaki grabbed Iris's face and said, listen to me. Seeing Iris being scolded, Sanada started to chuckle. Iris, on the other hand, crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. The three sea monster sisters then pushed open the big door and began to sing. Ah! Suddenly, green smoke filled the scene. While everyone was immersed in the singing of the sea monster sisters, only Rain Star Huìhuì looked on in disdain and said, this place is too foreign, right? Great. This place is filled with oppressive competitive emotions, ready to explode at any moment. Adaki said proudly as her scheme succeeded. Juice explosion? I think I put too much grape juice, Sanada said, somewhat dissatisfied with the juice in her hand. This juice is indeed quite scary. Iris commented. What do you know about juice? Sanada said, dissatisfied. More than you. Iris replied. No way. Sanada pouted. Seeing their antics, Adaki couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. Originally, she hoped they would have conflicts, but in the end, they ended up in conflict with each other too. Just as Adaki was speechless at the two. Alright ladies. Let's get started. Friendship is magic. They all shouted together while holding hands. Then nothing happened. Instead, the onlooking Yuxing Huìhuì and Yuhui Shuashua were so awkward they could have built a castle. Seeing six in a state of embarrassment, the three sea witches simultaneously smirked and said, looks like this band is so confident they can defeat everyone. Isn't that too strong? It seems the championship is already in their pocket. Suddenly, everyone started to feel dissatisfied with six. How is that possible? To win the championship, you have to get past my great and all-powerful Trixie first. Trixie said, nonsense, the strongest band is obviously us. Shining Guard also spoke up. It's obviously our adorable legion. The three little ones chimed in. Everyone began to argue, and the green smoke grew thicker. Even six started to quarrel. If I were the band leader, I could easily defeat the three sea witches. Rainbow Daisy said, what do you mean you as the band leader? The music I write easily crushes the three sea witches. I should be the band leader. Ruei said, no, it's me. Pinkie Pie shouted, come on, can you all listen to my command? Ziyue shouted. The once harmonious and united classmates and the originally united friendship of six began to crack, and Yuxing Huìhuì's face showed some pain. The symbol of unity on him was gradually dissipating. Yuxing Huìhuì, are you okay? Yuhui Shuashua quickly asked. After a flash of red light in Yuxing Huìhuì's eyes, he shouted, enough. What the hell are you all arguing about? It's just a band leader. What do you understand? If you have the ability, just leave. We can do without you. What use are you? Six shouted simultaneously. This was something Yuhui Shuashua hadn't had the chance to persuade. Fine. Alright. I'll leave. At worst, I'll handle the three sea witches myself. After saying this, Yuxing Huìhuì turned and left. Seeing Yuxing Huìhuì leave, Ziyue suddenly felt she might have said too much. She wanted to go after Yuxing Huìhuì, but was pulled back by Five, who said, Ziyue, you admit you're not the leader anymore. Right. Darling, let me take over. Don't argue, let me. Yuhui Shuashua, amidst the quarrel of six, looked at Yuxing Huìhuì's lonely back, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to chase after Yuxing Huìhuì. Chapter 87. Intensifying Conflicts. Wait, Yuxing Huìhuì. Yuhui Shuashua called as she chased down the hallway. What do you want, senior sister? Why don't you go find Ziyue and the others? Yuxing Huìhuì turned back and asked. Yuhui Shuashua thought quickly for a moment and said, because I believe Ziyue and the others can solve the problem themselves. So does that mean I'm not as good as Ziyue? Yuxing Huìhuì suddenly asked a question that caught Yuhui Shuashua off guard. Wait, that's not what I meant. Yuhui Shuashua stammered. Just as Yuhui Shuashua didn't know how to respond, Yuxing Huìhuì revealed a mischievous smile and said, why are you so nervous, senior sister? Seeing Yuxing Huìhuì's cheeky smile, Yuhui Shuashua understood. This guy was messing with her again. Yuhui Shuashua rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. If it were before, she would have tied Yuxing Huìhuì up tightly and covered his eyes, letting him know what top-tier teasing was. Let him know who the true ruler of the magic school was. Yuxing Huìhuì. Ziyue and the others only said those harsh words because they were influenced by the sea witches. I think that shouldn't be their true intention, Yuhui Shuashua said. After hesitating for a moment, Yuxing Huìhuì honestly followed Yuhui Shuashua back. He swore it was his own decision to go back. Absolutely not because the senior sister persuaded him. Absolutely not. When the rebellious band returned to the cafeteria, they found that Six had long since disappeared. After some searching, they found Six at the stairs by the school gate. At this time, Six was still arguing, with Rainbow Daisy somewhat dissatisfied with Ziyue being the lead singer. Applejack and Ruei were arguing about the band's name, etc. Seeing this, Yuhui Shuashua hurriedly stepped forward to persuade them for a long time, and helped Ziyue come up with a way to use music to release magic to stop the three sea witches. That day, Ziyue hurriedly wrote a song for them to perform. During the performance, problems still arose, and Ziyue was running around trying to mediate, already exhausted to the extreme. Just as Ziyue was resting alone, the three sea witches came over. What do you three want? Ziyue said with a wary expression. Oh, my dear princess. You look so tired, Adaki said. Do you want to drink this bottle of beverage? This drink is really, really good. Drinking it will make you feel much better. Sonata said, blankly handing over a bottle of drink. Are you a spy sent by the other side? Ailish said, what do you mean? I'm just kind-hearted. Unlike you, an evil sea witch. Sonata pouted defiantly. We sea witches are inherently bad. You've done plenty of bad deeds too. Ailish said, stop it, you two don't argue. Adaki intervened, and then the three sea witches surrounded Ziyue and said, wow, wow. Just like little puppies. Ha ha ha. After achieving their goal, the three sea witches quickly slipped away, while Ziyue, in her frustration, had green light appear in her eyes. When Ziyue returned to Pinkie Pie's house, everyone was still arguing. This made Ziyue, who had already been mocked by the three sea witches, even more annoyed. Ziyue finally exploded. I've had enough. I can't stand you anymore. Why do I have to handle every little thing? The competition starts tomorrow, and you guys are still arguing? No, we're all listening to you, Ziyue. Why is it still blamed on us in the end? I even gave you the lead singer position. Rainbow Daisy said, dissatisfied. With Ziyue and Rainbow Daisy speaking first, the team fell into chaos. Yue Shuashua wanted to mediate, but felt powerless. At this moment, Yuxing Huìhuì pushed the door open with a bag in hand and walked in. Ziyue seemed to have found a new outlet for her frustrations and shouted at Yuxing Huìhuì. Yuxing Huìhuì, where have you been? At such a time, you still leave the team on your own. I'm really about to lose it with your reckless behavior. Why isn't the Cosmic Princess imprisoning you? You left the team on your own before, and now you come back. If you have the ability, don't come back. You traitor. After saying this, Ziyue suddenly felt shocked at herself for saying such excessive words, and regret welled up inside her. Yuxing Huìhuì stood there as if struck by lightning, dumbfounded. No. I didn't mean it like that, Ziyue said in a panic. Yuxing Huìhuì simply put down the bag and then turned to leave. Just as Ziyue was about to grab Yuxing Huìhuì, he disappeared from sight. Ziyue had no choice but to uneasily return and open the bag. Inside was only some food and the lyrics Yuxing Huìhuì had tried to help write. Yue Shuashua hurriedly dashed out the door to find Yuxing Huìhuì. In a certain room at Cantrelot School, Yuxing Huìhuì appeared with a heartbroken expression, his face somewhat dazed. Just as Yuxing Huìhuì sat in the corner, shedding some tears, a black mist suddenly surged from the gym and transformed into a blurred humanoid figure. My dear friend, why are you crying like this? Let me think. Is it because of those so-called friends' words? Think carefully. Are they really your friends? They might just be using your friendship to treat you as a tool. Remember, you are a king. In the Empire, with just a word, you can accomplish many things. But here, in front of them, you're as humble as a servant. Why not abandon this friendship? You are the only ruler. After the black mist figure finished speaking, it dissipated on the spot. Yuxing Huìhuì's golden pupils gradually turned blood red. And he slowly spoke, yeah? Why should I be humble like a servant? I am the ruler. Chapter 88. The Dominating Sea Witch Trio. Don't worry, your majesty. For the Empire, we can be at your service at any time. The leading Star Soldier captain saluted. Over 30 Star Soldiers shouted enthusiastically while holding their guns. Your majesty, what do we need to do? Asked the captain of the Star Soldiers. Yuxing Huìhuì raised his head with a mischievous smile and said, we need to spread the great ideas, and then intensify the spread of faith, and finally, Ziyu and Yu Huishua stood nervously outside the principal's office. Ziyu, you don't have to be too nervous. I think if you apologize to Yuxing Huìhuì, he should forgive you, Yu Huishua comforted. I'm really sorry. I didn't understand why I said so many hurtful things at the time, Ziyu said with guilt. Just as Yu Huishua was about to say something, the door of the principal's office opened. A bunch of guys in black military uniforms walked out. Yuxing Huìhuì, I'm really sorry. I was in a really bad mood at that time and accidentally said so many hurtful things. I really am a very bad friend, Ziyu said, lowering her head. It's okay, my dear Ziyu. After all, it's normal to have a little friction occasionally. When Ziyu heard this, she looked up excitedly to meet Yuxing Huìhuì's smile, but it made her feel uneasy. Are you going back to the band? Ziyu asked anxiously. No. Ziyu, listen to me. Think about it. If we lose the competition, it will be a disaster. It's safer to keep two eggs separate. So I decided to form my own band, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Ziyu hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. In the distance, the Sea Witch trio saw this scene and laughed proudly. Great. Their team has successfully split. Now the advantage is on my side, no matter how you look at it. Adachi said smugly. So when are we going to eat Mexican corn rolls? I can't wait, Sonata said, drooling while holding a corn roll flyer. Oh my. When will you stop wanting to eat corn rolls? Iris said. What do you know? You're restricting my freedom as a sea witch, Sonata accused. All right. You two hurry up and go rehearse. Prevent a disaster, Adachi said. The next day, at the competition venue. Welcome everyone to the first campus band battle of Cantrelot High School. I believe everyone here agrees that this is the most grand event since the founding of Cantrelot. Principal Celestia said, holding a microphone. Since this is a competition, there can only be one champion. I hope the students will compete hard. Vice Principal Luna added. After Vice Principal Luna finished speaking, the students at the scene began to argue again. The Sea Witch Trio, on the other hand, was enjoying themselves in the corner, absorbing these negative emotions. There will be plenty of surprises for them during and after the performance. Adachi said. Suddenly, the Sea Witch Trio felt a significant decrease in energy. Looking towards the source, they saw Yuxing Hui's eyes, which seemed to want to tear them apart. Instantly, the Sea Witch Trio felt a chill down their spines. Why do I feel like one of us is going to be in trouble? On stage, Jian and Wowo were performing a rap. Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna were about to fall asleep and hurriedly scored the next performance. When ManeSix went on stage, under the temptation and control of the Sea Witch Trio, several students secretly caused trouble, resulting in continuous issues during ManeSix's performance. However, compared to Wu Long Feng Chu, Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna were somewhat satisfied. Nevertheless, ManeSix still started arguing, blaming each other for their poor performance in the competition, while the senior sister Yuhui Shua, holding the newly arrived Sui Long, wanted to stop them but felt powerless. Ziyu, exhausted, came to the corridor with her team and accidentally bumped into Flashguard due to her fatigue. Ziyu seemed to find redemption and said with a spoiled expression, "Sorry, I should really watch where I'm walking." "What did you hear?" Flashguard said impatiently to his brothers. A few brothers also glared at Ziyu with hostility. Realizing something was off, Ziyu still said, "I was just a bit careless about not watching where I was walking." "Then you should watch now." "So annoying." Flashguard scolded. "Why are you so angry? Aren't we friends?" Ziyu said, confused. "Really? But you came back just to take the championship from me. Is that what friends do? I don't have a friend like you." Flashguard said. "Hey, that's too much to say." Applejack pulled Ziyu away, saying, "Let's go." "Humph. What's so great about it? You think I really have a friend like you?" Flashguard said. Exhausted and feeling wronged, Ziyu finally couldn't hold back her tears. And even though ManeSix had some conflicts, they still argued with Flashguard. At that moment, a lot of green smoke filled the corridor again. Yu Huishuo, who had just taken a break, rushed over and saw the scene, quickly pulling the two bands apart. After calming them down, Yu Huishuo looked at the scene and sighed, relieved that there were basically no issues with Yuxing Hui's side. While Yu Huishuo was lost in thought, the Sea Witch Trio approached her. "What do you want?" Yu Huishuo said, looking wary. "You're the famous Yu Huishuo, the celebrity of Cantrelot High School." Adachi said, circling around Yu Huishuo. "I've turned over a new leaf and reformed. Plus, I have my own friends now." Yu Huishuo said. You mean your friends who are exhausted doing all the work?" Iris also circled around Yu Huishuo. "Yeah, you're really pitiful. They don't even invite you into the band." Adachi said. "They must find it embarrassing to be with you, right?" Iris said. "So pitiful. So pitiful." Sanada peered out from behind Yu Huishuo. "But the good thing is that after we win, no one will remember you anymore." Adachi said. After the Sea Witch Trio said this, they walked straight onto the stage. Hearing these words, Yu Huishuo's pent-up frustration finally exploded. She sat down on the ground in despair. "Yeah, she cares so much about her friends' feelings, but never cared about me. I have no friends. Why? Cosmic Princess. I said I should major in magic. What do I need friends for?" Black mist began to emanate from Yu Huishuo. Suddenly, she remembered that she did have a friend. Even if she had deceived tens of thousands of Mane, they had never said anything. In the preparation room, the door was suddenly pushed open. "My dear senior sister, what are you doing here?" Yuxing Hui said with a smile. "Yuxing Hui, do you think we should do something big?" Yu Huishuo said in a low tone. "What? Senior sister, are you trying to conquer the world?" Yuxing Hui squinted his eyes. "What do you think?" Yu Huishuo said with a mischievous smile. As expected of the senior sister, "Welcome to the Night Star Band." Yuxing Hui extended his hand to shake with senior sister Yu Huishuo. Chapter 89. The Sea Witch Trio versus the Rebel Teacher. Remember, we need to conserve our strength first, so we have enough magical energy later. Adachi said. The Sea Witch Trio then slowly walked onto the stage and began to sing. After the Sea Witch Trio finished this song, a large area of green mist enveloped the audience. The audience below continuously called out the names of the Sea Witch Trio. "Alright, the next band to perform is the Night Star Band," Principal Celestia announced. The audience below began to boo in dissatisfaction, with some even daring to throw garbage. However, a large number of Star Soldiers suddenly rushed into the venue. "Stand down. How dare you insult our great majesty?" The Star Soldiers fired a few shots and shouted. Instantly, the venue fell silent. No one dared to say a word. "Listen carefully, you'd better not speak. Just sit quietly and listen to the performance," said the Star Soldier. The students looked to Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna for help, but the two sisters directly ignored their gazes. "Yuxing Hui, what do you think of these guys? Should I intimidate them again?" Yu Huishuo asked. "Master sister, don't be so violent. We need to reform these misguided people. After all, As the best student of the prison wall lamp, we should learn to influence with love. After Yu Xinghui showed that classic bad smile, she went on stage with Yu Hui and the band Star Soldiers. The students led by Jian Jian and Guo Guo were just about to cause trouble when they suddenly felt a chill on their backs. When they turned around, a group of Star Soldiers was looking at them discontentedly. After a few screams, a dozen students were dragged away, beaten black and blue by the Star Soldiers. Strange. Why weren't those soldiers affected? Adaki asked in confusion. Just as Adaki was puzzled, a chewing sound came from behind. Turning around, she saw Sanada, finally getting to eat the corn roll she had been craving, grinning happily. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. When will you be like a sea witch? Adaki, the big sister, angrily swatted Sanada's corn roll away. Looking at the corn roll that was knocked away, Sanada started crying with tears streaming down her face. Will my corn roll? Sanada cried out, tears flowing uncontrollably. Adaki helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, all right, don't cry, be good. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Really? Then I want to eat 10 corn rolls. Sanada said, her eyes sparkling. After the sea witch trio left, Yu Xinghui and Yu Hui took the microphone and spoke up. After they finished singing, the audience erupted in cheers. A surge of faith power flooded in. Yu Xinghui closed her eyes, enjoying it all. Yu Hui also thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being adored. She had already decided what kind of princess she wanted to be when she got back. After all, only Yu Xinghui treated her as a friend. In the shadows, Yu Xingwu watched everything, nodding in satisfaction, saying yes. This is how you should be. After all, I am you. Chapter 90. The Severely Wounded Sea Witch Trio. After several rounds of elimination, only 4 bands remained on the wall. They were the Night Star Band against the Sea Witch Trio, and the Lightning Pegasus team against Tricky. Yu Xinghui, have you thought of the next song? Yu Hui asked, pushing the door open and walking in. Master Sister, why did you only think of using music against the Sea Witch Trio? Yu Xinghui asked with a mischievous smile. Yu Hui was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly understood what this meant and started to grin mischievously along with Yu Xinghui. Corn roll. Sanada, holding her wallet, was heading towards the restaurant. At that moment, Sanada felt something hit her hard on the back of the head. She screamed and fell to the ground, her wallet dropping and scattering money everywhere. Shortly after, a pair of hands covered Sanada's mouth, dragging the still struggling Sanada away. Strange, has Sanada really taken this long to buy a corn roll? Don't tell me she can't even place an order. Iris commented. Shut up, Iris, it shouldn't take that long to buy something. That means Sanada might be in trouble. Thinking of this, Adaki hurriedly ran over with Iris. When they reached the scene of the incident, Adaki was immediately alarmed by the scattered money and a letter. She picked up the letter and read it. Oh dear sea witches, when you see this letter, it means one of your sisters has been captured by us. If you don't want her to come to harm, it's best to go there. Of course, you can also choose to ignore her. I'm just a bit curious about the sea witch's body structure. What should we do now, Adaki? Iris, who usually bickered with Sanada, asked with a worried expression. Let's go? I want to meet the guy in the letter. Adaki said. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ziue was watching them cautiously. At night, in an abandoned factory, the door was slowly pushed open, and Adaki and Iris nervously turned on their flashlights and walked inside. The 2 sea witches began to move about in the pitch-black environment. Suddenly, a scream echoed, and the factory lights turned on. A number of Star Soldiers, armed with guns and bayonets, rushed towards Adaki and Iris, opening fire. Adaki and Iris quickly increased their singing intensity, and the powerful sound wave attack bounced the bullets back. As some Star Soldiers fell, a new wave of Star Soldiers rushed in with their guns. Hurry up, Iris! Adaki shouted at the Star Soldiers, launching a sound wave that knocked dozens of them away. The 2 sea witches fled in panic, running into a corner while being chased by the Star Soldiers. Discovering some rooms, Adaki and Iris found one and hid inside. Just as they sighed in relief after hearing the footsteps fade away, a battered Sanada appeared. Adaki hadn't even had time to think when Iris, dissatisfied, stepped forward to help Sanada and untied her. Sanada, you silly girl. How could you get kidnapped just for buying a corn roll? Be more careful next time. Suddenly, Sanada pulled out a knife and stabbed Iris in the abdomen. Iris widened her eyes in disbelief, wanting to say something. But Sanada continued to stab her violently a dozen more times until Iris lay on the ground, showing almost no signs of life. You're not Sanada. Who are you? Adaki, furious, trembled as she pointed her finger. Hee, did you forget me? Sanada transformed back into Yu Hui, smiling proudly. At this moment, Yu Hui looked just like she did when she was a bully at Canalot High. So it's you tomato scrambled egg. Adaki scolded. Just as Yu Hui was about to say something in dissatisfaction, Adaki launched a surprise sound wave attack, slamming Yu Hui hard into the wall. Adaki hurriedly helped the injured Iris out the door. After not walking far, a few squads of Star Soldiers came at them again with guns raised. Adaki summoned a cloud of smoke and seized the opportunity to escape amid the Star Soldiers' chaotic gunfire. Wow. Where are you 2 cute little sea witches going? Yu Xinghui, dressed in black military attire and holding a handgun, approached. Cute? When I was singing with Xingxuan, you weren't even born yet. You forced me into this. Adaki slowly revealed her true which form amidst the green smoke. Then, she unleashed an unprecedented sound wave at Yu Xinghui, but Yu Xinghui threw out Sonata, who appeared out of nowhere. Sonata, no? Adaki tried to retract her sound wave, but it was already too late. Sonata let out a heart-wrenching scream amidst the sound wave and collapsed to the ground, half dead. Adaki looked at Sonata in despair, realizing that she only intended to attack the enemy and never meant to hurt Sonata. Just as Adaki was lost in thought, a claw appeared and pinned her to the ground. Finally, Yu Xinghui gathered a ball of laser energy in her hand and aimed it at Adaki. Just as Adaki was about to be turned into a sea witch amidst her screams, Tina, Yu Xinghui, what are you doing? Ziyue, who only intended to follow the sea witches, was shocked to see this brutal scene. Realizing that something was off with Yu Xinghui and Yu Hui, she had written to the Cosmic Princess for help before coming. The projection of the Cosmic Princess appeared, saying, Yu Xinghui, I think I need you and Yu Hui to come back for a moment. Yu Xinghui, showing an impatient expression, said to the rushing Yu Hui, Master Sister, help me handle this. I need to go deal with a problem. Chapter 91. The situation escalates. Adaki, seeing Ziyue arrive, desperately carried Iris and Sonata away. So Yu Hui, are you okay? Ziyue asked worriedly, looking at Yu Hui, who was surrounded by dark energy. Yu Hui replied in a mocking tone, What's wrong, Ziyue? Do you have to wait until I'm in this state to hypocritically care about me? Ziyue walked over with her head down and said, I'm very sorry, Yu Hui. I am indeed an incompetent friend and an incompetent princess. I did not approach the root of the problem, nor did I care about your feelings and those of Yu Xinghui. Clearly, you and Yu Xinghui have done so much for us, yet I am very sorry. Yu Hui Shua Shua. Ziyue came over and hugged Yu Hui Shua Shua. Ziyue said I. Yu Hui Shua Shua pushed Ziyue away with all her strength. I can't control myself anymore. Run. Yu Hui Shua Shua exerted all her effort to open the portal she learned from Yu Xinghui and pushed Ziyue inside. Ziyue's last glance was of Yu Hui Shua Shua in the dark mist, reluctantly turning back into the ugly Yu Hui demon. In the castle, as the portal opened, the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, already prepared, looked at Yu Xinghui as if facing a great enemy. Yu Xinghui, how are you over there? The Cosmic Princess asked first. What do you mean? Ziyue told me she used friendship to treat me as a tool, Yu Xinghui said discontentedly. You're wrong, Yu Xinghui. The sea witch used her song to sow discord among you, and you just happened to go against unity. You shouldn't abandon your true friends. Perhaps you can try talking it out. Seeing that there was still a chance to salvage the situation, the Cosmic Princess began to advise the misguided student. Then teacher, I'll go back and talk to Ziyue. Before Yu Xinghui could finish, she suddenly lost control and shot a laser towards the Cosmic Princess from the corner. The Cosmic Princess hurriedly blocked the laser, then noticed that one of Yu Xinghui's eyes had turned blood red. She understood that this was definitely not Yu Xinghui's intention. After exchanging a glance with the Moon Princess, she decided to forcibly rescue Yu Xinghui. 3 celestial unicorns flew out of the castle, confronting each other, causing the little ponies below to gasp in surprise. Yu Xinghui turned her eyes and opened a portal, flying inside. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess also chased in without hesitation. In a desolate place with no ponies, Yu Xinghui turned around and unleashed a powerful laser towards the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess also concentrated their lasers to shoot at Yu Xinghui. However, it was clear that after a long battle, Yu Xinghui's magic was insufficient. Ultimately, the 2 lasers successfully struck Yu Xinghui. When Yu Xinghui fell to the ground, the gem on her chest finally cracked open, releasing a large amount of black mist. The Cosmic Princess noticed the emergency and shouted, Hurry! Yu Xinghui, take off the gem. The conscious Yu Xinghui also realized the problem with the gem and reached out her hoof to throw it away when a figure appeared and tackled Yu Xinghui. How did another idiot pony come to life? Yu Xinghui exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Yu Xinghui was clearly displeased. What idiot pony? I am another you, representing the desires deep within your heart. I don't understand why you have lost your initial ambition. Only by merging with me can you become the ruler of Pony Maria again. Come on, my dear friend. Only then will you be the one and only king. Every word from Yu Xinghui was full of temptation. But Yu Xinghui reluctantly replied, Sorry, I refuse. I have already betrayed my teacher once. I can never do it a second time. Yu Xinghui's gaze turned cold. But you cannot refuse your desires. Just look at the madness inside the gem. After saying this, a huge light column erupted from the area between the 2 ponies, clearly revealing Yu Xinghui extending a hoof towards the Cosmic Princess for help. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess repeatedly tried to interrupt the spell but were powerless. As the light column exploded, a celestial unicorn in dark blue armor with red and black accents appeared. My dear teacher, You said I have made so many contributions to Pony Maria. Shouldn't it be my turn to be the ruler? Yoshing Wuguwei opened her blood-red eyes and asked. Chapter 92, Self-Directed Performance. Above Canterlot City, a spatial rift suddenly opened. The little ponies below were in a panic. In their eyes, the Star King was preparing to rebel again. Just as the royal guard was ready to confront Yu Xinghui, the outcome surprised the little ponies greatly. The Destruction Sun spoke first. Oh, there are so many cute little ponies here. Ahaha, don't laugh. Annoying Destruction Sun. We agreed to divide Ponyland together, and after such a long time, I'm a bit hungry, so I'll eat this cute little pony first. Nightmare Moon grabbed Sweetie Belle from the group of 3 little ponies visiting the city. Help me. Is there anyone who can save me? Sweetie Belle cried out in tears. Scared, the Royal Guard and the Lightning Pegasus squad rushed over to rescue Sweetie Belle, but then the Destruction Sun impatiently swept them away, sending the attacking Royal Guard and Lightning Pegasus squad flying. The Royal Guard and Lightning Pegasus squad fell to the ground like raindrops, losing their combat effectiveness. Seeing Sweetie Belle about to be devoured alive by Nightmare Moon, Yu Xinghui shouted, Teacher, Moon Princess, don't be stubborn anymore. A laser shot out, knocking Nightmare Moon away. And just as Sweetie Belle was about to fall, a pair of hooves caught her. The little ponies then realized that the Star King was in a terrible state. Covered in injuries, Yu Xinghui turned her head sadly and said, Little ponies, I have some unfortunate news. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess have fallen into darkness. Ah, the little ponies exclaimed in surprise. Do you still want to stop us? Yu Xinghui, why not join us? The Destruction Sun asked. No way. Little ponies, believe me. I will protect everyone. Yu Xinghui declared. Go for it. Don't lose. The little ponies cheered. Then Yu Xinghui was overwhelmed by the Destruction Sun and Nightmare Moon, falling to the ground. Seeing this, the little ponies shouted even louder, Go for it, Star King. Don't lose. Big sister. Defeat them. Stand up. The power of belief suddenly erupted, and Yu Xinghui slowly stood up, saying, For the little ponies. No matter how many times I fall, I will stand up. Take this. Yu Xinghui exerted all her magic to fire lasers at the Destruction Sun and Nightmare Moon. In a difficult exchange of attacks, Yu Xinghui successfully counter-killed the Destruction Sun and Nightmare Moon. Oh, we won. The little ponies cheered. However, Yu Xinghui put on a helpless expression and said, Little ponies, I have to tell you another bad thing. It was Ziyue who caused the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess to become like this. How is that possible? Why would Princess Ziyue do such a thing? The little ponies were shocked. I was also surprised by Ziyue's betrayal of the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess. But believe me, the Cosmic Princess still has some consciousness. I will manage Ponyland for her and convey her orders, Yu Xinghui said. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, trapped in a ceiling space, watched this scene, feeling powerless against Yoshing Wuguwei. Just as Yu Xinghui was giving her speech, a small incident occurred among the Ponyland girls. Ziyue was running towards Canterlot High School when a time rift opened in the sky. A person fell down. When the person got up, they seemed a bit dazed and asked, Is that you, Ziyue? Have you seen the teacher? Huh? Who are you? Who is your teacher? Ziyue asked in confusion. Ziyue, have you forgotten me? I am Xingguang Yi. Wait, did I come to the past? Xingguang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 93, The Secretary versus the Master Sister. Today, something happened that almost drove Lian crazy. The time rewound to when the letter was delivered, and when Lian opened the letter, he nearly went mad. Hey, what are you looking at, Li Bu Shuai? Heng called out. Little did he know, Lian, with a crazy look on his face, ran out holding 2 hooves, shouting, Good, 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 I won, ahaha. Hain, looking at the mad Lian, picked up the letter from the ground in shock and fear. In accordance with the orders of the Cosmic Princess to conquer other worlds, make Lian the supreme commander, and Hain. At this moment, a group of star soldiers watched in panic as the crazed Rian played in the mud pit, throwing mud and shouting that he was hit. Hain rushed over to try to dissuade Rian, but unexpectedly, Rian charged at Hain, knocking him down and shouting that he was hit, while kissing the unfortunate Hain's lips. The star soldiers around gave strange looks, and Hain's face darkened as he kicked Rian hard in the face, sending him flying several meters away, with Rian's teeth flying out during the flight. Finally, Rian fell to the ground and struggled a few times before becoming still. When Ziyue informed of the emergency, a familiar figure flew down from the sky. Tenna, how could it be this demon again? I said she could never change. Gu, don't say that. I feel her emotions are a bit off. Yue Shuashu said with a gloomy face. How dare you say such things about your princess? I will make you pay for it. Yue Shuashu gathered light spheres in both hands and smashed them down, just as the students looked panicked and helpless. Xingguang Yi used the remaining magic here to create a shield to withstand Yue Shuashu's attack. Meanwhile, the other 6 members were still arguing. Ziyue finally couldn't help but shout. Enough. Stop arguing. To be honest, none of us have performed well, including myself. Because of the argument, I failed to understand others, and as you can see, My two friends Yuxing Huìhuì and Yuhui Shuashu have fallen. I am an unqualified friend. After hearing Ziyue's words, the six finally stopped arguing. I'm sorry, Ziyue. I'm not great either. I shouldn't care too much about the lead singer. Rainbow Daisy was the first to admit her mistake. Me too. Dear, I shouldn't unintentionally hurt others. Rui also said. As the six admitted their mistakes, Xinguang Yi looked at Yuhui Shuashu and said, So it turns out that after Yuhui Shuashu fell, she really looks as ugly as the teacher said. Are you calling me ugly? Yuhui Shuashu said from a high position. Actually, I think you looked better as the original scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Xinguang Yi said with an awkward smile. The more Yuhui Shuashu listened, the angrier she became. And the horns on her head gathered lasers and shot them at Xinguang Yi. Then, Xinguang Yi, not to be outdone, took out Trixie's smoke bomb and threw it down, disappearing in place. This caused Trixie in the distance to complain, I really don't understand where she learned to use smoke bombs. Her teacher must not be as great and all-powerful as me. Trixie, well done. Where is she? Yuhui Shuashu wondered. Just then, Xinguang Yi appeared behind her and shot several lasers in succession. Yuhui Shuashu didn't react in time and got hit by one, quickly flying away to dodge the lasers behind her. Do you think this can defeat me? Yuhui Shuashu asked. Why not? Xinguang Yi said proudly, looking to the side. Yuhui Shuashu anxiously turned her head to see that the six had collectively gathered their powers. Friendship is magic, they shouted in unison. The rainbow cannon shot straight at Yuhui Shuashu, and just as it seemed Yuhui Shuashu was about to be purified, a rift in space appeared. A girl dressed in a black military uniform, but this time with a black skirt, long silver-gray hair, and blood-red eyes appeared. She also fired lasers to counter the rainbow cannon. Ziyue thought she could easily defeat the enemy as before, but the next second, she panicked to find the magic power of the rainbow cannon had decreased significantly, and she watched helplessly as a black-blue laser shot straight at them. The six screamed in horror before being blown apart. Lying on the ground, they helplessly watched as the traitorous combination successfully assembled. You're impressive. Yuxing Huìhuì exclaimed as Yuhui Shuashu began to speak. The star soldiers on the ground looked at Yuxing Huìhuì with strange expressions. All right, now it's my turn to manage this place. Yuxing Huìhuì said, scanning the surroundings. Ziyue, you hurry and go. When Rainbow Daisy and the others rushed forward to try to stop Yuxing Huìhuì, they were pinned to the ground by the star soldiers beside them. Yuxing Huìhuì revealed a wicked smile, wanting to kill Ziyue, and shot a laser. Just then, Ro suddenly appeared, firmly opening her arms to block in front. Just as the laser was about to hit Ro, it suddenly turned into a pile of cream and fell to the ground. Oh my god, does Ro know this is very dangerous? Wushu panically said, holding her head. Because I believe in you, Wushu, Ro said with a smile. Wushu, what are you doing here? Yuxing Huìhuì said with dissatisfaction. Oh, right, what am I doing here? Wushu snapped his fingers. Along with Ro, Ziyue, Xinguang Yi, and Suilong disappeared. They escaped so quickly that even Yuxing Huìhuì didn't react in time. When Yuxing Huìhuì finally reacted, she angrily shouted, Damn it! Chapter 94, The Master of Dark History. With a snap of Wushu's fingers, the six appeared in a forest. Ziyue, do you know what happened? Apple Gyre asked anxiously. Dear, tell me. It's definitely not you who made the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess become like this, right? Jinshi also said anxiously. No. It was Yuxing Huìhuì and Yuhui Shuashu who fell, and it's my fault. I am an unqualified friend, Ziyue said, looking down. Wushu, what are you looking at? Ro asked worriedly as Wushu kept staring in one direction. Wushu picked up Ro with a playful expression and said, He's coming. Who? Ziyue asked, puzzled. Your friend from prison. Wushu opened a book and looked at it. The familiar space portal appeared again, and Yuxing Huìhuì slowly walked out, accompanied by a familiar song. Ziyue, you all hurry and go. I'll hold Yuxing Huìhuì back. Yinbao shouted, ready to sacrifice herself. Ziyue, what are you doing? Are you trying to usurp power? Be careful, or I'll tell the prison wall lamp to report you. Yuxing Huìhuì gasped as Yinbao choked her. Wait, Yinbao, Ziyue said. Yuxing Huìhuì was breathing heavily. Ziyue took the opportunity to observe Yuxing Huìhuì and noticed that her clothes were a bit plain, but what caught her attention was the hammer and sickle on her hat. I'm not saying that when I come back, you all act like you've encountered an enemy. Could it be that I've rebelled again? Yuxing Huìhuì said, adjusting her clothes with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Combining with the future Xinguang Yi, Ziyue said in disbelief. You are the future Yuxing Huìhuì? When did I rebel? Yuxing Huìhuì suddenly understood everything. Wait, how do you prove you're the teacher? The teacher said that Yuxing Huìhuì is a cunning and crazy guy. What if the teacher happens to encounter Yuxing Huìhuì and gets caught? Xinguang Yi said with a wary expression. Hearing Xinguang Yi's words, the six also looked nervously at Yuxing Huìhuì. You force me. Yuxing Huìhuì raised her head and revealed a wicked smile. You really aren't the teacher, Xinguang Yi shouted. As the six prepared to fight, Yuxing Huìhuì began to pace back and forth in front of Ziyue. Gifts for Biki need to have uniqueness, match her characteristics. And be a type of food. What counts as unique food? Cupcakes? Cookies? Pies? Puddings? Wait, pudding. Ziyue's face immediately flushed. How did she not realize how crazy she was back then? What does proving Ziyue's worth do? Yunbao said warily. Yuxing Huihui revealed a helpless expression and then transformed into the green algae-haired Jinchi and asked, "Am I beautiful, dear? What are you doing, you guy?" Jinchi screamed in frustration. Then Yuxing Huihui transformed into Yunbao, Apple Gyre, Ro, Beaky, and other ponies, revealing all their dark histories one by one. The six were all blushing, but Xingguang Yi still said warily, "These histories are from the past. Any pony knows them. Unless you talk about future events." Yuxing Huihui looked at Xingguang Yi with a wicked smile, and suddenly Xingguang Yi had a bad premonition. As Yuxing Huihui transformed into Xingguang Yi, Wushu walked over and said, "Wait, the hairstyle is wrong." With a snap of his fingers, Wushu transformed into a style with bangs, then nodded in satisfaction. Xingguang Yi had already guessed what the teacher was about to do and rushed forward in despair to try to stop him, only to be trapped inside by Wushu. Yuxing Huihui mimicked Xingguang Yi's tone and walking style, saying, "Come on, all little ponies, let's go out for a walk. Show off the charm of our town." Yuxing Huihui felt that this wasn't enough, first conjuring a chair and a table. Then, leaning back with his legs crossed, he mischievously said, "Silver ear soup, silver ear soup." Number 6 looked confused, barely understanding what Yuxing Huihui was trying to express. The only two who could comprehend were one who had already withdrawn into themselves, and the other with a gloating expression. When the glass cover opened, Xingguang Yi's face was full of despair. Yuxing Huihui approached, wearing Xingguang Yi's appearance, and mockingly said, "Little secretary can do it. You understand to question the teacher now." Chapter 95, A Chance Encounter with Trixie. Upon confirming that it was really Yuxing Huihui, Ziyue almost cried out. Just when she was about to confront Yoxing Wugong, fortunately, Yuxing Huihui arrived. In the past, Ziyue thought Yuxing Huihui was too brutal. Now, it was clear that she was actually amiable. "Great, Yuxing Huihui, hurry and beat up Yoxing Wugong," Yunbao said excitedly. Unexpectedly, Yuxing Huihui showed a panicked expression and said, "Huh, I'm going to beat up Yoxing Wugong for real? Yeah. According to your personality, you should rush up and give him a good beating." After saying this, Yunbao made a few punching gestures. "I'm sorry, but the magic power inside me was almost used up before I came here," Yuxing Huihui said helplessly. "Wait, where did you go in the future, Yuxing Huihui?" Ziyue asked. Puzzled, Yuxing Huihui meaningfully replied, "Revive, my friends." "Ziyue, you can understand that the teacher fought fiercely against a certain possessed pony, and even had his head blown up hundreds of times," Xingguang Yi said for Yuxing Huihui. "So the situation is that I was forcibly controlled by that Yoxing Wugong to rebel for the second time? I can still wait for it to be a disaster. What am I supposed to do?" Yuxing Huihui shouted. "Wait, Yuxing Huihui won't even be able to handle Yoxing Wugong, right?" Yunbao exclaimed in despair, holding her head. "I could fight before I came here, but now my magic power is weak. According to the records of the Star Chronicles, Yoxing Wugong will soon declare war on 6 other world nations, and they even won. Do you understand what this means?" Yuxing Huihui said, his face pale. Just as the ponies were in a daze, a cry for help came. "Help! Who can save the great and all-powerful Trixie?" Hearing that familiar voice, Yuxing Huihui spread his wings and flew up. At this moment, Trixie was desperately trying to evade the star soldiers chasing after her. But the star soldiers behind looked a bit terrifying. Their eyes were large and golden, somewhat dazed, their limbs elongated, their fur messy, and they had large sharp teeth growing from their mouths. Trixie was also in bad shape, as evidenced by the scars on her body and the sharp teeth growing from her mouth. A laser shot down from the sky, drawing a line that separated Trixie from the star soldiers. Then, a figure quickly descended, stirring up clouds of dust and knocking the mutated star soldiers away. Trixie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, getting up from the ground and straightening her magic robe, saying, "Thank you for saving the great and..." When Yuxing Huihui turned around, Trixie waved her hooves in despair and screamed, "Wow, it's you, you crazy pony. Don't come near me. Woe who can save the great and all-powerful Trixie. Trixie doesn't want to die." Whoa. Hearing these words, Yuxing Huihui was not only not angry, but also found it amusing to record Trixie's dark history. When Trixie calmed down, number 6, Xingguang Yi, Wushu, and Suilong also arrived. "Trixie," Xingguang Yi said with delight. "Who are you? Do we know each other? Oh, I get it. You must be a fan of the great and all-powerful Trixie." Trixie conjured a pen and paper, waiting for Xingguang Yi to sign. Xingguang Yi's eyelids twitched and said, "Sorry, I forgot that at this point in time. We don't know each other yet." "Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you will be my loyal fan in the future?" "Don't worry. The great and all-powerful Trixie will take the initiative to get to know you." Trixie proudly stood up, putting her hooves on her hips. Oh my, how did she manage to stand up and pose so gracefully? Applejack exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't it simple? Just need hooves. Huìhuì then stood up unsteadily, in one stable, put his hooves on his hips. Then, as the music started, the two front hooves of Huìhuì came together, while the two back hooves alternately stretched out straight and quickly retracted, then the other would stretch out. The ponies watched in astonishment, and Ziyue even seriously doubted that the future Yuhui would dance better than Huìhuì. What Ziyue didn't understand was that in the future Dance King competition, Yuhui narrowly defeated Huìhuì. After the performance ended, Trixie finally asked the question in her heart. If you are here, then where is Huìhuì in Canterlot? Oh, the great and all-powerful Trixie understands. It's a fake. I knew it. Why did Huìhuì rebel again? Number 6 remained silent. Ziyue's cheeks flushed. Wuxi was eating popcorn while watching. What's wrong? Why aren't you all talking? Is what the great and all-powerful Trixie said incorrect? Trixie asked in confusion. Actually, it's... Suilong hadn't finished speaking when Huìhuì stuffed something into his mouth. Just as Suilong was about to explode, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was a gem. When he met Huìhuì's gaze again, he immediately adopted a bro, "Don't worry, I won't say a word" expression. Huìhuì nodded in satisfaction and said, "Oh right. That was an imposter. He attacked me when I wasn't paying attention, which is why I was late. Oh my. Luckily it wasn't aimed at you. Otherwise we would have been surrounded by millions of star soldiers," Trixie said with relief. Number 6 and Xingwang Yi wore expressions that seemed to say, "Of course. You're so shameless." Just as the ponies were secretly mocking Huìhuì, a roar erupted. A dozen mutated star soldiers pounced over, and Huìhuì released golden light from his horn, shining it on the star soldiers. Gradually, the star soldiers returned to their original forms, sitting dazedly on the ground, asking, "What happened?" After Huìhuì walked over, the star soldiers quickly got up and saluted. "Do you know what happened to you just now?" Applejack asked as she walked over. They got fanatic disease. The darkness of Yoshing Wugong spread to every pony who believed in him, causing them to undergo a slight mutation. While those who didn't mutate were hunted down and ultimately assimilated into this, Huìhuì explained, also purifying Trixie. "Oh my cosmic princess. Where are we going now? The whole Ponyville is probably falling," Yunbao shouted, holding her head. Huìhuì then opened a portal, and Ziyue, confused, said, "Huìhuì, didn't you say your magic power was almost used up?" "Yeah, right now my magic power is very weak, but for a simple spell like a portal, I can still easily create it. Any unicorn can do it." After Huìhuì finished speaking, Jinxi and Trixie looked at him discontentedly. "Sorry, my mistake. I should have said sky unicorn." Huìhuì realized he had misspoken and corrected himself. When all the ponies walked in, Ruru noticed that Wuxi was still standing there and asked in confusion, "Wuxi, aren't you leaving?" "Oh Ruru, you go ahead. I'll be there shortly." Wuxi, dressed in butler attire, had a group of rabbits carry the still confused Ruru inside, then turned back to look at the computer. The ruler of Little Pony Kingdom, Shadowless Star, has no gender. Its characteristic is that when Shadowless Star becomes the ruler, the country's productivity increases. In the church, the leader, Ziyue, looks at the mutated and crazed ponies, feeling powerless. Suddenly, the opening of a portal excites Ziyue. Chapter 96, The Leader Steals Home. "Your Majesty, you've finally arrived," Ziyue exclaims upon seeing a familiar figure. Ziyue runs down and says to herself, "Oh my, Your Majesty, there's something major you might not understand. The ponies here have all mutated. They have sharp teeth, long limbs, and so on, right?" Xinghui responds, "As expected of Your Majesty, you can guess this. But I couldn't even figure out a small symptom. I have let you down. I am an unqualified manager." Ziyue, feeling wronged, lowers her ears and walks forward, bowing her head. Seeing Ziyue's pitiful appearance, Xinghui can't help but pat her head and says, "It's okay, Ziyue, you've done very well. So many ponies have mutated, and you haven't, which shows that you've mastered the magic I taught you. You are my pride." "Really? Can I have a hug?" Ziyue whispers. Without a second thought, Xinghui hugs Ziyue. After the scheme succeeds, Ziyue smiles proudly at Ziyue. Ever since she first saw Ziyue, Ziyue felt uncomfortable. She had already inquired about Ziyue's deeds. In Ziyue's eyes, Xinghui was almost her only hero in her heart. How could another Ziyue from another world, and that pony who looked like a tomato scrambled egg, be her rival? Ziyue usually doesn't care about Xinghui's feelings. But now the pony that looks like a tomato scrambled egg is her biggest enemy. When Ziyue sees Ziyue's smiling face, she feels inexplicably uncomfortable, as if something has been stolen. "My dear, I always feel that the other you is a bit precious." She perceives Ziyue's eyes filled with provocation. Ziyue doesn't understand why the other her is so hostile towards her, but as she watches Ziyue and Xinghui grow closer, her feelings become more unpleasant. And she finally glares back at Ziyue in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Ziyue looks over with an amused expression. Ziyue almost breaks down but decides to turn away. She then hears Ziyue pitifully telling Xinghui how she was attacked and injured by a group of crazed patients and how she forced herself to suppress her inner madness. At first, Huìhuì doesn't understand why she feels a bit schadenfreude until she hears Huìhuì's concerned words and the sounds of helping Huìhuì heal, along with Huìhuì's voice saying it doesn't hurt. Huìhuì finally can't help but raise her hooves and shout, "No, you can't do this." After Huìhuì finishes shouting, she realizes that a group of ponies is looking at her in surprise. Huìhuì, are you feeling unwell?" Applejack asks worriedly. "Yeah, what's wrong? Your expression keeps changing like that. Are you poisoned?" Rainbow Dash inquires. "Yeah, dear, you're making us very worried," Jinshi adds. "What are you laughing at, Unordered?" Roro says. Confused. "Nothing." Oh ho ho ho, Unordered laughs while eating stars. Beaky whispers mysteriously to Roro, maybe he's laughing at someone. Upon hearing this, Roro becomes even more puzzled. Huìhuì quickly puts on an awkward smile and says, "It's nothing. Just thinking that Shadowless Star might eat the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess makes me feel uneasy." Chapter 97. Using the enemy against the enemy. Huìhuì, remember one thing. The one outside is fake. Your task is to stay by that guy's side and observe the situation. Huìhuì instructs. Huìhuì nods and then looks at Huìhuì with a smug expression, as if mocking Huìhuì for how powerful she is, unlike her who can only help Huìhuì a little. Huìhuì notices Huìhuì's gaze and grits her teeth, unsure of what to do. "Teacher, where do we go next? Should we, as the military treatises say, first go to places that are easier to conquer, and finally engage in a large-scale confrontation?" Xingguangyi asks curiously. Huìhuì glances at Unordered, who understands and snaps his fingers. When the ponies open their eyes again, Unordered, dressed in a butler outfit, greets them warmly. "Hello. Welcome to the great and all-powerful Unordered's home. Although it might be a bit strange for you, here you can train to defeat Shadowless Star, and you can also enjoy the biting ice cream sundae, among other things." After Unordered finishes speaking, Trixie steps forward, dissatisfied. "Nonsense. The truly great and all-powerful one is me, Trixie." Unordered rolls his eyes and snaps his fingers. Trixie's mouth disappears on the spot, startling her. But immediately, Trixie strikes various poses to express her dissatisfaction. "Oh my. Unordered, what are you doing? Quickly turn poor Trixie's mouth back." Roro exclaims. After snapping his fingers, Unordered appears on the grass with Roro, where everything necessary for an afternoon tea party has already been set up. "All right, Roro, let's start our afternoon tea party." Unordered raises a cup of steaming tea. However, Roro's mind is elsewhere, and she asks worriedly, "Unordered, you should have turned Trixie's mouth back, right?" "Don't worry, Roro. Trixie's mouth is back," Unordered says, patting his chest. At this moment, Trixie's mouth indeed returns, but her face only has a mouth that is screaming in fear. Huìhuì, Xingguangyi, and Huìhuì, the three giants of the magical world, are trying to figure out how to restore Trixie. In the church, Huìhuì calmly watches the arrival of Shadowless Star, feeling as if she is looking at an idiot. How has her king changed gender? Is she fooling a fool? "Oh, my dear little priest. How many troops can be mobilized here? Or can you tell me the latest situation here?" Shadowless Star, with a blood-red glow in its eyes, stares intently at Huìhuì, seemingly trying to find something from her. Huìhuì changes her expression to one of reverence and admiration, saying, "Report, Your Majesty. I currently don't know how many troops can be mobilized here, but recently an excellent general has emerged." Shadowless Star's crazed gaze suddenly becomes interested, and Huìhuì continues. "The previously conquered nations have suddenly erupted in an unprecedented uprising, claiming to have 1,000,000 coalition forces and proposing slogans like 'Restore the Stars, Restore the Nation.' In this unprecedented uprising, the Star Army in various places was caught off guard and retreated step by step, falling back to a passive defense. Subsequently, Longire led his desperate troops to quell the rebellion. However, the rebels took advantage of Longire's absence and directly targeted the central city. In this moment of despair, a supervising officer named Zhang Han proposed to establish a suppression army composed of many foreign races and some ponies to counter the rebels. After Zhang Han gained command, he immediately implemented reforms, selecting representatives from various races to serve as lower-level officials and allowing foreign soldiers to gain spoils by killing enemies, as well as the opportunity to elevate their social status. He continually deceived foreign kings and the main forces that were returning, claiming that killing enemies would also enhance their social standing. Thus, more than 400,000 suppression troops, mutually restraining each other, marched out to quell the rebellion. Zhang Han took advantage of the disdain among the races to disperse them, making it almost impossible for them to deal with foreign races other than their own, deepening the conflicts among them. In addition, Zhang Han has a characteristic in battle. He deliberately gives the enemy false victories. When the enemy becomes complacent, he strikes decisively to crush them. With these tactics, Zhang Han managed to turn the tide of the battle with the foreign troops, achieving great victories. With various main forces launching counterattacks to win the pacification war, and following Zhang Han's strategy of using one enemy to deal with another, They continuously deepen the contradictions among foreign tribes in secret, forcing them to rely on the Star Empire to deal with other races. After hearing the introduction from the leader Ziyue, Yoshing Wuguang looked around to confirm there were no issues before bursting into laughter. Hee, what an excellent general. Bring him over to see me. Chapter 98, Economic Expert. In Cantrelot Castle, a large number of ponies gathered, and these ponies were destined to be extraordinary. Dear ponies, you are the top elites within my Grand Star realm. Now, let me ask you a question. Our army currently has only over 2 million troops, which is still too few. After all, we must carry out the orders of the Cosmic Princess to attack other worlds. This number of troops is insufficient. Yet in such a situation, we are also short on money. Who can come up with a solution to this problem? As soon as Yoshing Wuguang finished speaking, the ponies began to discuss among themselves. At that moment, a pony stepped out of the crowd. For some reason, the usually domineering Yoshing Wuguang felt an ominous premonition upon seeing this pony for the first time. What is your name? Yoshing Wuguang asked, suppressing her bad feeling. Your Majesty, I am the famous ace pilot Jebuling. I have several plans to solve the economic issue, Jebuling said. Let us hear them, Yoshing Wuguang inquired. Jebuling then explained a multitude of plans, and finally, confidently stated, if these plans don't work, you can call me Ma Yi. Although Yoshing Wuguang understood almost none of it, she felt that this Jebuling seemed very reliable. Yoshing Wuguang continued, to ensure victory in war. I have decided to establish a military academy to strengthen and train mid-level and lower-level officers, and this military academy will be called the Royal Auxiliary Military School. I will personally serve as the principal, and you will be in charge. When Yoshing Wuguang had nearly finished speaking, a pony stepped forward, feeling uneasy. Your Majesty, may I be allowed to develop the Navy? Just a little funding will do. Give me a reason to develop the Navy, Yoshing Wuguang said. Dengxi took a deep breath and began to explain the importance of naval supremacy and the various roles of the Navy, fearing that he might not be permitted to develop it. He also detailed various models of ironclad warships he had designed. Hearing Dengxi not only reject traditional wooden warships, but also propose new ironclad ships and various new tactics successfully piqued the interest of Yoshing Wuguang. This war fanatic, who, despite the economic pressure on the empire, scraped together some funds for Dengxi. After Jebuling and Dengxi successfully introduced themselves, a large number of ponies rushed forward to explain their strategies. Little did they know, the surrounding star soldiers crazily surrounded them, and Yoshing Wuguang spread her wings and descended. Speaking, Yoshing Wuguang's words were filled with mad temptation and threats. These generals knew that if they succeeded, they could enjoy endless wealth and status. If they failed, they would fall into an abyss of no return. A small number of generals withdrew in fear, and Yoshing Wuguang looked at these ponies with satisfaction. Now her court could be said to be a cluster of shining stars. Once she wiped out a few worlds, she could abolish the troublesome Ma's prison lights and become the emperor or princess herself. Chapter 99, The 7 Parallel Heroes. Long live the Pony Nation. Long live the Pony Nation. The Pony Nation shall last forever. A large number of star soldiers shouted. At this moment, under the near-collapse condition of Jebuling, the Star Empire finally managed to barely assemble nearly 3 million troops. Jebuling, is there any way to obtain more money? Yoshing Wuguang asked curiously. Your Majesty, this is already the maximum amount of money I could come up with by any means. If we keep increasing the troops like this, the empire will collapse first. Jebuling said, looking exhausted. Just as Yoshing Wuguang felt a bit disappointed, Jebuling continued, but I have one last method to raise money. I need your Majesty to open the entrance to other worlds. I will try to borrow a large amount of foreign debt and conduct economic trade invasions, etc. If this method fails to raise money, you can call me Ma Yi. Not long after, Yoshing Wuguang opened a passage to connect to other worlds. The empires of 6 worlds simultaneously sensed the emergence of a passage. This was a world unified by phantoms, but the phantoms here were somewhat different. These phantoms were more brutal and warlike than before, even resorting to cannibalism, and established a hive led by elite phantoms. The ruling Cocoon Queen must have the approval of the vicious phantom hive to execute any commands. A black crystal king swept across the world, establishing a vast black crystal empire. While the Black Crystal King conquered various places, he abolished various systems and introduced slavery. Tyrek successfully made a comeback, absorbing a large amount of magical power and becoming the sole ruler of this world. The Friendship Federation, with Kexiguangwi as the Friendship Empress, garnered worship and faith from various races under the banner of friendship. This world was somewhat absurd, due to the presence of only one strong being, the Dragon King Sergio. Among the various races, it directly led to all races being forced to submit to the dragon race. The same was true for this world, where only the Storm Emperor was a powerful figure, and the outcome was self-evident. As the portal opened, Yoshing Wuguang was somewhat worried that the mere 300,000 troops were simply insufficient. Thus, she thought of a method, As long as there were intermediate and advanced combat forces, she could basically secure a battlefield. Yoshing Wuguang then shot a laser at a star soldier, who slowly grew larger in surprise. The surrounding star soldiers hurriedly avoided the soldier until he stopped growing at a height of several meters, with plenty of equipment appearing on him. After giving a satisfied glance, Yoshing Wuguang opened a portal and sent the star soldier to the mine. The phantoms, wasteland shadow demons, and other races mining there were left agape at the scene before them. You go kill them, Yoshing Wuguang commanded in a cold tone. Yes, Your Majesty. The star soldier controlled 2 rotating blades aimed at the foreign races. A dozen phantoms were caught off guard and were sucked in, turning into blood on the spot. Seeing this scene, the foreign races decisively rebelled. However, in the face of the powerful enhanced star soldier, they were merely delivering themselves for slaughter. With just a single laser cannon sweep, many foreign races evaporated from existence. Although some dragons tried to fly onto the star soldier's back, hoping to attack from a blind spot, as they got closer, they felt the temperature on the armor was off. Still, they charged forward. Then, amidst the strange temperature, they let out screams and were burned to ashes. In less than a while, nearly 1,000 foreign races were cleared out. Yoshing Wuguang nodded in satisfaction and returned to mass-produce enhanced star soldiers. If it weren't for remembering there were still some matters left undone, Yoshing Wuguang probably could have produced even more. In a base laboratory unknown to the ponies, Yoshing Wuguang appeared. The star soldier guard stationed there confirmed that the monarch before them was not an imposter from a foreign race, then respectfully saluted and let Yoshing Wuguang in. After circling around a few times, Yoshing Wuguang arrived at a gloomy area and said with crimson eyes, "Spies, it's your turn to take the stage." Dressed in strange attire, the spies transformed into various appearances of phantoms, wasteland shadow demons, dragons, griffins, and other foreign races before stepping out. Chapter 100, The Prelude to War. Kill. Flash. Kill, kill, kill. With 3 consecutive shouts of kill, Yunbao was successfully chopped to death. Yunbao cried out in despair, as she was beaten down to 5 consecutive kneelings by this Rain Star Huìhuì. "Darling, why do you look so unhappy?" Jinchi, sewing her clothes, walked over to ask. "I'm worried about the situation outside," Ziyue said. "Why? Perhaps a few days inside translates to months outside?" Wushu said while eating silver ear soup. Meanwhile, in the silver ear soup, the unfortunate Xingguangyi was desperately trying to dodge Wushu's claws. Over the course of a few months, the 7 heroes engaged in various espionage activities, discovering there were other empires, and immediately began to eye each other warily. Having gathered some intelligence, most of it concerning the Star Empire, Yoshing Wuguang looked at the information from the 6 nations in the court and finally determined the first nation to attack. Today, under the order of Princess Celestia of the universe, we must rescue the little ponies from danger. We shall fight for the freedom of the little ponies and eradicate the dragon race. The evil dragon race is cruel and merciless, bullying the little ponies and stealing their treasures. Pass the word. Report the misdeeds of these dragons. Minister of Propaganda Sierra stepped forward and began to read a pre-prepared article filled with various exaggerations. However, it still stirred the emotions of many little ponies, convincing the Star soldiers that this expedition was just. Subsequently, the Star Empire pretended to take action, publicly condemning the dragon race's atrocities on the international stage, demanding that the dragon race release the little ponies and compensate them with a large amount of money and resources, or else they would go to war. In the face of the Star Empire's unreasonable demands, the major countries reacted differently. Do these little ponies want to die? I've ruled this place for so long. How dare an outsider openly provoke us? I want the little ponies dead. When Dragon King Sergio became enraged, everything around him trembled. Some dragons, sensing the situation was dire, quickly advised, "Your Majesty, those little ponies are just a bunch of foolish creatures. They have no idea of our dragon race's might. Yes, even a single dragon can force the little ponies to mobilize several times the number of troops to deal with us. The ruler on the other side is definitely seeking death. Our great Dragon King can reduce her to ashes with a single breath of flame." Hearing these dragons' flattery, Sergio's anger calmed a little. "Go and plunder the treasures of those little ponies as compensation," Sergio ordered. However, the little ponies were already in a dire situation, where even a small paper cupcake could cost an astonishing 300,000 bits. As soon as one dragon finished speaking, Sergio crushed it with a single blow. "Do you see? This is what happens when you defy me. Hurry up and scour for more treasures," Sergio shouted loudly. Many dragons hurriedly went off to plunder treasures, while the pitiful little ponies of this world were about to suffer again. In the Illusion Spirit Empire, the bug clan established by the malevolent illusion spirits was in intense discussion upon learning that 2 evenly matched opponents were about to engage in battle. "You foolish creatures. Why didn't you listen to my advice and first deploy the virus that can transform into illusion spirits? Then take the opportunity to corrupt the higher-ups," the Cocoon Queen said, dissatisfied. At this moment, The Cocoon Queen's position was somewhat precarious. The support for her among the illusion spirits had fallen below that of the Bug Clan, and everything she did required management approval. Dear Queen, you are quite polite, but I'm sorry, we do not approve of your suggestion, the malevolent illusion spirit said. Seeing the discontent in the Cocoon Queen's eyes, the malevolent illusion spirit continued, Dear Queen, you must understand one thing. There are quite a few illusion spirits whose strength is not inferior to yours. In this world, there are almost only illusion spirits left, and we are running out of love to sustain ourselves. Fortunately, there are 6 other worlds. We must be prepared to annex them. I hope you will not hinder us. Otherwise, you will end up like the low-level illusion spirits we previously sent to the dining table. All right, everyone, continue the discussion. In the Black Crystal Empire, the Black Crystal King received a special guest, the malevolent illusion spirit. Great Black Crystal King, have you thought about forming an alliance with us illusion spirits? The malevolent illusion spirit asked. The Black Crystal King waved a hoof, signaling the malevolent illusion spirit to step back. Once the malevolent illusion spirit retreated, the Wasteland Shadow Demon beside him asked, Your Majesty, are you really sure you want to ally with those cunning illusion spirits? Huh, an alliance? It's merely for show. Once the little ponies and the dragon race finish fighting, we will implement a division policy. By that time, we will backstab those self-righteous illusion spirits. The Black Crystal King greedily looked at the new world map. Tyrek and the Storm Emperor had similar thoughts as the Black Crystal King. Thus, the 4 nations formed a somewhat unstable alliance, waiting to divide the spoils once the war between the little ponies and the dragon race concluded. What? You ask about Kashi Guanghui? She claims to be a neutral nation, not interfering for the sake of friendship. But from behind the scenes, she is also mobilizing troops, clearly preparing to take advantage of the situation. Your Majesty, what if other nations take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while we are at war with the dragon race? Lu Sun expressed his concerns. Meanwhile, Yoxing Wuguang arrogantly declared, The might of the Celestial Empire requires no concern over those ants. Chapter 101, The Fallen Dragon King. In Sergio's memory, little ponies were always a weak species, disappearing with a mere slap. Therefore, Sergio was very confident that he could annihilate the little pony nation within 10 days. Thus, the dragon race deployed over 500,000 troops, with Dragon King Sergio personally leading the charge. On the little pony side, only a small number of troops were sent, along with a secret weapon. Liberate the little ponies. The Star Soldiers shouted. Let's go, brothers. Bring back some treasures. The large number of dragons roared. In their eyes, little ponies were extremely weak beings. Even the flames they spat could leave the little ponies injured or dead. As a result, the dragon race underestimated the approaching Star Soldiers, discussing how to obtain beautiful gems or how to divide the treasures along the way. Just as the dragon race was still laughing and joking, hundreds of massive figures were rapidly approaching. When the dragons saw them, they panicked and discovered that the Star Soldiers, towering dozens of meters high, clad in black armor and equipped with rocket flamethrowers, were charging towards them with crazed expressions, singing something incomprehensible. Some dragons didn't have time to react before being smashed to pieces by the Star Soldiers. My goodness, what did these little ponies eat to grow up? They can already rival us. Shut up, quickly block them. Many dragons spat out their proud flames, only to realize it was useless against the Star Soldiers. Instead, the Star Soldiers charged even more fiercely until a massive claw grabbed a Star Soldier and crushed it violently. How are you so useless? You can't even deal with a little pony. After Sergio shouted, he grabbed 2 Star Soldiers to throw them away, only to have them explode. The Star Soldiers decisively self-destructed, leaving Sergio dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why these little ponies were so insane. However, Sergio had no time to think further, as new Star Soldiers charged straight at him. Sergio flicked his tail, sending a Star Soldier flying to the ground, where it exploded. Several Star Soldiers seized the opportunity to crash into Sergio's back. You damned little ponies. The damage from the explosion made Sergio completely furious. Just as Sergio was shouting, a spatial rift appeared, and the little pony nation's secret weapon emerged. Before Sergio could react, his jaw was shattered on the spot. Sergio stared with furious eyes at the newcomer, unable to believe that the little ponies possessed such strong magic. Sergio pointed, signaling the dragon army to charge forward. Many dragons, seeing the newcomer for the first time, felt an unprecedented fear and did not dare to advance. Yoxing Wuguang flew in the sky, enjoying the endless stream of fear. Sergio once again signaled the dragon army to charge forward, crushing a few unfortunate dragons as a warning. Only then did some dragons muster the courage to charge forward. Dare you treat your future princess this way? Yu Hui Shua Shua also spread her wings and flew in, expressing her dissatisfaction. Then, lasers shot out from her horn, piercing many dragons and causing them to fall. Sister, don't be so brutal. Yoxing Wuguang, with blood-red eyes, flew beside Yu Hui Shua Shua and smiled. After a moment of shock, Yu Huìhuì looked at Dragon King Sergio and revealed a mischievous smile. It seems you, Yuxing Huìhuì, have some ideas. Sergio was still somewhat puzzled about what these two-horned ponies with wings were discussing. The traitorous combination suddenly turned to look at Sergio with a sinister smile. Then, a large amount of black mist spread around. The dragons that touched the black mist were quickly pulled in and swallowed amidst their screams. Sergio hurriedly breathed out a flame in an attempt to disperse the black mist. But even the flames were consumed by this strange black fog. Within the black mist, several giant claws emerged, large enough to restrain Sergio. Before Sergio could react, he was forcibly pressed to the ground, and a laser slowly cut through his body. Seeing Sergio still struggling desperately, the dissatisfied Yuxing Wuguang opened a portal. At that moment, Sergio fell silent, as the portal expelled numerous things from his body. Yuxing Wuguang then conjured bizarre-looking organs from the black mist and made a gesture of invitation to Yu Huìhuì. With a wicked smile, Yu Huìhuì, assisted by Yuxing Wuguang, began to perform hoof techniques on Sergio. When the black mist dissipated, the Dragon Clan saw the Dragon King Sergio standing up, though his eyes were vacant with a hint of madness. Yuxing Wuguang and Yu Huìhuì appeared above Sergio. Go, our loyal servant. With a roar, Sergio began to slaughter his former kin. Watching the carnage below, the madness in Yuxing Wuguang's eyes became more apparent. She even contemplated whether to create a god. Chapter 102, Full-Scale War. The outcome of the war shocked all nations. The Dragon King Sergio led an army of 500,000, only to have them all wiped out in a single day for reasons unknown. Within 5 days, his nation was declared fallen. This result genuinely stunned all countries, forcing their leaders to hold a small meeting to discuss how to respond to the Star Empire. Have you all heard? The world ruled by the Dragon Clan only produced a crazed little pony. We sent numerous spies, even some malicious shapeshifters, to investigate that world. The result is that none have returned, and the only thing we received was a message from a shapeshifter representing the swarm before their disappearance. Every day here is like hell. Almost no life remains. He has come. Ha ha ha, it's over. Everything is over. He will devour everything. Ha ha ha. After hearing the shapeshifter's voice, the Storm Emperor scoffed. Ha ha ha, this joke is ridiculous. How can we be sure that your sly shapeshifters didn't make this up to fool us? The malicious shapeshifter replied, somewhat displeased. You may not believe it, but we should discuss how to deal with this vast empire. After all, the threat of the empire is right there. Ha ha ha, so what sincerity do your shapeshifters have to show that you truly want to cooperate with us? The Storm Emperor asked again. Storm Emperor, don't push your luck. The shapeshifters that can kill you have already exceeded tens of thousands. Believe it or not, I can throw you into the swarm to feed them right now. The malicious shapeshifter exclaimed, pulling the Storm Emperor closer. As the atmosphere began to tense, the friendship Queen Kashi Guanghui stepped in to mediate. Both of you. Please stop arguing and take a deep breath. Let's calm down and talk. So, dear friendship queen, have you thought about your position? The malicious shapeshifter turned to ask. For the sake of friendship and peace in the world, I cannot arbitrarily wage war on other nations, so I remain neutral, Kashi Guanghui said with a sly smile. You better be. After a moment of silence, Tyrek spoke up. How can you doubt me? You should know I am the one who keeps promises. Kashi Guanghui said pitifully. All right, everyone. To show our sincerity, how about we shapeshifters send 200,000 troops first? The malicious shapeshifter proposed. Only 200,000. You shapeshifters number well over 1 million. Shouldn't you send more? The Storm Emperor said. And it was because of this statement that the malicious shapeshifter's killing intent was fully ignited. The malicious shapeshifter condensed a laser and shot it at the Storm Emperor, who hurriedly blocked it. After a brief standoff, the Storm Emperor finally gasped for breath and managed to hold his ground. Remember, I am still just a diplomat, and I haven't even used my full strength. The malicious shapeshifter said, staring fiercely at the Storm Emperor. You shapeshifters better send troops. I will send at least 300,000 pony soldiers. If you don't come, you should understand the consequences, the Black Crystal King said, his eyes flashing with a green light. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness Black Crystal King. I deeply appreciate it on behalf of all shapeshifters. The malicious shapeshifter bowed. The Black Crystal King silently watched the malicious shapeshifter. What about you, esteemed King Tyrek? The malicious shapeshifter asked. How about this? I don't need anything in return to send troops. But there is one condition. The magic of the Pony Monarch must be absorbed by me. I can't wait to absorb it, Tyrek said. The malicious shapeshifter's eyes gleamed cunningly. And he smiled. All right, esteemed King Tyrek, we shapeshifters are the most trustworthy. Thank you for your deployment. Just like that, the monarchs of various countries returned home. However, on the way back, the Storm Emperor encountered an unexpected situation. On the airship, the Storm Emperor was still somewhat dissatisfied about being beaten by mere shapeshifters that day. His door was opened, and the Storm Emperor angrily looked up. You soldiers dare to open my door without my permission? Do you believe I will throw you into the sea? Storm Emperor, You said it well. Then we will throw you into the sea later. The soldiers transformed into malicious shapeshifters, revealing sharp teeth. What? You shapeshifters dare to do this? Come, soldiers. The Storm Emperor shouted. Hee, Storm Emperor. I have some unfortunate news for you. This airship is filled with powerful malicious shapeshifters. The malicious shapeshifter said in a mocking tone. What? Before the Storm Emperor could finish, more than 30 malicious shapeshifters took him down and threw him into the sea from the airship. After disposing of the Storm Emperor, the malicious shapeshifter activated a video call. Report, Chairman, the Storm Emperor has been dealt with, the malicious shapeshifter said. You did well. You will transform into the Storm Emperor and manage his nation. The shapeshifter chairman instructed. Just as the malicious shapeshifter proudly reported, several malicious shapeshifters watched everything with interest, their eyes flashing red. As the foreign coalition launched a massive attack, they discovered a strange problem. The Star soldiers always fled at the sight of danger, but in some areas, their resistance became fierce, just as the outsiders were puzzled. In the royal court, the Star officials were arguing incessantly. Heavens! Is this army being raised for nothing? They've reached Canterlot so quickly. A minister cried out in despair. It's over. The Pony Nation is going to fall. Another official exclaimed hopelessly. As the arguments grew more intense, a spatial rift opened, and Yuxing Wuguang emerged. Your Majesty. The little ponies suddenly felt a sense of security, while many focused their attention on Yuxing Wuguang. However, Lien and Luxuan noticed something mysterious slowly closing inside the portal. And though they couldn't see the whole picture, it made them break into a cold sweat. Your Majesty, something bad is happening. The outsiders are attacking. A minister exclaimed in panic. Upon hearing this, Yuxing Wuguang slowly spoke. Indeed, the Cosmic Princess is worthy of her title. She was able to predict the enemy's surprise attack. We must let this group of oblivious outsiders know the power of our great star. By the decree of the Cosmic Princess, the outsiders have gone too far. They have even reached the brink of our nation. Rather than cowering to survive, it is better to determine our fate with them. Call the ponies. Issue a decree. We hereby solemnly swear. To war against the Shapeshifter Empire. To war against the Black Crystal Empire. To war against the Friendship Federation. To war against the Centaur Nation. To war against the Storm Nation. As the last words fell, all the ministers and officials present spoke up. The Cosmic Princess is mighty. The Moon Princess is mighty. The King is mighty. Chapter 103, The Creation of the Gods. Little ponies. Although we have a great deal behind us, this is Cantlot. Hein began the war mobilization. O great star, may you prosper. A large number of Star soldiers shouted as they raised their guns, while Hein encouraged the Star soldiers. Rian looked at them with an uneasy feeling. Ever since Rian accidentally saw what was inside the portal, he had been in a state of anxiety. He began to realize that something was wrong. This empire was too crazy. He could sense a change in the Star soldiers that he couldn't quite put into words. Just as Rian was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, a hoof slapped on his back. What are you thinking about, Rian? Hein's single sentence startled Rian to the ground. Seeing Rian's unhelpful demeanor, Hein teased. If not, then let the marshal take over. You can just be Rian the unhandsome. Get lost. You scared me. Rian scrambled to his feet, still shaken. Rian looked at Hein, who seemed relatively normal, and tentatively asked, Hein, do you think the king has been acting strangely lately? It's a bit odd, ever since we rescued the king from the little worm world. I've had this feeling that there's something hidden inside him. Now that we've wiped out the dragon race, the king's presence feels increasingly off each day. But I still feel it's quite normal. It fits the greatness of the empire. Hein said, taking this chance. Rian observed Hein closely and was horrified to discover a hint of crimson in Hein's pupils. Rian clearly remembered that Hein's eyes could not possibly have a crimson hue. A terrifying thought emerged in Rian's mind. What's wrong, Rian? Are you envious of my unmatched beauty? You should drink more things that are good for your health after drinking. You can look as handsome as I do, Hein said narcissistically. But Rian was not in the mood to respond to Hein's words, silently feeling that it seemed he was the only normal pony left in the entire empire. Stop being narcissistic, Hein. After saying this, Rian hurried towards the armored division. Rian hadn't walked far when he noticed that Hein's eyes slowly turned crimson and wild, a twisted smile forming as he stared at Rian's back. On the battlefield, the sounds of the coalition's battle cries were relentless. The malicious illusion commander, who personally came to oversee the troops, was quite puzzled. He didn't understand why the little ponies chose to hold their ground at this flatland instead of defending the easily defensible stronghold. Suddenly, something flew quickly through the sky. The illusion beings in the air took a closer look. This thing resembled an arrow but was spewing fire from behind. Before they could react, the missile smashed through the illusion beings and reached a certain position. Boom. Just like that, the Star Army didn't charge first. The missile struck first. The illusion beings vanished into light in a flash. Retreat. The malicious illusion commander ordered. The clouds in the sky finally dispersed. When Rian attempted to order a counterattack, Hein walked over and said, Rian, The king has ordered us to hold this position until she returns. We can't go anywhere. So annoying. After saying this, Rian left. The star soldiers were clearing the corpses on the battlefield, transporting a cart of bodies to the processing site. The workers responsible for clearing the bodies tossed the corpses into a machine. In the chaotic space, Yuxing Huìhuì was complaining about the cosmic princess to Xingguang Yi when her whole body suddenly trembled. Teacher, are you alright? Xingguang Yi hurriedly helped Yuxing Huìhuì up. Something's wrong. I can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen. Yuxing Huìhuì flipped through a history book for a long time, but only found a few lines, which merely stated that the Dark Star was defeated by the friendship cannon. But her intuition told her it wasn't that simple. Yuxing Huìhuì, what's wrong? Ziyu also walked over to ask. When future individuals and past individuals exist in the same space-time, subtle connections can occur. Perhaps your crossing this time will change some past events. The chaotic weaver rabbit appeared to answer their questions. Upon hearing this, Yuxing Huìhuì wanted to use time magic to return, but found she couldn't open it at all. However, spatial magic worked. Chaos, hurry and let us out, Yuxing Huìhuì said. Chaos rolled her eyes helplessly and snapped her fingers, causing the ponies to appear in a patch of ground. Yuxing Huìhuì. The new test subject has arrived, Yu Hui Shua Shua said, holding the head of an illusion being. However, Yuxing Wuguang didn't hear this. Lost in admiration of the art she had created. It wasn't until Yu Hui Shua Shua called her again that Yuxing Wuguang turned around, and a laser shot into Yu Hui Shua Shua's body. When Yu Hui Shua Shua stood up, the magic power within her had significantly increased. Alright, senior sister. I don't know why I feel like something is out there. I can't leave here, so why don't you go and check it out? Yuxing Wuguang said. Chapter 104. The Awakening of Empathy. A portal opened, and then a little pony that looked like scrambled eggs with tomatoes flew out. According to the sensing position, this should be the place, Yu Hui Shua Shua said. After searching for a moment, Yu Hui Shua Shua said unhappily, this won't do. After all, how can a great princess personally look for something? Just as Yu Hui Shua Shua was about to turn around and open a new portal, oh my. Yu Hui Shua Shua, you look really ugly right now. Like, explosion level ugly. Biki, caught by Yun Bao, teased while flying in the air and stroking her chin. How dare you say your princess is ugly? Yu Hui Shua Shua said fiercely. Biki pulled out a colorful ribbon cannon from somewhere and shot it at Yu Hui Shua Shua. After a scream, Yu Hui Shua Shua was blasted away. Yay! Yun Bao and Biki clapped their hooves. I am your princess. I will make you pay. After getting up from the ground, Yu Hui Shua Shua emanated dark mist, then suddenly exploded. The magic power within her surged. Dark stripes slowly appeared on her fur, igniting into flames, and her eyes turned black and red. Her wings stretched out, truly becoming the demon of Yu Hui. Ziyu, are you sure you can redeem Yu Hui Shua Shua? Applejack asked anxiously, watching this scene. Ziyu swallowed hard, but Yuxing Huìhuì's words kept ringing in her ears. Listen, Ziyu, if you want to help senior sister return to being pure scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you have to rely on your own efforts. You must awaken her with your sincerity. Unless something unexpected happens, I want to step in. Thinking about how Yuxing Huìhuì and Yu Hui Shua Shua became this way because of her, Ziyu's face filled with determination as she walked forward. Yu Hui Shua Shua, I'm really sorry for before. Can you forgive me? I am an incompetent princess and also a failing friend. As Ziyu spoke, she walked towards Yu Hui Shua Shua. Yu Hui Shua Shua sneered, and then breathed out extremely hot flames. The flames passed through Ziyu's body, but she continued to walk toward Yu Hui Shua Shua, continuously speaking. Seeing this, Yu Hui Shua Shua shot out a laser, which left numerous wounds on Ziyu's body. Yet, Ziyu kept moving forward. As Ziyu finally got close to Yu Hui Shua Shua, Yu Hui Shua Shua could also hear what Ziyu was saying. Yu Hui Shua Shua, I know this isn't you, and this isn't your intention. Come back. Ziyu endured the intense flames from Yu Hui Shua Shua and embraced her tightly. As Yu Hui Shua Shua's pupils gradually returned to normal, the dark mist surrounding her emerged once again. Ziyu, you have to leave. Yu Hui Shua Shua cried out in pain. Unexpectedly, Ziyu held Yu Hui Shua Shua tightly, helping her bear the dark mist. As the dark mist was about to engulf both ponies, a burst of golden light exploded, dispelling the dark mist. Ziyu and Yu Hui Shua Shua slowly descended, and seeing that both ponies were unharmed, the others rushed over. The harmonious element that flashed above Yu Hui Shua Shua was empathy. A sound of hoofbeats echoed, and Yuxing Huìhuì appeared, shining with starlight. The good old tomato scrambled eggs are delicious. Phew, they look better. Yu Hui Shua was startled when she saw Yuxing Huìhuì. You recovered to normal before me. This is the future Yuxing Huìhuì, and he is powerful, even stronger than the current Yuxing Huìhuì. He can stand up and dance. Biki introduced excitedly. However, Yu Hui Shua was too panicked to listen to Biki and said with a worried face, so that means the current Yuxing Huìhuì hasn't recovered yet? Ziyu, you guys need to hurry and stop her. Why? Yun Bao asked in confusion from the side. Right now, Yuxing Wugong is creating a monster. And the monster's nourishment comes from a lot of madness, living beings, and magic power. In the Dragon Clan world, Yuxing Wugong muttered to himself in surprise. Did the senior sister send it? Forget it. It's just a little Ziyue that made the senior sister stray into the wrong path. I can let the senior sister return to the right path later. But why can't this big guy start up? Wait, if it's lacking nourishment. Yuxing Wugong turned to look at the portraits of the monarchs of various countries on the wall. And his name is Yexing Kai. Yu Huishua said in panic. What? The group of horses exclaimed simultaneously. Chapter 105, The Past Before the End. The Star Army and the Allied forces engaged in an extremely brutal war here, as living beings were dying at all times. Therefore, the Star Army and the Allied forces referred to this place as a slaughterhouse or meat ground. The artillery fire of the Star Army rained down on the sky, trying to hit the phantoms that were descending. Hold the line over there. Hold on until the elite soldiers come to support, a small Star officer shouted. He was then knocked down by a vicious phantom, which bit through his neck, silencing him. Over 20 Star soldiers aimed their guns at the vicious phantom and opened fire in unison. The vicious phantom wiped some ketchup from the corner of its mouth and then transformed into a giant dragon, unleashing a breath of fire that nearly incinerated the Star soldiers present. As the vicious phantom continued to advance with its massive body, fire, the distant meteor cannon shot straight towards it, and the vicious phantom stared in horror, bracing itself against the laser, ultimately disappearing within it. Several squads of Star soldiers simultaneously drank a bottle of alcohol and smashed their glasses. Kill. The Star soldiers charged towards the foreign races with various melee weapons, igniting a fierce battle. Our phantom army has suffered too many losses, even though our phantoms have already filled this world. The vicious phantom slammed the table angrily and cursed. Calm down, calm down. The losses are mostly just the low-level phantoms that were transformed. Another vicious phantom advised. What about the war? Our phantom troops have suffered too many casualties over there. If this continues, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for us. The vicious phantom asked. What about the troops from other countries? Do they want to sell us out? Another vicious phantom questioned. They did send troops, but they asked us to send out several times our military force. There's nothing we can do. After all, we are all soldiers. The vicious phantom replied. Gentlemen, the snacks you wanted. A timid phantom cautiously pushed open the door and said. Judging by its clothes, it was clearly a small pony before transformation. All right, just put them here, the vicious phantom said. After the low-level phantom placed the snacks, the vicious phantom rubbed its hooves and said, Great. Finally, there's something to eat. The snacks on the table were small ponies, dragons, griffins, and other creatures. While the vicious phantom was happily indulging in its meat, it suddenly sensed an extremely powerful magical force outside. Instantly, the vicious phantoms had a bad premonition. A huge tear opened in the sky, and the phantom guards cautiously flew up to check the situation. The tear suddenly spewed out a large amount of colorful substances, directly devouring the thousands of phantom guards who had come to investigate before retreating back into the tear. Before the phantoms could figure out what was happening, a bluish meteor fell rapidly from the tear. This place is too foreign. But don't worry, I'll clean it up. Amidst the swirling black mist, 2 red lights appeared, and Yuxing Wugong appeared here with a wicked smile. Kill her, the leader of the phantom guard shouted. A strange red light immediately emitted from Yuxing Wugong's horns, and the phantoms illuminated by it slowly had their eyes turn crimson. Then, with fierce expressions, they turned to attack their comrades. Seeing the phantoms killing each other, Yuxing Wugong felt that this cleanup was too slow. So, she looked up at the moon, revealing a classic wicked smile. In the stunned eyes of the phantoms, Yuxing Wugong easily raised the sun. Then the sun got closer and closer until the phantoms below were about to be roasted alive. The vicious phantom army appeared here, watching the outsider warily. Why do you dare to disturb our territory? You should know that there are quite a few phantoms here, as well as many powerful vicious phantoms. The vicious phantom asked first. However, Yuxing Wugong did not respond to the vicious phantom's words. Instead, she excitedly muttered to herself. I really didn't come to the wrong place. There are too many nutrients here. Before the insect hive could react, a large number of cracks opened behind them, and colorful gases surged out, capturing the vicious phantoms. The strong vicious phantoms struggled a few times, but were soon devoured. Just like that. The tens of thousands of vicious phantoms, representing the top combat power of the Phantom Empire, were reduced to only a few hundred in just a few minutes. Run. This place is not suitable for long stays. Hundreds of vicious phantoms fled in terror, as if something demonic was behind them. You fools, why are you running away? The insect queen suddenly appeared and asked. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we don't fear the lack of firewood. If we don't run to another world now, do you expect us to fight her head on? What a joke. The vicious phantom replied. So you so-called insect hives just abandon your people like this? At least take a few more citizens with you. The insect queen said dissatisfied. What do you mean by abandon? We'll talk about it when we come back later. Hundreds of vicious phantoms scrambled to dive into the portal. The insect queen turned to face Yuxing Wugong, knowing full well it was a dead end. But the insect queen knew she had to go. She had to find a way out for her people. Citizens, hurry up and leave. Don't look back. The insect queen fired lasers in an attempt to stop Yuxing Wugong, who just stood still and took the lasers. Yuxing Wugong felt that killing the insect queen like this was too boring. So she opened a new portal and pulled out the weak-looking Princess Luna. Dear Princess Luna, if you kill the insect queen, I'll let you and your sister go. How about this deal? Yuxing Wugong said in a very tempting tone. Huh, no way. Given your crazy personality, nothing good will happen. Princess Luna sneered. All right, let's try my latest potion. Yuxing Wugong took out a syringe filled with murky black mist. Just like that, the syringe was injected straight into Princess Luna's body. Princess Luna immediately cried out in pain, clutching her head as black mist began to emerge from her body. Then, amidst Princess Luna's cries, the black mist enveloped her into a black ball. As the black ball cracked open, "Ahaha, little pony Maria's little ponies. I'm back." Nightmare Moon laughed heartily. Chapter 106, The Past Before the End. "Ahaha, little pony Maria's little ponies. Your princess has returned." Nightmare Moon opened her hooves and laughed. While laughing, Nightmare Moon noticed a small pony looking at her nearby. "Who are you? Why do you look a bit familiar?" Nightmare Moon said after trying hard to recall for a long time. "You were the unicorn in Ponyville back then? How come you not only became an alicorn, but also changed gender? Is it necessary to change gender to become an alicorn? Forget it. You welcomed the future sole ruler of Little Maria, a Nightmare Moon that hadn't finished speaking before being forcefully pulled over by the lightless star. You spoke wrongly. I am the future ruler of Little Maria. Do you understand?" Nightmare Moon blankly nodded. She had a premonition. If she dared to argue, she would die a terrible death. "If you understand, go take care of the Cocoon Queen. If you take care of the Cocoon Queen, then this place will be under your management." The lightless star then conjured a recliner in the air and lay down, ready to watch the show with some apple juice. Nightmare Moon looked at the sun in the sky and the vast world, then raised the moon again. Instantly, the shapeshifter spirit, which had almost been baked under the sun, was now so cold it could hardly move its hooves, unable to escape at all. The Cocoon Queen charged forward for her subjects and shot a laser at Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon easily dodged, turning her head to shoot lightning from her eyes at the Cocoon Queen. The Cocoon Queen swung a green whip from her horn to deflect the lightning and charged at Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon transformed into a cloud of purple mist and flew toward the Cocoon Queen, but the damage caused by the Cocoon Queen's whip was minimal. But it made sense. The insects had not fed the Cocoon Queen love for a long time to weaken her power. The Cocoon Queen wildly shot lasers left and right, but could not hit Nightmare Moon. Just when the Cocoon Queen was almost out of energy, Nightmare Moon suddenly appeared behind her and shot a laser that knocked the Cocoon Queen down. The Cocoon Queen lost all her strength and fell to the ground, her crown rolling away. "Ahaha, this world will become an eternal night." Nightmare Moon laughed triumphantly. "No, our queen cannot lose." A shapeshifter spirit raised its head and said, "Fool, how could a shapeshifter spirit with only a little love defeat the princess of eternal night?" Nightmare Moon mocked. Hurry. The Cocoon Queen said desperately as she raised her head. Listening to Nightmare Moon's words and seeing the Cocoon Queen's miserable state on the ground, the surrounding shapeshifter spirits' eyes hardened, forcibly channeling their meager magic into the Cocoon Queen. "All shapeshifter spirits, give your love to the queen who truly cares for us." This message spread, and more love surged toward the Cocoon Queen. Supported by this love, the Cocoon Queen floated in the air and transformed into a cocoon. As the cocoon cracked open, the Cocoon Queen, glowing green all over, appeared. Just as Nightmare Moon was about to battle the Cocoon Queen, the lightless star extended a hoof to stop her. "All right, the game is over." The lightless star released an extremely powerful laser into the air, causing space rifts to continuously expand. When the Cocoon Queen looked up at the things in the rift, she suddenly felt an unprecedented fear. She could sense that this was something she could not defeat. All around the shapeshifter world, new rifts were constantly opening, as if celebrating the arrival of a deity. After an unknown amount of time, the world became eerily quiet. "All right, you can manage this world now," the lightless star said as she patted Nightmare Moon. After the lightless star left, Nightmare Moon seemed still in a daze. She couldn't even believe that the beings of an entire world had just disappeared like that. Chapter 107, Before the End. I am Grand Commander Lu Sun, and I am a bit panicked right now. I am the overall commander responsible for a certain war zone. But that's not life-threatening. What is life-threatening is that the Allied forces have cut off supplies here, but that's not life-threatening. What truly threatens life is that the soldiers are very hungry, even to the point of eating corpses. Now they look at me with those eyes. "Grand Commander, we are so hungry we want to eat our own," a star soldier said, drooling as he stared at the newly fallen star soldier. "All right, I understand. I'll go see if I can hunt something nearby, Lu Sun said. Lu Sun felt panic. It was already a horror story that little Ma was eating meat. Now they were preparing to resort to cannibalism. Let's go, soldiers. Let's see if we can find something to eat nearby, Lu Sun said. Dozens of Star Soldiers followed the beggar gang leader Lu Sun into the forest to look for food. When the Star Soldiers found some mushrooms and wild fruits that they weren't sure would be safe to eat, they asked, "What should we do in this situation, teacher?" "There's a Grand Commander over there," Starlight whispered. "Anyone who offends Little Ma will surely be defeated," Rain Star suddenly said. "Huh, Starlight, Ziyue." And Yuhui looked back in shock and confusion. Rain Star and Chaos were playing cards with great enthusiasm. "Rain Star, can you stop playing?" Ziyue walked over and said. "Wait. Ziyue, I'm about to defeat Chaos in 10 rounds. Rain Star said, extending a hoof. Just as Ziyue felt deeply helpless, Yuhui also walked over and said, "Rain Star, can you stop playing?" Before Yuhui could finish, Rain Star really threw the cards aside and said, "All right, I will reluctantly listen to the senior sister." "Oh, if you listen to your home-cooked tomato scrambled eggs, you want to fall in love with your home-cooked tomato scrambled eggs, right?" Chaos teased, holding Rain Star and Yuhui's dolls together. "Chaos, what are you talking about?" Ziyue and Yuhui both shouted with flushed faces. Rain Star silently rolled her eyes and, under Starlight's shocked gaze, raised her wings and gave Chaos the middle finger to express her speechlessness. Ziyue looked at Yuhui in panic. She almost imagined the rebellious duo kissing under the blessing of the Cosmic Princess. She suddenly felt like the senior sister of tomato scrambled eggs had become her greatest enemy. Yuhui's face also turned a bit red. She was indeed close to Rain Star, but not to that extent. Meanwhile, Rain Star was completely confused. He didn't understand why the two little Mares were blushing. Ziyue suddenly realized she might be a bit awkward and quickly brought up a topic. "Starlight, I have a question for you. How did you become Rain Star's student?" "The Cosmic Princess asked me to go study with the teacher," Starlight said honestly. Suddenly, Ziyue was a bit confused. Why did the Cosmic Princess ask Starlight to study with Rain Star? Starlight seemed so kind and honest. It was obvious she hadn't done anything bad. Even if she had, it shouldn't be anything major. Ziyue was even a bit worried that Starlight would inherit Rain Star's thoughts after graduation, just as the little Mares were thinking their own thoughts. Lu Sun's bewildered face met the crowd. "Little Ma, didn't expect this, did you?" These few chapters were written by the great and omnipotent Trixie. Hurry up and thank the great and omnipotent Trixie. Let the great and omnipotent Trixie feel your gratitude. Now the great and omnipotent Trixie is on her way to the Shapeshifter Kingdom. Speaking of which, it's strange that Starlight has gone to find Sories and hasn't returned for quite a while. Trixie will have to find Starlight. Speaking of which, the great and omnipotent Trixie has indeed been thinking about Starlight lately. The great and omnipotent Trixie is writing at night. Just now, what was that outside the window? It looked a bit like Starlight. The great and omnipotent Trixie needs to stop writing and go check on that figure. Chapter 108, Before the End. "Huh, Your Majesty?" Lu Sun thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how Rain Star ended up here, just as both sides were looking at each other. The dozens of Star Soldiers Lu Sun brought suddenly twisted their bodies and crawled, opening their mouths wide and lunging at Six. "Hey, are you rebelling?" Lu Sun exclaimed in panic as he watched the Star Soldiers pounce. Rain Huìhuì stood quietly in front of the mutated Star Soldier, watching as the mutated Star Soldier's eyes became dazed upon seeing him, standing still and at a loss. Behind Rain Huìhuì, a hammer sickle rose slowly, emitting a golden light that illuminated the mutated Star Soldier. The madness in the mutated Star Soldier's eyes gradually faded, and he finally returned to his original state. Looking at Rain Huìhuì with clear eyes. "Your Majesty, what exactly happened?" Lu Sun asked. "Someone impersonated me and is preparing to rule the world. Remember, that is not me. That is not me. That is not me," Rain Huìhuì said. "I see. These strange occurrences can be explained. We can basically analyze it now. Your Majesty, you must be careful of Hainlian behind you, as they might be the most deeply mutated elite monsters. Especially Lien. I heard that not long ago. He went mad after receiving a letter. It's obvious he is the most powerful mutant." Lu Sun analyzed seriously. I estimate I need to go to some worlds to find reinforcements. Because the senior sister represents empathy, she can influence fanatics. Bye." Rain Huìhuì then opened a portal on the ground and jumped in. After the portal closed, Xingguang Yi suddenly reacted and said in panic, "Wait, teacher, I haven't gone in yet." Lien was carefully avoiding the cleaners when he noticed a strange phenomenon. The corpse cleaning machine repeatedly poured in a massive amount of bodies. Yet it never spat out any ashes or the like from the outlet. After the cleaners left, Lien pulled the lever to stop the machine. He walked into the cleaning entrance and was surprised to find that while it appeared very hot on the surface, it was actually extremely cold. Lien steeled himself and walked in, encountering various tragically dead bodies along the way, so many that even Lien began to feel scared. Taking a deep breath, Lien thought, "I am not afraid of these things. After taking a deep breath, he continued to move forward. The further he went in, the more he noticed the surroundings flickering with an indescribably strange colorful light. Until he reached the end, Lien froze in place and then panically wanted to escape. After an unknown amount of time, Lien opened his eyes. Lien is not handsome. Lien is not handsome. Why did you betray the Empire? You should know I have been very tolerant of you. Yoshing Wuguwei asked. Lien looked at the hellish scene around him and at the guy behind Yoshing Wuguwei, suppressing his fear as he said, "You are not the king. Do you know what you are saying?" Yoshing Wuguwei tightly gripped Lien and said. Although Lien was being choked and couldn't breathe, he continued, "You are not the king. In my understanding, the king has a bit of a small mind and will retaliate if he has a grudge against you. Not only that, but his drawing skills are also terrible, and he has fallen out of the rankings 4 times because of it. He might even have a cross-dressing fetish and spends day by day not doing his job. Almost all of it is just wasting time. However, the king is for the little ponies, not to become a brainwashing and brutal ruler. Now, for the victory of war. He not only forcibly conscripts troops, but also turns little ponies into terrifying monsters." Before Lien could finish speaking, Yoshing Wuguwei stabbed him with a needle, causing him to scream in agony. Under Yoshing Wuguwei's triumphant gaze, the colorful light illuminated Lien's shadow, making it grow thicker and thicker. Chapter 109, The Coming Apocalypse. Make sure to come out quickly. Otherwise, you will be trapped in there forever. Remember to be safe. Kashi Guanghui, being very clever, found the legendary magic bell to deal with other countries' monarchs. Kashi Guanghui quickly shot a powerful laser, creating a small breach in the barrier. A little Pegasus beside Kashi Guanghui swiftly flew in and successfully flew out before the barrier closed. Well done, little Pegasus. You are my pride. Kashi Guanghui patted the little Pegasus's head. Kashi Guanghui excitedly took the magic bell, already imagining the scene of countless races coming to meet her below, while the monarchs of various countries could only watch helplessly. As Kashi Guanghui smiled wickedly, a guard beside her said, "Your Majesty, the discussion meeting with the monarchs of various countries will begin soon. Don't worry, I will be there soon," Kashi Guanghui said with a wicked smile as she sat in the carriage. The monarchs of various countries were summoned together again. "What do you illusion spirits want?" King Heijing said calmly, but his expression clearly showed dissatisfaction. The expression of the malicious illusion spirits was somewhat grim, as they had almost lost their homes. "Well, the cosmic princess of the Little Pony Kingdom sent an extremely powerful celestial beast to crush us." Before the malicious illusion spirit could finish speaking, King Heijing spoke directly. "You need reinforcements, right? What benefits can you offer me to send troops?" Seeing King Heijing's straightforwardness, the malicious illusion spirit said, "Dear respected monarchs, please rest assured. Although our master has been harmed, there are still many illusion spirits on the battlefield. The current number might even exceed the armies of some countries. If you send troops, we illusion spirits will offer some benefits in return. How about that?" The malicious illusion spirit, pretending to be the Storm Emperor, acted as if he was thinking seriously. "All right, I hope you illusion spirits won't go back on your word. Rest assured. Dear Storm Emperor, we illusion spirits are known for our credibility," the malicious illusion spirit said. Seeing that the Storm Emperor had agreed, the reactions of the monarchs varied. Tyrek and King Heijing seemed to still be considering the benefits of doing so, while Kashi Guanghui claimed to be neutral. In reality, Kashi Guanghui's hoes were almost unable to contain themselves as she prepared to use the magic bell to drain the magic power of the monarchs present. Suddenly, a corpse of a malicious illusion spirit flew in, crashing through the wall and landing on the table. This startled Kashi Guanghui. Soon after, another malicious illusion spirit flew in a panic, saying, "Everyone, it's bad. The demon has come." Outside, Yoshing Wuguwei, with wings spread and a wicked smile, walked over, followed by hundreds of little ponies dressed in black or white cult cloaks. "What are you doing here? Don't you know that there are plenty of monarchs here whose strength is comparable to yours? No matter how you looked at it, if a battle broke out here, the advantage would be mine." After King Heijing finished speaking, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As all the monarchs arrived on the battlefield, Yoshing Wuguwei finally spoke up. "Dear audience, you are very lucky. The god you see has become beautiful and magnificent, rather than being a poor soul dying in fear like before. Witness the arrival of my greatest creation." Stepping out from the cult cloaks was the somewhat flustered leader Ziyue, who spoke first. "Ah!" The space fissure in the sky grew larger with the singing, and colorful light began to shine through, turning the entire sky colorful. "What is that?" Tyrek asked, looking up at it. However, no little pony answered his question, and amidst Yoshing Wuguwei's maniacal laughter, the god symbolizing night star descended upon this land with his sacred body. The monarchs of various countries looked uneasily at the night star, which was filled with divine beauty, yet had a hint of eeriness about it. Although this god had no eyes, they could feel a terrifying gaze fixating on them. "Night star, this world will soon be devoured, understand?" Yoshing Wuguwei said. As the night star didn't know how to respond to Yoshing Wuguwei, Kashi Guanghui excitedly took out the magic bell. He, this massive magic power of mine. Before Kashi Guanghui could finish speaking, a crack suddenly opened nearby, and black tentacles easily severed the two hooves in front of Kashi Guanghui. Yoxing Wugui then appeared beside Kashi Guanghui, biting off her horn and swallowing it. Don't worry, considering you are a little pony and have brought me a big treasure. Crack. Kashi Guanghui's head was twisted off just like that, her body thrown into the air and then devoured by the night star. UCI Wukong excitedly picked up the magic bell and swallowed it directly in front of the astonished monarchs. Are you sure we're not escaping? The malicious illusion spirit asked in a panic. Are you sure you can run? Tyrek pointed at the approaching colorful orbs in silence. No escaping. Just obediently become nourishment for Night Star. UCI Wukong said, turning back with his crimson eyes. Then let's see you try. Black Crystal King summoned black crystals and charged at UCI Wukong. A large number of black crystals appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards UCI Wukong. But the night star in the sky shot out a single colorful orb, obliterating the black crystals. Black Crystal King then shot out a laser trying to petrify UCI Wukong. But UCI Wukong's armor emitted a deep blue light that absorbed the laser. Claws appeared out of nowhere to snap the black crystals. And just as Black Crystal King was about to counterattack, he was knocked away by Night Star. Then, amidst Black Crystal King's screams, he was shattered into pieces and sent to meet the Storm Emperor. The fake Storm Emperor manipulated a wand to summon dark clouds, continuously striking UCI Wukong with powerful lightning. UCI Wukong charged through the lightning and smashed into the fake Storm Emperor, who clearly emitted the sound of breaking bones. Finally, UCI Wukong crushed the fake Storm Emperor's head like stepping on a bug. Tyrek seized the opportunity to rush in and punch UCI Wukong, opening his mouth to absorb UCI Wukong's magic power. You want to absorb magic power? I'll satisfy you. As UCI Wukong released powerful magic, he dove into Tyrek's body, bursting him open in terror. The surviving members of the insect guild were consumed by the colorful orbs that chased after them in their desperate escape. In the monster Twilight world, Twilight, Luna, and others gathered, still feeling guilty after being controlled. When Rain Star explained that the situation was quite serious, a notebook from the leader Ziyue sent a message. It's over. The problem suddenly got serious. Rain Star said, raising a panicked face. Chapter 110, Hypnosis Master. On the plains battlefield, under the cover of Luxin, the 6th level horses successfully arrived here. Ziyue looked at the hellish scene and couldn't help but speak. Girls, we need to hurry and stop Rain UCI Wukong, or I feel like a big problem will arise sooner or later. Ziyue, I think that big problem is about to descend. Applejack pointed at the crack in the sky in panic. With the arrival of Night Star, the star soldiers on the battlefield cheered with colorful lights in their eyes. The sky was instantly dyed in colors, and the colors began to slowly wriggle, while the coalition below continuously emitted screams. My dear friends, hurry and abandon the darkness for the light. Honorably become part of the great empire. UCI Wukong said with a wicked smile. No way, you scoundrel. Where have you put the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess? Yuna shouted. So you want to see the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess? UCI Wukong said. As the portal opened, Nightmare Moon looked complexly at the scene below. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Princess was tightly held by UCI Wukong, who said with a wicked smile, don't worry, you will soon see a brand new Cosmic Princess. Just as UCI Wukong prepared to inject a needle into the Cosmic Princess, wait. Biki, who didn't know when she was tied up with balloons, flew beside UCI Wukong. Huh, when did you get here? UCI Wukong's eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Don't you think you're a bit too foreign right now? Biki said. Biki, what are you doing? Come back, it's very dangerous like this. You don't really think UCI Wukong will listen to you, do you? Ziyue said in panic. Then, in Ziyue's incredulous gaze, the next scene appeared. Huh, then how should I get rid of UCI Wukong? Biki, not knowing how to change into detective attire, put on a mustache and said, first, your armor is too foreign. UCI Wukong actually obediently removed his armor. Why did your gender turn female? It shouldn't be able to transform freely, that's too foreign. Biki continued stroking her mustache. UCI Wukong reverted to his original form, and at that moment, aside from the crimson color in his eyes, he was no different from before. The crimson in your eyes is also too foreign. Biki continued. Just as UCI Wukong's eyes were about to change back to golden, he suddenly shrank and shouted, are you messing with me? Starlight, hurry, or we'll be done for. Biki called out in a chicken-like manner. Starlight opened a portal and nervously faced UCI Wukong. Although she didn't understand if this hypnosis spell would work, she could only grit her teeth and recite, I am your teacher. I am your teacher. Your teacher is me. Your teacher is me. I am your teacher. What am I to you? UCI Wukong asked. Teacher? A rebellious disciple still gets hit. UCI Wukong tied Starlight and Biki together and sent them flying with their screams. Just as he turned around, Yue Shua gritted her teeth and said, I am your wall lamp. I am your. Before Yuhui Shua could finish, I still hit wall lamps. UCI Wukong smashed the tomato scrambled eggs away. The cosmic princess lying on the ground looked surprised at this scene, but upon realizing who it was, her mood suddenly calmed down, her face full of fatigue. As Starlight, Yuhui Shua, and Beaky fell to the ground and turned into a new type of mixed tomato scrambled eggs, a portal appeared just in time to catch them. Teacher! The three little horses called out. Wait, teacher, you're preparing. Starlight looked at the surging magic power on Rain Star. Meanwhile, behind the portal, Princess Melody, Moon Princess, and others had almost no magic left. Rain Star tidied up her clothes and confidently turned back, saying, Don't worry, little secretary. Teacher will win. When UCI Wukong noticed this, his eyes suddenly widened in shock, and then slowly transformed into anger as he shouted, Rain Star. UCI Wukong couldn't figure out how Rain Star had escaped from inside. Seeing UCI Wukong so furious for the first time even shocked the cosmic princess below. Rain Star did not respond to UCI Wukong's words, and the hammer and sickle behind her slowly rose. In his rage, UCI Wukong summoned the Black Cross, which began to rotate slowly. Finally, the two ponies slowly approached each other. Chapter 111, Black Cross versus Red Hammer and Sickle. Rain Star. UCI Wukong roared, shooting a laser from his horn towards Rain Star. Rain Star summoned a portal in front of her, and another portal appeared next to UCI Wukong. The laser shot out by UCI Wukong rebounded back to him, although it didn't cause him any harm. Rain Star quickly approached UCI Wukong and slammed the hammer hard against his chest. At first, UCI Wukong confidently prepared to take it. But when the hammer emitted golden light and approached him, he suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly teleported away. Rain Star continuously conjured a large number of crossed hammers and sickles floating in the air, and these hammers and sickles began to emit red light, dyeing part of the sky red. The colorful orbs in the sky condensed into numerous colorful meteors and fell to the ground. But the hammers and sickles quickly merged into a larger one, releasing a huge golden light that purified the meteors completely, even affecting some of the night star above. Ziyue below stared at this scene in shock, her mind overloaded as she asked, What new type of attack magic is this? I think, Ziyue, you should stop worrying about that for now. Ziyue turned to see a large number of mutated star soldiers flooding in like a tide. Oh yeah, it's time to shoot. Beaky directly picked up the day's Starlight and Yuhui Shua and started a gunfight game with the star soldiers. Beaky, like a war god, took out one star soldier with each laser, while Starlight dealt damage and Yuhui Shua purified. With the support of the machine gun at the Beaky position, the pressure on the other ponies has significantly decreased. After the purified star soldier got up and saw the apocalyptic scene, he decisively raised his gun again to assist Six. In the sky, the dark star was becoming increasingly passive. He always felt that the broken hammer and sickle were extremely restraining for him. Run, let me purify you. Rain Star Huìhuì flew in, radiating a golden red light. Night Star. The dark star shouted. Receiving the command, Night Star extended numerous black tentacles towards Rain Star Huìhuì. You can't do it. You must be cremated. Rain Star Huìhuì swung his enormous sickle, causing the tentacles to vanish without a trace. Night Star, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? If I perish, you will perish too. The dark star shouted at Night Star in the sky. Finally, Night Star gathered a large number of colorful light orbs and shot them down, while his massive body began to wriggle. The colorful light orbs landed on the ground, transforming into treasures like the Sun of Destruction, the Moon of Nightmare, the Black Crystal King, and Tyreek. Space cracks tore open, sucking in and absorbing colorful light orbs from other worlds. On the ground, thousands of meteor cannons appeared, fully charged, and aimed at Rain Star Huìhuì in the sky. Sukabor. Seeing this situation, Rain Star Huìhuì faced the wicked grin of the dark star. Then, a matching cross appeared next to Rain Star Huìhuì's hammer and sickle, supplying him with black-red energy simultaneously. Amidst a wave of oppressive music, the dark star stopped grinning. Countless portals appeared behind Rain Star Huìhuì. Shadows of the three pony races and even some foreign representatives emerged behind Rain Star Huìhuì, launching a combined laser attack with equal power. In a flash of white light, everything below fell into silence. Rain Star Huìhuì slowly descended to the ground, flicked his hair proudly, and walked towards Ziyue and the others. Great job, teacher. You really won. Xingguang Yi exclaimed excitedly. The cosmic princess breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. Fortunately, there were no accidents following this. Just as Rain Star Huìhuì was about to mock the dark star a few times, the magic bell suddenly appeared beside him. In the smoke, several chains bound Rain Star Huìhuì tightly. Rain Star Huìhuì, do you know? You have a significant weakness. Every time you are close to victory, you let your guard down and become complacent. The dark star flew out of the smoke and said. The chains tossed Rain Star Huìhuì into the air before the enormous night star swallowed him. With his last bit of strength, Rain Star Huìhuì cursed, Dark Star, you little cutie. After Night Star swallowed Rain Star Huìhuì, the surrounding space began to tremble as if Night Star was suffering from indigestion. It's over. Dear Jinchi panicked as she looked up. Meanwhile, Xinguang Yi stood dazedly in place, her ears filled with Rain Star Huìhuì's words before his defeat that he would win. Xinguang Yi didn't understand why. She always felt that if the teacher hadn't said that, perhaps he would have sealed it to relieve the pain. Night Star began to devour other worlds at a barbaric speed. In a certain world, Night Star's vanguard had already arrived. From the perspective of this world on the edge of a bizarre color, it seemed that it would soon be devoured. However, there is always an unexpected turn of events. Twilight, facing her inner fear, returned to the depths of the dungeon to confront what had been imprisoned there. Oh, look who's here. Dear host, what are you doing here to see me? The evil book emitted a very tempting voice. Let you control me again and force you to deal with another monster? Twilight said, struggling against the urge to destroy the book. Let me? Ha ha ha. Would I be foolish enough to deal with him myself? Dear Twilight, you are too naive. After the evil book regained control of Twilight, when they came outside, she suddenly understood Twilight's words while looking at the apocalyptic scene. Luna's situation was also dire. Due to the magic previously used by Rain Star Huìhuì, she could only watch helplessly as Night Star devoured this world. At that moment of helplessness, the perverse voice of the Moon of Nightmare echoed again. Chapter 112, the title borrowed by Mr. Wu. The Prison of Corpses. Xinguang Yi looked at Rain Star Huìhuì, who was crunched down by Night Star, and cried out in despair. Stop shouting. You look just like a little pony version of Ziyue. The Dark Star said. The Dark Star is right. Ziyue really looks a lot like Xinguang Yi. Biki once again styled the bewildered Xinguang Yi into bangs and said, Do you treat me like air? I'm so mad. Seeing Biki and the others chatting and laughing, completely ignoring him, the Dark Star was infuriated. Just as the Dark Star was about to annihilate the ponies, two familiar figures flew out from two portals. The Dark Star suddenly recalled the good memories with Twilight and Luna. You are too foreign-like. The Dark Star looked over as if wanting to tear Twilight and Luna apart. Twilight was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, she remembered who he was, a former defeated foe who almost got killed beneath her hooves. Luna felt extreme hatred towards the Dark Star. It was because of this little cutie that the eternal night collapsed. There can only be night now. Luna tried to raise the moon, but found she couldn't. I think you have a point. The Moon of Nightmare also flew over and said, Moon of Nightmare. Are you going against me too? The Dark Star said discontentedly. What do you mean by going against? Ignorant little pony. I will never let my subjects become ugly monsters. They have not lived under the night. The Moon of Nightmare said. Then let us unite. Let us kill this dark beast and turn it into a horse meat factory. Luna said fiercely. The Moon of Nightmare was very surprised by another one's idea. Count me in. Twilight also spoke up. The three dark beasts thus formed an alliance against a common enemy. The Cosmic Princess watched this scene and was momentarily unsure of whom to hope would win. Suddenly, the Cosmic Princess realized something that made her despair and feel a bit sad. She didn't understand why her sister, Star Xian, disappeared. Her sister had also fallen into the Moon of Nightmare, forced to send her to the moon. Hope Radiance went to find the Black Crystal King and didn't come back to see her. Yue Shua had once betrayed and left her. Later, all her hope was placed on Rain Star Huìhuì, but Rain Star Huìhuì didn't live up to his master's expectations. Could it be that she really was a lonely pony? While the Cosmic Princess was brainstorming, she inadvertently saw Ziyue commanding while making funny faces. It really isn't my problem. My Ziyue is the most reliable. Instantly, the Cosmic Princess revealed a confident smile like a child. In the distance, Yunbao noticed the Cosmic Princess's smile and anxiously asked, Ziyue, do you think the Cosmic Princess has been made silly by the colorful light or black mist? Yunbao, what are you talking about? Ziyue replied after turning back to see the Cosmic Princess making the same funny face. It's really possible. We need to think of a way to quickly defeat the Dark Star and Night Star. Meanwhile, Yue Shua looked at the Cosmic Princess and Ziyue, seriously doubting whether she and Rain Star Huìhuì had skipped the lesson on showing funny faces. Colorful orbs transformed into hundreds of star soldiers wrapped in enchanted explosives charging toward the three-pony team. Luna transformed into a giant form, exploding in anger and shattering these colorful star soldiers. Twilight observed various spells from the side and quickly mastered them. However, the Dark Star seemed to have successfully exploded in anger. When the Dark Star saw the three ponies' attack methods, memories flooded back to being split in half by Luna and being thrown into a world full of little worms by Twilight. I'm so mad, the Dark Star shouted, and colorful light waves continuously erupted from the ground. First was Luna. A colorful claw pinned her to the ground, and another colorful claw forcibly separated Nightmare Moon. Before Nightmare Moon could react, she was disassembled and digested by Night Star. From then on, Luna was completely free from this pervert. Night Star released colorful light onto Princess Luna and Luna, causing the two horses to fall directly from the sky, as if they had seen something terrifying. I remember you. You threw me into that world full of little worms. Before Evil Book could take countermeasures, Night Star descended from the sky with a massive laser striking Evil Book, thus separating her. Come, experience the taste of little worms. With the help of Dark Star, a large number of little worms were conjured and thrown onto Evil Book. Evil Book was devoured by the little worms amidst her screams. Dark Star, having avenged her grudge, slowly turned to face the crowd of horses. Seeing the murderous Dark Star, Twilight Sparkle gulped and stepped forward, saying, Huìhuì, didn't you say that friends shouldn't support you in doing such things? What you're doing now is extremely insane. Wake up. Dark Star suddenly struggled for a moment before showing a wicked smile. Right, senior sister. But did you forget what I said afterward? The more they oppose me, the more it proves that I am right. The more friends support me, the more it shows that I am indeed correct. But now that you have become my opponent, it only proves that what I'm doing is right. Instantly, Twilight Sparkle was dumbfounded. She suddenly realized that no horse could match Huìhuì in a speech because everything Huìhuì said was unsolvable. Chaos. It's up to you now, Starshine said anxiously. Yay, not feeling sad at all about the deaths of Nightmare Moon and Evil Book. The next to arrive on the battlefield was. Before Beaky could finish, Chaos took a sip of tea and said, this won't do. Defeating this guy is your business, not mine. Chaos, please help us. Roro stepped forward, saying, all right, then the great king of Chaos will lend you a hand. After tossing away the teacup, Chaos slowly walked forward. What, Chaos, are you also going against me? Dark Star said discontentedly. It's not that I'm going against you. I suggest you honestly return to your original form before becoming the King of Thunder. While snapping his fingers, Chaos transformed various incoming lasers and attacks into candy biscuits, cream ice cream, dancing puddings, and other things as he approached. Seeing that no attack could harm Chaos, Dark Star became anxious, and just as she took out the magic bell, it was transformed away by Chaos. Finally, Dark Star was completely defenseless. Damn you, Chaos. You're hindering me. Go for it, Chaos. The 6th rank horses cheered for Chaos. Chaos turned back to the crowd and said, it looks like after defeating you, I'll have to throw a grand party. I must make Roro the biggest star at the party. Hearing Chaos's words, Dark Star grinned and opened a portal, shooting out a massive colorful laser. As the colorful laser was about to engulf the crowd of horses, Roro, you all hurry and leave. With a snap of his fingers, Chaos swapped places with the crowd. No, Chaos. After the laser dissipated, Chaos lay on the ground, seemingly unhurt. No, Chaos. You want to be in trouble, right? Roro said tearfully, hugging Chaos. Roro, you all must win. I believe in you. After Chaos said that, he completely fell silent, lying on the ground. Hee, what can stop me this time? Darkstar laughed loudly. Purple Joy wiped the tears from her eyes and stepped forward with determination, saying, listen, Darkstar. Since I released you, I will definitely take you down. 5 and Twilight Sparkle also walked determinedly to Purple Joy's side, and united, the crowd of horses began to emit their own light. When the light faded, they had even changed into new outfits. If you looked closely, Roro was now wearing the outfit of the savage hero. Just as both sides were preparing to fight, Nightstar could no longer bear the turmoil within her and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Both sides immediately looked over. A giant cross pierced through Nightstar's body. Huìhuì now looked very angry, as her clothes were no longer plain, but familiar black military attire. Dark Star. Chapter 113, The Fall of the Empire. Starshine knew that when the teacher donned that familiar black military uniform, it meant the teacher was preparing to win over the horses with virtue. Huìhuì. So you're not dead? Twilight Sparkle exclaimed in surprise. Huìhuì, somewhat speechless, blinked her eyes and said, Senior sister, what do you mean I'm not dead? Do you wish for me to die that much? Twilight Sparkle scratched her head awkwardly. Sorry, it was unintentional. Taking the opportunity, Darkstar ordered Night Star to fire lasers at Twilight Sparkle. Huìhuì quickly rushed down, picked up the blushing Twilight Sparkle, and flew to the other side to dodge the lasers. More and more lasers targeted the duo, and the two horses dodged left and right in midair. Unconsciously, Twilight Sparkle instinctively held Huìhuì tighter, but this small action was keenly noticed by Purple Joy on the ground. In an instant, unsettling images flooded Purple Joy's mind, causing her expression to become increasingly distorted. Purple Joy? Purple Joy? Just as Purple Joy came to her senses, she happened to meet the worried gaze of 5. Oh, ladies, I need to go help Huìhuì, Purple Joy said, spreading her wings and flying into the air. 5 exchanged glances, filled with confusion. Huìhuì, give me Twilight Sparkle. It will help you in the fight, Purple Joy shouted. As Huìhuì passed Twilight Sparkle to Purple Joy, Twilight Sparkle was still reminiscing about the time they were tightly embraced, while Purple Joy felt secretly pleased about changing the future. The Cosmic Princess on the ground nodded approvingly at this scene. Her 3 students had learned to help each other. It proved that her education was not in vain. I knew it. Before, she couldn't teach Radiance, Twilight Sparkle, and Yuxing Huìhuì well. It must have been because she used some methods from the prison lamp that led to the problems. Now, relying on her methods, she could teach out a good student like Purple Joy. It's almost exactly like that. It's definitely not her fault. The massive black iron cross began to spin rapidly, and beside the cross, a hammer and sickle appeared again. Darkstar quickly pondered for a moment before giving the order. Nightstar, you deal with Yuxing Huìhuì. I'll go persuade senior sister and the others to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. After receiving the order, Nightstar gathered a large number of colorful particles at the huge spatial rift, then transformed them into a giant colorful laser descending. Meanwhile, the enraged Yuxing Huìhuì began to speak, and with each word, numerous phantoms appeared around her, revealing a crazy pursuit and loyalty in their eyes. A black-red laser, rivaling the colorful laser, charged straight ahead, and for a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Darkstar, with a wicked smile, approached Purple Joy. But before she could speak, an enraged Ro leaped dozens of meters and bit Darkstar's hoof, pulling her down. Before Darkstar could react, Ro slammed Darkstar's hoof back and forth against the ground, creating many deep pits. You bad guy, give me back Chaos. Ro then tossed Darkstar several hundred meters away, leaving the crowd of horses dumbfounded. Twilight Sparkle quickly opened a portal and appeared next to Darkstar. Applejack threw a lasso to bind Darkstar, while Ro and Rainbow Dash pounced on Darkstar, pinning her down. Twilight Sparkle hurriedly stepped forward to cast purification magic, and Darkstar's armor began to crumble at a visible speed. Hundreds of laser cannons shot down from the sky simultaneously, forcing the ponies to abandon their purification efforts. Jinshi summoned a large number of gems to create a solid barrier, blocking the laser attacks. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Beaky appeared beside Yuxing Wugong, who was confused, and then spat out a large amount of cream. What the heck? The more Yuxing Wugong tried to clean the cream, the more there was. After Yuxing Wugong finally cleaned up the cream, Zeus shot Yuxing Wugong into the sky with a laser. In a moment of helplessness, Yuxing Wugong finally realized one thing. That Rain Star Huìhuì's strange hammer sickle restrained him, and the harmony essence on him also restrained him. If I had known, I would have just hidden behind Nightstar. The confrontation between Nightstar and Rain Star Huìhuì also produced results, and with a loud bang, Rain Star Huìhuì was blown away. Fortunately, the entire pony was not seriously hurt. Yuxing Wugong was sent flying towards Nightstar. Nightstar, hurry up and get rid of them. However, Nightstar conveyed a message that almost made Yuxing Wugong explode with anger. Master, I haven't fully descended yet. I can't defeat them. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yuxing Wugong shouted. You didn't ask me. I thought you would win, Nightstar said, sounding a bit wronged. Below, 8 ponies had successfully charged up and fired a rainbow cannon straight at Yuxing Wugong and Nightstar. My empire, as Yuxing Wugong shouted. His body separated from Rain Star Huìhuì's main body, and a small piece broke off. Oh, 1 god and 1 pony were blown into the ceiling space amidst screams. With Nightstar's disappearance, the world quickly returned to normal at an incredible speed. Huh, what happened? The awakened Star Soldier looked around in confusion. Goodbye. Future Rain Star Huìhuì and kind Starlight. Beaky waved her hoof pads and said, just before the 2 ponies left. Starlight suddenly seemed to remember something important and rushed back to Zeus, saying, Zeus, I have one request. What is it, Starlight? Zeus asked curiously. When you go to the town, please don't let me do anything like a teacher. Otherwise, I will be chased by some guy for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as Starlight finished speaking, she was dragged away by Rain Star Huìhuì. Wait, you don't want to cast time magic again, do you? After the 2 ponies left, Rain Star Huìhuì, who was spitting colorful smoke, finally woke up groggily. What happened? I have a feeling that during my coma, I did a lot of bad things. Maybe. Zeus raised a hoof and said, Yay, shouldn't we throw a party to celebrate defeating Rain Star Huìhuì for the 2nd time? Beaky shouted, throwing confetti. While the ponies were celebrating, 1 pony picked up the darkened syringe left by Yuxing Wugong. And this pony was Hope Radiance. Chapter 114, The Fostered Sea Witch Trio. In a dark place, it was the lair of the wasteland shadow demon. A pony with a dissatisfied look walked inside. Symbula, when will you stop this dream of domination? Can't we live honestly? Hope Radiance discontentedly handed the darkened syringe to King Black Crystal. Just hold on a little longer, dear. As long as I conquer Ponyland, we can live together in peace, King Black Crystal replied, taking the darkened syringe. He had already figured out when to use the darkened syringe to stimulate the pony's darkest sides, and then control them. There couldn't be any accidents, right? Rain Star Huìhuì, let me over there. I'm going to be driven crazy by those 3. The voice of Yuhui Shuashuo came from the book. Rain Star Huìhuì opened the teleportation portal with confusion. As soon as the portal opened, Yuhui Shuashuo stumbled out, first putting her hands on her hips, but then swaying because she couldn't stand still. Yuhui Shuashuo fell into the pile of books. When Yuhui Shuashuo was still wondering why she couldn't walk steadily, she happened to meet Rain Star Huìhuì's bewildered gaze. Yuhui Shuashuo then realized that she was a pony now. Suddenly, she gave a forced smile in response to Rain Star Huìhuì. Senior sister, are you really not driven crazy? Rain Star Huìhuì asked uncertainly. Okay, enough of these little things. Let's talk about something serious. I want to temporarily put those three over here, Yuhui Shuashuo said. Who? Rain Star Huìhuì asked in confusion. The Sea Witch Trio. Yuhui Shuashuo replied. What? How did those three get to your place? Rain Star Huìhuì said in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Let me explain slowly. I'm about to be driven crazy by those three sea witches. Yuhui Shuashuo shot a laser from the corner. In the scene. At night. Yuhui Shuashuo walked out of Pinkie Pie's house after a party, holding a bag. When Yuhui Shuashuo reached an alley, she heard a series of cries. Wow, we have nothing left. We don't even have gems anymore. Now we don't even have a place to stay. Wow, no one will take us sea witches in. Hearing the familiar cries, Yuhui Shuashuo curiously went inside. She saw the once formidable sea witch trio sitting on a cardboard box. Sanada was still feeling sad because she couldn't buy corn tortillas due to lack of money. Adaki and Iris were looking at the sobbing Sanada with helpless expressions. You need something. Before Yuhui Shuashuo could finish, Adaki and Iris looked at her warily, a hint of panic on their faces, while Sanada stared blankly at her two sisters. I warn you not to come over. We have gems. Adaki said nervously. Huh? Didn't a colorful monster that devours worlds swallow our gems not long ago? Sanada asked blankly. Sanada, you idiot. Iris slapped Sanada on the head in anger. But I was just telling the truth. Didn't they say one should be honest? Sanada said somewhat aggrieved. The point is, you're not a person. You're a sea witch. Iris shouted. Oh right. Sanada suddenly realized. Yuhui Shuashuo slowly walked forward, reaching for the bag. The sea witch trio immediately tensed up. Do you need some food? Yuhui Shuashuo asked, pulling out some food. While Adaki and Iris were still hesitating, Sanada ran up with sparkling eyes, hugging Yuhui Shuashuo and saying, You're such a good person. Then she took out corn tortillas from the bag and happily started eating. Seeing Sanada eat so deliciously, Adaki and Iris, who had been hungry for nearly 10 days, also rushed over to snatch food. At this moment, the sea witch trio acted like starving ghosts, grabbing food and shoving it into their mouths. After the sea witch trio was full, Yuhui Shuashuo kindly asked, Don't you guys have a place to stay? Would you like to come to my house? It's quite big. And thus, senior sister Yuhui Shuashuo's nightmare began. Not only did Yuhui Shuashuo have to spend money to support the sea witch trio every day, but more importantly, every night when she went to sleep, she had to endure the snoring and sleep-talking of the sea witch trio. This was just a few of the small issues. Now you know? Hurry up and get rid of those three. Yuhui Shuashuo crazily made a face similar to Zus. Gulp. Rain Star Huìhuì quickly nodded in agreement. Afraid that if she was a moment late, senior sister would go insane. You three, did you hear? Hurry up and come over. Yuhui Shuashuo shouted to the other side of the teleportation portal. Seeing that the sea witch trio refused to come out, kind-hearted Rain Star Huìhuì opened the teleportation portal and sent the sea witch trio over. The three sisters, revealing their true sea witch forms, looked up and saw the demon Rain Star Huìhuì. Don't leave us here, Yuhui Shuashuo. He might dissect us. We promise we'll listen to you from now on. Sanada, the sea witch, pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she hugged Yuhui Shuashuo's leg. Don't bother me. I want freedom. I can smell the taste of freedom. After Yuhui Shuashuo revealed a more expressive face, she kicked Sanada and ran madly into the portal. What the heck? What have you done to the senior sister? Yuxing Huahui asked in surprise upon seeing the crazed Yuhui Shuashuo. But when he found that the sea witch didn't respond, he turned around and saw the sea witch trio trembling together. It's not like I'm a demon or anything. Why are you so afraid of me? You can treat me like an ordinary little pony. Forget it. Let me take you to meet the lantern. Yuxing Huahui said, looking speechless. Chapter 115, The Fostered Sea Witch Trio. The Sea Witch Trio nervously looked at Yuxing Huahui, afraid that they would be tossed away for dissection. Suddenly, Yuxing Huahui turned around and said, Wait a minute. Are you two alienated? Wow, goodbye, beautiful world. My favorite corn tortillas. Sanada sat on the ground in despair and cried loudly. Am I really that terrifying? I meant for you to become little ponies, Yuxing Huahui said, handing over the transformation device in disbelief. The Sea Witch Trio transformed into little ponies, feeling uneasy as they followed Yuxing Huahui to meet the Cosmic Princess. The Cosmic Princess was discussing something with Ziyue when the door was pushed open. The Cosmic Princess saw Yuxing Huahui and wondered why he didn't bring his music with him. Suddenly, it felt a bit less interesting. That teacher, senior sister Yuhui Shuashuo, entrusted me with 3 special guests, Yuxing Huahui said with an awkward smile. The 3 sea witches obediently lowered their heads and floated in the air. Yuxing Huahui, how did you bring the Sea Witch Trio here? Don't you know they're dangerous? Ziyue exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing, Ziyue, I'm actually quite surprised to see the Sea Witch trio again. It looks like you've turned over a new leaf. Get up. The Cosmic Princess said softly. Teacher, what do you plan to do with them? Yu Xinghuahui asked. After a deep thought, the Cosmic Princess decided to let the Sea Witch trio be Yu Xinghuahui's students, nurturing his sense of responsibility. I'm truly a genius. Hearing the Cosmic Princess's decision, Ziyue strongly opposed. She even imagined how, after some time, the Sea Witch trio, dressed in black military uniforms, would follow Yu Xinghuahui and his army to tour Canterlot. Don't think like that. Ziyue, you need to learn to trust your friends. Yu Xinghuahui won't turn out like this again. He won't fall back into the darkness of the Cosmic Princess, the Cosmic Princess said softly. While Ziyue was hesitating whether to agree, she inadvertently caught sight of the approaching Ziyue, who had a mischievous smile. Instantly, her brain began to calculate. If Ziyue comes over, she will persuade the Cosmic Princess to agree, and since the Cosmic Princess herself wants Yu Xinghuahui to take care of the Sea Witch trio, then her opposition would not only be ineffective but also disappoint Yu Xinghuahui, giving Ziyue the chance to stir trouble. Ultimately, she would gradually lose her position. This can't happen. Ziyue raised a hoof like she was buzzing in to answer, showing an expressive face, and shouted, I agree. This expressive face left the Cosmic Princess, Yu Xinghuahui, and the Sea Witch trio stunned. The late arriving Ziyue couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If she had known, she would have come earlier. Mugua foolishly showed an expressive face and mocked Ziyue with a silly smile. Hey Ziyue, are you okay? Yu Xinghuahui asked with concern. Mugua quickly transformed back into Ziyue and said, I'm fine, Yu Xinghuahui you. Before Ziyue could finish, Ziyue hurriedly interrupted. Cosmic Princess, here is the distribution map of the total number of slaves from another world. How do you want to handle it? Thank you for your hard work, the Cosmic Princess said. After responding, the Cosmic Princess said to Yu Xinghuahui, you need to think about what your students' first lesson should be. Yu Xinghuahui was deeply troubled about what to teach the Sea Witch trio. What is Li Bu Shuai thinking over there? He wouldn't have discovered that I secretly kept his cross-dressing photos, right? Not long after, a scream like that of a horse echoed here. After Yu Xinghuahui left, Lian lay half dead on the ground, truly beaten into a state of Li Bu Shuai. On the way back, Yu Xinghuahui suddenly remembered 2 forgotten little ponies when he thought of Hain Lian. He suddenly knew where to go. Chapter 116, The Fostered Sea Witch Trio. Are you sure you want us to wear this outfit? Iris asked uncertainly while holding a black military uniform. Yu Xinghuahui said, So, what rewards will we get after reaching a certain training level? Sonata blinked her big eyes and asked, You can enjoy meals for free once you become a senior soldier. Although Yu Xinghuahui said a lot, Sonata only heard about enjoying meals for free. Doesn't that mean that as long as she becomes a senior soldier, she can eat unlimited corn tortillas? She made up her mind. She was going to be the Sea Witch who rules the army. Instantly, Sonata's eyes were filled with light. Even Yu Xinghuahui couldn't help but praise. Good. Very spirited. Thus, the Sea Witch trio was taken to the Royal Auxiliary Military School, where Principal Yu Xinghuahui personally taught for over 10 days. All right, students, after so many theoretical lessons, it's time to practice. Yu Xinghuahui said, Teacher, where are we going? I can't wait to become the army king and enjoy endless corn tortillas. Sonata said eagerly. Meanwhile, Edaki and Iris looked at Sonata with their arms crossed, speechless. Prepare for protection to prevent that place filled with infected from flattening us. Make sure to learn well. Understand the importance of stirring emotions in speeches. After Yu Xinghuahui finished speaking, he stepped onto the podium. Under the shocked gaze of the Sea Witch trio, Yu Xinghuahui delivered a speech that was calm at times and suddenly passionate at others. The soldiers below occasionally cheered and shouted. All right, students, grab your weapons. The infected over there are a bit fierce. One mistake could lead to heavy losses or even total annihilation, Yu Xinghuahui said. Thus, nearly 10,000 small troops equipped with tanks, fighter jets, artillery, and other equipment headed towards the small worm world, along with the new military students, military doctors, and other ponies, just as the Star Army advanced into the small worm world. The noble ponies who came to visit the most advanced place in Ponyland were directly frightened silly by this scene. The answer had already formed in their minds. Canterlot is going to be attacked again. Some panicked noble ponies hurried back to tell the Cosmic Princess, leaving the Star Minister responsible for the introduction in a daze. Near the fallen Canterlot, a group of new recruits who arrived here first nervously looked around. A large number of infected were charging towards them, and the new recruits hurriedly raised their guns or adjusted artillery to aim at the army of infected. Soldiers, don't be afraid. Do you remember what I said? As long as they are carbon-based life forms, they can't withstand bullets. Aim for their heads or heart areas, Yu Xinghuahui said with a confident smile. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets fired one after another, piercing through the bodies of the infected. Yes, that's how it's done, soldiers. These disgusting creatures are just moving whips, Yu Xinghuahui said contentedly while flying in the air. Hearing Yuxing Huahui's encouragement, the Star Soldiers became more and more excited, especially when they discovered that the infected were just like that. Strange. Why is there only a bit of magic in this area of the world? Iris tried to launch a soundwave attack, but found she could only use some minor magic. However, Iris's words reminded Yuxing Huahui. Since the portal can bring a bit of magic from another world, what if he opens more portals? Moreover, his technique for using the portals is superior to any little ponies. Yuxing Huihui turned and entered the portal, and as the 3 sea sprites looked on in surprise, more and more portals appeared here. Chapter 117, The Fostered Sea Sprites. As this place filled with a large amount of magical energy, Yuxing Huihui was feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, Wushu appeared, and Yuxing Huihui had a bad premonition. Wushu, what are you doing here? Wushu slowly turned his head with a mischievous grin and rubbed his hands, saying, Dear little Xinghui, do you want to unleash the magic within you? Wushu shot a laser from his hand, summoning a gigantic and terrifying infector out of thin air. The insect beast looked a bit strange, its body completely made up of various infected parts resembling bugs. Goodbye. Good luck, little Xinghui. I look forward to you defeating the insect beast. And don't add prison to my name. If anything happens to me one day, Ro will be very sad if she can't see me. Wushu finished speaking, put on sunglasses and earmuffs, and flew away in a helicopter. Then, the insect beast sprayed formic acid from its mouth, hitting Wushu's helicopter, causing him to fall straight from the sky. By the time Yuxing Huihui reacted, his clothes had inexplicably turned into the magical robe that Jinshi had given him, and his hooves bore his art degree certificate. Yuxing Huihui panicked and tried to remove these precious items, but found it impossible. The insect beast roared and sprayed formic acid from its mouth, prompting Yuxing Huihui to quickly conjure a massive protective shield in front of the other horses. Seeing that the formic acid had no effect on the shield, it smashed through with its scorpion tail and shot venom from within. For the sake of the Star Soldiers behind him, Yuxing Huihui had no choice but to take this hit head-on. Yuxing Huihui's horse was fine, but the magical robe and art degree certificate given to him by Jinshi were ruined beyond recognition. Instantly, Yuxing Huihui felt his heart shatter. While Yuxing Huihui was dazed, the insect beast struck down with a mantis fist. A strong laser shot straight back, repelling the massive insect beast, and Yuxing Huihui turned with a grim expression and said, Pay attention, I will only teach you how to deal with infectors once. The insect beast shot out a large number of disgusting little worms from its body, and Yuxing Huihui unleashed blue light from his horn, igniting the little worms. Yuxing Huihui quickly flew into the air to dodge, occasionally conjuring a multitude of light blades to strike the insect beast. Remember, any creature that receives a large amount of attacks will experience pain and fear, and may even stop attacking. But worm infectors lack these feelings. They will only relentlessly attack you. It drives me crazy. The more Yuxing Huihui spoke, the angrier he became, and he decided to teleport the 3 sea sprites and the other horses far away to watch. He then unleashed a massive amount of magical energy from the remnants of the Starless Night to directly take on the insect beast alone. 2 light rings appeared, slicing off the insect beast's mantis arms, and Yuxing Huihui swiftly darted around, firing laser projectiles at the insect beast. Finally, a laser net composed of numerous small squares rushed in, slicing the insect beast into countless cubes that fell to the ground. Yuxing Huihui's horn emitted bright light again, reducing the insect beast to ashes. Just like that, the incredibly powerful insect beast was defeated. The cross behind Yuxing Huihui spun rapidly, causing the infected army below to begin retreating. Remember, the worm infectors are deceiving you. Take the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. They have no fear. Yuxing Huihui opened countless portals, gathering all the infectors within Cantalot together, directly extracting the little worms from their bodies and compressing them into bursts of blood mist, which he then processed with magic. In the end, the little ponies looked on in disbelief as they returned to their original forms. While Yuxing Huihui was dealing with the infected troops, Wushu reappeared. How's it going? Is the magic left by the Starless Night useful? Wushu, give me back my magical robe and art degree certificate. Yuxing Huihui shouted, frantically lunging at Wushu. Wushu quickly dodged and said, Don't be so agitated. Be careful not to get yourself worked up. Catch! Wushu threw the magical robe and art degree certificate, and before Yuxing Huihui could react, Wushu drove away on a train, which then hit explosives buried by the surviving ponies to deal with the infectors. Boom. Chapter 118, The Fostered Sea Sprites. Ever since Yuxing Huihui sacrificed himself to save Yuhui Shuo and Xingguang Yi, this place had become a new survivor camp. In the basement, Yuhui Shuo was sullenly taking notes on paper. Xingguang Yi, meanwhile, was anxiously watching as Ziyue's infection worsened. Why can't any improvements completely cure it? Only alleviate the symptoms. Yuhui Shuo angrily tore the paper apart. Not long ago, Ziyue's infection symptoms had suddenly intensified. Yuhui Shuo and Xinguang Yi were forced to secretly isolate Ziyue from the other ponies. Just as Yuhui Shuashua was at a loss, he suddenly felt a surge of magic energy. My magic has actually restored? Xinguang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Liao and Yin Shu wore worried expressions, wondering how they would report back now that Yuxing Huihui was dead. Just when Zhang Liao and Yin Shu were in despair, a figure landed behind them. The two ponies turned around and were met with Yuxing Huihui's face. After a moment of shock, Zhang Liao and Yin Shu hugged each other, their faces pale, and screamed, "Holy crap, it's a ghost!" The two seasoned generals were now terrified, retreating to the corner of the wall as if they had seen a ghost. Yuxing Huihui approached with a puzzled expression. Wait, am I really that terrifying? Why does everything avoid me? At this moment, Zhang Liao and Yin Shu had been battling the infectors for over 10 days, leading to possible mental issues, making Yuxing Huihui appear to them as a gruesome corpse approaching them. They muttered hoarsely, "Come with me below, I'm even scarier. Everything avoids me. I'll slice you into pieces and then make horse soup out of you." Ha. Zhang Liao, in a panic, pulled out prayer beads and shouted, "Amit Ba, Princess of the Universe, bless us. Princess of the Moon, bless us. Princess of Melody, bless us. Princess Ziyue, bless us." Seeing Yuxing Huihui still approaching, Yin Shu, despite his inner fear, slapped a talisman on Yuxing Huihui's face, saying, "Rest in peace. I didn't kill you, your majesty. Go find the infector that killed you. Don't come any closer." "What are you two rambling about? Is your brain malfunctioning?" Yuxing Huihui pulled off the talisman and asked. In the ears of the two ponies, it sounded like, "Can you wait patiently? I'll eat some pepper and then eat your brains too." "Wait, Yuxing Huihui, weren't you dead?" Yuhui Shuashua widened his eyes in disbelief. "Senior sister? Here's what happened." After Yuxing Huihui finished explaining, he turned back to make a few sarcastic remarks about the two, only to find that Zhang Liao and Yin Shu had already foamed at the mouth and fainted from fright. In an instant, Yuxing Huihui fell into deep self-doubt. Just then, the sound of fighting jolted him awake. A few little ponies stood frozen in place at the site of the battle. Sonata was engaged in a fierce fight with an infector, and she struck the infector in the face with a hoof, declaring, "I am the king of soldiers." The infector, in disbelief, touched its face and retaliated with a hoof, accompanied by a magical attack. "Ugh, that's disgusting. How can you be so unreasonable? I despise you," Sonata exclaimed, clearing the little worms from her face while pointing at the infector. After that, she struck the infector's face again, and the infector, not to be outdone, struck Sonata's face back. In a fit of anger, Sonata retaliated once more. Watching the two low-intelligence beings slap each other, the other ponies fell into deep thought. In the end, it was Yuxing Huihui who purified the infector to put an end to the matter. Afterwards, Rain Star Huìhuì gradually purified the infected individuals from various places, while also finding the escaped Cosmic Princess and Moon Princess. So what was the point of bringing these new recruits here after all this time? I really don't understand. Could it be just to shoot a few times, and that's it? Adaki complained while reading Quick Battle Tactics. While Adaki was venting to Iris and Sonata, the Cosmic Princess said, "Thank you for your help, my student from another world. How wonderful it would be if I had a student like you too. I believe the other me in another world would be very happy to have a student like you." Suddenly, the Cosmic Princess felt a bit envious of her other self for having such a student. Meanwhile, the Melody Princess was joyfully celebrating her regained happiness. "All right, classmates. What are your thoughts on this practical activity?" Rain Star Huìhuì asked. "Teacher, I think we should do this when an infectious disease breaks out." Before this little pony could finish, Rain Star Huìhuì interrupted. "Are you trying to rebel again?" Ziyue flew over in a panic. "Huh, me?" Rain Star Huìhuì asked in confusion, pointing at herself. Rain Star Huìhuì, just admit it. Stop being so stubborn. Applejack kindly advised. "That's right. Dear, if you confess now, it's not too late." Shinchi added. Rain Star Huìhuì blinked, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. "I say, did you misunderstand something?" "Misunderstanding? Look at the army behind you. They're almost marching into Canterlot." Yunbao pointed at the Star Army. As both sides were entangled, fortunately, the Cosmic Princess flew over to resolve the misunderstanding. "Ah, much better. All right, you three. Come back with me," Yuhui Shuashua said with a satisfied expression as she walked out of the portal. "I suddenly want to live here. What should I do?" Sonata thought of the luxurious rooms. Rain Star Huìhuì wasn't as terrifying as she imagined. Plus, there were endless corn rolls and various things she had never played or eaten before, making her a little reluctant to leave. To her surprise, after hearing this, Yuhui Shuashua hurriedly said, "Okay, goodbye," leaving Rain Star Huìhuì looking bewildered. I've never seen such a shameless pony. And so, the Sea Witch trio moved into Rain Star Huìhuì's home. Chapter 119, The Darkening Trixie. At night, Trixie was sitting by the campfire roasting carrots. She was feeling very frustrated because the earnings from her magic show today were very low. Just as Trixie was contemplating how to create a new magic act to attract ponies, a figure in a black cloak slowly approached. Due to the gloomy night, Trixie couldn't clearly see who it was, but felt strangely familiar. This magician lady, do you want more magic power? With that, you can become the greatest magician in the world. The shadow said in a voice that was extremely tempting to ponies. Then tell me, how can the great and powerful Trixie do that? Trixie asked curiously. Just wear this unicorn amulet, and you will gain a lot of magic power. The shadow tossed an amulet and turned to leave. As he left, the shadow seemed to be complaining about someone. I don't understand why this guy keeps dreaming of this broken domination. However, Trixie didn't hear this line. Her gaze was fixated on the unicorn amulet. In the end, after putting on the amulet, Trixie's eyes turned crimson. Recently, Rain Star Huìhuì had a worry. There was too much magic power left behind by the Dark Star. So much that he almost used a wall lamp style die. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. When he had a little loss of control before, he thankfully teleported to a mountain in time, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, he sneezed and turned an entire mountain into dust. But luckily, the magic power within him was almost under control. In the portal, a familiar tomato scrambled egg pony walked out again and instinctively put her hooves on her hips. Senior sister, what are you doing here again? Rain Star Huìhuì suddenly had a bad premonition. Yue Shua scratched her head a bit embarrassedly and said, well, Rain Star Huìhuì, I've been a bit short on money lately. Do you think you could? Oh, I can't understand. Recently I accidentally got hit by a spell. Sometimes I can't understand what ponies are saying. Rain Star Huìhuì made up on the spot. Yue Shua blinked in disbelief, but then hugged Rain Star Huìhuì's hoof with tearful eyes and said, Rain Star Huìhuì, are you really going to let me be poor? Please, just give me a little. Thinking of how this tomato scrambled egg pony still owed him hundreds of thousands, Rain Star Huìhuì wanted to refuse. But seeing Yue Shua's pitiful look, he sighed and gave her a bag of gold coins. This bag of gold coins was enough to exchange for quite a bit of money in the human world. Remember, use it sparingly, or I won't give you any next time. Yue Shua happily hugged Rain Star Huìhuì tightly. She could finally buy a new game console and other equipment for new games. Just as the rebellious group was discussing how to prank other ponies later, Sonata pushed the door open and walked in, proudly and energetically saying, Report, teacher. A pony said she is the princess here. No pony can defeat her. Huh. The rebellious group thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out which clueless pony dared to claim she was a princess in Ponyville, a gathering of high-level combat power. Out of curiosity, the rebellious group, along with the Sea Witch Trio and the Star Army, went to see which pony was so bold. Upon arrival, the rebellious group was astonished. Oh no, things have escalated again. Trixie has grown wings. Rain Star Huìhuì exclaimed. Chapter 120, Eternal Fear. Oh no. I've been dealing with too many matters lately. I'm starting to see illusions. I need to go back and sleep. After saying that, Rain Star Huìhuì opened the portal and walked back. After Trixie saw Rain Star Huìhuì leave, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Listen up, you bunch of ponies. The great and powerful Trixie Princess is about to announce a new decree. When you see Princess Trixie, you must cheer. You must cheer for Princess Trixie when you exhale and inhale. Dear, what are you doing? I protest this law. I don't want to cheer all the time. Jinchi was the first to protest. Trixie looked at Jinchi with dissatisfaction. Hasn't any pony taught you that you can't speak to a princess like that? A laser shot hit Jinchi, and she suddenly appeared in a ridiculously outdated outfit. Upon seeing it, Jinchi gasped and almost couldn't breathe. Oh my, this outfit is simply horrendous. Just as Jinchi was about to faint, fortunately, Applejack caught her in time. Applejack, we need to change her into something nice. Hurry. Pinky bounced along with Applejack to leave. What happened? Ziyue arrived with Suilong and squeezed through the crowd to ask. Look who has arrived. It's Princess Ziyue. Trixie said with a wicked smile. Trixie, how did you turn into a unicorn? Ziyue exclaimed in surprise. Trixie didn't respond to Ziyue's words, but instead said to herself, Ziyue, let's have a magical duel. The loser must leave Ponyville. Trixie, do you also want to be a princess? Yunbao exclaimed in shock. Trixie then shot a laser at Yunbao, turning her right hoof into a giant wing, causing Yunbao to lose her balance and fall to the ground. This is great. The great and powerful Trixie. Wakwo waved his hoof to flatter her. Everyone be quiet. Trixie shot another laser at the duo of Wulong and Fengchao. Jian and Wowo instantly transformed into a creature with a single horn, panicking and shouting. If you want to rule Ponyville, the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess will punish you, said Suilong. Really? I'm so scared. Then Suilong was turned into a basketball by Trixie and thrown into a wooden barrel, excitedly shouting, Trixie, what are you doing? If you do this, I will tell Yuxing Huìhuì to come and punish you. Beaky appeared and said. Trixie clearly showed a hint of panic in her eyes, but still said, the great and powerful Trixie fears nothing. Trixie ripped Beaky's mouth off with a computer mouse, making Beaky express her dissatisfaction in various poses. All right, ladies, you need to come with us. A dozen star soldiers surrounded them with guns, and Trixie's horn glowed. By the time the star soldiers reacted, They were all tied to crosses. Enough. Trixie, what are you doing to my friends? Ziyue said unhappily. Ziyue, let's have a magic duel, and the loser leaves Ponyville. Trixie said with a wicked smile. Okay, bring it on. Ziyue replied. Trixie then turned all the ponies back to their original forms, except for the poor victim Beaky. Perhaps Trixie thought she was safe, as she turned Ziyue's treehouse upside down, making it her future residence. Trixie was the first to throw a house at an innocent pony. Ziyue quickly flew over, used magic to catch the house, and then safely placed it back down. Looks like you have some skills. Let's make it a little harder. Trixie then controlled the sun and moon to perform various tricks while Ziyue watched in shock. Controlling the sun and moon is something only the Cosmic Princess, the Moon Princess, or Yuxing Huìhuì can do. How can you do this? Ziyue exclaimed in disbelief. Hurry up and do it, Your Highness. Otherwise, your friends will be in danger. Trixie grabbed Cloud Chaser, choking her. Trixie wondered why she couldn't catch the flying pony, Ruru. So, Trixie grabbed Beaky instead. Ziyue had no choice but to use all her strength to try to raise the moon, ultimately collapsing in despair. Is this all you can do? You lose, Ziyue. But the kind and beautiful Trixie has changed her mind. I won't let you leave Ponyville. I'll make you my servant. Trixie said with a wicked smile. Wait. You call yourself great and powerful. Dare to compete with us in something else. If you lose, you have to leave Ponyville. Yuhui Shuashuo said. So you are a tomato scrambled egg? Trixie turned Yuhui Shuashuo into a plate of scrambled eggs and tossed it aside. Alright. Who wants to compete with the great and powerful Trixie? Trixie looked around proudly. No pony dared to challenge her. Do you dare to compete with us three in singing? Idaki stepped forward. Come on. The great and powerful Trixie is not afraid of your challenge. Trixie said proudly. In Trixie's eyes, these three ponies could never match her greatness in music, so she wanted to end it quickly. Trixie began to sing while looking at the Sea Pony sisters. Eager to see what tricks they had to defeat the great and powerful Trixie, Idaki swayed forward first, with Iris and Sonata following suit, singing together. Trixie looked on in disbelief as the ponies joined the Sea Pony sisters in song. Trixie sang faster and faster, but could never outdo the Sea Pony sisters. In Trixie's angry gaze, the Sea Pony sisters easily won the contest. Yay, we won. I'm going to be a champion. Sonata thought about her great contribution and the unlimited corn chips she would finally enjoy. However, something unfortunate happened next. Trixie, seeing she couldn't compete with the Sea Pony sisters, threw them out of Ponyville and used a barrier to seal off Ponyville. Furious, Sonata shouted, You evil villain. Give me back my corn chips. Give me back my corn chips. Give me back my corn chips. All right, stop shouting. Even if you scream your throat out, there won't be any corn chips, Idaki said. Helplessly holding her head. I don't understand why you love corn chips so much, Iris commented. What do you know? The deliciousness of corn chips is beyond your understanding. Sonata pouted. After throwing out the Sea Pony sisters, Trixie smugly said, All right, Ziyue and that tomato scrambled egg over there. I demand you take me on a tour around Ponyville. Trixie conjured a beautiful carriage, tossed Ziyue and Yuhui Shuashuo in front, and began the tour of Ponyville. Just as Trixie started fantasizing about how to rule Ponyville, she heard, You seem too foreign. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the great and powerful me like that? As Trixie turned around, she faced a familiar pony. Yoshing Wugong was staring at Trixie with a wicked smile and blood-red eyes. Not only Trixie, but also Ziyue and Yuhui Shuashuo nearby began to tremble in fear. The amulet on you seems too foreign. So you must be, ha ha ha. No, don't dissect Trixie. Trixie doesn't want to die. Trixie screamed, flying into the air, trying to open the barrier to escape Ponyville, only to panic when she realized she couldn't. Little princess, why are you running? Come back and let me dissect you. Yoshing Wugong suddenly appeared behind Trixie, speaking in a deep voice. Outside the barrier, Iris and Sonata were still arguing about whether corn chips were delicious. But when they turned around and saw Yoshing Wugong, they screamed and huddled together. Even though Trixie had already turned dark, she was still scared silly. She fell to the ground weak and helpless, watching Yoshing Wugong approach her in panic. You are too foreign. But don't worry, since I can't take off this amulet. I will slowly eat you piece by piece to help you remove that foreignness. Ha! Dark clouds rolled in from nowhere, and suddenly lightning struck, making Yoshing Wugong appear even more terrifying at that moment. No, the great and powerful Trixie doesn't want to die? Trixie screamed, throwing away the unicorn amulet, so frightened that she foamed at the mouth and fainted. After Trixie fainted, Yoshing Wugong pulled in the Sea Pony sisters, who, like Trixie, also fainted from fear. Foaming at the mouth. You won't escape, Yoshing Wugong. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess shouted as they descended from the sky, breaking through the barrier. As they landed on Yoshing Wugong, he looked panicked, trying to express something. When the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess smashed a big hole, the Cosmic Princess asked, Where's Yoshing Wugong? A voice came from the smoke. That shadow was actually me pretending to scare Trixie. When the smoke cleared, Yuxing Huìhuì said with an awkward smile. What? All the ponies exclaimed in surprise. Yuxing Huìhuì, feeling guilty, glanced around and saw that many ponies had fainted and were foaming at the mouth. I didn't expect a little joke to turn into this. After a huge scare, when Trixie woke up and faced Yuxing Huìhuì again, she almost fainted again from fear. Later, Trixie honestly told them that a mysterious shadow had given her the unicorn amulet. As Ziyue was deep in thought, Yuxing Huìhuì approached Yuhui Shuashua with a mischievous smile and said, Senior sister, do you want to play something fun? It's about the wall lamp. Yuhui Shuashua curiously asked. What is it? It's simple. You just need to hug a few chickens and go find the moon princess. Yuxing Huìhuì's gaze fell on the cosmic princess. Not long after, a magical scene unfolded. The cosmic princess stood trembling in place, unsure of what to do, while the chickens wandered around her. The moon princess watched the cosmic princess with a wicked smile, occasionally raising her camera to take a few pictures. The cosmic princess looked at the moon princess with a grateful expression, as if to say, I'm glad to have such a good sister. The moon princess turned and playfully winked at Yuhui Shuashua and Yuxing Huìhuì. Chapter 121. Rumors and gossip. The school in Ponyville rang the bell for dismissal. Those who want to join the newspaper club, please stay behind, as we are about to have a meeting. Teacher Cherry said. We have to stay. This way we can earn the cute reporter badge. Apple Lily said. What a great idea, exclaimed Xingu Lululu. Every pony. I think you all know that our editor-in-chief graduated last year, Cherry continued. Sweetheart Baby raised her hoof enthusiastically below. Please go on, Cherry said. What is an editor-in-chief? Sweetheart Baby asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Sweetheart Baby, that's a great question. I love your reporter instincts. Teacher Cherry praised. The Pony News is a newspaper run by students. I'm just an advisor. The editor-in-chief is the most important pony responsible for this newspaper, from choosing topics to timely publication. As I said, we will have a new editor-in-chief this year. Teacher Cherry gestured for them to welcome the new editor, and Tiara walked in with a swish of her mane. Instantly, the three little ponies were stunned. The editor-in-chief was actually Tiara? Now let the editor-in-chief discuss the work with you. Have fun, Teacher Cherry said as she left. As soon as Teacher Cherry left, Tiara slammed her hoof on the table and said fiercely, All right, listen up, every pony. This newspaper is a joke. No pony in school takes it seriously. And I, as the fully responsible editor-in-chief, will lead you all to create a new glory. Now I want each of you to find the most explosive news. Don't write like last year's editor did with boring stuff. Go write reports. The more exciting the better. Thus, the cute army set out to find explosive news. Sweetheart Baby went to her sister, Rare, intending to interview her about design techniques and aesthetics. However, Rare used Sweetheart Baby as a model and dressed her in a somewhat ridiculous peacock sweater, making Sweetheart Baby blush. Xingu Lululu climbed a tall tree to take pictures of baby birds hatching and write a beautiful story. A gust of wind came, and Xingu Lululu lost her grip on the branch, falling straight into a mud puddle. Strangely, the baby birds above laughed with quacks. Apple Lily wanted to interview Granny Smith, knowing she had many stories, and asked her to tell some little-known historical stories. Granny Smith then shared a story about when Apple Lily was a foal and wore a diaper, making Apple Lily blush again. In the Pony News publishing house, Tiara was dissatisfied and crumpled a very boring news article into a ball, tossing it into the trash can. Seeing the three little ponies approach, Tiara said, I hope you can come up with something more exciting. There isn't even one useful report. The birth of the baby birds? Rare's new trendy hat? The stories from the early days of pony history? Angered, Tiara jumped up from her chair, saying, I don't know how you wrote this. Is this even news? You must write me a fresh report tonight. It better be exciting, or you can quit. Soon after, the three little ponies were thrown out the door. Chapter 126. A great crisis in Ponyland today was destined to be an extraordinary day. The Cosmic Princess finally confirmed that Ziyue would officially shed her identity as a student during the royal celebration and become a true princess. The 6 ponies gathered in the castle, admiring the newly built stained glass windows of Princess Ziyue. You look amazing, dear, said Rare. They really captured the elegance of a princess, she added. I guess so, Ziyue said softly. Don't be so modest. Every pony dreams of wearing a crown one day. Leaving your coronation ceremony captured in stained glass, Rare said, looking enchanted. I don't think that's every pony's dream, Yunbao said while flying in the air. This colorful glass designed by the artist is quite beautiful, Yuxing Huìhuì said as she admired the stained glass recording history. As she looked closer, she saw her various embarrassing moments, and her face quickly turned dark as she complained. Does this designer even know how to design? Why is it all my embarrassing history? Isn't there anything positive? The 6 ponies laughed together. All right, friends, this isn't funny, Ziyue said. I came here to tell you something. I have to go to another world to handle some issues. So these political matters will fall on the wall lamp. And to help alleviate the pressure on the wall lamp, I brought a special guest to assist. Yuxing Huìhuì stepped aside, revealing a familiar pony resembling scrambled eggs with tomatoes. All right, if you have any minor issues, tell the senior sister. For major problems, remember to tell me. I will be back. Yuxing Huìhuì opened a portal and stepped inside, leaving Ziyue to marvel at how busy Yuxing Huìhuì had become. In another world, Yuxing Huìhuì said seriously, "Are you all ready?" After receiving responses from the crowd, Yuxing Huìhuì began the party. That's right, Yuxing Huìhuì wanted to slack off again, planning to return when the royal celebration started. We should go, we might miss the train. Ro reminded. Ro is right. I don't know about you, but I have a lot to do. The royal celebration is in Canterlot, yes. But our mayor insists we return to handle the celebration in our hometown. Don't look so glum, sweetheart. When the cosmic princess raises the sun, you have to be with the other princesses, Applegyre said. I'm honored, I really am, but we first gathered together during the summer festival. On such an important day, I can't be with my friends from Ponyville, Ziyue said, lowering her head. We feel the same way, dear. If it weren't for the mayor insisting we help, we would definitely stay in Canterlot, Rare said. Finally, Ziyue, along with Suilong and Yuhui Shuashua, sent them off at the platform. Inside the room, Ziyue was panicking as she imagined various accidents happening at the summer festival. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, the cosmic princess came in to comfort her. After comforting Ziyue, the cosmic princess walked out to the corridor. In a corner of the corridor, a thorn quickly grew and lunged at the cosmic princess. Just as the cosmic princess was about to let water flow, a royal guard rushed in and said in a panic, "Your Highness, the Crystal Empire reports that he has returned. And it seems the Crystal Empire also has shapeshifters lurking." What? The two sudden emergencies caught the cosmic princess off guard. Just as the cosmic princess was about to deal with the thorns, she was startled to find a familiar power on the thorns, Night Star. The cosmic princess let out a scream before disappearing. Chapter 127. The Chaotic Ponyland. The next day, Ziyue had two terrifying nightmares. She dreamed that Yuxing Huìhuì had turned back into Yoxing Wuguang and swept across the entire world. But that wasn't the main point. The key point is that later I dreamt of Yuxing Huìhuì and Yu Hui together again, and the two little ponies were looking at him with mischievous smiles. And it wasn't over yet. Another master, Ziyue, came along. Who? Ziyue looked in a panic at Yu Hui, who was sleeping soundly on the other side. After pinching herself to confirm it wasn't a dream, she let out a sigh of relief. As Ziyue rubbed her eyes and was about to fall asleep again, she suddenly noticed that both the sun and the moon appeared in the sky at the same time. Suilong. What time is it now? Suilong asked in a daze. It's a bit unclear now. It might be morning, or it could be evening, Ziyu said with a confused expression. What happened? Suilong walked to the window and saw the sight of the sun and moon appearing at the same time, looking bewildered as he said, "What is this? What do you call this?" The little ponies said in panic. When Ziyue walked out, the surrounding ponies all gathered around. "Princess Ziyue, what happened? Why are the cosmic princess and the moon princess not paying attention to this strange phenomenon? That's right. Why are there still faint rays of colorful light in the sky?" Faced with the numerous questions from the little ponies, Ziyue answered in a bit of a fluster. A royal guard pushed through the herd of ponies and said, "Princess Ziyue, please come with us." Once inside the castle, the royal guard spoke in a somewhat panicked tone. "The cosmic princess and the moon princess are missing. But I don't understand where they are," Ziyu said with a confused expression. "We don't know either. It's as if the cosmic princess and the moon princess were suddenly grabbed by something." The royal guard said in panic, "It disappeared." Suilong was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. "That's why we came to find you. Please give the order." The royal guards collectively knelt and said, "Do I issue the command?" Ziyue felt a bit flustered in this emergency situation. Usually, she only dealt with minor entanglements and small problems. Faced with such a significant national issue, Ziyue started to panic. "We are the royal guards and only follow the orders of the royal family. Now, both the cosmic princess and the moon princess are missing, and Princess Inyun is imprisoned by the Black Crystal King in the Crystal Empire. The Star King is also not here. Therefore, we must obey your command." And the royal guard kneels collectively again. Not only was Ziyue a bit anxious, but even Yu Hui, who was standing to the side, was very nervous. In the Little Pony Kingdom, the sun and moon appeared in the sky simultaneously, occasionally emitting strange colorful lights. The Crystal Empire had also been conquered by the Black Crystal King, and so on. Seeing Princess Ziyue still standing there in a daze, the royal guard spoke up to remind her. "Princess Ziyue, there is almost no time left to waste. Please tell us what we should do." Ziyue spread her wings and pretended to be serious as she said, "Now I want you to continue searching for the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess. You must find them before the ponies panic. There must be clues that can tell us what has happened. If you find anything, no matter what it is, be sure to come back and tell me immediately." "Yes," the royal guard of Princess Ziyue said. After all the royal guards dispersed, Ziyue stood in place, gasping for breath. "Ziyue, you were really cool just now. The afterglow shines brightly, and I can't help but praise." Afterglow. Don't say anymore. You just made me so nervous. Ziyue panted heavily. Before she could rest for a moment, the door was pushed open again. Two generals from the Star Empire walked in. And Ziyue immediately had a bad premonition. Princess Ziyue, the Eternal Freedom Forest has started to invade Ponyland at an extremely strange speed. Moreover, according to the reports from our spies sent to the Crystal Empire, the Dark Crystal King has controlled the ponies with a very strange potion, now preparing to march south to annex the small pony country. Moreover, there has been quite a commotion on the shapeshifter side as well, Hein said with a serious expression. However, Princess Ziyue, don't worry. In my opinion, this is just a minor issue for now. The Empire has already initiated emergency conscription, and soldiers have been deployed to various locations in preparation for war. Now, all I need is for you to restore my martial duties. And I can guarantee that we will take down the Crystal Empire within a month, Lien said with great anticipation. Hein, in anger, slapped Lien on the head with a hoof and exclaimed, Lien, it's not the time to say such things. Sorry, Princess Ziyue. Then a beautiful figure slowly walked over to the door. Princess Ziyue, if a defensive battle is needed, please leave it to me. I can guarantee that no outsider can reach Canterlot. If they do, you can call me. May suddenly paused in mid-sentence, as he realized that the Six Kingdoms had almost no currency system or that the currency was very chaotic, making it almost impossible for him to get money. Therefore, he was forced to change his name to May. So what should he be called now? May thought for a moment and said, if an outsider arrives at Canterlot, you can call me Mosaic. You too, stop messing around. Hein said, so can you guys go out for a moment? Ziyue asked. After the three little ponies left, Ziyue looked at the current situation where the Dark Crystal King and the Illusion Spirit began to invade Ponyland. The Eternal Freedom Forest also started its invasion, and the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess had disappeared. There are even more problems than this. If it continues like this, Ponyland might perish. Oh my. This little pony country has suddenly become foreign. Ziyue was forced to make several facial expressions, and suddenly she remembered something. The Pony Nation still had hope. The ultimate weapon of the Pony Nation, the specialized de-ethnicization machine, Rain Huìhuì. Chapter 128, The Self-Doubt of Rain Star. Huìhuì wrote in the book, informing Rain Star that the situation in Ponyland was critical. They hoped Rain Star would hurry back to stabilize the political situation. Then, Huìhuì panically discovered that the information couldn't be sent out. An unordered figure appeared in the book and said, don't look at my scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It definitely wasn't me. If you miss your little Rain Star, I don't mind helping you send some sweet nothings. The unordered figure teased. What are you talking about? Ziyue and Huìhuì shouted simultaneously, their faces turning red. All right. It seems that if I keep saying this, the two little horses will get anxious. With a snap of the fingers, they disappeared in an unordered manner. Just when the two horses and one dragon didn't know how to summon Huìhuì, the door was pushed open again. Sonata walked in, looking angry and biting on a thorn, and said, Princess Ziyue, I want to report this naughty thorn. It stole all my tacos. It constitutes robbery. Ziyue uncertainly raised a hoof and said, Sonata, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can punish it. Why? That's not fair at all. It took all my corn tortillas. All of my corn tortillas. Sonata widened her eyes and said discontentedly. Just when Sonata was puzzled about why she couldn't manage those thorns, she heard someone say, Sonata, do you hear the ridiculous things you're saying? Is it possible that this thorn is something that Ziyue can't control? Adaki walked in with a look of disbelief and said, what about my corn roll? Sonata said in despair, have you gone crazy from eating corn tortillas? Why do you always think about corn tortillas? You want to bring back the corn rolls to summon Huìhuì? Forget it, Iris complained. Sonata immediately asked in a daze, then how do I bring Huìhuì back? I'm fed up with you, you little silly. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, you still won't wait for Iris to finish speaking. Shout until your throat is hoarse. Shout until your throat is hoarse. Shout until your throat is hoarse. Sonata kept shouting loudly. Adaki and Iris were disgusted by Sonata's behavior. Feeling it was shameful for a sea monster, they hurriedly pulled Sonata away. Even as she was being dragged away, Sonata continued to yell, no. You can't treat me like this. I haven't gotten my corn tortilla back yet. After the Sonata was taken away, Ziyue was still thinking about how to contact Huìhuì when a portal opened, and a familiar little pony came out. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I arrive late for the celebration? When Huìhuì looked up and saw both the sun and moon in the sky, he thought for a moment before speaking. It's just a princess celebration. Why are the prison wall lights set up so grandly for you? And you even have the sun and moon appearing together in the sky. Are you preparing to crown you as a nation? Oh, I get it. Your nation will be called Daming from now on. Just as Huìhuì was talking to himself, Huìhuì probably said something wrong due to the chaos. Huìhuì, it's bad. The teacher and Princess Moon, Princess Yun have been captured by you. After hearing this, Huìhuì instantly fell into self-doubt. The prison wall lights were captured by him? Could it be that he had another split personality? Did Huìhuì come back? and then took control of him again? What was I doing at the party? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Where did the universe come from? What is the origin of the world? What is the ultimate mystery of magic? What is the meaning of life existing in this world? Suddenly, Yu Xinghui's clever brain started to burn rapidly, possibly from overcalculation, causing various expressions to appear on his face. Yu Huishua still didn't realize he had said something wrong. Seeing Yu Xinghui still unmoved, he became more anxious and said, Yu Xinghui, what are you thinking? The teacher has already been captured by you. She might be suffering under your torment. Yu Xinghui turned his terrified face and asked, Senior sister, do you think I really might have a mental problem? At this moment, Yu Huishua finally realized he had misspoken. He immediately showed an awkward smile and said, Sorry, Yu Xinghui, I accidentally said the wrong thing. It's the teacher and Princess Moon who are missing. Princess Yin Yun and the Shining Armor are locked up by the Black Crystal King. The Eternal Freedom Forest has also started to invade Ponyland heavily. The illusion spirit has also appeared. Upon hearing that Yu Xinghui's mental state was fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Yu Xinghui reacted and shouted loudly, What? I just left for a moment, and Ponyland is in such chaos? I don't understand why these guys always come when I'm not around. Yu Xinghui connected to his headset and began to issue orders, declaring that Ponyland was entering a state of war readiness. Ling Hai was appointed as the supreme commander, and Liun as an ordinary general. A portion of the navy was drawn from Dengxi, preparing for maritime defense, etc. Chapter 129, The Upside Down Yu Xinghui. Ziyue, you go and find a way to delay the spread of the thorns. I'm going to the Crystal Empire to solve the problem with the Black Crystal King. And when I come back, I'll also remove the Eternal Freedom Forest, Yu Xinghui said. Ziyue initially listened to Yu Xinghui seriously, but suddenly she froze and said in shock, Yu Xinghui, you want to remove the Eternal Freedom Forest too? Yes, I said long ago that the Eternal Freedom Forest seems too foreign. It should be removed. And this place transformed into a new city, Yu Xinghui said with conviction. Ziyue and Yu Huishua instantly panicked. The Cosmic Princess is not in Ponyland. Who knows what Yu Xinghui will come up with? Seeing the two ponies panicking, Yu Xinghui, who had achieved his goal, revealed a familiar mischievous smile and said, I'm just joking, why are you so flustered? Upon hearing Yu Xinghui say this, Ziyue and Yu Huishua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After sending Yu Xinghui to the door, Ziyue, in a daze mixed with surprise, asked, Yu Xinghui, why are you taking this band to the Crystal Empire? After defeating the Black Crystal King, I'll sing a victory song in the Crystal Empire, Yu Xinghui said proudly. Yu Xingwuguang once said something, over a long period. Yu Xinghui has gradually developed a weakness. When a situation is certain or victory is near, Yu Xinghui will definitely start to become proud and complacent. Looking at Yu Xinghui's proud yet slightly arrogant expression, Ziyue suddenly had a bad premonition and asked, Yu Xinghui, are you sure you will win? Yu Xinghui proudly raised a hoof and said, Ziyue, are you doubting me? We will win. Ziyue recalled something. Yu Xinghui's current strength should be comparable to the Cosmic Princess and Princess Moon, right? Even if not, defeating the Black Crystal King should be simple. Within the Crystal Empire, the Black Crystal King was smugly looking at the defeated Princess Yin Yun. A portal opened, and a figure in a black cloak walked out. Who are you? The Black Crystal King asked cautiously. Who I am is not important. What matters is, do you want to rule the Crystal Empire? The Shadow asked. Before the Black Crystal King could understand what he was saying, two familiar sky beasts and an object were thrown over. The Shadow then turned and left. The Cosmic Princess and Princess Moon had just raised their heads when they saw a familiar wasteland shadow demon. The Cosmic Princess was about to say something when suddenly a familiar voice came. Although the Cosmic Princess had long known about this matter, when she truly saw this scene, her heart was filled with shock and collapse, with Hope Radiance standing a bit nervously beside the Black Crystal King, avoiding eye contact. Hope Radiance, do you know what you are doing? The Cosmic Princess asked with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, Cosmic Princess. I know you may find it hard to understand. But this time I won't let you hurt Black Crystal anymore. Hope Radiance said with guilt. Nanny. The Cosmic Princess widened her eyes and cried out in despair. You, this prison wall light, shut up. The Black Crystal King covered the Cosmic Princess's mouth with a cloth and shouted. The Black Crystal King picked up the object on the ground and looked closely. It was actually a magic bell. The Black Crystal King couldn't help but get excited. With this, he could dominate the world. The Black Crystal King slowly approached the Cosmic Princess and Princess Moon with a blackened syringe. Just as he was about to stab it in, Hope Radiance said, Black Crystal, you can't do this. What you're doing is already too much. It's okay. Once we finish these things, we can live a peaceful life. The Black Crystal King said. Hope Radiance's face gradually darkened as he said, Black Crystal, I'm about had enough of your tricks. You always tell me that once this task and that task are completed, we can live a peaceful life. Do you know? Ever since I discovered the true nature of those wasteland shadow demons and learned your real identity, I have never doubted that you are a monster. Now, not only am I betraying the country with you, but I also have to endure. Hope Radiance, listen to me, the Black Crystal King said. But Hope Radiance, angry and in tears, turned and ran away, causing the Black Crystal King to panic and hurriedly ordered the wasteland shadow demons to lock up and transport the Cosmic Princess and Princess Moon. He then rushed after Hope Radiance, calling out, "Hope Radiance, don't go. Wait for me." On the street, several ponies who had not been controlled were hiding from the attacks of the Black Crystal ponies. During their escape, several ponies were gradually pushed into a desperate situation. In the terrified eyes of these ponies, a prelude of music suddenly rang out, and the ponies looked over in confusion. "Ponies, don't be afraid of these demons. Quickly hide behind me." The ponies thought they were saved, but when they turned around, they were almost scared into a faint. It can't be blamed on these ponies, mainly because of Yu Xinghui's current appearance. On the way, Yu Xinghui had already removed a lot of foreign elements, resulting in him being covered in a lot of ketchup. Especially since Yu Xinghui, to comfort the ponies, specifically squeezed out an honest and simple farmer's smile and held up an interesting cross. But to the ponies, it looked like a demon covered in ketchup was leering at them, preparing to nail them to a cross. The ponies were momentarily unsure whether to approach, until Yu Xinghui, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Why aren't you coming forward? What are you afraid of?" Hearing this voice, the little ponies hurriedly stepped forward. At this moment, Rain Star was singing to the rhythm of the band as the shadow demon of the wasteland slowly approached the palace. On the way, Rain Star discovered an abandoned prison carriage with a familiar figure inside, the lantern. The Cosmic Princess didn't understand what was happening and was now dazed with hunger. Continuously muttering something about cake, Rain Star suddenly showed a mischievous smile as if thinking of something fun. The starving Cosmic Princess, in her stupor, caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Like a little dog, she sniffed a few times before immediately opening her big eyes, glaring at the swaying cake in front of her. Just as the Cosmic Princess was about to gobble down the cake, she realized it had no taste in her mouth. Upon closer inspection, she found Yue Shua Shua grinning wickedly while holding the cake. "Yue Shua Shua cake," the Cosmic Princess said, drooling. "Do you want to eat it?" Lantern Yue Shua Shua asked. The Cosmic Princess pitifully nodded, staring at the cake while drooling. "No, I'm going to defect to another world. Goodbye." Lantern Yue Shua Shua fiercely threw the cake on the ground and then jumped into the mirror. Watching the broken cake, the already stressed Cosmic Princess fainted from anger. Yue Shua Shua transformed back into Rain Star and complained, "What? It's just a cake. Is it that serious? Pull Lantern down and feed her more cake to prevent her from dying of anger." After dealing with the Cosmic Princess, Rain Star kicked open the palace doors and shouted, "Black Crystal King, your doom has come." Rain Star's face was filled with overconfidence and arrogance. He didn't believe the Black Crystal King could find any way to defeat him. Rain Star walked into the empty hall, and a shadow demon of the wasteland attacked. Then, it turned into light in a laser and disappeared from this world. Just as Rain Star was feeling proud, a massive black mist transformed from the Black Crystal King rushed in. Rain Star shot a laser at it, but the Black Crystal King pulled out a magic bell to absorb the blow. Rain Star widened his eyes in disbelief, even though he wanted to stop the attack. It was already too late. A minute later, drained of magic, Rain Star collapsed to the ground. At the Black Crystal King's command, the shadow demon of the wasteland dragged Rain Star away. The Black Crystal King looked at the darkened syringe with a wicked smile. Finding it amusing to have Rain Star deal with the last princess, Ziyue? Chapter 130, Mr. Wu eats the title. Time rewinds to shortly after Rain Star opened the portal and left. Ziyue flew all the way to Ponyville, almost gathering 6. "All right, girls, should we wait for Pinky?" Ziyue was about to deal with the invading Eternal Freedom Forest when she suddenly realized Pinky was missing. She seems to have gone in with Rain Star. Yue Shua Shua said, What is Pinky doing with Rain Star? Going to a party? Or can she save the world?" As they talked, Ziyue suddenly realized something serious. Where was Pinky? Just as Ziyue was puzzled, Applejack interrupted, "Never mind, Ziyue, don't worry about Pinky. With Rain Star there, nothing will happen. I think you all should stop talking about that and worry about this big thing instead." Suilong trembled as he pointed at the thorns. The dozens of meters high thorns came crashing down. Luckily, Ziyue teleported everyone to the treehouse with a spell. "Darling, have you figured out what's going on with this disaster? Did the Cosmic Princess send you to eliminate them?" Shinchi asked. "That's not it. Actually, the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess." Ziyue hadn't finished when Suilong jumped up and shouted, "They've all disappeared. Not only that, but the Black Crystal King has also conquered the Crystal Empire." "Ah!" Everyone exclaimed in shock. "I don't know who captured them, but I have a feeling we need the elements of harmony to rescue them." Ziyue looked towards the elements of harmony. "But I have a question, Ziyue. Yue Shua Shua doesn't have a dedicated necklace. What do we do if Pinky isn't here?" Applejack asked. This question from Applejack successfully stumped Ziyue. What about Rain Star? Ziyue? Shouldn't he have come out to remove his foreign influence? He can't have been defeated like the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, right? Rainbow Dash complained. Not necessarily, Rainbow Dash. Rain Star has gone north to deal with the Black Crystal King. With his strength, it's impossible for him to fail, right now. We just need to focus on dealing with the invasion of the Eternal Freedom Forest, Ziyue replied. Besides, I figured out who caused this disaster. Outside, it was chaotic, with ponies being chased by thorns and a few unfortunate star soldiers being thrown around. Ruru nervously flew in the air and whispered, Chaos? Chaos, are you there? A burst of white smoke erupted, choking the ponies. Seeing the smoke linger, Ziyue had to walk over slowly. Winter is over ah. In the bathtub, Chaos threw a towel on Ziyue's face and complained, Ziyue, do you remember? The Cosmic Princess told you that before using that little spell to summon me. You need to inform me. Ziyue removed the towel from her face and shouted, Enough, Chaos. Release the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess immediately. Stop the invasion of the Eternal Freedom Forest. Why do you say that? I don't understand, Chaos said, taking the colorful part of the sky and turning it into colorful cotton candy to eat. Stop playing dumb, Chaos. We all know you did all this. Applejack pointed a hoof at Chaos. Don't misunderstand. I really enjoy the changes you've made here, but such things are definitely not my responsibility. I've turned over a new leaf. Don't you remember? Chaos said, appearing beside Ruru. Yes, that's right. There are your forked footprints everywhere. Rainbow Dash flew in front of Chaos and said. Chaos rolled his eyes and teleported to the ground, saying, Everyone is accusing me. I thought we were friends. Do you really think I'm lying? Yes, the ponies replied. However, Ruru flew in front of Chaos and said, What if he is not lying? Chaos happily hugged Ruru and said, Thank goodness. Finally, someone is clearing my name. Other ponies should learn friendship from my dearest friend Ruru. My name is Ruru. Ruru quietly said. All right, whatever. Chaos said. If you didn't do it, then help us figure out who did, Ziyue said. I can help, but so many ponies have smeared my name. Why not ask your zebra friend what he knows? Chaos pointed with thorns toward Kila. Kila came out, looking helpless while carrying luggage. The ponies hurried over. Do you know what is going on? As soon as Applejack spoke, her hat was snatched away by thorns nearby. This matter is a mystery to me as well. However, I might have a way to find out, Kila said, pulling out a potion from the cart. Princess Ziyue, you can try to change this potion from pink to white. After drinking it, you should be able to know how these disasters came about. After Ziyue drank the white potion, she said, it doesn't seem to work. And then she was pulled into Chapter 131, History in the Illusion. After Ziyue drank the potion, she entered the first. Where am I? Ziyue suddenly found herself in the palace, curiously looking around. Don't go any further. A loud and familiar voice echoed in Ziyue's ears. Ziyue looked up in the direction of the voice and saw the Moon Princess walking out with a serious expression. Princess Luna, where are we? I don't understand why you and Princess Celestia are gone. Ziyue stepped forward and asked in confusion. To her surprise, Princess Luna's expression darkened as she spoke. Do you really think I would just sit here doing nothing? Watching them bask in your warm sunlight. Warm sunlight? Ziyue was instantly bewildered. Princess Luna slowly walked to the center of the podium, speaking fiercely. There can only be one princess in Equestria, and that princess is me. Princess Luna slammed her hooves heavily on the podium, causing cracks to appear that spread to the colored glass above. As the glass cracked, Princess Luna raised her hooves and slowly ascended, replacing the sun with the moon. The darkness emitted by the moon enveloped Princess Luna, and in Ziyue's panicked gaze, the black orb spun rapidly before splitting apart. Princess Luna's teeth turned into sharp fangs, and as she spread her wings, she transformed into Nightmare Moon and laughed. Ha! Ziyue was so frightened that her expression turned into a grimace. Nightmare Moon shot a laser from her hooves that cut across the ceiling, causing the entire house to shake. A massive rock fell from above, and Ziyue, terrified, dove to the side and fell into a heap. As Ziyue lay there in a daze, she looked up and saw a familiar figure, Princess Celestia. It was all Rainshine and Twilight's fault. They almost led her astray. Ziyue hurriedly got up and said, Princess Luna, you've been banished to the moon for so long. If you don't stop, we'll have to send you back. Princess Luna, I won't fight you. You must bring the moon down. It's your responsibility. Princess Celestia said seriously. I am not Princess Luna. I am Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon said. Right now, my royal mission is only one thing, to eliminate you. Nightmare Moon shot a laser from her horn, and Princess Celestia quickly flew away from the hole in the roof. Where do you think you're running? Nightmare Moon and Ziyue flew out one after the other. Nightmare Moon continuously shot lasers from her horn, while Princess Celestia only dodged. Eventually, she was hit by a laser, let out a scream, and fell down. Princess Celestia, Ziyue called out in panic and hurriedly flew down. Ha ha, Nightmare Moon laughed triumphantly. Ziyue landed beside Princess Celestia, tears streaming down her face as she helplessly said, "No, why is she doing this? Why?" Just as Ziyue cried, Princess Celestia suddenly stood up, leaving Ziyue dumbfounded. Ziyue quickly stepped back, forcing a smile, and said, "Princess Celestia, so you're okay." Princess Celestia spoke to herself. "Dear sister, I'm so sorry. I have no choice now. I can only use this move." Princess Celestia activated the magic within her, and the machinery on the ground instantly powered up. The harmony orbs slowly rose. They looked like the past. "This was the night you banished her," Ziyue said in surprise. Princess Celestia flew into the sky, using the rainbow cannon in tears to clash with Nightmare Moon. Historically, the left side loses in a clash, and Nightmare Moon shouted, "No?" She was sent to the moon by Princess Celestia. Ziyue finally regained her senses, and Huìhuì looked at her with worry. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Ziyue asked in confusion. "Because you were talking to yourself over there," Applejack said worriedly. And Ziyue, "You were crying so hard," Rainbow Dash said. "We're really worried about you," Rarity said. "Yes, dear, so am I," Fluttershy said. "I find it quite entertaining." A voice interrupted. "Have you figured out who the enemy is? Where should we look for him? I can't wait to beat him up. Let him return our peaceful Equestria." Rainbow Dash said. "I saw something from long ago, but it doesn't clarify the current situation," Ziyue said. "Maybe you should take another sip to go back and take a look," Pinkie Pie suggested. Ziyue took another sip, and in a daze. She saw Princess Celestia dating someone who looked very much like King Sombra. She wouldn't have experienced side effects from the potion, would she? This is ridiculous. This can't be real. In the next moment, the scene suddenly changed, and a group of ponies appeared before Ziyue. In her shocked gaze, she could never forget this guy. First, it was little Sombra being picked up by the guards in the snow and then sent to the orphanage. He worked hard to learn the language at school, but he couldn't keep up with the other ponies. Fortunately, there was one teacher who patiently taught him. The scene shifted. Little Sombra looked a bit flustered but still mustered the courage to approach and say, "Hi, guys, can I play with you? TCH, where did this freak come from? He can't even talk properly. I don't know why the school keeps him around. Yeah, you're not even a crystal pony. Stay away from us," the surrounding ponies said with disdain. As the other ponies dispersed, little Sombra sat on the ground in confusion, drawing circles. Just then, a voice came through. "If you want, we can both become weird together. You want to be friends with me?" Little Sombra asked eagerly. "Yes." At this moment, Hope Radiance stood under the sunlight, appearing so radiant. At this moment, Hope Radiance became the most beautiful scenery in little Sombra's heart. Thus, the two ponies became the closest of friends. During class, they would pass notes they created themselves. The surrounding ponies' mockery couldn't interfere with their friendship. Damn it, encountering one freak is already annoying. Now another lunatic shows up? It's just a classification of these guys. As Ziyue sat there, stunned by the love story, the scene shifted again. It is said that the crystal heart can reflect the truest form of a pony's heart. Curious, Hope Radiance took little Sombra there to see what he would look like. Under the light of the crystal heart, Hope Radiance became the next princess of the Crystal Empire, while little Sombra became an inescapable nightmare of the Crystal Empire. Seeing this terrifying scene, little Sombra didn't dare to tell Princess Amore what he saw. He didn't want to be turned into a statue and never see Hope Radiance again. Princess Amore seemed to know what little Sombra was thinking and said, "Two little ones, this is not quite accurate. We cannot predict what kind of pony you will become tomorrow. This is just your true potential inside. If you cannot accept the image in the mirror, it will change at any time." Not long after, Hope Radiance burst through the wooden door, shouting, "Oh yeah, the Crystal Gala is coming. We have to go there and have fun." But little Sombra's legs suddenly trembled violently, completely losing the ability to move. And so, year after year passed, with Hope Radiance always by little Sombra's side. It was unclear whether it was little Sombra's prolonged suffering or his longing for the Crystal Gala. Until one day, little Sombra's body transformed into a mass of black mist. Hope Radiance was frightened and used all her magic to save little Sombra. At that moment, Hope Radiance gained her own adorable mark. After that, Hope Radiance received the apprenticeship letter from Princess Celestia. King Sombra finally panicked. For the first time, he felt true panic. He knew that once the Grand Princess accepted her, she would soon become a princess and then quickly leave him. After all, Hope Radiance wouldn't look at him. A lowly freak. No. King Sombra ran into the depths of the ice field through the heavy snow, where he encountered a red crystal. King Sombra thus gained powerful strength and learned his true identity. So, he decided to steal the crystal heart of the Crystal Empire in the darkness of night to free his compatriots. "Black Crystal, you can still retract your hooves. Don't make a mistake you can't afford." Princess Ima suddenly appeared behind King Black Crystal and advised him. "You know something for sure. You could have helped me. You could have helped me." King Black Crystal said angrily. "Child, that is not aimed at you," Princess Ima said. "Shut up." King Black Crystal turned Princess Ima into a statue. Meanwhile, Hope Radiance, who originally wanted to discuss a joyful matter with King Black Crystal, stood dumbfounded, and then hurriedly said, "Black, hide quickly. Run away from here, or they will kill you." "Kill me? They are not worthy. A bunch of ants can't stop me." King Black Crystal said fiercely. "Black, I beg you, save the princess. I will explain to the other ponies that this is a misunderstanding." Hope Radiance pleaded with tears. "Want to save her? No way." King Black Crystal proudly smashed Princess Ima into a pile of fragments. Unable to accept all of this, Hope Radiance cried and ran away. She found Princess Celestia and Princess Luna to explain everything, hoping they wouldn't kill Black Crystal. Princess Celestia and Princess Luna joined Hoves to defeat King Black Crystal and banished him to the abyss. Just like that, Hope Radiance not only lost her home, but also couldn't save her friends. After that, Hope Radiance lost all motivation to study Princess Celestia's lessons, pondering all day about the betrayal of her friend. Thus, Hope Radiance gave up the idea of being a princess and set off on a journey alone to find a cure. Ziwa turned to Princess Celestia and found her looking a bit guilty as she said, "If only I had discovered these issues earlier, we could have resolved them." "Sister, remember to learn from this lesson. This can prevent similar issues in future lessons," Princess Luna said. "However, after learning from this, I believe my future students want to take the same path as Hope Radiance," Princess Celestia said. Ziwa was suddenly dumbfounded, thinking that today's results were all obtained at the cost of her predecessor's sacrifices. Later, when Hope Radiance arrived at a certain place, she was deceived by the Wasteland Shadow Demon for a long time, thinking they were a group of cute and kind beings. It wasn't until her junior, Yuxing Huìhuì, came with an army that their true nature was revealed. In prison, Hope Radiance met King Black Crystal again. Fortunately, while Yuxing Huìhuì was plundering the Crystal Empire, she found books and stories about them, inexplicably deciding not to execute them. Later, Yuxing Huìhuì was defeated. The Wasteland Shadow Demon initially wanted to quickly escape with King Black Crystal, but under King Black Crystal's repeated insistence, the Wasteland Shadow Demon had no choice but to take the long-deceived Hope Radiance away. "Ziwa, what did you see this time? Why do you look so surprised?" Applejack asked. Ziwa was almost unable to narrate the story and could only force herself to briefly explain. "It's really too interesting. Ziwa, your expression could host an exhibition." Wushu took out a dynamic poster filled with various expressions of Ziwa. Ziwa just rolled her eyes at Wushu and said to Killa, "I still haven't found the source of this disaster." "Then drink another sip and see if you can find it," Killa said. Ziwa took another sip and entered the illusion, and this time two figures plunged Ziwa into deep self-doubt. Chapter 132, The History in the Illusion. "Yuxing Huìhuì, what are you two doing?" Ziwa shouted. Yuxing Huìhuì didn't understand what she did wrong and was tightly bound to a chair by Yuhui Shua, her eyes covered with a cloth. Yuhui Shua, with a mischievous smile, slowly approached the panicked Yuxing Huìhuì with a wire, saying, "Now I want you to know who the real boss of the Magic Academy is." Okay, I admit you are the senior sister, alright. It hurts too much, be gentler." Perhaps Yuhui Shua thought the wire wasn't enough, and picked up a whip to strike Yuxing Huìhuì. Senior sister, be gentler." Yuxing Huìhuì's cries echoed continuously. Ziwa stood there in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. They used to be like this. However, fortunately, the scene changed again, or she couldn't imagine how Ziwa's mindset would change. The three examiners sat in chairs and said, "Yuhui Shua, I hope you can demonstrate even more shocking magic than last time." "Of course, just sit back and watch," Yuhui Shua said proudly. Yuhui Shua walked to a green plant and began to cast magic. "It seems she plans to implement a classic growth magic," one examiner said. "She looks stronger than Juniper Berry," another examiner said. "Juniper Berry? Is that the idiot holding a pot over there?" Yuhui Shua said disdainfully. Subsequently, Yuhui Shua unleashed powerful magic, causing the green plant to grow immensely, even breaking through the castle's ceiling. Below, Princess Celestia was shocked and delighted, saying, "It seems there are ponies with great talent. I hope under my guidance, they can surpass Hope Radiance." In a park, Ziwa immediately spotted Yuhui Shua, who was studying while sitting on a bench. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Ziwa was shocked to see Princess Melody in shining armor having a picnic with little her not far behind Yuhui Shua. "Yuhui Shua, what you did with that vine is really amazing. Would you like to join us for lunch?" A little pony asked with anticipation. "Listen, I have more important things to do than socializing. I need to learn advanced summoning magic to prepare for my future advanced summoning magic exam. Not waste time with you boring ponies." Yuhui Shua arrogantly raised her hoof and turned to leave. She wasn't that friendly. She only cared about herself. Who would want to be friends with her? Just as the little ponies were still complaining, little Ziwa was happily playing with a ball behind them. In the palace, Princess Celestia walked alongside Yuhui Shua and said, "Yuhui Shua, I heard you don't get along well with the other ponies. I've already discussed this issue with you. You need to put some effort into socializing." "Social relationships? Who wants that? My goal is to be the best pony," Yuhui Shua said disdainfully. Princess Celestia's expression instantly became serious as she said, "We have already discussed the importance of friendship. You need to learn to make friends. And do you still remember that lesson on humility?" "I remember. I remember how boring that lesson was. The princess's magic sermon always mixed in meaningless preaching." Yu Weishuo pouted. "Then how about this, Yu Weishuo? I'll take you to see a special mirror, and I hope you can see something," Princess Celestia said. "Yu Weishuo, now tell me what you see," Princess Celestia asked expectantly. "A pony with unlimited potential, powerful, and adorable," Yu Weishuo said, completely entranced. Princess Celestia was momentarily speechless, rolled her eyes, and continued, I suggest you look at it with the humble mindset you've learned. I see a more powerful alicorn. She will eventually rule the entire pony kingdom," Yu Weishuo said, completely captivated in front of the mirror. Princess Celestia hurriedly pulled Yu Weishuo away and said, "Well, today's lesson ends here." "Wait, what was that just now? I want to see it again." Yu Weishuo tried to break free from Princess Celestia. "It's nothing. It was just a few lighting issues. Let us hurry up and leave," Princess Celestia said. At that moment, Yu Weishuo's heart underwent a slight change, and she began to murmur to herself, "I'm sure that was definitely not just lighting. I saw my infinite possibilities, and I want to see more." In the days that followed, Yu Weishuo kept asking the Cosmic Princess about the mirror as the sunset glimmered. But each time she was rejected by the Cosmic Princess for various reasons. Finally, one time when Yu Weishuo asked about the mirror again, the Cosmic Princess angrily said, "We've already discussed this issue. You're not ready for that mirror yet. Wait a bit longer." In the library, Yu Huìhuì hurriedly prepared various food and drinks for Yu Weishuo. Yu Weishuo then told the humble Yu Huìhuì to leave. Yu Weishuo, looking at the book angrily, muttered to herself, "This annoying prison wall lamp." I knew she was just making excuses. My teacher is essentially no different from the other ponies. They are just obstacles on my path to becoming stronger. Not ready? I'll show that prison wall lamp who's not ready. Just as Yu Weishuo was talking to herself, the librarian behind her was shocked to hear everything and hurried to report to the Cosmic Princess. When Yu Weishuo found the book about the mirror and had just read a few pages, a voice came, startling her. "This is not something you should know, right?" Yu Weishuo immediately angrily questioned. "Then why don't you let me learn magic? You clearly already know I'm ready. I should be getting stronger." "No, that doesn't belong to you. You should be stronger than you are now. I thought I saw your sincerity and passion, but in reality, that's just your inflated ambition. You can't compare to your junior, Yu Huìhuì. You've always been selfish, and it's time for you to reflect," the Cosmic Princess said sternly. "Selfish? This book clearly states that I can become a more powerful unicorn. I should be ruling here. I am the only princess here. You are the one who stopped me from getting the status I deserve. You're the most selfish one, even if I can't be stronger than you. I want to stand on equal footing with you. I want to be a princess. I want to be a unicorn," Yu Weishuo shouted. "No. The status of a unicorn is earned through great contributions. I taught you the most important knowledge, but you haven't learned anything. Every time, you just emphasize what you think you deserve, which only shows me that you're still not ready. Yu Weishuo, from now on, you are no longer my student. Since you want to resolve your differences with me, your studies end here. I won't expel you from Central City, but you will never step into the castle area again." After hearing so many rebellious words, the Cosmic Princess, in anger, spoke out. "We haven't resolved our differences because you don't realize how strong I can become. Is that all you have to say?" Yu Weishuo said fiercely. The Cosmic Princess's face darkened as she replied, "No. The guards will escort you out of the castle. Listen well, prison wall lamp. You don't even understand friendship. You haven't had a friend all this time. What right do you have to teach me?" After Yu Weishuo shouted, she was dragged away by the guards. Every day on the street afterward, every pony laughed at Yu Weishuo. "Isn't this the Cosmic Princess's top student? How did she get expelled? She deserves it. Ha ha ha, look at that fierce look in her eyes." Yu Huìhuì, a bit worried about Yu Weishuo, chased after her and said, "Senior sister, why don't you just go back and apologize?" Suddenly, Yu Weishuo's eyes turned, as if she thought of a bad idea, and she gave a wicked smile and said, "Yu Huìhuì, this is indeed my problem. I really should go back and apologize. But I shouldn't just go back like this. I should throw a big party for the Cosmic Princess and then apologize. But I'm a bit short on money right now. Do you think you could?" Without any hesitation, Yu Huìhuì took out all her savings and gave it to Yu Weishuo. In the distance, Ziyu couldn't believe this was Yu Huìhuì, this honest and kind pony. She was forced to shout, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Under the moonlight, Yu Weishuo snuck back into the castle and attacked the guards. By the time the Cosmic Princess heard the commotion and rushed over, it was too late. In front of the mirror, the guards lay weakly on the ground and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. She attacked us and jumped into the mirror. We couldn't stop her." After that, the Cosmic Princess had the guards move the mirror to a prominent place. hoping that one day Yu Hui Shua Shua would change her mind and return to finish the lessons she hadn't completed. On a night not long after, the Cosmic Princess stood alone in front of the mirror, her tone somewhat tearful as she said, "I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I should have understood you more. I thought I was helping you, but I wasn't. I know nothing about friendship. Maybe we could talk." When the Cosmic Princess looked up at the moon, she became even sadder. Just then, the door was pushed open. A familiar pony walked in. The Cosmic Princess, still in tears, suddenly became a bit flustered. Teacher, I have some questions I want to ask," Yu Huìhuì said, trembling all over. The Cosmic Princess seemed not to notice that there was a small problem with the horn on Yu Huìhuì's head, and because she was crying, she didn't dare turn around and said, "Yu Huìhuì, when you encounter problems, you should try to solve them yourself." Thus, Yu Huìhuì became a pony who had to find out the issue with her broken horn by herself. By the time the Cosmic Princess realized what was happening, she only saw Yu Huìhuì's farewell letter as she left alone. Left with no choice, she could only wait for Yu Huìhuì to return and continue her lessons. Ziyu had already imagined quite a bit about how Yu Huìhuì's thoughts had become so extreme. Then, Ziyu saw Yu Huìhuì pick up two mysterious books from the ground and start reading. When Ziyu got closer, she panicked to find that the content of this book was basically consistent with Yu Huìhuì's future thoughts. Could it be that someone wanted to use Yu Huìhuì to deal with the Cosmic Princess? This is really terrifying to think about. Who exactly is trying to do this? In her panic, Ziyu saw Yu Huìhuì using the content from the book to create a gem. And when the gem inputted pirated thoughts into Yu Huìhuì, it secretly modified the original thoughts from the book. The scene shifted again to a bar. Yu Huìhuì, looking pale, paced back and forth. A pony approached and said, "President, we don't have enough funds to recruit more members or prepare weapons. Now the Cosmic Princess has discovered our plan to secretly overthrow her. It's all that tomato scrambled egg's fault. Don't let me run into her again, or I'll pin her down and beat her up." Just as Yu Huìhuì finished speaking, the Cosmic Princess burst in, her expression filled with disbelief as she had just heard the truth at the door. She had hoped that Yu Huìhuì wouldn't do this, that she was just following orders. But now the truth told her that Yu Huìhuì was the mastermind behind it all. Why had she betrayed her? The last good student? Panic was written all over Yu Huìhuì's face. She knew the Cosmic Princess's strength. She hurriedly said, "You all stop her. Hurry and block her." Yu Huìhuì quickly jumped down from the window, only to find that the Cosmic Princess had been waiting here for a long time. The dozen or so ponies upstairs had already been knocked to the ground. Yu Huìhuì, stop. There's still time, the Cosmic Princess said, deeply brainwashed by the gem. Yu Huìhuì shouted, "Prison wall lamp, listen to me. Everything I do is correct. You should be the one to step down from the throne." Yu Huìhuì shot a laser from her horn at the Cosmic Princess, who kept holding back during the fight, trying to persuade Yu Huìhuì to change her mind. It is clear that he did not, and he ultimately faced defeat. Rain Star was exiled in front of a cage, where only two horses stared at each other. The Cosmic Princess spoke sadly. Rain Star opened his impatient eyes and said, as the prison cart was pulled away, Rain Star revealed a wicked smile and said, "I will return, sooner or later." Something inside the magic robe flashed. When Ziyue returned to reality, Yinbao asked, "Ziyue, did you see the mastermind behind it all? I've been wanting to kick him away." "No, but I saw two familiar little ponies," Ziyue awkwardly replied. "Strange. Why is it still not working after so many attempts?" Princess Ziyue said, "Please wait a moment," as she took out a new potion from the cargo cart. Ziyue took another sip. Chapter 133, The Black Crystal King with a Frozen Smile. "I hope she can sing a song for me this time." Chaos said while adjusting the camera. Ziyue entered the illusion again, looking curiously at the fish floating in the air. When she saw the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess approaching Chaos, Ziyue instantly understood the bizarre scene around her. "Ha ha ha ha, this is so much fun. How about we play a game of tails?" Chaos teased while turning in his chair, holding the Cosmic Princess's tail. The Cosmic Princess turned in surprise to see her tail had actually disappeared, and said firmly to Chaos, "It's time to end your game, Chaos. I don't believe you. Are you hungry? Want some?" Chaos scattered seeds to the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess. Seeing that they did not react, Chaos continued to eat the seeds, often spilling some on the ground. The Cosmic Princess took out the essence of harmony from her backpack, and Chaos threw the seed bag on the ground, asking, "What are these glowing stones?" "This is the essence of harmony. We're using this to deal with you," said the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess as they activated the essence of harmony. This was the moment Chaos was turned into a stone statue, Ziyue said. "Aha, aha, you should really look in the mirror and see how ridiculous you look. Is this how you treat a hero saving the world?" Chaos said, "I believe you. You chaotic king, you're truly wicked," said the Cosmic Princess. Amid Chaos's laughter, he was turned into a stone statue by the rainbow cannon. The scene shifted. and Ziyue found herself in front of a strangely shaped tree. "The Tree of Harmony," said the Cosmic Princess. "This is the Tree of Harmony," Ziyue exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure?" asked Princess Moon. "Yes, we've found the only way to defeat chaos and save Pony Maria, even without the essence of harmony. The Tree of Harmony still has powerful magic. As long as there is magic, it can continue to govern and nurture the plants here," said the Cosmic Princess. At that moment, the scene shifted again, and Ziyue discovered she had arrived in a very strange place, surrounded by colors. A voice that filled Ziyue with panic came through. "Night Star, my fragments have opened several pathways. You will use the colorful light to catalyze the seeds left by chaos for wild growth, continuously causing negative emotions in Pony Maria. Let my fragments absorb more energy and eventually release me." When Ziyue learned the truth, a terrifying voice suddenly reached her ears. "Wait, why is there a familiar scent nearby? Look who I found." Ziyue constantly reassured herself that this was just an illusion. However, the unlit star approached with a wicked smile. Just as Ziyue was about to run away, a gaze that terrified her to the point of breathlessness fell upon her. Ziyue wanted to escape, but her legs no longer obeyed her. Just as she was about to become part of Night Star, a snap echoed. When Ziyue opened her eyes, Chaos was happily eating colorful thorny noodles. "My dear Ziyue, what did you see that scared you so much? What did you discover?" asked Suilong expectantly. Then Chaos snapped his fingers and sent Suilong to the Crystal Empire. "Chaos, what have you done to my dear Suilong? If you did anything bad to him, I will bury you alive," Jinshi said fiercely, picking up a shovel. "Don't panic. I just sent him to the Crystal Empire for a party," Chaos said, revealing the Crystal Empire's appearance. "Girls, I think I understand what's going on. It's the seeds that Chaos randomly tossed before that were catalyzed by Night Star," Ziyue said. "All right, then I'll kick him hard," Ziyue said. "Who are you talking about?" Yunbao was already prepared for battle, but upon hearing the name, her smile froze instantly. The unlit star still has a fragment left in this world, and what happened before was all done by this fragment, such as Trixie and Rue, Ziyue explained. Just then, under the colorful light, colorful clumps began to gather in the air, transforming into many illusionary spirits with colorful eyes. In the Crystal Empire, the Cosmic Princess was happily eating cake. While eating, she suddenly remembered if she had forgotten a little pony who was very close to her. "Forget it. I won't think about it. It's too much of a headache. Let's continue eating cake." "Cosmic Princess, is the cake I made delicious?" asked Beaky, with big sparkling eyes full of expectation. "Yes, Beaky, you did a great job," the Cosmic Princess praised. "Yay." Beaky happily bounced around the Cosmic Princess. At that moment, a huge cloud of black mist floated over and transformed into the Black Crystal King. The Black Crystal King proudly held Rain Star and said, "Cosmic Princess, now even your student has been defeated by my hooves. How does it feel? The advantage is clearly mine now, and I want to show you something good. What do you think will happen if I inject your student with this darkened syringe? Then I'll control your student to become my war weapon. Isn't it exciting?" Rain Star, looking at the Cosmic Princess's shocked expression, gave a forced smile and said, "Teacher, I was careless and accidentally defeated by the Black Crystal King." "Wait, that darkened syringe isn't something left by the unlit star, is it? What do you want to do? I warn you, don't mess around. Ignoring my words will lead to consequences." At this moment, Hope Radiance walked over and said, "Black Crystal, you better not do this." "Hope Radiance, what are you panicking about?" The Black Crystal King inserted a syringe into Rain Star's neck, and Rain Star's eyes quickly turned crimson. Amid Rain Star's screams, the black mist in the sky was pierced by colorful light. A shadow hiding in the corner shed its black cloak, transforming into a cloud of black mist quickly approaching Rain Star. As the black sphere spun rapidly, it eventually exploded. A familiar figure slowly spread its wings. "All right, now go try to turn your teacher into a stone statue," the Black Crystal King said, looking proudly at the Cosmic Princess's panicked eyes. The Black Crystal King stood proudly in place, and after a few seconds of silence, he turned around to meet the unlit star's piercing gaze. The unlit star slowly spoke. "You have become too foreign." The Black Crystal King's smile instantly froze on his face, and the surrounding wasteland shadows and ponies looked at the unlit star in fear. Chapter 134, The Sacred Pizza. "Black Crystal, it seems you have brought something terrifying back." Hope Radiance trembled in fear and said, "It's fine. I still have the magic bell to deal with her," the Black Crystal King said, forcing himself to remain calm. Hearing this from the Black Crystal King, the wasteland shadows, ponies, and a dragon present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Black Crystal King took out the magic bell and aimed it at the unlit star. The result was that Yoshing Wuguang not only remained calm, but also looked at the Black Crystal King with an amused expression. The Black Crystal King couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, thinking that this guy, like Yoshing Huìhuì, was underestimating him. The Black Crystal King proudly activated the magic bell. But then his smile gradually froze on his face as he panically discovered that he couldn't use the magic bell anymore. Yoshing Wuguang seemed to know what the Black Crystal King was thinking, as space around them cracked open and a dozen magic bells surged out. With a mischievous grin, he asked, "Is there something wrong with the magic bells I gave you?" The magic bell in the Black Crystal King's hoof suddenly flew back to Yoshing Wuguang's side. And Yoshing Wuguang slowly said, "After all, I'm not a great evil horse. I won't use the magic bells to bully you." It was a perfectly normal statement. But coming from Yoshing Wuguang, it sounded very abnormal. At that moment, the Black Crystal King had a bad feeling. Gulp. Just as the Black Crystal King swallowed, he was heavily slammed to the ground by Yoshing Wuguang. Then, Yoshing Wuguang revealed his sharp teeth. And in the midst of the Black Crystal King's screams and the terrified gazes of the wasteland shadow demons and little horses, Yoshing Wuguang forcibly tore off one of the Black Crystal King's hooves and swallowed it whole. After consuming the Black Crystal King's hoof, Yoshing Wuguang, still unsatisfied, extended his tongue to lick his lips. Please let Black Crystal go." Hope Radiance, suppressing his inner fear, pleaded. "What are you to command me?" Yoshing Wuguang said, swatting Hope Radiance away in dissatisfaction. Hope Radiance crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. "You dare." The anger within the Black Crystal King temporarily made him forget his fear, and before he could finish speaking, Yoshing Wuguang stomped heavily on him again and again. In the end, Yoshing Wuguang threw the Black Crystal King beside Hope Radiance. Yoshing Wuguang's thoughts were no longer on the Black Crystal King. His deep gaze turned to the escaping wasteland shadow demons, who immediately understood what this demon intended to do and fled faster than ever. Yoshing Wuguang grinned and said, "Run. Run the farther, the better. The game is about to begin." Just when the wasteland shadow demons were relieved to have narrowly escaped, they despaired as they realized that the city was covered by a magical barrier. They were now trapped inside the city. The wasteland shadow demons couldn't come up with a strategy when screams echoed from behind them. They collectively turned their heads to see a real-life horror scene. A wasteland shadow demon was being slowly devoured by Yoshing Wuguang. Yoshing Wuguang, still unsatisfied, wiped his lips with his hoof, then raised his head and said, "Hurry and run, oh little darlings. Otherwise, if I catch you, it's the end." Ha ha ha. Oh. Encountering this true demon, the wasteland shadow demons had completely lost their ability to resist due to panic. Outside, the screams of wasteland shadow demons continued. A surviving wasteland shadow demon, panic-stricken, hid under a table, covering its mouth in fear of speaking. Suddenly, a fellow demon, in a terrible state, collapsed in front of it, causing the wasteland shadow demon to nearly suffocate from fear. "Why does it smell like wasteland crispy hooves nearby?" That terrifying voice was right in front of it, making the wasteland shadow demon tremble in fear. Fortunately, this demon headed toward another companion hiding under the table, and soon after, the screams of the companion echoed. The wasteland shadow demon couldn't help but feel relieved, thankful that it wasn't being targeted. Just as it thought that, a laser shot through, splitting the wasteland shadow demon in half. After eliminating all the wasteland shadow demons, Yoshing Wuguang flew back, looking at the little horses below. Yoshing Wuguang seemed dissatisfied with their terrified expressions and said, "What are you afraid of? Hurry up and fight. Continue the music and dance." The band was forced to play for Yoshing Wuguang. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess were once again locked up. During the party, something seemed to fall from the sky. At first, Yoshing Wuguang thought it was reinforcements from Yeshin Kai, but then realized this power felt unfamiliar. After gathering the Crystal Empire's guards, Yoshing Wuguang walked to the pit. A star-shaped gem quickly flew out, seemingly trying to get close to Yoshing Wuguang's armor. Then it was sent to meet Yeshin Kai through a portal. "What the hell is this? Go challenge Yeshin Kai or my main body. Don't come to me." "This weak fragment," Yoshing Wuguang said. Inside the sealed space, the gem appeared, seemingly puzzled as to why, besides emitting colorful light, there were also piles of pizza and noodles. Could it be that Disorder was here? No, it shouldn't be him. The gem thought this place wasn't chaotic at all and not interesting. So out of boredom, it turned the pizzas into pineapple pizzas, squid pizzas, and other strange varieties. The noodles also transformed into those with catfish sauce or a bunch of miscellaneous ingredients, or turned into bizarre things. At this moment, Yeshin Kai was very happy. After working hard to produce so many pizzas and noodles, she could eat to her heart's content. Then, Yeshin Kai sensed that something of hers was missing. She then saw the culprit. The gem looked at Yeshin Kai, this terrifying entity, knowing that it was only a small fragment and couldn't possibly compete with her. So it tried to speak in a gentle tone. I think we could have a chat. You made pineapple pizza. You have insulted the sacred pizza and noodles." Yeshin Kai shouted. "Stop talking and quickly eliminate this intruder." A large number of magic bells appeared above, aimed at the gem, and after a while, the gem disappeared from sight. Chapter 135, The Solo of Biki. Yoshing Wuguang seemed to be doing this on purpose, having the party go on for an undetermined amount of time while keeping the Cosmic Princess in the cage hungry, while the Moon Princess beside her enjoyed her food. The Cosmic Princess watched the Moon Princess eating cake and drinking juice, tears flowing down from the corners of her mouth in frustration. Sister, cake, cake, cake. Let me have some, the Cosmic Princess said softly. The Moon Princess, thinking about how she was eating cake while the Cosmic Princess was being rescued, completely forgot about her. So, the Moon Princess deliberately asked, Sister, what did you say? I can't hear you. Cake. The Cosmic Princess raised her voice significantly. I still can't hear what you want. Do you want egg tarts? But I don't have any egg tarts, the Moon Princess replied. The Cosmic Princess instantly realized that the Moon Princess was getting back at her, and after giving her a royal smile in anger, turned away as if she didn't see her. But when the aroma of the cake wafted into the Cosmic Princess's nose, her little stomach betrayed her and growled. The Cosmic Princess swore this was the most terrifying torture she had ever experienced. She wanted to eat cake. A familiar figure approached the Cosmic Princess, and it was her good student, you, not Yoshing Wuguang. Who was her student? Prison Lamp. Do you want to eat cake? If you beg me now, I'll give you this delicious piece of cake, Yoshing Wuguang said as he presented a fragrant piece of cake. The Cosmic Princess forcibly suppressed her desires and said, You can't do this, Yoshing Wuguang. I will not accept your offer. Well then, Prison Lamp, what a pity for such a fragrant cake, Yoshing Wuguang said as he ate it in front of the Cosmic Princess. At that moment, the Cosmic Princess was going crazy. This was nothing short of torture for her. She had to pretend not to care. Do you want to eat cake? Beaky suddenly appeared beside the Cosmic Princess and asked, Yes, I really want some. By the way, Beaky, when were you locked up? The Cosmic Princess asked in surprise. Shoo, it's a secret. Beaky placed a large cake in front of the Cosmic Princess and then pulled out a cloth that she didn't know where it came from to cover herself. In the shocked gaze of the Cosmic Princess, another figure appeared outside. Bye-bye. Enjoy your meal, Cosmic Princess. Beaky hopped away again. Beaky, have you missed me? Yoshing Wuguang landed in front of Beaky with a mischievous smile. Indeed, Beaky said. The sudden remark left Yoshing Wuguang completely bewildered. But I have a few questions, Beaky said, stroking her chin. What is it? Yoshing Wuguang asked. Are you Yoshing Huìhuì or Yoshing Wuguang? But now you are just a fragment. You have merged with your own essence. That means you might be Yoshing Huìhuì? Beaky said. One of Yoshing Wuguang's eyes quietly turned back to golden yellow, and with a confused expression, she asked, Should I stop this disaster? Deal with Yoshing Wuguang? Perhaps. But the problem is you seem too foreign now, right? If you are a fragment of Yoshing Wuguang, but you have merged with Yoshing Huìhuì, then you should be Yoshing Huìhuì. The problem is that Yoshing Huìhuì shouldn't be locking up her own prison light and other little ponies at this moment, Beaky said. In the midst of a violent storm of thoughts, Yoshing Wuguang dizzily walked to the cage card, opened the door, and said, Sorry, Teacher Prison, I accidentally rebelled again. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess were also bewildered. How did Yoshing Wuguang, who was just wreaking havoc, suddenly resemble Yoshing Huìhuì? Beaky pulled Yoshing Wuguang over, staring wide-eyed at her, and said, So are you Yoshing Huìhuì or Yoshing Wuguang? Instantly, thoughts in her mind began to rapidly confuse. Yoshing Wuguang couldn't tell who was who anymore, and finally, she collapsed and shouted, What on earth am I? Because Yoshing Huìhuì is the essence. Yoshing Wuguang is her dark side, and you are just a fragment of Yoshing Wuguang. So rounding up, you are also part of Yoshing Huìhuì. Hurry up and stop this conspiracy, Beaky said excitedly. In the end, Yoshing Wuguang's body exploded in a violent storm of thoughts. In the astonished gaze of the ponies, Yoshing Huìhuì and Yoshing Wuguang appeared simultaneously, confusedly saying, Who am I? When the two celestial unicorns came to their senses, Beaky first approached Yoshing Wuguang and said, Yoshing Huìhuì is the essence. You are just a small fragment. So it's normal for you to return to the essence, right? Quickly turn back to the right path, and then we can hold a grand party. That makes sense. I'm just returning to the essence, not betraying. Yoshing Wuguang dove into Yoshing Huìhuì's shadow and disappeared. Yoshing Huìhuì, confused, asked, Did I just get stronger? Did Yoshing Wuguang really turn back to the right path? Not really, only a small fragment of you has found its way back. Beaky said, Yes, I don't want to go back to that boring guy anymore. Yoshing Wuguang's head poked out from the shadow. Aren't you afraid that Yoshing will kill you? Yoshing Huìhuì asked. Now I'm bound to you. She can't pull me back, Yoshing Wuguang said and dove back into the shadow. Then should I go back and help Ziyue? And why do I have a strange taste in my mouth? Yoshing Huìhuì asked in confusion. I think, Your Majesty. You might not want to know why you have a strange taste in your mouth. The team member said. Why aren't you planning to let dear Princess Ziyue grow a bit? Wushu appeared here, saying, Wushu. The ponies exclaimed. Don't be so surprised by my appearance. Think about it, if this crisis is resolved so easily, then Ziyue might have some small problems, Wushu said. That makes sense. Always at your service, Commander. Beaky changed into a black military uniform. No, letting Wushu handle this matter is too unreliable. The Cosmic Princess said seriously. I won't participate in this matter. It's just a suggestion, dear little princess, Wushu said, rubbing the Cosmic Princess's head. What Wushu said does have some truth. So let's not involve Wuxiu. I'll continue acting to rule the Crystal Empire. Teacher Prison and Moon Princess, you two go find a place to vacation first, Yuxing Huihui said. The Cosmic Princess had some worries, but upon hearing that they could vacation, she left that night. As expected of the prison light, Yuxing Huihui said. Chapter 136, Turn to Ashes. Inside the sealed space, Yoxing Wuguang was eagerly waiting for the fragment to open a crack for her. Suddenly, Yoxing Wuguang's pupils contracted, and she shouted, "Damn it! Betrayal of my trash." That's right, the small cracks everywhere suddenly closed. Yoxing Wuguang was completely trapped and didn't know which magical genius would release her in the future. Nightstar looked at Yoxing Wuguang's helpless rage. Nightstar had no choice but to continue eating pizza, pretending not to hear Yoxing Wuguang's greetings. In the corner, Suilong panicked and covered his mouth. He wanted to curse the unreliable Wuxiu. A snap of the fingers sent him to the Crystal Empire. He originally thought Yuxing Huihui would be fine here, but Yuxing Huihui transformed into Yoxing Wuguang, walking with a wicked smile in front of the imprisoned Black Crystal King and Hope Radiance. What do you want to do? Black Crystal King and Hope Radiance tried to block her, colliding their heads together. I want to drag you into an illusion and let you suffer and die in it. Ha ha ha, Yuxing Huihui laughed loudly and released blue light from the corner. The Black Crystal King and Hope Radiance instantly entered the illusion. As for the specifics of this illusion, you can ask the first experiencer, Yu Hui Shuashua. After dealing with the Black Crystal King and Hope Radiance, to make the performance more realistic, Yuxing Huihui specifically opened a portal to summon the Star Army. As soon as the Star Army appeared, they nervously aimed their guns at Yuxing Huihui. What's going on? Time rewound not long ago. After the Black Crystal King defeated Yuxing Huihui, a team member secretly used a walkie-talkie. Report, Marshal, there is a bad situation. The king has been defeated. Heian, who was at the front line eating rice and confronting the Illusion Spirit Army, stopped eating. After a few seconds of silence, Heian slammed the bowl on the table and shouted, "What? The Black Crystal King is just a mere mortal. How could he have the guts to defeat the king? Our king can be said to be invincible. It was the king's carelessness that led to his defeat," the team member said. "That's not surprising. I'll do my best to gather a force for support," Heian said. A few minutes later, the team member's voice came again. "Marshal, there is good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "Good news first," Heian said. "The good news is that the king counter-killed the Black Crystal King," the team member said. "And the bad news?" Heian asked again. "The bad news is that the king has transformed back into Yoxing Wuguang," the team member's voice came. In an instant, Heian felt dizzy. Just before passing out, he thought that it wasn't impossible for the Black Crystal King to win. Yuxing Huihui was just about to explain everything when a small pony sitting in a wheelchair with a feather fan emerged from the Star Army. This pony was Lian, holding something familiar to Yuxing Huihui, the famous paintings of Yuxing Huihui. "Lian, what do you want?" Yuxing Huihui instantly had a bad premonition. "Shut up, shameless old thief. Don't you know that all ponies in the world know that although our king lacks virtue and has failed 4 times in a row, his painting skills are unparalleled. Known for being a useless pony, always slacking off. There are even those with a hobby of dressing as girls, shattering the views of ponies. Truly insane. But the king is still the king. Not something like you, a mere rat from the east, can offend. Today, I, on the king's orders, will punish you." The cross-dressing horse thief, Lian, vented a small portion of his complaints about Yuxing Huihui in one breath. At this moment, Yuxing Huihui was already filled with killing intent. What Lian was about to do could no longer be called courting death. "Your Majesty, may we succeed in dealing with the thieves. Let us take down the bandits in one go. And may I also be blessed to steal more photos of women's clothing. They look so good. Burn this painting for blessings." Lian burned all the words in front of Yuxing Huihui with a fire. Yuxing Huihui could no longer hold back and transformed back to his original form, walking towards Lian with a murderous aura. The Star Soldiers, seeing that familiar gaze, already knew this was the real king. They obediently cleared the way. Lian felt an ominous premonition upon seeing that familiar gaze and trembled in fear, saying, "Your Majesty? Is the information wrong?" "Ah!" Lian's screams echoed like that of a slaughtered pig, and the Star Soldiers dared not look at the brutal scene. As the wheels of the wheelchair rolled over, no one knew how Lian was beaten at that moment. Only that he came over in a wheelchair and returned with a pile of emergency equipment hanging on him. Chapter 137, The Number 1 Poison Master. Yuxing Huihui was puzzled about one thing. Why does the Little Pony Kingdom always fall so easily? When Yuxing Huihui wanted to investigate this matter, but had no clue. Lian, in order to make amends, recommended a strategist from the Star Army who was extremely cunning. "Well, the usual rules apply. Introduce yourself first," Yuxing Huihui said. "Just an ordinary little pony," the pony said, lifting his head to look at Yuxing Huihui, who immediately sensed a hint of malice in him. "I see. What do you think about the Little Pony Kingdom being breached so often?" Yuxing Huihui asked. "Give me the captured shapeshifter, and I'll be able to extract answers quickly," when he said, his eyes flashing with intent. In the prison, The star soldiers helplessly said, Mr. Wenhee, are you sure you can do this? We've whipped them to shreds and still can't get anything out. When he looked disdainful and said, Is this it? If you could get information this way, hell would freeze over. When he slowly walked into the cell, the shapeshifters looked up defiantly and said, You little ponies won't get any information from us. When he grinned maliciously and said, I like the stubborn look on your faces right now. Another shapeshifter chimed in. If you think you can beat us with whips, you can kill me, but I still won't talk. When he pointed at the shapeshifter's mouth and said, I find you a bit annoying, you know? Yinshu, responsible for assisting Wenhee in the investigation, approached the shapeshifter, who had just swallowed a mouthful of water. He yanked the shapeshifter's jaw down, stuffed a blade into his mouth, and poured scalding hot water down his throat. Watching their companion being tortured to death, the shapeshifters felt a wave of dread. If you tell me voluntarily now, I might give you a good ending. When he said ominously, the shapeshifters stubbornly shook their heads. Seeing this, Wenhee's face darkened quickly as he said, Do you know? Oh. The shapeshifter was dressed in white clothes, bound with stones, and thrown into the water by the star soldiers. I'll ask again, will you talk? If you speak now, you still have a chance to live. When he said, one shapeshifter clearly wanted to speak, but the shapeshifter captain shouted in dissatisfaction, You coward. If you say that, you'll never be a shapeshifter again. When he looked at the shapeshifter captain with delight, saying, Shapeshifters are full of treasures. Their eyes can be made into bright lamps. Their skins can be made into leather blankets, thick shoes, and so on. If all else fails, they can even be made into soap. A tough shapeshifter like you must be high-quality material. Before long, the shapeshifter captain, filled with regret, was dismembered on the spot and made into various goods. Finally, all the shapeshifters were thoroughly frightened and said, We can exchange some precious items for intelligence from the upper-class nobles. If not, we will send soldiers to replace the nobles to collect various information. The shapeshifter spoke for several hours before when he finally spoke. Fortunately, you met me. A gentle little pony. Otherwise, your fate would be worse. Then in the market, Yinshu looked in shock as the once venomous when he was haggling with a slave trader. What do you mean a shapeshifter is only worth 1 or 2 silver coins? If you sell it at this price, I probably won't even break even, the slave trader said, when he, with a glint in his eye, began speaking in a tone that was very tempting for little ponies. Oh, brother, you don't understand. Do you? This isn't the market price for an ordinary slave. This is a high-class shapeshifter obtained from the king. Just think about it. Isn't it worth a higher price? And this is a shapeshifter. It can turn into whatever you want it to be, a perfect labor tool. It's the best choice for collecting cotton. If necessary, you can even have it dig ditches. The slave trader insisted. 3 or 2 silver coins can't go any higher. If it goes higher, I'll be at a loss. Deal. When he smiled happily as he saw the 300 silver coins arrive, enough for him to spend for a while. Mr. Wenhee, aren't you just fooling them? Yinshu asked, somewhat confused. Right? Isn't their fate better? Originally, their price was 1 or 2 silver coins, and I helped raise it to 3. When he said, looking very reasonable. But what if they work themselves to death? Will you bear the blame for that? Yinshu asked again. They died from working too hard. I didn't tell them to work themselves to death. What does that have to do with me? Let's go find those nobles. When he said, clearly, the nobles had a much poorer capacity to endure. When he had just released a dozen starving mice after a few days, and their mouths were tied up as they begged for hours, constantly telling the truth. They were only released when it seemed those nobles were really going to die. Mr. Wenhee, what about these nobles? Yinshu asked. Why are you asking this? I'm not a shapeshifter or a wasteland shadow demon. I'm not going to annihilate their entire family. Let them make amends. Just have them take their families and be exiled to the outskirts to build structures. Labor is the most glorious thing. When he said disdainfully, Yinshu looked at Wenhee's terrifying expression and felt that Yuxing was nothing compared to him. Wenhee's eyes fixed on Yinshu, scaring Yinshu into silence. A small hidden danger for the existence of the little pony kingdom was thus eliminated by Wenhee.